On a hot summer day, the clear blue sky shone like a freshly washed sapphire. The fiery sun poured down, lighting up a bright red dawn, like a soaring phoenix dancing. Everything was just beginning. Along a busy, old-fashioned street, a strong water buffalo was pulling a large, old cart, while a group of people sat crowded on it. "Sir, the street is so lively." A group of children, dressed in gray official uniforms, looked around with surprise and curiosity. The bright sunlight shone over the red walls and green tiles, highlighting the sharp eaves and the banners fluttering high above the shops. Carriages and horses passed by, people walking in endless streams, elegant carriages and fine clothes, all with peaceful, happy smiles. What a prosperous town. It's so different from their countryside. Not bad. What do you think? An old scholar in a gray robe leisurely stroked his long, white beard. Zhang Ziji stiffened. He shouldn't have spoken. Was he scolded by the teacher? He turned and nudged Shen Fugui. The teacher asked what you think. Shen Fugui shrank back. Such questions should be asked to the top students, right? So he nudged Li Shushen, who was lying down because he was feeling unwell. But he got too excited and asked the wrong person, accidentally mentioning the well-known fool in their school, Jiang Chang'an.
Ha ha ha.
The children burst into laughter. If the fool could understand anything, wouldn't she be called smart? Just then, suddenly, a flash of silver lightning split the clear sky, and a loud thunder roared unexpectedly under the bright sun.
Ah!
The children immediately panicked, hugging each other and trembling. They were wrong. They shouldn't have teased the fool. "Please, Lord Thunder, don't strike us." Moo moo. The more frightened one was the old water buffalo pulling the cart. It suddenly ran wildly, causing the people on the cart to bounce around wildly. While no one was paying attention, two tiny lightning bolts shot into the bodies of two children lying in the cart. Suddenly, those two little eyes snapped open, one filled with cold fury, the other full of confusion. Jiang Chang'an was still dazed when she was jolted so hard she almost felt her lungs shift and wanted to. Next moment, her body suddenly sprang up and she was flung out as if weightless. Did the sky want to crush her as soon as she woke up? At this speed and height, falling would mean certain death or severe injury. Jiang Chang'an's sharp mind was racing quickly, thinking about how to land with the least harm. Perhaps a front flip? A back flip. Just then, a pair of strong little hands suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace, shielding her. The two small bodies tumbled to the ground with a loud thud. Is she safe now? Jiang Chang'an was about to feel relieved, but a painful groan came from beneath her. Looking down, she saw the person under her with a pale, small face, all scrunched up like a little bun. However, Jiang Chang'an didn't have time to think much, because her momentum caused her body to spin again, forcing her to land firmly on the ground. Her head hit the hard floor with a loud bang, and her eyes immediately saw stars. Next, there was a sharp click, and she cried out, "Ouch! That hurts so much." She had hurt her head, but what was that thing stabbing her back? Jiang Chang'an was about to cry. Was she going to be knocked silly? Or bleed to death? Even more terrifying was her voice. It had become clear and childish, just like a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. She seemed to have forgotten the pain in her body. She stared blankly at the small, unfamiliar face just inches above hers, as well as her own tiny hands reaching out. What was going on? Had she, somehow, become young again? Jiang Chang'an remembered that she had just received her 100th engineering qualification certificate. Because she had been working tirelessly on design drafts for several days straight, her body had been pushed beyond its limits, causing her to faint in the lobby of a building. But actually, she hadn't just fainted. Had she died suddenly? Jiang Chang'an's highly intelligent mind froze. Things that science couldn't explain. What should she do? She was dead, her head hurt, and a blurry memory flooded her mind. Was it exactly the same scene as in her dreams? "Are you okay, Jiangling?" Li Shushen, ignoring his own pain, crawled over hurriedly to check on Jiang Chang'an, with a worried look on his face. He had tried his best to save her, But at this moment, he was too small and untrained, unable to exert enough strength, and in the end, Jiang Chang'an was injured. In her previous life, it was the same cow, frightened by the sound of firecrackers, that suddenly ran wildly. The little fool was thrown out of the cart, hit her head, and died within a few days after returning home. The old master of the Jiang family was heartbroken over losing his granddaughter and, overwhelmed by grief, also passed away. In their past life, the Li family was deceived, and they repaid kindness with betrayal. Later, he realized that old Master Jiang was actually his savior. Reborn, Li Shushan decided to turn things around. The first step was to save the beloved granddaughter of his benefactor. So, at the moment they both fell, he instinctively reached out his hand to Jiang Chang'an. "I have something to do." She had turned into a little fool, so how could she be fine? But she didn't dare say anything, afraid it would scare him. Rebirth was hard for Jiang Chang'an to accept, especially since she was just a child. If she spoke up, people might think she was crazy. No wonder she often dreamed at night about living as a young girl in ancient times, so real, as if she was there herself. But was that really her own soul? One soul, two bodies. By day she was modern, by night she became a silly girl from ancient times. Due to different spaces, she was 29 in modern times but only 7 in ancient times. That cursed sharp mind, strong memory, and vivid imagination made Jiang Chang'an want to cry. Now what should she do? Li Shushan helped Jiang Chang'an up and immediately checked her back of the head. He found a bump and felt relieved. No bleeding, so she should be fine? In her past life, she had died after bleeding all over the ground. As for the silly girl's words about having something wrong, Li Shushan didn't pay much attention. She was only 7 and still a little fool. What did she know? Now, Zhang Linger's eyes looked clearer. Was it his illusion? Li Shushan thought again about his own situation, the lightning and thunder, and his eyes flickered. In the end, he didn't say much. He was simply brought back to his 7th year by that lightning. Others might have experienced the same. Sudden thunderclap, startling many animals, and the noisy streets suddenly became chaotic. Meanwhile, the old water buffalo was still panicked and running wildly. "Big bull, stop! Quickly stop!" The driver tried his best, but couldn't pull the rope tied to the bull's head. The cart was still shaking violently. People on the street hurriedly fled. "Hold the cart tight. You must hold the cart tight." The old man was also panicked, repeatedly shouting. His once smooth beard was now tangled and knotted. He held the cart with one hand and protected the child close to him. If they fell from the cart, it could mean losing an arm or a leg.
"Wow.
"Sir."
I'm scared."
"Sir." Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an fell down. "Sir, the cart is going to hit someone." The old gentleman. "I am also afraid." Alas, it's true that a scholar is often useless. Why didn't he use some skill to stop the oxen? Or at least know some carpentry to force the cart to stop? It wasn't only the old water buffalo that was frightened. Other carriages, horses, and a large group of people were also panicked. This was the Tiger Power Agency, the largest and most respected old agency in Chang County. At this moment, the banners that once fluttered proudly had fallen to the ground. The yellow banners with black characters displayed the words and Tiger Power, now trampled underfoot in the chaos. 4 tall horses were controlled by 4 strong middle-aged men, stamping in circles on the spot. 10 large carts, full of goods, were swayed and tilted as the horses reared. The drivers and footmen, trying to calm the horses or protect the carts, caused a messy scene that blocked an entire street. Suddenly, a mad cow dragged a broken cart and charged straight toward them. The guards stared in shock, shouting, "Stop that crazy cow." The goods on the cart couldn't be damaged. Otherwise, the Wei Yuan agency would be finished. The guards, who hadn't yet secured the carts, turned around and rushed forward, risking their lives to stop the mad cow. But the furious cow pushed them aside one by one. It was hopeless. Just as the mad cow was about to crash into the goods, there was a sudden click, and the cart miraculously stopped. No matter how strong or wild the cow was, it couldn't drag the cart any further and stopped just in front of the carriage. What was happening? Click, 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 click. After a series of crisp sounds, not only the cart, but also the horse-drawn carriage stopped steadily. The fleeing pedestrians paused and then saw two children standing there, each holding a handful of small stones. Could these two small children have prevented a disaster? It was simply unbelievable.
Done.
Jiang Chang'an threw away the small stones, clapped his hands, but his movement was too big and pulled at his back wound.
Oh.
It hurts so much. So, one shouldn't get too proud or careless. Now, it's a lesson learned from happiness turning into sorrow. You're a girl. Can't you be more graceful? Such an unladylike groan. Could a young lady make that in public? Li Shushan's mouth twitched. This girl didn't know which old monster had possessed her, because just a small stone was enough to stop such a large wheel from turning. Once the wheels stop turning, the weight of the cart becomes very real. The ox finds it hard to pull, and after struggling for a long time, it gets tired. The driver keeps controlling the cart, so eventually, it comes to a stop. This requires a clever trick. Only someone who understands the mechanism well would know where to place the stones to make it work properly. At first, Jiang Chang'an explained, Li Shushan didn't believe her. But when she randomly threw a stone, and it successfully got stuck to stop the ox cart, Li Shushan finally understood and also stopped his horse carriage. Now he realizes that Jiang Chang'an has an old, powerful spirit living inside her, like a big demon. I hurt, she said, almost crying. She was in so much pain that she didn't care about being polite or graceful. Maybe she should cry a little, since she is still a child. No matter if it's modern or ancient times, this body is very afraid of pain. Jiang Chang'an pouted her little mouth, looking very pitiful. Li Shushan thought, this must be a small demon, like a real child who can cry whenever she wants. But could an old lady really give up her dignity and do that? The answer is no. This girl is really hard to deal with. Shushan Chang'an, are you both okay? It was such good news that the old teacher almost cried with happiness. His body was trembling and almost falling apart, but two young students helped him walk over to Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an. Sir,
We're fine.
are you okay? Li Shushan asked with concern, and both of them bowed politely to the old man. Good, good, good. As long as you're fine. Shushan, when did you learn this mechanism technique? How did you make the cart stop like that? Master Song had just been lamenting that he had no woodworking skills. He had all the knowledge, but couldn't stop the ox cart. He was worried he might die today. But his student surprised him greatly. The two little kids fell from the cart without injury, and then, miraculously, all the cart stopped. It was amazing. Li Shushan, from a wealthy family and spoiled, was usually mischievous. He liked teasing his teacher, bullying classmates, neglecting his studies, and never reading his books properly. He was a little troublemaker everyone disliked. But perhaps he had secretly studied the mechanism technique, truly hiding his talents well.
Sir, it wasn't me.
It was Chang'an's idea, he said. How is that possible? The students all shouted in disbelief. Are fools really that clever? Have they gone crazy? Master Song was shocked, but Li Shushan didn't seem like he was lying. A plan from Chang'an? Jiang Chang'an looked confused. Still the same little fool from the Jiang family, right? My grandpa is a carpenter. That's easy to explain. Her grandpa is impressive. He claims to be a direct descendant of Luban, the famous craftsman. Jiang Chang'an believed this and deeply admired her grandfather, who was a small old man dedicated to making fine work. But to outsiders, Jiang Chang'an still looked a bit silly, though she was obedient. Master Song twitched his mouth. Don't talk about your grandpa. Yes, he's an old carpenter, but the tables and chairs he made for the school are all uneven and look like they have a limp.
How can the teacher believe that?
Master Song and others didn't believe, but others did. This young girl is very talented. She easily solved a crisis. I admire her. The man was tall and strong, full of muscle, giving off a powerful vibe. He was the head of the Tiger Power Agency, surnamed Wang. The girl came up with the idea, but Wang could see clearly that the one who made the move was the little boy beside her. The boy must be skilled, or he wouldn't have such good aim. If he wasn't accurate, he couldn't have hit the target precisely, and the cart wouldn't have stopped. So Wang said, "Old master has two good students."
Ah, you're flattering me.
The kids are still young. They don't deserve such praise. I might get proud, said Song, adjusting his long beard, his head held high in a proud pose. Haha, well then, both young students really helped my Tiger Power agency. Here's 2 taels of silver. Let the kids use it to treat their wounds. People in the martial world are always alert, watching carefully with their eyes and ears. Wang was especially attentive and noticed that Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan both had injuries. Their clothes were torn, and blood was seeping out. They probably came from a rural school, and money was tight. Sure enough, Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up. She was no longer dazed. Great people. They could help her. Thank you, uncle. Afraid that Master Song might refuse, Jiang Chang'an quickly took the money from Wang, but she only took 1 piece. Some scholars are very proud. They often refuse to accept charity, right? But she needed to see their wounds, and her old Jiang family probably didn't have this money. Jiang Chang'an took it, and Li Shushan naturally also took it. Since it was earned through hard work, why not take it? Even if they weren't short of money, they would still take it. Master Song's mouth twitched again. He didn't say not to take it. Why are you in such a hurry? Thank you, brave one. The child indeed needs money. Head Biao Wang cupped his hands in greeting and wanted to be polite, but it didn't work because a quarrel broke out on his team. That's it. The furniture is broken. You must compensate. A sharp voice shattered the calm. The word compensation made the burly Head Biao Wang tremble all over. His face immediately turned ugly, and he quickly turned to walk away toward his team. Onlookers around gasped, clearly seeing that the Tiger Wei Biao Bureau was in serious trouble. I heard that this time, the Tiger Wei Biao Bureau returned from Wuzhou Prefecture specifically to bring wedding dowry for the county magistrate's daughter, said the gossipers, turning into well-informed insiders, sharing the latest news eagerly.
Oh.
Was it the eldest son of the Bai landlord family marrying the county magistrate's daughter? The one rumored to have a wealthy outsider as a second young lady?
Exactly.
Not only is the bride of noble status, but her dowry is also 1 in a million. All the furniture was carved personally by Master Qingyang. It's said to include a lucky cloud bed, a koi fish cabinet, and floral bird tables and chairs, all made from rare red sandalwood, worth over 10,000 silver taels.
Wow.
The Bai family ancestors must be thrilled. Their luck is truly excellent. But Head Biao Wang's bad luck is that he damaged such precious furniture. Doesn't that mean he might have to bankrupt himself to pay for it? Among all of Wuzhou Prefecture, only the famous Qinjiangzi is known to work with such rare red sandalwood. It's said his carvings of birds and sparrows look like they can fly, so delicate. Everyone's eyes were eagerly fixed on the scattered furniture pieces, hoping to see the flying wooden birds. Of course, they only saw some shiny, colorful parts and nothing more. They didn't dare get too close, afraid something unexpected might happen and they'd get involved. Such treasures are not something ordinary people can afford to pay for. So, those farther away couldn't really see what was going on, only noticing some parts gleaming with gold. What's going on? Head Biao Wang asked grimly. Because of your poor protection, the bed parts broke and can't be repaired or assembled. Head Biao Wang, what do you suggest we do? Asked a tall, thin man in blue. This man was Master Qingyang's disciple, overseeing the furniture and also the installer of this batch of furniture. He originally wanted to rely on Master Installer's bed to make a name for himself, but he didn't expect such an accident. If it's not handled well, he won't just fail to gain fame, he might even be punished by the county magistrate. Truly, he's extremely unlucky. Captain Wang turned to look and indeed saw some furniture parts with chipped paint and small broken teeth. It looks like only minor damage. Do you think it can be repaired? As soon as he said this, the installer immediately got angry, thinking Captain Wang looked down on their carpenters. It can't be fixed. Carpentry is difficult and complicated, hard to understand. Even if a joint is slightly damaged or a piece is missing, the furniture can't be assembled properly. Captain Wang has traveled all over and shouldn't lack this basic knowledge. When the paint was damaged, no one could match the exact color. More importantly, the tenon was broken. Can you just glue it back? Without these parts, the entire bed can't be assembled. Hearing this, the guards instantly became worried. What should we do? This is the bride's dowry bed for the county magistrate's daughter. She's getting married in 2 days, but now the bed is broken? Who can stop the young lady from marrying? Or better yet, who would refuse to let her marry? This bed was crafted by my master, Kinjiangzi, over 2 years with great care. The clouds on it are even made of gold-colored material. Not everyone has this skill. The expensive wood, bright paint, delicate carvings, all are my master's expertise. There's no second bed like this in all of Lichang County. Moreover, it takes 6 days to travel from Lichang County to Wuzhou Prefecture. Even if I send it to my master for repairs, it's too late. Captain Wang hoped to delay the bride's wedding or buy a new bed worth 10,000 taels of silver, but the installer sneered sarcastically, showing some glee at their misfortune, completely forgetting their original goal of making a name through assembly. Captain Wang's face turned pale. They were just a few steps away from delivering the goods to the magistrate, but now such a mistake happened. It all seemed suspicious. 10,000 taels of silver. The Tiger Mite Agency has been in Lichang County for decades, and they probably can't afford the loss. But what if the magistrate refuses? Rumors say the magistrate supports a new agency, and the second-in-command gets a share of the profits. Could this be a scheme between the magistrate and the installer? Captain Wang stared at the installer, his expression dark and unreadable. Their agency has business routes and some reputation in the martial world, but the magistrate has been in Lichang County for 10 years and is known for being ruthless. Captain Wang was in a difficult position. If necessary, he was prepared to fight the magistrate to the end. Just then, a childish voice broke the tense atmosphere, saying, "I can fix it." Everyone turned to look and saw the young girl who had helped park earlier. Her expression was back to being blank and silly. This looked very childish and unbelievable. Fixing the wheel was a delicate task, not something a simple repair person could do. "Chang'an, don't be silly," Mr. Song said, pulling Jiang Chang'an back. The silly girl was willing to risk herself for just a few silver coins, which was so naive. She probably didn't realize that her actions might offend the local magistrate, a cunning and fierce man, not a kind official. "Sir, I can fix it. My grandfather was a carpenter," said the girl, claiming to be the 102nd generation of the Luban family, confident in her skills. Mr. Song sighed, shaking his head. "Child, your blind admiration is not good. Your grandfather was only a half-skilled carpenter. He only knew 6 of the 7 woodworking skills, and one he didn't understand at all. Ridiculous. Even if your grandfather personally tried, he couldn't fix my master's craftsmanship, let alone you. You're dreaming. If you ruin the parts, will you pay for it?" He had never heard of a better carpenter in Wuzhou Prefecture than his master. The installer looked at her with disdain. Not only the installer, but the crowd also thought the young girl was crazy. At this moment, someone said, "There are always better people outside the mountains and talented people outside the mountains. Zhang's craftsmanship may be good or not, but I have seen Chang'an's carvings. They are exquisite. Li Shushan, or rather, I've only seen her awkward wooden toys. But if this Chang'an is not the same Chang'an, the worst has already happened, so why not let Jiang Chang'an try?" Also, Mr. Song was a hidden master, and with him watching, there was nothing to fear. Li Shushan stood with his hands behind his back and said confidently, giving the impression that he believed in her. Mr. Song rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. The school had the silliest and most mischievous children, all pretending to be experts and fooling others. He wasn't teaching like this. He was a serious teacher, but somehow he had raised such mischievous students, and he felt guilty. Just as he was about to stop her, Head Biao spoke, "I trust the young master's skills. Please go ahead." He had already prepared for the worst, and the girl's earlier help with parking showed she had some skill. If she could really fix it, that would be wonderful. Head Biao decided to support her. Great Biao Head? The bodyguards were anxious, thinking, how could they trust a 7-year-old girl? Head of the guards waved his hand and snorted, the Tiger Power Agency isn't finished yet. There are many strange and talented people in the world. The repairman sneered, then please go ahead, little master. This naive girl was determined to break the parts, which was just perfect. Master Song shook his head helplessly. If the child wanted to try, let her. She would learn her lesson after hitting a wall. Jiang Chang'an had already examined all the damaged wooden parts the repairman had laid out. She knew exactly what was broken, otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken. She thought that the strange lightning was caused by her, so she should take responsibility. Also, head of the guards paid her to treat her injuries. She was a guest and a good person, so she should help if she could. But Jiang Chang'an was surprised that Li Shushan, this little kid, had a clever idea. He risked his life to save her, and even said her craftsmanship was superb. That was a bold boast, so exaggerated that even an old bull couldn't match it. He was a strange little kid, but he had some talent. The repairman carefully laid out the broken parts on a cart, even picking out those with slight paint scratches from transportation. He arranged them in a big formation, clearly trying to make things difficult for Jiang Chang'an. When the work started, Jiang Chang'an's attitude became very serious. She focused completely, without any hesitation or fear. Master Song nodded with satisfaction. Her single-mindedness was a good thing. She could concentrate on one task, and other distractions couldn't bother her. People like her often do things well. The furniture parts had 6 small areas with paint scratches and 4 with broken tenons of varying degrees. No wonder the repairman said it was impossible. The paint had no recipe to follow, and the tenons were only thumb-sized with uneven cuts. In ancient times, there were no iron nails or glue, so they couldn't be repaired. Without tenons, the parts couldn't connect properly. The structure wouldn't be stable, so the furniture couldn't be assembled. But the shape could be changed. As long as she had a knife, there was no wood she couldn't cut through. Qingyang used triangular tenons, but she could carve them into fan-shaped shoulder tenons. Just add a groove in the middle and move the tenon inward, easy. Chisels and small gouges. Jiang Chang'an reached out to the repairman with her small hand. Using a knife to thoroughly damage the furniture parts was a good idea. The repairman could then easily shift the blame. He smiled maliciously, please, feigning respect. The onlookers were excited. Really going to use a knife? A young girl with blonde hair can't possibly have master-level skills. Why doesn't her teacher advise her? Even her classmates from Jiang Chang'an's school don't think highly of her. Has this fool been struck by lightning and gone crazy? The teacher doesn't seem to care. Mr. Song feels very comfortable, though he wishes his leg didn't hurt so much. He doesn't really expect the child to solve the problem. He just wants Jiang Chang'an to understand that one should know their limits. Li Shushan watches Jiang Chang'an carefully, with deep eyes. The installation master gives Jiang Chang'an a toolbox, but the tools inside are very simple, no pencils or rulers, even the basic ones. Is this a test of her eyesight? This question is quite difficult. She has ideas but no tools. Just as Jiang Chang'an is about to try a different approach, ding, the certificate system has finished downloading. Would you like to activate the advanced woodworking certificate? Suddenly, a mechanical voice appears in her mind, startling Jiang Chang'an. Activate?
What is that?
Then, a screen like a computer appears out of nowhere in front of her. Jiang Chang'an looks around nervously. The people nearby seem unaffected. Only she can see it, right? Would you like to activate the measuring device? The mechanical voice asks again. Isn't that exactly what she needs? Yes, Jiang Chang'an answers eagerly. As soon as she agrees, the page that previously showed 100 engineering certificates switches to the advanced woodworking certificate. Opening the woodworking certificate, she sees various old-fashioned woodworking tools, wood material data, and design diagrams of furniture. The scene quickly shifts, and a measuring device appears, with scales and structural details. Is this technology too advanced? Jiang Chang'an can't hide her excitement. She focuses on the wood she was about to work on. Suddenly, the structural ruler flies up and wraps around the wood. In the next moment, The dimensions, length, width, height, appear as a schematic diagram on the wood. No paint or pen needed, just staring at it turns into a structural diagram. It also shows the material name, growth environment, and characteristics of the wood.
Wow.
Jiang Chang'an can't help but exclaim. Who invented such a magical tool? She kneels in gratitude. If she had had this kind of tool in her previous life, she wouldn't have died suddenly. It's over. The little fool has truly gone crazy. Being this excited, she definitely won't be able to fix anything. Woodworking is a skilled craft, not something anyone can learn easily. Chang'an, if it's too much, just take a step back. Don't scare the kid into being stunned or drooling. In the past, Jiang Chang'an often appeared dazed and didn't like to talk much, but sometimes she behaved like a normal person. People called this lack of spirit. Before Song Fuzi finished speaking, Jiang Chang'an acted. Without measuring, she directly started working with the tools. It was obvious she was inexperienced, which made the installer feel relieved. Finally, he wouldn't have to take responsibility anymore. He also predicted that the county magistrate would punish Jiang Chang'an severely. But was the chisel she used so sharp after not being sharpened for a long time? Usually, it took a lot of effort to use it, but in her hands it was effortless, cutting through hardwood like slicing tofu. Jiang Chang'an was already very restrained, pretending to work slowly, but in fact, she was using the chisel from her certificate. She didn't need to exert much effort and easily carved a groove into the wood.
Cough.
She couldn't let her hand shake. The benefits of time travel and rebirth are incredible, but the most important thing is to keep her cover. Safety comes first.
Wow.
Is Chang'an very strong? Song Fuzi asked suspiciously. Very strong. She often flips us over and beats us, she admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed but unable to deny it. Li Shushan also sighed, remembering how they used to bully the naive girl, only to be beaten back and even pushed harder each time, especially him, growing more courageous with each attempt. That explained how Jiang Chang'an could cut through hardwood as if it were soft tofu. Soon, Jiang Chang'an finished carving 4 grooves, then adjusted the tenon joints, making the shapes more delicate and attractive than before. The installer watched in amazement. The parts looked surprisingly well-sized. How did she do it? A bad feeling crept into his mind. Soon, the 4 new tenon joints were finished. Jiang Chang'an directly inserted them into the grooves. It's stable now.
Wow.
It's assembled. Oh my god. The girl really did it? Ha ha ha. It's solid. It's a success. Uncle will have to thank his little niece properly. It was actually quite simple. Seeing a young girl easily fix it, the installer had boasted earlier that no one else could do it. Humph. Face slapped. It was a total comeback, like a tornado hitting hard. You assembled it without painting? That's not proper. And what about the paint chips? The prestigious daughter of a wealthy family, her dowry, had paint chips that looked like patches of dog fur. Would she accept that? She had spent a lot of money to buy it, and the installer raised a new issue. Everyone looked at Jiang Chang'an eagerly, full of hope. I'll try, Jiang Chang'an said, rubbing her chin like a little adult. She remembered that the installer's tools contained paint, just in different colors, so she adjusted it. When the installer saw Jiang Chang'an take his paint, his heart skipped a beat. That was a failed product he had secretly made. Surely, the little girl wouldn't just use it directly? The most important part of mixing paint is the proportions of different colors. No matter how much of each color is added, it's impossible to get the exact shade without proper measurement. But there was a dropper in the certificate, so Jiang Chang'an could handle this easily. Everyone watched as the girl casually fiddled with the paint and quickly mixed it. Then she drew on a piece of paper. TSK. It's not the same at all. The installer sneered contemptuously. If she could just mix paint randomly and get it right, he would already be a master. Jiang Chang'an ignored others' opinions. She looked around, then suddenly ran to a flower pot outside a shop and grabbed a handful of soil. Is this a pretend game? The installer got angry. Was this little girl fooling everyone? Wang Biaodou and Mr. Song also frowned but didn't stop her. They believed she wouldn't be so reckless. Jiang Chang'an poured some yellow soil into a cup. The originally light yellow color turned into a dull earth yellow, but it was still different from the paint on the wood. She didn't care. She directly applied the paint to the furniture parts and brushed it several times. The paint still isn't the same. The installer almost lost his temper. He had hoped to learn from the girl, but Jiang Chang'an held out her hand to Wang Biaodou. I want fire. Wang Biaodou's heart skipped a beat. Was she about to do something dangerous? Should he just let it burn? But he still signaled his subordinates to follow orders. Humph. You want to use an open flame directly? Or maybe boil it with water first? The installer sarcastically commented, as if she was playing house and cooking. Paint needs to be dried in a warm, dry kiln. Using an open flame to heat the wood would produce black smoke. Jiang Chang'an used fire from a distance to dry the paint. Gradually, the newly added color looked more and more like the original paint, until they matched perfectly. Is this even possible? The installers stared in shock. Good. Wang Biaodou and the other guards cheered loudly. But Jiang Chang'an suddenly brought the fire closer to the surface to dry it.
Hey.
The installer wanted to stop her, but it was too late. You? It was clear she intentionally burned a small spot.
Huh.
The finishing touch. Brilliant. Mr. Song suddenly praised. Everyone looked carefully, and sure enough, with that black spot, the original painted pattern seemed to come alive. It's alive. Oh my God. The clouds are alive. The flowers and grass are alive too. The onlookers gasped in surprise. What? I've only heard that animals are alive, but now even clouds and flowers are alive? That's unbelievable. Hearing the astonishment of the guards, the crowd grew eager. Really? That's so amazing. Let's go see. People quickly surged forward, all eager to witness the strange wooden carvings. The scene became even more chaotic. The guards were startled but reacted quickly, surrounding and protecting the goods tightly. Suddenly, a loud, shrill gong sounded, successfully stopping the crowd. Everyone stay back. Don't get close to our goods, or don't blame us for being rude. It looked like the Tiger Power Agency's problem was about to be resolved, but they couldn't let anyone with bad intentions sneak in and harm the furniture again. The second-in-command saw the boss's look and immediately started making plans. They were well-trained. This was the skill and experience of a seasoned agency with decades of history. Jiang Chang'an was protected in the middle, looking stunned. She was worried about a stampede. With her small arms and legs, stepping on the ground could make a loud, and she'd be done for. She nervously clutched Li Shushan's sleeve. Was she showing off too much? Showing her skills as soon as she arrived? What if she got caught in a black bag? Was it too late to pretend to be naive now? She knew that what surpasses the forest, and the arrow that sticks out gets shot. Who knew if someone might secretly kidnap her or force her to become a tool for making money? After all, in the relatively peaceful modern times, she had been kidnapped multiple times. If her bodyguards hadn't been so capable, she might have been taken to be a test subject. She had a sharp mind, after all. But if she didn't stop the installer's mouth in front of everyone, what if someone found fault with her? What if the county magistrate, the buyer, asked questions because of her mistakes? Oh, she had no choice. It wasn't out of pride or curiosity, really. Jiang Chang'an pretended to be dazed to hide her small sense of pride. Don't be afraid. Suddenly, a gentle voice comforted her, and her small hand was held in someone's warm grip. Miraculously, Jiang Chang'an felt calm inside. She was comforted by a little kid?
Oh.
That's incredible. Little niece, don't be scared. Uncle will protect you. Let's take another look at these parts. Are they fixed now? The tall, strong leader spoke softly, worried about frightening the young girl in front of him, forgetting how to handle her properly. He has never been this gentle with his wife in his life, but who can blame him? This little girl is a talented expert who can save their tiger might agency.
Ah.
Oh, I still need to apply a second coat of varnish. Otherwise, the color of the smoked tobacco area will fade. Jiang Chang'an carefully brushed on another layer of paint and then used a torch to dry it.
Done.
Jiang Chang'an said, but this time she didn't clap her hands proudly because it would hurt her back wound. The installer looked at the repaired parts with eager eyes, carefully examining each one. They were definitely more stable and refined than those made by his master, especially the coloring technique. It seemed he had learned some tricks. Not bad, it's truly fixed. After speaking, the installer assembled the parts and then waved to the crowd around him. It looks so lifelike. Everyone take a look. The installer smiled with a different kind of joy.
Wow.
It's so realistic. There are shadows of clouds and flowers, as if they're moving. Amazing! Are those shadows created by burning with fire? I didn't expect such an effect. So magical. The crowd watching eagerly tiptoed to get a better look, finally able to enjoy the spectacle, and they began to discuss and praise highly. Yes, little girl, your amazing skills. Where did you learn them? I've never heard of a master more skilled than my master in Wuzhou Prefecture. Did you perhaps steal the blueprints? The installer chuckled happily, doubting that the girl's grandfather could have such craftsmanship. Maybe she had just picked up some diagrams. Could he take those blueprints for himself? Once he learned from them, he could share the Wuzhou market with Master Qingyang and become famous across the land. After all, even a little girl with yellow hair can learn this. If he's a seasoned carpenter, he must be even better, right? The installer imagined himself already collecting countless gold ingots. Jiang Chang'an seemed unaware of the installer's plans. She looked very proud because someone was sending her a pillow when she was sleepy. She felt she could be a little proud. I didn't steal it. An old beggar gave me this wooden toy because I gave him a big bun. He also taught me how to paint the Buddha's figure. It's very valuable. Oh, she accidentally revealed the truth, quickly covering her mouth. She couldn't say more because it was all a lie. Gold-colored paint is very valuable, but the muddy gold color can only be considered usable. Clearly, the old beggar was just fooling children with a little trick. Wooden toy? No blueprints? The installer didn't believe it. Yes, it's just like this corner. I assemble and disassemble it every day. It's so fun. Jiang Chang was installing the repaired furniture parts. She played with them so much that making such modifications didn't seem difficult for her. Since the Jiang family also had a part-time carpenter, Jiang Chang'an could easily accidentally fix the wooden corners, helping the Tiger Warlord Agency out of their urgent trouble. The installer was stunned and couldn't believe the result was so simple, impossible. Enough. No matter how you did it, the furniture is fixed now. The installer should stop fussing, or else the responsibility for poor protection won't only fall on the Tiger Warlord Agency. We should all thank this young helper. Don't you agree? Said a veteran, with a commanding tone. The installer shrank back and reluctantly closed his mouth. Otherwise, the old master would have torn him apart. Thank you, young helper. Whether or not you know carpentry, helping our Tiger Warlord Agency is a fact, and this is your reward. The head of after speaking, took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Jiang Chang'an, causing gasps among the crowd. Oh my, this young girl was so lucky. She earned enough money in just a little play to support a normal family for 2 years. Jiang Chang'an stared blankly at the head of as if stunned. But, brother, it's actually not very appropriate because that lightning was brought by her. She was just cleaning up afterward. Old sir, please accept it for her, said the leader, handing the 10 taels of silver to Master Song. Haha, many thanks to the brave warrior, Master Song said with a smile, taking the silver. He made sure the money was exchanged for goods and kept his distance from the Tiger Warlord Agency to avoid trouble with the local officials. Master Song knew very well that if the agency wasn't desperate, they wouldn't have let Jiang Chang'an, a child, handle those pieces of furniture. It was a last-ditch effort, showing that the relationship between the two sides wasn't friendly. So it was best for ordinary people like them not to get involved with either side. Ordinary folks only need simple and straightforward relationships. Master Song stroked his long, messy beard and looked at Jiang Chang'an with kindness. The little girl knew how to hide her skills. Very good, very good. The leader nodded in understanding and turned to his men. Brothers, move quickly and carefully. We'll be done with this soon.
Yes.
Head of they responded in unison, sounding strong and organized, like a mighty army. No wonder they were so formidable. Soon, the agency's carts were packed up and set out again in a grand procession. The heavy goods pressed the wheels onto the cobblestone road, making a creaking sound, just like at the beginning, peaceful and calm. Once the large carts left, the road gradually became clearer. However, the story of today's amazing event was still being talked about excitedly by everyone. We should go too. The real test for you has just begun, said Master Song, his words like cold water splashing on the still dazed students.
Ah,
The students immediately started to complain. Why are there so many tests in life? They weren't as clever as Li Shushan, nor as lucky as Jiang Chang'an. What should they do? Yes, today was the day for all the local children to take their exams in Chang County. These were children who had studied for 3 years and officially registered in school. Teacher, do we really have to see the officials? Before they even arrived, Zhang Zuji was trembling with nervousness. He really wanted to go back home. What should he do? They heard that officials could be very strict and like to hit people with sticks. Not everyone was as gentle as Master Song, who didn't hit students on the palms. Yes, go. Don't be afraid.
just do your best.
I will stay with you, said Master Song. He had only run a private school in Shanshang village for 5 years. This was his first time leading students out for an exam. The Great Chong dynasty valued talent highly. Every 2 years, officials from the capital would come down to check on local students' progress. The timing was irregular, and the officials changed often. These inspections helped reduce cheating during exams and also allowed talented students who had been overlooked to be discovered. For example, a student who usually performed poorly might excel in the exam, or a student who usually did well might suddenly disappear from the top ranks. Could there be cheating involved? These issues were closely watched by the officials. So, today's exam was very important for Shanshang Private School, which was new and making its first appearance. But Master Song was quite relaxed because he didn't follow traditional teaching methods. Even though his students had studied with him for 3 or 5 years, they were still learning basic literacy, playing, and forming their core values. In other private schools, students already started studying the 4 books, and in a year or 2, they could finish the 5 classics and prepare for the imperial exam. Traditional exams were tough, and the chances of Shanshang private school students passing were low. Since they could already guess the outcome, there was no need to worry. There is a saying called slow accumulation leads to sudden success. Continuing to learn in this knowledgeable way, these children's future achievements will be limitless. The exam is in the afternoon, but it takes about an hour from Shanshang village to the county seat. So, Master Song hired the biggest ox cart in the village early in the morning, loaded with more than 10 students, and set out early. However, some more eager students had already gone ahead by riding their own horse-drawn carriages to the exam site. The students riding the ox cart, unfortunately, had to stay with the teacher all along. They complained, "Teacher, don't you know this will make us feel more pressure?" Zhang Zhuzi suddenly looked downcast. He returned all the books he had learned from to the teacher. Even if the teacher was present, he couldn't cheat. "Jiang Chang'an, are you afraid?" She was the youngest student in the village school and a girl, so she should be more afraid. Jiang Chang'an turned her head mechanically and looked at Zhang Zhuzi beside her. Oh, the boy from the hunting family. He was usually brave and kind. At least he hadn't bullied her. "I am afraid," Jiang Chang'an said blankly, but she didn't seem scared at all. In the Great Chong dynasty, because the founding emperor was a woman, the empress promoted gender equality. Women could go to school, do business, register households, go to court, and hold official positions, competing fairly with men. This tradition had lasted for over 100 years, but very few women actually became officials and achieved success in the court because few families dedicated themselves to training a girl. Women were considered a financial burden. Their final fate was often to marry someone else. This was the traditional thinking of society. So, who would be so foolish as to invest resources in a daughter who would eventually marry out? Helping other families train talent was one thing, but ultimately competing with men reduced their own opportunities. Therefore, women who wanted to be strong and ambitious often faced discrimination and suppression from most men. Truly enlightened men were rare. Women's social status was relatively low, but society was somewhat open. At least, women didn't have to bind their feet, and men and women weren't heavily guarded. Women could often go out and do things if they weren't afraid of being bullied by men. Moreover, many wealthy families, for the sake of appearances or better matchmaking, were very willing to send their daughters to school. For example, the county magistrate's daughter and the young master-by, who was a childhood friend, were childhood sweethearts and classmates. Since ancient times, the union of a wealthy girl and a talented young man was considered a beautiful story, admired by many others. Without saying much, the school is definitely the best place for matchmaking. Over the years, you can see a person's character and future prospects, and you can tell what is good or bad. Therefore, families with a little money send their daughters to school, hoping to find a suitable husband. Of course, Jiang Chang'an went to school not to find a partner, and her family didn't have much money. Her father forced her into the school, paying only half the tuition and skipping the rest. First, to see if she could recover from her foolishness. Second, because once she was at school, she wouldn't need someone to constantly watch over her. With learned teachers around, she might even absorb some of their gentle elegance. It was cheap and convenient. This method proved effective. Other children with similar issues either had crooked mouths or would go crazy and hit people. But Jiang Chang'an was different. She was just quiet and calm as long as no one bothered her. She could stay peacefully all day. Yet, today, this simple girl surprisingly earned 11 taels of silver. Everyone was stunned. Now, her classmates on the carriage are starting to doubt. Could she really be foolish? Jiang Chang'an, how many lessons can you recite? Shin Fugue's family runs a grocery store in the village. They're not very rich, but they can still afford meat sometimes. That little chubby boy is quite enviable. Many, she replied, too many to count. Although Jiang Chang'an is a science student, she loves reading and has a sharp mind. She remembers everything she reads, and with a few repetitions, she can memorize it. But now isn't the time to discuss that. Teacher, I hurt, she said, feeling a burning pain behind her.
Can she please tend to her wound first?
In this hot summer, wounds are very prone to infection and pus. It could be life-threatening. The medical conditions here are poor, after all, in ancient times. Hearing Jiang Chang'an cry out in pain, Li Shushan immediately became nervous. Teacher, there's a clinic ahead. Shall we go and see? Although her body might have been replaced, if her flesh is too damaged, no matter how strong her soul is, it's useless. She had died in her past life. Li Shushan's injuries are worse than Jiang Chang'an's, but right now, his entire focus is on her. Master Song nodded in agreement. The time wasn't late, and he himself needed to see a doctor. Let's go, let's go. The teacher is willing. He is quite an open-minded teacher. The old man herded the ox cart slowly to the front of the medical clinic. The students all got off the cart. They were all simple rural children. At that time, no one fell off the cart like Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan, so they were fine. But they all wanted to go inside and look around. For people from the countryside, who rarely went to the city, every place in the town was attractive. Especially Shin Das-hun, whose father was a rural healer, and he himself had been learning medicine from his father for many years. Deep inside, he was full of passion and hope for medical skills. His favorite place was the clinic, where there were many herbs and the smell of medicine. However, as soon as they entered the main hall, two young assistants hurried over. Hey, stop. What are so many of you doing here? The clinic assistants unkindly stretched out their arms to block the group trying to enter. The leader, Master Song, politely bowed and said, kindly, young man, my students and I have fallen and hurt ourselves. We want to come in and see a doctor. Unexpectedly, the two assistants exchanged meaningful glances and smiled knowingly. Oh, fallen and hurt? No need to look. Who knows what bad things you've done? We won't treat people like you, or it would be helping evil. Surprisingly, the assistant used a vivid idiom. Exactly. You say you're students and a teacher, so that's enough? You say you're hurt, so that's enough? Who knows if you were stealing chickens or getting beaten up? Humph. These days, there are many liars. Another assistant also looked disgusted. Yes, hurry up and leave, or we'll report you to the authorities. The clinic assistant's attitude was very rude, lacking even basic respect, because they immediately saw that the group was ordinary and simple. Master Song wore plain gray robes, very simple. The students' uniforms issued by the government were new, but their shoes were not. Jiang Chang'an's shoes were patched and worn out, and Zhang Zuji's shoes had 2 holes, making it easy to see their status. They looked more like beggars. Master Song stroked his long beard and looked inside the hall. The shopkeeper and the doctor sitting at the counter looked bored, clearly enjoying the show. They seemed fearless, and it was obvious what was going on. Malicious competition is common everywhere in the Song dynasty. However, the local customs in Chang County are especially bad. People openly and fearlessly do wrong, showing that local officials often act without restraint. "Children, let's go," Master Song said without hesitation, turning around quickly. This surprised everyone in the clinic. Did they really give up? Not even trying to argue or scold. They had prepared many words and plans for confrontation. After all, they had experienced several disputes before. "Teacher?" Shen Das-hun asked, confused. He was 13, the oldest child in the village school, and had become quite sensible. But he didn't understand why a clinic would make things difficult for patients seeking help. Shouldn't doctors focus on saving lives and healing? At this moment, Master Song had already stepped out of the clinic and boldly said, "They're being influenced by someone behind the scenes. It must be organized, or else a clinic wouldn't block others just to give their own children more chances to succeed. But such efforts are too small and unnecessary."
Why?
Shen Das-hun asked. Why would anyone stop others from seeking medical help? Isn't that harmful and dangerous? And as a doctor, why would they ignore someone in need? Jiang Chang'an also wanted to know why this clinic behaved this way. Is it just this one, or do all clinics in Chang County do the same? Is it just today? Or is this happening every day? Do they have conflicts with the village school or other clinics? It's troubling. Perhaps they're just causing trouble for others, and it's not just about helping but about making things difficult. Good question. Let me tell you about today's assessment. The road to success in the imperial exams has always been fierce and brutal. To become a top scholar is very difficult. If you're careless, you could fall into ruin and even risk your life. Many people try to sabotage others before exams, hoping to eliminate some competitors early on. During the exam, there are also traps and cheating, and after grading, there might be unfair practices. If injured students are not treated, they might perform poorly because of illness, which benefits their rivals. From what the people just said, some injured students probably came seeking help but were turned away. These injuries weren't accidental. They were likely caused by traps or deliberate harm, all aimed at keeping competitors away from the exam. Next, we don't know what traps are waiting for us, and all we can do is stay united and be careful. Without friendship among classmates, it's very hard for someone to go from the exam room into official positions alone. Children, are you afraid? This isn't Teacher Song trying to scare them. He just wants the kids to be aware, to recognize traps, and to become stronger and braver through challenges. Usually, those who are overly protected find it hard to grow and may become twisted or dark when faced with sudden setbacks. His words made the young students feel confused. What's going on? It's unfair that even reading books can get you into trouble. The world is often harsh. Jiang Chang'an looked up at the sky in silence and muttered, "It's unnecessary."
Li Shushen Shuklat Shufli.
The young boy already showed some charm and confidence. Exactly. Not even a little fool is safe. That's too brave. It's not just the fool. Most of the students in their mountain school aren't very competitive. Jiang Chang'an really wanted to scold him to death. Making fun of a fool as a hero? How much longer can he tolerate it? But now, she could only stay quiet. She knew danger was everywhere and being too clever wasn't good. She shyly moved closer to Teacher Song, looking lonely and upset, angry but unable to speak out. Teacher Song saw this and felt very sorry. He patted Li Shushen on the shoulder. "We said classmates should help each other, and now you're causing trouble. Who will comfort the girl if she cries?" Li Shushen clenched his jaw and stopped talking. He used to think he couldn't rely on a fool, but now he wasn't so sure. He didn't need to borrow strength from her, but he had to watch out not to let her cause trouble. Jiang Chang'an was no longer the same. Would she hurt old Master Jiang? He had to keep an eye on her. Li Shushan didn't want to save his benefactor only to bring back an enemy. Sigh. The road ahead is long and heavy. Teacher, should we go to other clinics? Asked Shen Dashun, not Jiang Chang'an. He was feeling quite discouraged. Was it true that no clinic would help them? Or were all clinics under the control of bad forces? Does that mean there's no pure help for those in need? If I learn medicine but can't even save the people I wanna, what's the point of studying medicine? Teacher Song didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chang'an. Chang'an, are you in so much pain that you can't bear it? If they must go to a clinic, then they might have to give up the exam. Because there's a real chance no clinic will accept them. Maybe after the exam, kind-hearted doctors will show mercy. This is a difficult choice between two options. Jiang Chang'an understands the seriousness of the situation. She quietly looks at Li Shushan and asks, "What about you?" Her big eyes are moist with concern. Jiang Chang'an hasn't forgotten that when she fell from the ox cart, the first person to hit the ground and scrape against the ground was Li Shushan. He should have been more badly hurt. Li Shushan briefly feels that he is not a good person. This girl is so kind, yet he is thinking malicious thoughts about others. His mind is too dark. I can endure it. The assessment is more important, sir, he says. Not only is it important to him, but to his classmates as well. This time, Jiang Chang'an's thoughts can't be allowed to control everything. If she doesn't pass the assessment today, many classmates will blame her, and future revenge might come her way. No one knows what will happen. He only knows that the siblings from the Shen family who are not present are not easy to deal with. They are not kind people. So, to avoid future trouble, it's necessary for Jiang Chang'an to endure some pain now. Sir, I can also endure it, Jiang Chang'an says with tears in her eyes, but her words lack convincing power. She wonders which is causing her trouble. If she could, she would beat these people to death in the exam hall. That would be a fitting punishment for her pain. She is Jiang Chang'an. There is no exam she can't do well in. Even in engineering, there is a language course. If not, she still has her doctoral degree in literature. Moreover, the knowledge in her mind, taught by Master Song, she remembers most of it, even if only mentioned briefly. Only half of her soul is focused on remembering, and she challenges you to believe it. Jiang Chang'an secretly laughs wickedly inside. Her thoughts align perfectly with Li Shushan's. In her past life, she didn't study well, but she had attended the Imperial Academy. Now, she is capable enough. Just wait, little brats. Master Song doesn't know that the two children are secretly planning to cause trouble. He is quite pleased. It's rare to see such ambition at a young age. Not bad, not bad. He nods and says, yes, then let's not trouble other medical halls. It's better to make good connections. After the assessment, it will also be good to see the injuries. Dashun, you don't need to worry. People are full of faces, and we can't force them. Just do your best and be yourself. Being carefree requires strength, and changing others and the environment also needs power. You're still young. Grow stronger slowly. Master Song pats Shen Dashuan on the shoulder and looks into the distance, lost in thought. Yes, thank you, sir, for your guidance. Shen Dashuan's heart finally grew more determined. He knew he had to work hard and gain skills to do what he truly wanted. The teacher and students had noble ideas, but unfortunately, things often didn't go as planned. People and nature can be unpredictable. To succeed, one must face many hardships, and trouble soon found them again. The exam for young scholars was held by the Red River in the county town, an area full of farms. The fields were planted with large patches of lotus flowers. It was summer, and the lotus ponds stretched endlessly, with green leaves like a vast ocean. When the wind blew, the green ocean rippled like waves, and the leaves fluttered together, creating a beautiful sight. The lotus flowers were graceful and pure, like sparkling crystals or shy young girls, emitting a fresh, gentle fragrance. Butterflies danced around them, playing happily, making the scene very pleasing to the eye. Scholars loved romantic places and often went there to find inspiration and write poetry, hoping to become famous. This scenic spot was so beautiful that even officials from the capital couldn't resist. They chose the Lotus Pond's winding corridor as the location for the young scholar exams. There was only one main road leading to the Lotus Pond, but unexpectedly, some dared to block the way and rob people in broad daylight. 9 young thugs, all looking rough and carrying thick sticks, stood there. They looked at the teachers and students from the mountain school with ill intentions, clearly not friendly. Old Farmer Nyo hurriedly looked back at Master Song, feeling close to tears. Was today an unlucky day? Was it because he shouldn't have gone out? Or was his way of driving the cart wrong, bringing bad luck all year? Even on a clear, sunny day, a sudden thunderstorm could almost destroy his cart and cause a terrible accident. His cow, Bao, was still frightened and trembling. Now, even on busy streets, robbers appeared out of nowhere? Was there no law anymore? Old Farmer Nyo also heard Master Song talk about how fierce the imperial exams could be. He never imagined that scholars, who seemed so successful, could face life-threatening dangers. But he was just a cart driver. Why should he also face such risks? Could he ask for a higher fare? Master Song calmly stroked his long beard, watching the robbers with a peaceful expression. His students, younger and more nervous, were already trembling. Of course, except for Jiang Chang'an. She was hiding behind her teacher, curiously sticking her head out, and asked in the most innocent voice, "Teacher, what are those uncles doing? Why are they blocking our cart?" Teacher Song was speechless. Was there really a need to ask about the obvious? Is the little fool truly naive, or just pretending? Li Shushan's expression turned icy cold, with a hint of madness in his eyes. When he was young, even stray dogs dared to come close to him, so why does this bother him now? "Humph, of course they are robbing us," he said. But they chose the wrong target. He wouldn't let anyone just take things from him easily. Wow, is robbing people on the road a real thing? Everyone was grown up now. Playing childish tricks like stealing seemed embarrassing. Jiang Chang'an hesitated a little. "Are you stupid? They see you're weak, so they want to take your stuff. What can you do about it?" Of course, they could break his hands or legs. Li Shushan's eyes were full of cruelty. Jiang Chang'an turned to look at Li Shushan in shock. Was he an idiot? Did this little kid not understand? He hadn't thought about the consequences of insulting someone. But now is not the time for internal conflict. Do they have money? Can we fight back? That wouldn't be illegal, right? Making money by robbing was paving the way to wealth. She had just arrived here and was most in need of money. Jiang Chang'an's eyes sparkled with the symbol of wealth.
Li Shushan sayalit suisha.
He just wanted to beat the others into submission, but this girl was even more ruthless. Was she trying to take back what was stolen? They were all poor, but he had to support her. "It's not illegal. We are defending ourselves."
Ha ha ha.
Hearing Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan's childish words, the thugs on the other side burst out laughing recklessly. "Brothers, she's trying to fight us." "Haha, I'm so scared."
Ha ha ha.
Teacher Song looked somewhat helpless. Were these little thugs and fools spoiled by him? The gang of thugs wasn't afraid, but was their courage a little dangerous? "Why are you blocking our way?" Teacher Song asked calmly and deliberately, wanting to understand before taking action. "Oh, it's this old gentleman who is reasonable. Our brothers are short on money recently. Old sir, lend us some to spend." "Exactly. Don't say you have no money. You just earned 11 taels from the Tiger Mite Agency. We saw it clearly. Why bother talking to him? This road was built by us. If you want to pass, you have to pay a toll. Otherwise, turn back. Even if we go back, we must leave the money because your ox cart has already stepped onto this land." "That's right, 20 taels, no less than a copper coin." A group of ruffians and thugs loudly argued, staring at Song's money and surrounding the entire ox cart. "Too much. This is too much." Shin Das-hun couldn't help but roar. Starting at 20 taels, ordinary families have never seen so much money in their lives. These bandits really dare to ask for such a high price. And they knew that Jiang Chang'an only earned 11 taels, Yet they still demanded 9 more. Who carries that much money? Clearly, they didn't want to let them pass, probably with someone's order. This was just an ordinary, unofficial check. But what if it was during the imperial exams? Or in the court? Does this mean there's no light or fairness in the world? The sensible children suddenly felt very discouraged. Wang Jiaping, Zhang Xingping, Li Sanhe, and Xin Dashun were 10, 11, 12, and 13 years old, all older students in the school. They knew very well that if they didn't work hard, they would spend their lives doing hard labor, unable to eat well or stay warm, and would be bullied by those with some power. They would never rise above their current status, just like their parents' generation, who lived very hard lives. So they placed all their hopes on themselves. They couldn't give up. "Teacher, they are just highway robbers." "We can't give in," said the brave students. Don't they care about their dignity? They've learned the 6 arts of a gentleman, and their teacher also taught them martial arts. Li Sanhe's grandfather was a fortune teller who could perform spiritual rituals. Of course, he learned a few tricks, and with the martial arts taught by their teacher, why couldn't they win? I helped my father slaughter pigs." The older boy stepped forward, giving the younger ones courage. Zhang Zhuzi also stopped panicking and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Teacher Song really wanted to slap this kid. Couldn't he be more polite? They are scholars, don't they understand? But the hand that was reaching out quietly pulled back. Now, it seemed they couldn't affect morale.
"Hey,
"Little brat, you dare to challenge us before you've even grown hair? Looks like you're not afraid of the coffin, huh? Brothers, if they don't want to pay the toll, then we'll have to collect it ourselves. Get ready." The leader waved his hand and charged forward with a stick.
kill."
"Fight the bandits." Jiang Chang'an shouted out of a sense of justice. His sudden shout startled Li Shushan beside him, causing him to stumble and almost fall off the cart again. Jiang Chang'an, and she didn't do it on purpose, really. At this moment, she had long forgotten the pain. She leapt up and was about to jump off the ox cart, ready to boldly rob. What was she waiting for? "Chang'an, wait." Master Song reached out his hand, but missed. Where was Jiang Chang'an? The sky was clear. Li Shushan also jumped down without hesitation. Girl, can she fight? Although thugs wouldn't dare to kill, a single hit could easily hurt her fragile body. Li Shushan wasn't very strong and didn't have internal energy, but he knew some fierce martial arts from his past life. Beating a few thugs was easy for him, but Jiang Chang'an was formidable. She was strong and had a hidden weapon, her big wooden hammer. In her past life, she was skilled in boxing. She grabbed a stick as a fake weapon, but secretly activated her system-enhanced wooden hammer. With her small size, she struck like a harvester, smashing knees out of joint. Every hit screamed loudly, falling to the ground like dumplings, bouncing and tumbling. Her classmates didn't hesitate. They rushed forward to kick and stomp. In no time, Jiang Chang'an had taken down 4 people. Li Shushan used clever tricks and surprised to knock out 3 more. 2 others were beaten by a group, holding hands, clutching legs, biting, hitting with hammers, and smashing. Without Old Man Nyo or Master Song's help, the students fought the thugs to tears and screams. The 2 thugs stared in shock. Are these really children who study? Old Man Nyo muttered, "Master Song, do your students usually learn these skills?" They fought so fiercely, even if their methods weren't very proper. They worked well. Could the thugs beat them? Was it still possible to send his grandson to school? "No, we only study scholarly things," Master Song insisted, though he knew his martial arts were graceful and sharp. But now, these children looked no different from unruly brats, making his eyes hurt. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" 2 officers, armed with knives, hurried over from the side. The bandits have committed robbery and murder. When the students heard the teacher's voice, they instinctively dropped to the ground and hurriedly ran away, crawling and rolling to escape. Jiang Chang'an was caught up in the fight and was a step behind. When he tried to retreat, he was kicked by an angry, humiliated man. He was sent flying like a kite in the wind. "Jiang Linger." Li Shushan's heart tightened as he rushed over in panic. "Chang'an, Teacher Song's eyes widened in shock, and he wobbled unsteadily. Jiang Chang'an. His classmates froze in horror. The man who kicked was confused. His kick felt empty, and he wondered if he had missed or hit the target. Suddenly, Jiang Chang'an was flung away.
Thud.
The sound of Jiang Chang'an hitting the ground was sharp, then the little figure on the ground was still. Jiang Linger? Did I really risk my life? Li Shushan knelt beside the little person to check. From his angle, he couldn't tell if Jiang Chang'an was truly hurt, so his heart was full of worry. Could he really escape death? Was fate still following the same old path from his past life? Li Shushan was panicked. If something happened to Jiang Chang'an, how could he explain to old Master Jiang? Could he change his tragic ending? Teacher Song knew the truth. Jiang Chang'an's position clearly showed he had fallen on his own. He was sure Jiang was fine. Wasn't this kid usually foolish? Yet, when it came to doing things, he was smarter than anyone. Chang'an, don't scare the teacher. I can't take it. If something happens to you, how will I explain to your parents? You villains, I will report you. I will make sure you are punished. The old teacher cried painfully, full of sorrow, making everyone feel sad and tearful. When the students saw this scene, they were all overwhelmed with grief. Did Jiang Chang'an really die? Just moments ago, he was fighting fiercely. How could he be so fragile? Was he really gone so quickly? It seemed impossible.
Don't die, Jiang Chang'an.
We promise never to bully you again, never to mock you, never to exclude you. All the classmates wiped their tears and limped toward Jiang Chang'an, gathering around him. The scene was filled with sorrow. Even those who dared not get involved from afar quietly approached, curious and peeking. Has someone really died?
He's a student, after all.
These thugs are doomed now. The thugs were also scared. Robbery was one thing, even if the amount was large and they could escape, but causing a death was a serious matter. The county magistrate would definitely not protect them. The thugs, dragging their aching bodies and limping, moved closer to the burly man who was kicking. This man was their boss, a fierce person they could never abandon, even in hard times. The two constables looked at each other, deciding to step forward and investigate. If someone really died, their superiors might not be able to escape blame. Now was a critical moment, with two stern officials watching nearby. Move aside. Make way. Quickly. The constables pushed away the children. At this moment, Jiang Chang'an cleverly opened his eyes, but his pupils stayed still. Scared. The two constables jumped back in surprise. This child looked like a ghost without a soul, staring blankly, like a lifeless puppet, almost drooling and crooked. Clearly, he was dazed. Chang'an. Master Song's heart jumped. Was he pretending?
Right?
Fake? Or was he really that foolish? If Jiang Lair really acted like this, he might ruin his private school. Li Shushan secretly sighed in relief. This fool was tricky. He almost fooled him. If Jiang Chang'an hadn't secretly tickled his palm, he might have been tricked.
Wow.
Chang'an has turned into a fool. Before, he was just slow, but now he looked like a real fool. Catch him. He's the murderer. No, he's the attacker. Officer, those bad guys blocked the road and robbed us. They also beat up our classmates, and everyone is hurt. Truly, not everyone was as skilled as Li Shushan and Zhang Zuji, who weren't injured in the fight. Those thugs were all adults, much stronger than children like them. Getting hurt during the fight was inevitable. Hearing this, Jiang Chang'an's tears streamed down. Finally, someone mentioned the injuries. It really hurt. While fighting, he felt excited, but the wounds rubbed again after the force was applied, causing pain from a second injury. She was only 7 years old. Can you imagine the pain? Chang'an, don't cry. The teacher will give you a hug, okay? She could only hug him now. There was no medical clinic nearby, and it was too late to seek treatment. Are you the students from the countryside private school going for the exam? Since everything's fine, hurry up and go. The exam is about to start. The constables, frightened, grew impatient and showed no sympathy. Jiang Chang'an's body tensed. Just like that?
No compensación?
Why did she act so earnestly? Was it all a waste of effort?
No.
He suddenly grabbed Li Shushan, full of emotion. Li Shushan felt a sharp pain and almost pushed the person away, but he understood Jiang Chang'an's meaning. He coldly and sarcastically said, "Oh, is that all? No compensation or medical fees for hitting someone. So, can we go up and take revenge? That means our side has some people who have gone crazy. We should beat those bad guys until they are badly hurt and clear the way for the people," the young students angrily said.
Good.
The villagers from afar cheered. The thugs were really hateful. Many people had been bullied, so beating them was justified. What do you all think? Under everyone's watch, even the two constables saw Jiang Chang'an being beaten. They couldn't cover for it. "We're hurt too. Our legs are broken." 4 or 5 thugs couldn't stand up anymore. It was so unfair. Good. The crowd cheered again. They thought it was better if the bad guys died. But when the thugs glared fiercely, they immediately shut up. Thugs and bullies are dangerous people. Not everyone can offend them. "Let's go, children. I'll take you to seek justice," Master Song said proudly as he carried Jiang Chang'an. Several older children stepped forward to help protect him. "Isn't it time for compensation?" One constable shouted loudly, clearly threatening. If things didn't go well, they would see how the adults would deal with them later. The thugs trembled and threw money toward Jiang Chang'an and the others, silver coins clattering in the air. Forget it. These coins were stolen anyway. Today was just their bad luck. They didn't get the money and got hurt instead. They had never felt so frustrated. Next time, these troublemakers better not mess with them, or else. Humph. Seeing the money, Jiang Chang'an closed his eyes peacefully and obediently leaned in Master Song's arms. If others saw the money symbols in his eyes, it wouldn't be good. His classmates weren't afraid. They quickly picked up the coins and handed them to the biggest boy, Shindasan. They deserved it. What's there to fear? Their teacher was here. Master Song sighed and said, "Forget it. Since they are willing to pay, we should forgive them. Children, the great ocean can hold all waters. We should give them a chance to repent." "Yes, sir," the students answered seriously, but inside they were very excited. It seemed they also had some coins now. The ox cart started moving again, swaying toward the lotus fields. Old Mr. Nyo had always been straightforward. Were the students from the mountain school really so impressive? It looked like the upcoming tests would be easy for them. After the robbery, the students from the mountain school became braver. Miraculously, they no longer felt nervous. They appeared proud and confident, like victorious heroes, standing by the lotus pond. Yes, they had fought gangsters before. What's there to fear about an exam? Unless it's life-threatening, everything else is small. They had a clear, open-minded attitude. The group looked very disheveled, but surprisingly, there were even more battered people elsewhere. Not just one school, but many schools. Some had torn clothes or bloodstains, some had bruised faces, lost shoes, wet clothes, or scorched hair. No one knew what kinds of strange challenges those people had faced. Whatever you can imagine, it probably happened. Comparing them, the students from the mountain school were tough and resilient. No, their strength was impressive. They could even cross a bullock cart safely. By the lotus pond, everyone looked serious. They were quietly fixing their appearances, with no time to laugh at others. "Teacher, why are you so late?" "We've been waiting for a long time," a clear female voice said. Everyone turned to see 5 people, led by Xinyu Jiao, who arrived earlier. Xinyu Jiao was 8 years old. She was one of only 2 girls at the mountain school. She was the sister of Shen Shikong, from a wealthy landlord family with hundreds of acres of land. Their life was comfortable. The brother and sister came in a carriage from their home. Usually, classmates who liked to flatter them were lucky enough to ride along. The people coming for the test didn't get into trouble. Who would bother to offend the rich? They'd probably get beaten up if they did. But what those scheming people didn't expect was that these country students, though delicate-looking, had stubborn and strong hearts. Even after being hit and scolded, they kept moving forward. They were determined to take the test, even if it meant risking their lives. That's why many of the students looked so battered and exhausted. "Teacher, are you all right? Did something happen?" Shin Shikong was the most polite among them. He was well-educated and courteous, so everyone liked him. Unlike Li Shushin, who was mischievous and a troublemaker, people often wanted to scold him. But surprisingly, Teacher Song liked Li Shushin more. He was always kind and never spoke harshly to Shin Shikong. Haha, it's nothing. It's all over now.
How about you?
Did you get inside? Find the place? Teacher Song didn't want to talk about it here. Shin Shikong once again felt excluded by his husband. He didn't press further. Sitting in the carriage, he saw many humble rural schools being mistreated. He thought that the poor mountain school might be treated the same way. But why should he care? Sir, our team isn't complete, and without your support, they won't let us in, Shin Yu Jiao said angrily, pouting with resentment. Many well-dressed scholars passed by them, chatting happily, but they deliberately kept their distance, as if Shin Yu Jiao and her group were dirty. They stood at the door, heads bowed low, unable to lift their chins. Some young ladies pointed at them. Shin Yu Jiao had never been treated like this before. She felt ashamed and angry, almost crying out of embarrassment. Sir, why did you bring Jiang Chang'an, that fool? Others will laugh at us, she said. Being with a fool would only make them look worse. Jiang Chang'an heard her name and finally looked away from the lotus fields. She loved the vast lotus ponds, beautiful beyond words, a rare sight in modern times. But why was she being scolded? Just because she was called a fool? Doesn't a fool deserve dignity? Exactly. The ones going for the test are rich people. We're already laughed at for being poor, and now there's a fool with us. What's the point of pretending? Li Qing-song, Shin Yu Jiao's assistant, always echoed her words. Keep your mouths clean. Don't speak badly of my sister, or I won't be nice to you, Jiang Fengshou said, raising his fist. Even though he was the same age as Jiang Chang'an, he showed a little muscle. No wonder he's from a blacksmith family. But Jiang Fengshou and Jiang Chang'an are relatives, from the same clan, even related by marriage. He usually takes good care of her at school.
Fool.
Li Qing-song was about to retort, not taking Jiang Fengshou's threat seriously. But Teacher Song interrupted him. All right, you're here for the test. Why are you fighting among yourselves? To earn respect, you must show your strength. You're still young. The current glory of Korea is thanks to your families. Don't take it too seriously. It's more meaningful to enjoy the results of your own efforts. Teacher Song liked to speak plainly, making it easier for the children to understand. Not everyone listens, though. Li Qing-song dismissively turned his head away. Shin Yu Jiao was unhappy that her teacher always protected Jiang Chang'an, this fool. Even Shin Shikong pretended to be respectful, lowering his head to hide his contempt. Why is a good starting point so unimportant? It can save people decades of effort. Clearly, the teacher is jealous of those who can't get grapes and claims they are sour. So he tends to favor the poor and those from difficult families. Li Shushin deeply understands that relying on oneself is better than depending on others. Others can choose not to give you what they have, but your own things won't run away. It turns out the teacher has been teaching them about how to behave and handle things, but none of them ever really listened. Li Shushin casually turned his head and saw Jiang Chang'an nodding in agreement with the teacher. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Being called a fool was quite comfortable for him, probably a habit. Such thick skin. What are you nodding for? Can you even understand what the teacher is saying? Li Qing-song glared at Jiang Chang'an irritably, clearly still upset. Jiang Chang'an tilted his head, looking puzzled. I understand. Why can't you? The teacher clearly speaks human language.
Ha. Li Shushen shuklad mishiaboshli.
The fool isn't easy to bully, but he knows how to fight back, by insulting others. Li Qing-song was stunned. What did she say? She said you're not human and can't understand human speech. Wang Dongwei kindly explained to Li Qing-song, feeling strange. Could Jiang Chang'an be a little different? You? How did he start insulting people? No curse words, but thinking about how he called others fools first, under Song Fuji's half-smile, Li Qing-song didn't dare say anything more. Let's go, let's go. I should get inside too. Song Fuji led the way, leisurely heading toward the 9-curve corridor. However, the test was extremely difficult. Just a few steps apart, at the entrance of the long pavilion, it was crowded with people, and disputes kept happening. Move, move. Hurry up. No entry without a pass. A group of shabby rural private school students was blocked outside by guards, not allowed to enter. How can this be? Even if we lost our passes, our names should be on the exam list. We didn't do it on purpose. It was the work of a nasty thief. The rules don't say we must have a pass to take the exam. In previous years, there was no such thing as a pass. This year, there are many new rules. The young teacher was anxious and angry. He pushed and shoved with the guards, seemingly determined to break in, but he was pushing the scholars into a corner. If you dare to act recklessly, your qualification for the annual assessment will be revoked in the future. The guard did not take these scholars seriously at all. The young teacher was just a weak scholar and couldn't do anything to the armed guards. He immediately hugged his students and started crying.
Master.
Shin Shirkong nervously tugged at Song Fuzi's sleeve. The group ahead was from the private school in town, and some students there were very talented. Because of a document, they were excluded. What about our mountain private school? It's okay, it's okay. I keep my documents very safe, Song Fuzi said as if showing a treasure. He took out the document from a deep pocket, carefully unfolding it layer by layer until a white paper with black characters appeared. Jiang Chang'an curiously looked at this very important ticket. Does the name seem to have extra characters? Then he saw Song Fuzi slowly walk toward the group turned away at the gate, very friendly, and said to the young teacher, "Dear nephew, isn't your document here?" The private school turned away at the gate had only 6 people, including teachers and students. The students were around 8 or 9 years old. It was Jiang family's private school in Datian town, run by an old scholar. The young teacher leading them was Jiang Leo Shixian's son, Jiang Zaya Shixian, a very knowledgeable scholar. It is said he will take the imperial exam next year and has a good chance of becoming a recommended scholar. Having 2 scholars in one family made Jiang family's private school quite famous in the entire county, comparable to a public academy. Nearby villagers preferred to send their children there. Because Jiang family's private school always performed well in exams, their tuition was a bit higher than others. Jiang Chang'an's eldest uncle and 2 cousins from his third uncle also studied there. When Jiang Zaya Shixian heard the noise, he turned and saw Song Fuzi. His face showed suspicion. How could the documents from their private school end up in the mountain private school's teachers' hands? Some private schools in the county often held poetry contests and academic exchanges, and most teachers knew each other. Song Fuzi rarely participated in such poetry events, but he was familiar with Jiang Leo Shixian, and Jiang Zaya Shixian also knew a bit about Song Fuzi. It was impossible for him to steal their documents out of malice during conflicts with hooligans. Jiang Zaya Shixian was also very sure that his documents were taken during a conflict with those thugs. Mr. Song. Mr. Song is very knowledgeable, but his teaching style is not very strict. He often walks around with his students as if they are playing. Young scholar Jiang does not agree with this method, but he has never interfered much. Young Master Jiang, we arrived late. Please don't mind, Mr. Song said as he handed over some documents. Young scholar Jiang looked at them and exclaimed, "Wow! Amazing! The names of students from our private school are on there as well as those from the mountain school. What is this?" He wondered. Why are the enrollment lists for 2 private schools on the same document? Yet they're separate. How did Mr. Song manage that? Mr. Song nodded meaningfully. Of course, he paid for it. Young scholar Jiang didn't know this. Originally, Mr. Song just mentioned it casually to old scholar Jiang, who then came up with this clever plan. Surprisingly, it worked. "Let's go in," Mr. Song said confidently, walking ahead with his hands behind his back, followed by his students. Young scholar Jiang straightened himself, bowed to Mr. Song's back, then waved to his 5 students and walked forward together.
"Stop, sir."
The guard hurriedly reached out to block them, but before he could finish, Mr. Song slapped a document onto his face. These people really made Mr. Song angry. What kind of exam system is this? It completely disrespects scholars, treating their dignity as nothing. They act like starving beggars fighting over food, insulting both students and teachers. It's disgraceful. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the imperial censor and county magistrate Shen from Jing would play. Has the style of the Desong dynasty already become so corrupt? The guard looked at the document and saw the names of 2 private schools, stamped with 2 big red seals from the government office. For a moment, he was speechless. They're just constables from the government office. They have no authority over the documents in the detention center, so they could only let them pass. As young scholar Jiang passed by, he snatched the document from the guard's hand and snorted coldly. You petty man! Revenge is never too late. Just wait and see. Finally, the teachers and students from the 2 private schools passed through the guards and entered the exam area openly and properly. Inside, the scene was calm, very different from the chaos outside. The 9-curve corridor was wide and long, with 2 paths left out right in. Along the way, there were lush lotus fields, beautiful beyond words. On the right side, all the students and teachers looked well-dressed. They chatted happily, but they also pointed and whispered about some students who looked a bit disheveled. The students and teachers who were embarrassed and humiliated simply chose to stand on the opposite side of the glamorous students. They walked directly through the corridor on the left, creating a clear division between the 2 groups. On the mountain at the private school, Master Song naturally took the left side. Teacher, shall we go to the right? The 2 brothers from the Shin family both wanted to go to the right, clearly not wanting to be associated with the poor students and be rejected by the prestigious academy.
Go to the left.
Jiang Chang'an hurriedly tugged on Master Song's sleeve. You're a fool. Do you understand? If we choose the left, we'll be assigned to the opposite side of the academy. That place has thousands of books, and they are very knowledgeable. Do you think those poor rural schools can compare? Shen Jiao forgot that her own school was like a rural private school and stopped in her tracks, refusing to move. Go to the left. Jiang Chang'an insisted without extra explanation, because safety was more important. Humph. Before the 2 could argue, Scholar Jiang Xiaoxiu led his students to bow politely to Master Song and decisively headed to the left. They had already been excluded by those people as rivals. Was it useful to curry favor with them now? Wasn't that shameless? What about the pride of scholars? Anything is fine. You can go whichever side you want. The destination is the same anyway. Master Song chuckled and also headed to the left. Their embarrassment had become a joke to others, but weren't others also part of the scenery in their eyes? They needed to observe everyone. So, what's the difference? Since the teacher went to the left, the Shun siblings also had no choice but to follow reluctantly, or others might say they betrayed their teachers and ancestors. Why must we go to the left? Li Shushan looked around but saw nothing unusual and quietly asked Jiang Chang'an. Master Song, being skilled, also heard this and waited curiously for Jiang Chang'an's explanation. Why didn't this child want to associate with wealthy students? When was this corridor built? Jiang Chang'an didn't answer directly, but asked about the wooden bridge corridor. This question made Li Shushan feel uneasy. She suddenly remembered that in her previous life, this bridge had collapsed not long after. Luckily, no one was hurt because the water in the lotus pond wasn't deep. However, the carpenter who built the bridge was exiled because the officials, including the county magistrate, had gone to the fields. Could it be that the situation was worse than she thought? Built 2 years ago. Is there a problem? If this girl could see the problem at a glance, that would be impressive. Yes, the bridge has structural problems. Its supporting structure cannot bear weight. The upper part of the corridor is too heavy, and all the pressure is on the wooden pillars of the bridge, which are just submerged in water. Additionally, no waterproofing has been done. Even good wood can rot easily. As you can see, the right side pier has already turned black. With this level of damage, it can't handle even a little extra weight, and the corridor could collapse at any time. Jiang Chang'an immediately saw the problem. TSK, if you want to swim in the lotus pond, that's fine. Jiang Chang'an shrugged. Strangely, she trusts Li Shushan a lot. She only shows a little skill, so there's no need to worry about him harming her. Li Shushan was silent and realized Jiang Chang'an was right. The county magistrate did fall into a ditch while riding in a sedan chair. No wonder the chair's weight was too much for just 5 people to handle. It's clear that Jiang Chang'an, this little troublemaker, really has some skill. I wonder what she will do next. It's getting more and more interesting. I look forward to it. Even Master Song was secretly surprised. He had never noticed before, this young Chang'an really has carpentry skills. Could old Jiang really be hiding a great talent? Is he truly a descendant of the legendary Liu Ban? Is the left pier Laoling, okay? The left pier is also darkened. It was built around the same time, so why is it different? Li Shushan, who has no woodworking experience, truly can't see the difference. From the wear and tear on the bridge surface, we can tell that more people usually walk on the right side, so it deteriorates faster. The left side has been reinforced, probably because it wasn't built properly at first. They added a protective layer, which still helps a little. Then we should be careful when we cross. Hey, little fool, are you interested in a big challenge in the upcoming test? Li Shushan used a charming voice to coax Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an looked at Li Shushan with a speechless expression. If she's good at carpentry, she could make a raft for her grandfather. With her intelligence, how could she lie convincingly? Li Shushan probably noticed her unusual behavior, but he's a bit strange himself, so he wisely didn't ask too many questions. But she's just a young girl. Why should she be so talented? To be a target for others' jealousy and harm? Jiang Chang'an definitely doesn't want to be that naive. She pouted and said, I'm just a fool. I don't have that skill. If you want to do it, go ahead. I won't join.
Li Shushan shuklat.
The cute nickname Little Fool suits her perfectly. Why not let others call her that? It's a pity. However, he also discovered an interesting weakness of Jiang Chang'an. She loves money. So Li Shushan sighed regretfully, saying, That's really a pity. Usually the top scorer gets a small silver prize. Second place gets 2 taels, third place 1 tael. Of course, the rewards for second and third place shouldn't be shared with Jiang Chang'an, or she wouldn't need to push others so hard. That girl is quite clever. Li Shushan had a feeling that this small test wouldn't be too difficult for Jiang Chang'an because her woodworking skills seemed to include more than just basic carpentry. They also involved some mathematical knowledge, similar to the officials he had met before. Sure enough, Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up, and her attitude became eager. Is there really money? You're not lying to me? Jiang Chang'an didn't even have time to study her certification system, but wasn't she curious?
No.
She was very interested in the certification system because it could be a life-saving tool in tough times. But right now, making money was the most important thing. Just by looking at her patched shoes, she knew her family probably couldn't feed or warm her properly. So, having some silver to support herself was necessary. Traveling to the county town was not easy, and in the countryside, even a copper coin was hard to find, let alone silver. Therefore, Jiang Chang'an didn't want to miss any chance to earn money. Why would I lie to you? In previous years, the first place usually got 3 taels of silver. There are 2 first places, one for the individual exam and one for the debate team. In Chang'an County, there was 1 county school for academies, 5 town schools, 5 private town schools, and 6 village private schools. Both the county school and the 4 academies had young children participating in the exams. This meant that their mountain private school had to compete with 20 other schools and over 100 students. The general exam involved each student from each school taking turns and a face-off, with each student having 1 chance. The top 3 from each round moved on to the next until the first place was decided. The debate competition was between entire schools, competing against each other until one school emerged victorious. Li Shushan's information was surprising. He hardly ever left the mountain village. So, how did he know all this? Was it through the Li family? Master Song was also surprised. He didn't even know the distribution of private schools in Chang'an County. Yet, Li Shushan, who wasn't very interested in studying, knew everything clearly. These 2 children were quite strange. It seemed that at least 3 taels of silver could be worth fighting for. Forget the team debate. It was odd that a simple-minded girl like Jiang Chang'an had become so sharp-tongued. But if it was a personal exam, according to the rules he mentioned, Wouldn't this clever little girl around him also become a competitor? Jiang Chang'an's eyes were deep and thoughtful as she continued to investigate the enemy's situation. She eagerly asked, "What kind of questions are on the test?" Li Shushan looked at Jiang Chang'an's little scheme with amusement. The girl was quite clever. What else could it be? We're all beginners. For a basic test, just memorize some texts. It mainly involves beginner books like 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character essay. Then there are classics like Lao Weng's rhymes, Guangyun, and area. For higher difficulty, it would be the 4 books and 5 classics. Li Shushan also wanted to see how much Jiang Chang'an knew.
Oh.
The teacher has already talked about those, Jiang Chang'an recalled. Master Song had indeed taught them the 4 books and 5 classics, but not in depth. But as long as she had heard about them, that was enough. If she claimed she remembered everything perfectly, who could criticize her? Anyway, these texts were similar to what she remembered from her previous life. If she didn't use this knowledge well, wouldn't she be wasting her crossing advantage? Jiang Chang'an nodded calmly, not showing overly confident or eager expressions. But her proud little attitude made Li Shushan and Master Song quite impressed. Did she really believe she could succeed? Jiang classmate, keep working hard. 3 or 2 silver coins. All for you, Li Shushan said with a strong tone. Let's encourage each other, brotherly. Jiang Chang'an didn't forget that this guy had just said he would conquer everything, clearly including her as his classmate. But she wouldn't be polite either. They whispered secretly, and when Xinyu Jiao accidentally saw this, she felt extremely jealous. Shu Shen, what are you guys talking about? The test is about to start, and you still have time to chat with a fool. Are you hoping she will get first place? Li Shushan was very handsome. Usually, he only paid half attention to studying, but even so, his knowledge was among the best in the school. Li's family owned several hundred acres of land, ran a small weaving workshop in the village, and also had a fabric shop in the county seat. They were a well-off family. Li Shushan was the only son, with a privileged status. Although he was still young, many girls in the village wanted to marry him, lining up from the village entrance to the end. Xinyu Jiao was one of them, but Li Shushan hadn't yet understood love or romance. He treated girls and boys the same, and when he was annoyed, he would hit people without hesitation. Xinyu Jiao often got beaten by him, and it hurt a lot. Over time, she dared not get close to Li Shushan anymore. She could only watch from afar, trying to prevent other girls from approaching him. What exactly is going on today? Previously, Li Shushan had not shown any special regard for Jiang Chang'an. Why did they suddenly become so close? Was it just because of Jiang Chang'an's good-looking face? Even if he was a fool, that could be ignored. I look forward to it, Li Shushan said with a smile. Why not? Being stepped on by a simple-minded person made him eager to see those so-called geniuses' faces turn colorful like a painter's palette.
Xinyu Jiao was stunned.
Had this guy been infected by Jiang Chang'an and turned into a fool? Was he thinking unrealistic things? The teachers and students gradually arrived at the assessment area. At the end of the corridor was a circular walkway surrounding a pavilion, which was much higher than the other walkways. This allowed the people inside the pavilion to observe everything around easily. The 2 imperial censors and the county magistrate were already seated there, ready. However, when the 2 censors saw the disheveled appearance of the teachers and students, their faces looked unhappy. Naturally, someone reported what had happened. It was simply ridiculous. Imperial censor Hong looked sarcastic and said to Qinzhong, "Is this what Master Qin called a different kind of assessment?" Clearly, the opponent had been hit first with external force. If all private schools were treated equally, that would be fine. But no, he only targeted students from different factions, blatantly cheating. Where is justice in this world? What is the point of the Imperial Censorate's assessments? However, County Magistrate Qinzhong did not take the censors seriously. After all, he had someone backing him. These censors were just complaining to the emperor and couldn't really do anything to him. Lord Hong, you don't know. I am just acting according to the situation. The students who were hit didn't get any help in reality. If they want to enter the court through the imperial exams, there will be many more tests ahead. I'm just training their resilience in advance. Those who can't get past the first hurdle might as well give up on the exams early to avoid being too weak and risking their lives in the end. The imperial exams have always been tough and full of obstacles. We are experienced people. What do you think, gentlemen?
You.
Lord Hong wanted to say more but was stopped by another censor. Master Chen is right, he said calmly while sipping tea. There's no need to rush. Chen Zhong has a point. Those with resilience are unlikely to be lacking in learning. Perhaps the real challenge is just beginning. Censor Ji's expression was calm as he enjoyed his tea. The scenery here was indeed beautiful, and the tea was good. It would be even better if the students brought some more interesting entertainment. The setup in the examination area was quite luxurious. Not only did the examiners and teachers have seats with tea and snacks, but the students being tested also had their own space. Along the corridor, there were small tables and stools. On the tables, there were delicate snacks and clean water cups. Of course, only Jiang Chang'an paid attention to these unimportant details. Everyone else focused on the exam itself. Those from the county school and academy who weren't being troubled naturally sat on the right side of the corridor. The disheveled teachers and students from private schools also sat on the left, glaring at each other with hostility. But really, all the students taking the exam were rivals. Why make a fuss about it? Isn't that just more trouble? However, Jiang Chang'an ignored these conflicts. There was food and snacks on the table, and she was hungry. She asked, "Teacher, can I eat?" "Of course. Sit down and eat," Teacher Song replied, calling his students over and eagerly sitting down himself. His old bones were already tired from all the fuss, so there was no need to be polite. Once Teacher Song sat down, his students naturally followed. Only Shin Shikong looked very reluctant, his face red with embarrassment. He felt that his teacher was too casual and thought it was embarrassing. Other teachers from different schools sat upright, fully focused on the exam, paying close attention to the movements on the exam stage. Their students were also very serious. But only the teachers and students from their mountain private school had the leisure to eat and drink. It didn't seem like they were here for the exam. It looked more like they were here to watch the show, eager to cause trouble. Teacher Song was always like this, laid back and lazy. He clearly didn't take studying seriously. I don't understand why his father insisted on choosing Teacher Song. The Shin family wasn't short of money. Shin Shikong used to want to go to Zhang's private school, but after today, when Zhang's school was openly turned away without hesitation, his thoughts changed. Indeed, only the county school and the big academy were truly places for studying. Other private schools had no chance to stand out. During this time, many people cast mocking glances at the mountain private school. They were just a bunch of country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Surely, they hadn't tasted such good snacks before. It was clear that even if these country folks could read a few words, they were still lowly farmers, unworthy of studying alongside refined scholars. So, whenever possible, these rural people should be brought back to their proper place, stomped into the mud, and made to go back home to farm. All the students on the right side showed unfriendly expressions. The students on the left also harbored resentment towards the others. Who can say that the traps they faced outside the exam room were not set by the opponents to deceive them? Now, they want to use knowledge to fight back and prove their strength, to slap those arrogant people in the face and show them they have no reason to be proud. The atmosphere in the exam hall gradually grew tense and tense, like drawn bows and ready blades. When the time was up and before everyone was present, a loud gong sounded, and the host on the examination platform announced that the test had begun. Instantly, the scene fell silent. "Please all scholars submit your official documents." The official's clear voice reached everyone's ears. One by one, the teachers from each school stepped forward to hand in their documents. The private school on the mountain directly asked Jiang Xiao to do it for them. After receiving the documents, the official checked and marked them in the records, then handed the organized list of names to the two imperial inspectors. From this point on, County Magistrate Chen could no longer interfere. The exam questions were set first by Inspector Hong. After receiving the test paper, he selected the names, then handed the paper to the official. The official announced each name: County Scholar Chen Wen, Songshan Academy Wu Zhaoyun, Nanshan Academy Deng Yongtao. Zhang's Private School Lu Gaofeng, Mountain Private School Jiangchong'an. Students whose names were called, please come forward to take the exam. When Jiang Chong'an's name was called, a small commotion erupted at the Mountain Private School. Shun Yu Jiao gasped in surprise.
What?
The first person to go on stage faces many unknown factors, and the pressure is usually high. It's easy to perform poorly. She felt a bit of schadenfreude. But if Jiang Chong'an made a fool of herself, it would shame the Mountain Private School. They would be laughed at just like her, which could affect morale. Chong'an, don't be afraid. If you encounter something you don't know, just listen. Jiang Fengshou looked at Jiang Chong'an with a worried expression and couldn't help but worry for her. Yes, Chong'an, we'll step down when it's our turn. Even if we don't do well, it's okay. Just don't hit anyone. Zhang Zuji still remembered Jiang Chong'an's fierce punch and knew that fragile students wouldn't be able to handle it. What nonsense are you talking about? Chong'an can handle tough woodworking. Reciting shouldn't be a problem. Keep going, Chong'an. Li Sanhe was very confident in Jiang Chong'an. If someone's skills are only accidental once, but twice, it's likely genuine talent. Jiang Chong'an knew woodworking and fighting, so what's so hard about reciting? Although she had never shown these skills in front of others before. 2 or 3 silver coins. Encouragement is less practical than money. Li Shushan rested his chin on his hand, feeling very relaxed, and reminded Jiang Chong'an again, make sure to memorize your lessons well. After all, there's something to gain. Jiang Chong'an casually wiped her mouth with her sleeve, finally stopping her snack, which looked like a little squirrel's puffed cheeks. She sincerely bowed to her classmates and promised, I will try my best. Everyone's face immediately stiffened. What are you trying hard at? You're still crumbs on your face. This promise isn't convincing at all. Maybe they expect too much? The little fool probably can't memorize her lessons. Have some more water. Teacher Song timely handed Jiang Chong'an a glass of water, since memorizing so much can make your mouth dry. Thoughtful teacher, Jiang Chong'an gratefully took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. She then seriously said, Sir, I'm going now. Her classmates shrank back. Isn't this bad? This scene looks like someone taking their last courage before facing a big challenge, with a feeling of sadness and bravery. Go ahead, just go with the flow. No need to force it, Teacher Song said gently, knowing that her father's wish was just for her to be a little more normal. He didn't want to pressure her more. Shin Shikong and Shin Yujiao and the others were confused. How long had it been since they parted from the teacher? What happened in that time? Why are everyone so hopeful about Jiang Chong'an, this little fool? Hey, isn't that Jiang's cousin from the Jiang family? Someone from the Jiang private school recognized Jiang Chong'an and whispered, Yeah, that's their little fool girl. These days, it's well known that a silly girl going to school for lessons is a strange and amusing story spreading across 10 miles and 8 villages. If her family was wealthy, it would be understandable. But Jiang's family has several children studying, yet they are very poor. Old Jiang II even insisted on sending Jiang Chong'an to private school, which caused a lot of gossip about the family. Jiang Xing, Jiang Chong'an's third uncle's younger cousin, is a year older than her. But Jiang Xing didn't come today for the exam. Not all teachers care about reputation and grades. Usually, students who perform poorly aren't allowed to take exams because it would lower the reputation of the school or private academy. But the mountain private school is different. Even a fool is sent for exams. Is this to make others laugh? Lu Gaofeng is so lucky he met a little fool in his first round. He clearly isn't competitive, so it's easy for him to advance. Why doesn't this good luck happen to others? The little fool is not scary, but County Scholar Chenwen, Songshan Academy Wu Zhaoyun, and Nanshan Academy Deng Yongtao are all very famous. They often hear these students' names from the teacher, and these students have all achieved good results in poetry competitions. Others immediately had nothing to say. Whether their luck was good or bad, no one had high hopes for Jiang Chong'an. Even the young scholar from Jiang frowned, confused as to why Teacher Song would ruin his reputation. Such an untalented student didn't need to take the exam. Since there was no imperial examination in the future, the parents probably understood. Teacher Song stroked his beard mysteriously. He wasn't in a hurry. Soon, everyone would be frightened to death, and he wouldn't say much. The students taking the exam walked to the center amid many discussions, under the watchful eyes of everyone. They were all very nervous. But when they saw the short Jiang Chang'an, they surprisingly calmed down and felt confident, as if they were sure to win. After all, this child was a girl, and she looked a bit silly. These students were all older, having studied for over 5 years, and their skills were quite high.
Moving up was easy for them.
Moreover, hearing the gossip, they wondered if this truly was a genuine little fool. The students at the center didn't think calling her a fool insulted their intelligence. They thought more fools like her would be good, easy wins, no need to fight fiercely. Jiang Chang'an wasn't really pretending to be a fool. It was just her long-standing habit of acting dazed, which had become a paralysis. Even if her spirit was full, she couldn't control her expression for a moment. This little fool, walking seriously to the examiner to bow, looked quite adorable. Serious as Grand Historian Hong, she almost made him break character and show a loving smile. Grand Historian Hong didn't smile, but his tone was calm and gentle. Watching from behind, Ji Yusher's mouth twitched. But this girl was really interesting. Small and weak, yet standing straight. Plain clothes but delicate features, a silly face but deep eyes, full of contradictions. Usually recite the text, he said. I'll read the first 1 or 2 sentences. If you can follow, step forward. I will call your name, and then let one of you recite. Then the others will continue. He looked at Jiang Chang'an on purpose, showing some care. Understood. The students replied respectfully and in unison, their voices trembling, not from excitement, but from nervousness. The adult in front of her has a great influence on their future, so today's test is very important. The teacher's instructions are still fresh in her mind, and her family's hopes fill her heart. Suddenly, she feels a lot of pressure. Some students are so nervous they don't dare to breathe, and some even start to sweat. Jiang Chang'an quickly opens her literature certificate system. She is determined to get a good score, but if the questions are too tricky, she'll have to cheat. Sorry, everyone. It's because I'm poor. Please consider this as helping me out. Jiang Chang'an quietly prays in her heart. Seeing everyone ready, the censor clears his throat and begins to ask questions. The way of man. Whoosh. The examiner only says 2 words, and Jiang Chang'an can't wait to step forward. Other students are surprised and also step forward. They know basic knowledge, so how can a little girl beat them? The censor opens his mouth, but doesn't need to rush. He had planned to ask the easiest question. Jiang Chang'an from the mountain school, you go next. This child is quite clever. The way of man is not like that. When one's deficiency is less than one's surplus, only a wise person can use the surplus to help others, Jiang Chang'an answers confidently. A wise sage acts without greed, achieves without boasting. He doesn't want to show off his talents. This is Jiang Chang'an's life motto from her previous life. Be humble. Ha! What is she saying? She doesn't even know such a simple phrase. She's eager to answer first. Yeah, it's nonsense. I've never heard of such a poem. She's just a fool who doesn't even know the basics of human nature. Some students whisper and mock in the corridor. The students on the stage are also shocked. What is she talking about? Isn't it human nature is good at the beginning? Only those truly learned are amazed. Only the truly wise can reach a level where they are not jealous of fame and fortune. Master Song feels very pleased. He casually mentioned something, and little Chang'an remembered it. Truly, the most focused children are the most likely to succeed. Li Shuan's eyes are deep. Is she really like this? Otherwise, how can she answer so naturally? The censor didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to give such an answer. He even had to think for a moment before realizing it was a line from the Tao Te Ching. He looks towards the mountain school and sees the teacher indeed has an aura of wisdom and virtue. No wonder he can shape such values in his students. Nowadays, People admire Confucian teachings, so Taoist teachings are considered somewhat unusual. Yes, does anyone want to continue? Magistrate Hong asked. The students looked at each other, none stepping forward because their teacher hadn't taught them, so they still felt confused. Then, this question is answered successfully by Jiang Chong'an. Next, don't talk about others' shortcomings. Suddenly, Jiang Chong'an was the first to stand up again. Of course, others didn't want to fall behind and only lagged a little. Jiang Chong'an, you go next, the magistrate said, giving him another chance. Don't talk about others' shortcomings, rely on your own strengths, she thought. That's how she used to do it in her past life, never criticizing others, nor relying solely on her strengths to be lazy. Otherwise, she could easily get 100 certificates. Jiang Chong'an could answer without a system because it was really simple. Yes, Lu Gaofeng from Jiang Family School, you're next, the magistrate continued. Lu Gaofeng took a deep breath. Trust the messenger, but be cautious. He had memorized these phrases daily, so they were familiar. Next, after finishing the 1,000-character classic, the magistrate then asked questions about Oshia Chunglin, Young Learner's Jade Forest, 1,000 Family Poems, Guangyun, a rhyme dictionary, and Area, an ancient dictionary, finally stopping at the 4 books. The 4 books and 5 classics are what students study for the imperial exams. Some students had already learned some of them, but Jiang Chong'an could speak endlessly, with no limit to his knowledge of the 4 books and 5 classics. In the final exam hall, only the sounds of Magistrate Hong and Jiang Chong'an asking and answering questions could be heard, one old, one young, one quick, one slow. People around were stunned. They had mocked how harsh Jiang Chong'an was before, but now their faces burned with shame and embarrassment. As time went on, they gradually became numb. Who dared to compete with Jiang Chong'an now? Where was the fool who claimed a 7-year-old could memorize the 4 books and 5 classics? And what about those who were beaten by this fool? Are fools this competitive nowadays? It's almost impossible to find a way to live.
Huh?
Well done. Well done. Finally, it was over. Magistrate Hong hadn't felt this happy in years. This feeling wasn't like an examiner and examinee, but more like a lively exchange of knowledge among classmates, refreshing and youthful. It seems the top scorer doesn't need to compete anymore. The undefeated king is Jiang Chong'an from the mountain school. No one has any objections? Who would dare object? Respect him as a true man. I've never seen a student with such a good memory. He must have a photographic memory, or he wouldn't have memorized so many poems and texts. Haha, truly a talented young person. I wonder if the young students understand the meaning behind all this? County Magistrate Chen suddenly intervened, and Jiang Chong'an's eyes grew darker and more mysterious. I don't know, Jiang Chong'an replied blankly, confidently, with a numb feeling, showing no sign of fear. Her goal was the prize money. There was no rule saying she had to understand the meaning. Even if she knew, she didn't have to say it, and she certainly didn't need to analyze it. But that wouldn't be the only price. Deputy Magistrate Hong's face darkened. Could Chenzhong be trying to interfere with their official examination? That would be perfect, an excuse to deal with him, even if he had backing. Haha, it's okay. You're still young. Just study hard with your teacher in the future, Magistrate Chen said casually, not digging deeper. He thought it unlikely. He had overestimated a young girl, believing she had some talent and could be useful to him later. Oh, Jiang Chong'an responded even more blankly and woodenly because she wasn't interested. She saluted politely and slowly left the stage, as there were still several rounds of questions to go.
Wow.
Chong'an, you're number 1. Without even finishing the competition, she was already first. So impressive. So proud. Such a face slap. Back at her seat, Jiang Chong'an received unprecedented praise. She was the top scorer, the winner of a few silver coins. Oh my God. She earned what normal families make in years today. I worked hard. She truly did. Her own effort. Not relying on any system. While others played games, watched dramas, or dated in her past life, she was studying. See, knowledge is useful whether in the past or present. Once learned, it becomes her own, capable of creating endless wealth. But teacher never taught you that, how do you know? Xunyu Jiao was still dazed. The fool was still the fool, but why could she memorize so many books? Could it be that the teacher secretly kept some? Of course, the teacher did teach, but some people just can't learn, Li Shushan said mockingly with a smirk. Shun Shikong lowered his head silently. The teacher had indeed mentioned it, but he thought it was useless, so he didn't listen carefully and only studied the books necessary for the current imperial exams. Forget it. Jiang Chang'an just had a good memory and could memorize easily. She didn't understand the meaning at all, so how could she turn it into knowledge and use it for herself? But the fool's memory was incredibly good, and why didn't he have it? Jealous. The exam was still ongoing. Because Jiang Chang'an had amazed everyone, the students' performance afterwards seemed quite ordinary. However, with Jiang Chang'an's overwhelming victory, the students from the mountain private school relaxed. When they left the stage, they performed surprisingly well, and their results were decent. Master Song did not expect such a result. It was almost like planting a willow and suddenly seeing it grow into a shade. However, this was a happy event. Jiang Chang'an scored first in the exam, and of course, the second place went to Li Shushan. The third place was Wu Zhaoyan from Songshan Academy. This small, obscure private school on the mountain outperformed the county school and other large academies, shocking everyone and making Master Song's image seem mysterious. Master Song stroked his beard and smiled calmly, but inside, he was already excited. These two children were indeed his students. But maybe not entirely because he hadn't put much effort into their studies. They were still exploring their interests and hobbies. When they grow older and become more determined, they will choose their own paths and focus on developing their talents. That was Master Song's plan. Not everyone is suited for studying. Some are good at math, others have talent in martial arts. Jiang Chang'an was a simple-minded kid, and Li Shushan was a mischievous boy. Even after several years of being together, Master Song had noticed that they had extraordinary memories. They remembered most knowledge after hearing it just once or twice. He let them learn freely, feeling proud but also a little lacking in a sense of achievement. During the group debate hosted by Magistrate Ji, the atmosphere reached its peak. A small private school took the first and second places in the exam. How could other academies accept this? The students, after being beaten down, didn't give up. Instead, they became more motivated. The debate became very intense. Jiang Chang'an often appeared on stage as the calm anchor of the mountain school, watching Li Shushan speak eloquently, with clever remarks, making the opponents speechless. Soon, she earned the nickname the Sharp Tongue. The opponents were overwhelmed and even cried, turning the entire contest into Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an's show. They were frustrated, but didn't know how to respond. Magistrate Ji found this amusing and finally changed the rules, allowing students to choose their opponents in matches. This way, Li Shushan wouldn't have to face everyone alone. In the end, the mountain school still took the top spot. It proved that Master Song's teaching methods worked. When students learn in a relaxed and happy mood, they remember things easily and deeply. Balancing work and rest can better inspire a child's natural talents. For example, when you do what you enjoy, you can also learn at the same time. Doesn't studying become easier then? Of course, this method works for basic learning, but when it comes to serious exams, it won't be enough. The children in the mountain school are still young, so there's no need to rush them. Teacher Song is carefully judging their progress.
Wow.
We won. We won. Teacher, we got first place. The students from the mountain school are so happy, holding their prize money and excitedly running toward their teacher. They feel proud, almost like they are already scholars. Second place went to Songshan Academy, and third to Nanshan Academy. The Jiang family private school ranked 7th, which is still a good result.
Slow down. Slow down.
Be careful, if the bridge collapses, it could be dangerous. Teacher Song's heart races. He hasn't forgotten the conversation between Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan when they entered the exam hall. There's a problem with the bridge. If it falls on their mountain school, they won't get the prize money today. The students don't understand Teacher Song's worries, but they listen to him. They stand proudly, chest out, walking leisurely with their hands behind their backs. TSK, people in the county town are just SOSO. They used to mock them, but now they've been proven wrong. Shin Shirkong is also from the county, and who would have thought that Teacher Song, just by teaching casually, could beat those big academies? He finally begins to understand his father's intentions. Shin landlord, what do you understand? He himself doesn't understand much. He only believed what Li Shendin said. 7 years ago, Li Shendin said, from the mountain, stirring the world. Soon after, Teacher Song came to the mountain village. But no one knew that on the day Teacher Song arrived, he was secretly escorted to the village entrance by guards. Only Shun landlord saw this. Later, Teacher Song started a private school. Without hesitation, Li Shendin took his son, who was studying at Jiang family's private school, and brought him to the mountain school. Shun landlord also sent Shin Shirkong there. Even if he didn't trust his own eyes, he believed in Li Shendin. Li Shendin is the true God in their lives. Everyone depends on him for life's important moments. When the true God said he would come out of the mountain village, he surely would. Who can say that he didn't have a part in it? Shin Shirkong doesn't know his father's plans, but at this moment, he also respects Teacher Song. The mountain school achieved an absolute victory, and Shin Shirkong feels proud. He knows he played a part, and this fills him with a strong sense of honor. The students at the mountain private school excitedly exchanged words, while the teachers and students from the Jiang family private school staggered over to congratulate them. Even now, they couldn't believe that an unknown academy had taken 2 top spots. Inspector Hong and Inspector Ji were still organizing their records, but since the exam was over, County Magistrate Chen, having nothing else to do, was the first to leave. Li Shushin quickly pulled Jiang Chang'an aside, signaling her to look toward County Magistrate Chen. What's wrong? The chubby county magistrate, who looked like a pig, had some questions. Oh. Jiang Chang'an quickly realized he was riding in a sedan chair carried by 4 strong men. The bearers were also very sturdy, clearly bodyguards for the magistrate. Probably because he had many enemies, he needed protection everywhere. But this weight was too much for the fragile bridge, wasn't it? God bless. I hope the little fat magistrate falls into the mud soon.
Why?
Because if such absurd things as thugs blocking the exam hall entrance and stealing documents from the Jiang family private school, or guards insulting scholars, could happen, then it's likely that County Magistrate Chen was involved. If he was responsible, then he was just too weak and useless. Wake up, wake up. Is there any problem? Jiang Chang'an secretly observed, secretly hoping that the magistrate would fall into the muddy field and touch the loaches or lotus roots. Jiang Chang'an, aren't your thoughts a bit evil? Someone with a blank face wishing others bad luck isn't very kind, you know. But she liked it. Li Shushin really wanted to make this happen, but unfortunately, he had no internal strength now. He was powerless. It was really inconvenient. Jiang Chang'an mechanically turned her head, showing Li Shushin her innocent eyes. Did you see that? She couldn't say such things aloud. She was a kind girl. Li Shushin covered his mouth to hide his smile. The two of them silently shared a mischievous secret, making the atmosphere feel harmonious and close. Shin Yujiao was jealous and red-eyed. At this moment, just as they hoped, a loud swish was heard. Suddenly, County Magistrate Chen's area was struck by an accident. The bridge collapsed. The 5 people, along with the sedan chair, all fell into the lotus pond. The sedan chair tipped over instantly, unsteady. County Magistrate Chen fell out first, landing in the field, and was then pressed under the chair and the bearers in the water. Everyone behind was stunned, never expecting such a thing to happen. Oh no! The bridge collapsed. The magistrate fell into the field. Hurry! Hurry! Go save the magistrate. Be careful. Don't run around wildly. Watch out for the collapsing corridor extending this way. The scene became a bit chaotic, but soon everyone dared not move and just stood still, watching the magistrate and his group struggling in the water. The water in the lotus field was shallow, but the mud was quite deep. Since they had been planting lotus roots for many years, the mud was thigh-deep in some places, and the water reached waist-high. Someone like Jiang Chang'an, who is short, could easily be submerged completely. Others didn't dare to move and watched helplessly as Magistrate Chen and his group struggled awkwardly in the lotus field. Magistrate Chen had never been so embarrassed before, especially in front of everyone. He felt furious inside but didn't curse or scold anyone. His face was dark with anger. After the guards helped him up, he turned and walked straight ahead, without looking back. This was clearly a moment of calm before the storm. No one knew who might face bad luck next, so no one dared to laugh at him. It showed how badly people thought of Magistrate Chen. His reputation was full of faults. A magistrate who ruins a family isn't just talking about it. When Magistrate Chen left, the assessment was successfully completed. Even the winners didn't dare to laugh loudly, and their happy expressions faded a little. What happened? Didn't do well? That's okay. Master Song always says you can try again and get better. Old Neo, who was driving the cart, saw the teachers and students from the private school on the hill. They looked serious and silent. He thought maybe the children didn't do well and felt down, so he quickly tried to comfort them. It's just a matter of practicing more, Master Song calmly corrected Old Neo. But Old Neo looked at him with disapproval and said silently, "Isn't it all the same? Your students are about to cry, and you still have the mood to correct them? Aren't you slow? Little Chang'an, don't be sad. If you didn't do well this time, we'll try again next time. Look at this. What do you think it is? Grandpa Neo bought it especially to thank you for helping today." Old Neo proudly showed a piece of pork. It looked like it weighed at least a pound or more. This was a gift to thank Jiang Chang'an for helping stop the cart. Old Neo bought it during the break while the students were taking their test. "There's no more book learning today, haha. Grandpa doesn't have much money today," he said, as he hadn't paid the teacher yet. He only had this much money and wanted to thank his biggest benefactor first. "Grandpa Neo, you shouldn't do that. We're grateful you brought us here to compete. We got first place and even earned a prize." Jiang Chang'an smiled happily, showing her small white teeth, feeling very pleased. A piece of meat weighing over a jin, about half a kilogram, worth just a few cents, is already quite valuable to farmers who rarely see meat. But she feels guilty for accepting it. If it weren't for her, maybe the ox cart wouldn't have been scared away. "What? You got first place? What kind of dream talk is that?" Old Farmer Neo loudly questions, then turns to look at Teacher Song. Surely this old man wouldn't lie, right? What's really going on? "Old Neo, Chang'an didn't deceive you. She got first place, Li Shushan second, and our mountain school also took first. A total of 8 taels of silver.
Wow.
We're rich. Truly, there's gold in books. Haha, just a small achievement, just a small achievement. Don't be proud or complacent. Remember, overconfidence leads to failure," Teacher Song says humbly, but the proud lift of his head and slightly raised horns show he's quite pleased with himself. "Yes, sir." They reply, not proud at all.
Really?
Then why do you look so unhappy? Their strained expressions are almost twisted. Is this how someone who just won first place should look?
Uffed.
Old Farmer Neo doesn't mind when he's silent, but once mentioned, many people recall the county magistrate's awkward state and almost burst out laughing. Ahem. It's just that the county magistrate had a little accident. We're a bit upset, Teacher Song explains confidently, without feeling guilty. Old Farmer Neo is stunned. He saw the magistrate covered in mud himself, but the others at the door didn't know what happened and dared not ask. So, they really got first place? Jiang Chang'an got first? That's incredible. Teacher Song turned a fool into a smart person. Does he know magic? He looks like a master. Why didn't I notice before? Teacher Song, I'll send my grandson to your private school when I go back. Is that okay? Old Farmer Neo asks eagerly. Since the mountain school became famous because of the exam, many people probably have the same idea as Old Farmer Neo. No, Teacher Song firmly refuses. Why not? We're from the same village. Why won't you take his grandson? Are you asking to be scolded? Is your grandson 2 years old? Can he speak clearly? He's not a nanny, and Teacher Song feels a bit sick at the thought. Old Farmer Neo suddenly feels discouraged. That's true. He was too eager. He awkwardly smiles and looks at Jiang Chang'an again. If even a little fool can be taught well, then a baby shouldn't be a problem. Maybe in 2 more years, he says. Since it's not urgent now, he's not going to be rude to the old man. Turning to Jiang Chang'an, he becomes gentle and friendly again. Chang'an, congratulations. This meat is a gift from Grandpa to celebrate you. When you grow up, you will surely pass the imperial exam. Grandpa is happy for you and believes you will succeed. When you go home, your father will be very pleased too. Old man Yo wasn't sure if Jiang Chang'an would be successful, but Jiang Er definitely knew, or else how could he have insisted on sending Chang'an to school under pressure? How much did Jiang Er spend on her schooling over the years? Master Song charged low fees, and most of his writing was done with sand trays, so his expenses were quite low. It is said that Jiang Chang'an's brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone were all old ones given by Master Song. The Jiang family couldn't afford to buy her new supplies, so she had been earning her own now. The exact amount of her prize money was unknown. Most importantly, Jiang Chang'an's silly illness was cured. Isn't that amazing? Even Master Li isn't as impressive as Master Song. Grandpa Nyo, this meat is too precious. I really can't accept it. You work hard to earn money.
Hey.
Isn't it easier than at your home? If it weren't for you today, earning money in the future would be much harder. Grandpa Nyo drove his ox cart daily between towns and counties, so he often saw money. Even neighbors without money to pay for the ride would sometimes give him household items like grain or vegetables. Today, if he happened to encounter the county magistrate's daughter's dowry, his ox might be in trouble, and he might even lose everything trying to compensate. Just thinking about it, he felt lucky. What should Jiang Chang'an say now? Do you think having money means you can be reckless? She looked at Master Song. Take it, little brother Nyo's kind gesture, he said. He would add a bit more to the fare because she was his student, and Master Song was secretly planning this. Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up, and she immediately took the meat without hesitation. Yes, teacher. Thank you, Grandpa Nyo. The Jiang family situation was modest. They ate coarse grains or had just enough to fill their stomachs. She wasn't craving meat now, but it was good to strengthen her small body and prevent malnutrition, which could make her grow short and weak in the future. Today, Jiang Chang'an's gains were quite substantial. 13 taels of silver for herself, plus some from the collective first-place prize. TSK, enough for her to survive in the countryside for a while, to carefully reflect on this journey of rebirth and her future path. The Shun family's carriage separated from the others. Everyone, proud and happy, got back on their ox carts and headed home, swaying along the way. Of course, on the way, she could finally see a doctor and get medicine, and also, Li Shushin had disappeared for a while. Jiang Chang'an only spent a few dozen coins to buy a few patches of medicated plaster. Ancient money was really durable. Jiang Chang'an was very happy, and it was easy to imagine that once the Jiang family heard the news, they would be shocked. Her father must be overjoyed and excited. That rough-looking man, who seemed mischievous, was only angry with outsiders, while he was gentle and caring towards his wife and children.
Fortunately,
her parents in this life are a bit older than in her previous one, or else Jiang Chang'an wouldn't even be able to call them parents. However, when the small school team finally arrived at the mountain village, a hurried figure was running along the path at the village entrance. It was Jiang Fengshuo's father. Jiang Fengshuo was very startled because his father's face looked worried, not happy about their arrival. Father? Why are you here? Did something happen? Jiang Fengshuo's father, named Jiang Tieji, was a blacksmith, so he was strong. But at this moment, he was panting heavily, showing how anxious he was. Something bad has happened. Chang'an, your father was beaten, and his condition is very serious. Dr. Shin said he's in danger of dying. We need to take him to the county town, and Dr. Bien from Renxin Hall must use his special acupuncture technique to save him. I was about to borrow a cart from the neighboring village. Since Uncle Neo's cart is back, could you please take them to the county town again? The village had a carriage from Li Shushin and Shin Shikong's family, and also an ox cart from Old Man Neo. But today, None of these vehicles were at home, so Jiang Tieji had to run this errand. Jiang Chang'an didn't expect the trouble to come from her own family. How could her father be beaten almost to death?
Who did it?
Her face turned cold. She jumped off the ox cart smoothly and ran quickly toward home. Kids, get off the cart. Teacher, come and see what's going on. Teacher Song frowned. On such a good day, how could something like this happen? He wanted to go and see if he could help. The students understood the seriousness and quickly got off the cart, urging Old Man Neo to hurry the ox cart to Zhang's house. But they didn't go home. Instead, they followed to see what was happening at Zhang's house. They hoped nothing serious had occurred. Today was a special day for Jiang Chang'an, as she was receiving an award and recognition. Li Shushan also frowned deeply. In her previous life, Jiang Shirlin's life was in danger, right? What exactly was going on? Jiang Chang'an's face was serious. Her incomplete memories drove her quickly toward home. Her speed was not as fast as lightning, but she left the ox cart and the group far behind. Her father couldn't be hurt. In her previous life, she was an orphan whose parents died early in a war. She had only seen photos of them, and they looked exactly like her parents in this life. I don't know if this is a past life of my parents or if they have been reborn, but no matter what, I can't let anything happen to my parents. If I can't do that, I will become an orphan with no family. In my vague childhood memories, I remember warm moments with my parents, now clear and vivid in my mind, full of family love. Unconsciously, Jiang Chang'an starts to cry, tears falling down her face. The tears blur her vision, and the bumpy road beneath her feet becomes even more uneven. Suddenly, she stumbles and twists her ankle. Her small body falls to the ground painfully, but she doesn't dare to stop. She wipes her tears with her sleeve, quickly gets up, and hobbles forward, still running at a surprisingly fast pace. Finally, Zhang's house comes into view. A simple thatched cottage with a mud wall and a fence, just like most other homes in the village. At this moment, the yard and outside are already crowded with people. Villagers outside whisper quietly, while inside, Zhang's family is noisy and arguing loudly. Her mother's faint crying, her brother's wailing, mixed with others in the family shouting and scolding. Crying. All you do is cry. Do you even have the face? You can't even keep your man. I'll beat you, you little troublemaker. It's all your fault that my son is hurt. Stop hitting my mother. Stop hitting my mother. Zhang's brother, Jiang Bao, tries to block his grandmother, he's sure. But he's only 11 years old, so he can't stop her chubby body. He has no choice but to throw himself onto his mother to block the broom attack.
Hey.
Jiang Bao, how dare you talk back to your grandmother? You've been reading books like a little dog, so you're not a good kid either. Mom, this is all their second wife's doing. They're just looking for trouble, sneaking around with other women and got beaten to death by the constable. Servants' money should be used for their treatment? I heard that the doctor at Rinshin Hall charges at least 10 taels of silver for a single needle. 10 taels. For more difficult cases, it's even more expensive, plus the cost of herbs. Without dozens of taels, it's impossible to cure someone. Our family doesn't have that much silver, and since it probably won't work, why waste that money? If we empty the whole house, no one will be left to live. Our 3 grandchildren are still studying, about to become successful scholars. The eldest has 2 daughters to marry off, and our parents need money for old age. What if someone gets a headache or a fever someday? Aunt Jiang was still fanning the flames, directly excluding the second household, counting only the older family members and the 2 elders, and nagging endlessly with a look full of malicious glee and scheming. She thought the relationship between the second couple was so good, but they were always lovey-dovey, making her jealous. Turns out, the clever second was just pretending, and he quickly went to find a younger girl. That felt satisfying. Grandmother, he heard about the 30 taels of silver and was so furious she trembled all over, her eyes wide with anger, and she suddenly shouted, I'd rather beat you to death. You don't earn money at home, only waste it. Eat a lot, work little, and have foolish children. What's the use of you living? You might as well all die. Thinking of her husband who had already gone out borrowing money, he really wanted to hit him first. Anyway, the second never listened to her, always thinking of his wife and children. Now he was half dead, yet the family still carried heavy debts. She wanted to kill him. He swung the broom harder. The people of the main household stood silently aside. Jiang Shermu was the eldest brother. He originally reached out to stop his mother's hand, but when he heard about his 2 daughters' dowries and his son's future, he pulled back. It wasn't because he was heartless, but because the family's conditions didn't allow it. The second household was asking for trouble. He couldn't let his family be sacrificed with him. The people of the third household also stayed silent. Especially Jiang Shirsen, who usually liked to talk and cause trouble, looked very uneasy. But he didn't stop his wife from adding fuel to the fire. At the door, Jiang Chang'an heard his family being beaten. Without thinking, he tore out the fence around the yard and shouted loudly at the crowd, "Get out of the way." His cold voice startled everyone. When they saw Jiang Chang'an's angry figure, they quickly moved aside. Oh no, Jiang Er was about to die, and his little daughter was going crazy.
Stop.
Do you want to kill them? Jiang Chang'an's eyes were icy. He held his stick firmly to block his broom. On the ground, Jiang Lauer was laid flat, unconscious. His wife, Yao, held his head and cried uncontrollably. His brother, Jiang Jiabao, was protecting them tightly. And Grandma He, this grandmother, was even more ruthless, hitting this poor family harder. No one in the crowd dared to step in and stop her. The 5 people in the main household, the 5 in the third, and even outsiders, all watched silently. What kind of messed up values are these? Do they not care if a few people die? But these people are their own relatives, and the harm inflicted on them also comes from their own family members. Jiang Chang'an's inner anger reached its peak. You little fool. What do you understand? All the bad luck in the family is caused by you. I will beat you to death, you little fool. Mrs. He didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to dare to resist her. She immediately changed her target of anger and swung the broom fiercely at Jiang Chang'an, not caring whether Jiang Chang'an's small body could handle it. She had wanted to hit this little fool for a long time. It was this fool who made the Jiang family the subject of jokes, but the old man and second son used to protect him tightly. They couldn't hit or scold Jiang Chang'an, and even send him to study. Others just laughed at their family behind their backs. All the misfortunes in the family were caused by this fool. Faced with the unreasonable woman, Jiang Chang'an was not polite either. With her strength and skill, she blocked the attack, and even fought back directly. You are the fool. A fool used by others as a. If you kill someone, you'll be executed or exiled. You will be the one to suffer, and others will laugh their heads off. With a sharp whoosh, Jiang Chang'an's wooden stick struck Mrs. He's hand. She felt pain on the back of her hand, and the broom finally fell to the ground. But what she cared about more was Jiang Chang'an's words, execution or exile.
What did you say?
She couldn't believe that her own son would be killed for killing her head. Was she crazy? Mrs. He clearly didn't believe it. She was an old woman who mostly stayed in her own village, only going to the town market occasionally, and rarely to the county city. She knew nothing about the law. That was impossible. I said, you old fool, being incited by others, plotting to murder your own son in broad daylight, just like the wife who drowned her granddaughter in the mountain outside the village. The county magistrate will cut off your head. Jiang Chang'an looked at Mrs. He with a deep, cold gaze. Mrs. He was frightened by Jiang Chang'an's sinister tone and took a step back. Suddenly, she remembered that last year, in the village below the mountain outside the mountain, an old woman had drowned her newborn granddaughter out of anger because her 4 daughters-in-law had not given birth to a son. She couldn't afford to raise the baby, so she drowned her in public. She didn't know how the county magistrate found out, but he didn't show up personally. Instead, he issued a document ordering executioners to publicly behead the old woman, and nearby villagers were summoned to watch. Mrs. He saw it with her own eyes. The old woman's head was cut off with one strike, blood splattered everywhere, and her screams suddenly stopped. Her eyes were wide open, staring until death, and her head rolled far away. After the He family returned, they were so frightened they fell ill and lay in bed for half a month before recovering. During the Daesan era, the government placed great importance on population growth. Women could open household registers, find husbands, and marry multiple times. The law punished intentional murder severely. Death was the penalty. People could not be killed casually, not even granddaughters, let alone sons. Why did she forget such an important matter? He was terrified and nearly collapsed. Everyone was surprised to hear Jiang Chang'an speak so long at once. They wondered, is he not crazy anymore? What's going on? Mother, this silly kid must be possessed. He dares to insult and scare you. He's truly an ungrateful wolf, Jiang Shi thought regretfully. She was happy to see the second household suffer misfortune. Who knew the seemingly insignificant fool was secretly cunning, tricking the family and causing chaos with his actions. Are you provoking family conflicts? What do you mean? Did our second household offend you? Are you trying to use the old lady to ruin us? Framing her as unkind and unjust so you can get her to pass the imperial exam? You won't pass the reputation check. What are you thinking? Jiang Chang'an openly questioned her without holding back. Was Jiang Shi ignorant or deliberately retaliating? Jiang Chang'an couldn't tell at first because she didn't know the grudges between the two families. You're talking nonsense. Possessed by a ghost. How did I become the one framing or provoking? Did I send your father to threaten Officer Zhang's wife? Did I make your father get beaten half to death? It's your father's own fault for not controlling himself. He brought it on himself. Now he's beaten half to death, and the whole family has to bear the debt.
Why?
What has he contributed to this family? Our second brother only produces fools, making us all a joke to others. You worthless thing. She didn't even want to get close to him, but was attracted to a younger girl. If she died from a beating, it would be deserved. Jiang Shi pointed at Jiang Chang'an and cursed loudly, feeling very pleased, her face full of pride and sarcasm. However, Jiang Chang'an didn't get angry, but smiled strangely. Who said it was my father? Do you have proof? Old Jiang's wife. Very well. If she remembered correctly, Jiang Chang'an's gaze coldly shifted to Jiang Laosan, Jiang Shirsan. This question made Jiang Shi even more excited. She looked at Jiang Chang'an with contempt, thinking, of course she's a fool to ask such useless questions. Of course I have proof. When your father climbed over the wall to escape, he tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, she said. Detective Zhang spent several days gathering evidence. When he brought it to the Jiang family for verification, it matched perfectly. Without hesitation, he dragged second brother Jiang outside and started beating him. They did not follow proper procedures. If they had caught him in the act, they would have sent him straight to jail for severe punishment. However, the officers did not show mercy and beat second brother Jiang badly. No one in the village dared to intervene or help, except old man Jiang. Mrs. Jiang was pleased and gloating. She thought her father was a good person. Humph. If I remember correctly, a few days ago, it was Uncle Third who borrowed my father's clothes, right? Chang'an Jiang said calmly, his eyes sharp like blades, glaring at Jiang Shirsan. What are you saying? Mrs. Jiang looked shocked. Was Chang'an Jiang not foolish but crazy? How could he say such things? Yet, her heart suddenly felt uneasy because her husband really did wear second brother's clothes that day. Well, Uncle Third, what do you say? You watched my father be falsely accused and said nothing? You didn't help at all. It seems you have no conscience. Jiang Shirsan remained silent, his face dark and gloomy. He didn't expect the little fool to see through him, and it seemed he didn't want to let him go easily. But he denied it. What could the little fool do to him? He was worried that the news might reach Detective Zhang. Seeing second brother lying on the ground badly beaten, Jiang Shirsan felt a bit scared. Before Jiang Shirsan could say anything, two stern voices interrupted Chang'an Jiang simultaneously, Mrs. Jiang and Mrs. He. Anyone seeing Jiang Shirsan's expression would realize he was deeply involved. Since the Jiang family had already lost second brother Jiang, they couldn't let third brother Jiang also be ruined. Mrs. He disagreed because her third son was very important to her. Mrs. Jiang also disagreed. It wasn't her husband. She was sure he didn't do it. She had given birth to 3 sons for this man and considered him a great contributor to the family. Jiang Shursen shouldn't treat her like this, and their sons shouldn't have such a terrible father, or their lives would be ruined forever. If he couldn't take the imperial exams, at least he could marry a wife. Who would marry into such a dirty family? Mrs. Jiang was the niece of old scholar Jiang, who lived nearby. She had some insight and perspective. So, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law both rushed forward, trying to control Chang and Jiang and stop the truth from coming out. Chang and Jiang's patience was also running out. The most urgent matter now was to treat his father's injuries. These obstacles should be dealt with quickly and thoroughly. Don't bully my sister. Jiang Jiabao saw her sister about to be hit. Despite her own injuries, she staggered forward to protect her sister. Although her sister was a bit slow, she was the treasure of their family. They never liked to speak harshly to her, and no one was allowed to hurt her. Jiang Chang'an didn't want Jiang Jiabao to get hurt again. She waved her wooden stick fiercely and pushed people away. Brother, go get the rope. Today, anyone who tries to stop me from clearing my father's name, I will tie them up. Respect elders? That also depends on whether the elders are kind. Jiang Chang'an swung her stick without hesitation, hitting He Shi and Jiang Shi. Why should the second branch of the family bear the consequences when others do wrong? It's just because they saw Jiang Lao fall and wanted to bully his wife and children. Jiang Jiabao saw her grandmother and third aunt being beaten and crying loudly. It seemed she didn't need help, so she listened to her sister and went to find the rope. Okay. He Shi and Jiang Shi were both anxious and angry. That crazy girl really wanted to tie them up. This is unfair. Beating elders. Someone come help, save me. They never knew that the crazy girl was so fierce. Someone, please come and save her. Villagers, we dare not. If Jiang Lao Sen really harmed Jiang Lao, then going up would not be helping but being an accomplice. It's better to stay out of it. Even Jiang Laoda's family just watched blankly. Both sides had brothers and both families were lazy and just their big families hard work like leeches. Why help? Their mother, He Shi, was even more at fault. They only listened to their father. Jiang Chang'an used all her strength to subdue He Shi and Jiang Shi, then clumsily kicked them aside. She turned and rushed toward Jiang Shursen. If third uncle is unaware, then I have to do it myself. If I'm not mistaken, third uncle has that little lady's handkerchief, right? I saw him smell it that day, and he looked so captivated. Everyone thought Jiang Chang'an was a little fool, never hiding her words or actions. Jiang Lao San had a finely embroidered handkerchief always kept close. He often took it out when no one was around to look at or smell it, then smiled foolishly and looked enchanted. Jiang Chang'an had seen it more than once. Now she realized that Jiang Shi, who stitched it crookedly, couldn't have such embroidery skills. So, the person having an affair was definitely Jiang Shursen. Jiang Chang'an charged fiercely at Jiang Lao San, as if she was avenging her father's killer. Her fighting was very fierce. Old third Jiang thought Jiang Chang'an was only 7 years old and didn't have much strength, but when the wooden stick struck down, he grabbed it quickly, though his palm burned painfully. The two of them pushed and blocked each other for a while, and the sturdy wooden stick broke with a snap. Jiang Old Third's arm was shaken. Jiang Chang'an kept making gestures, using the broken wood as a sword. She leapt up and aimed the broken tip directly at Jiang Old Third's chest, shouting, "Hand over the handkerchief, or I will kill you." She had never killed anyone before, but she was not afraid. Even though this man was her uncle, he was the direct culprit who harmed her father. If Jiang Chang'an was gentle today, anyone could step on their family in the future. Another frightening thing was that Jiang Old Third had been spying on her mother. When Jiang Chang'an thought of the embroidered handkerchief, she also remembered how Jiang Old Third sometimes looked at Yao's mother with a very evil gaze. Now that her father was fallen, who knew if this man would hurt Yao's mother? If that happened, Yao's mother would be doomed forever. Better to scare him thoroughly today. Her father was gone, but she, as his daughter, was still standing. No one should think they could bully their family. Dead girl. I don't have any handkerchief. Don't try to falsely accuse me. If you dare to kill me, you'll be beheaded too. Jiang Old Third barely blocked her, but his leg was bent under pressure. Still, he refused to admit defeat and continued to threaten Jiang Chang'an. Someone's killing. Dead girl, what are you doing? That's your own uncle. Are you even human? Old Third rarely did heavy work and had less strength than her old wife. How could he be her match? He sure burst into tears, hitting his leg in despair. She's not human. She's not human. She's possessed by a ghost. That girl is a demon or monster. She used to be foolish like a pig, only eating and sleeping. Now she's sharp-tongued and very fierce. She kills at once. Villagers, catch her quickly. Burn her. Otherwise, she might hurt you all in the future. A 7-year-old girl with yellow hair had beaten several adults into a mess. What else could she be if not a demon or monster? Jiang Shi was terrified because she truly felt Jiang Chang'an's killing intent. Facing their third family, she was not polite either. Nonsense. You harmed my husband enough, and now you're harming my Linga too. I'll beat you to death. Yao Shi, at some point, had put Jiang's second old on the ground. She, with her hair in disarray, hurriedly rushed toward Jiang Shi, grabbing her hair and hitting and scratching her face with harsh words. Everyone around was stunned. Yao Shi had never fought with anyone all these years, such a gentle woman. Was she really capable of hitting people? Yes, one is her husband, and the other is her daughter. Being harmed like this, they must fight back. Mrs. Jiang was beaten badly by Jiang Chang'an. She was too exhausted to fight back and was being hit by Mrs. Yao, crying out loudly. She finally couldn't spread rumors anymore, but the fight became even more chaotic. Until old Master Jiang returned, he shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" He had only gone out to borrow money, and now the family was fighting? And it was especially fierce. Hearing his grandfather's voice, Jiang Chang'an kicked Old Third hard in the leg, then spun and kicked him away. Only then did she step back. Over there, Jiang Jiabao had already dropped the rope and ran to help his mother up. He took the opportunity to kick Mrs. Jiang, calling her a bad person who wanted to harm his sister. Jiang Shirsen, what's wrong with you? The second brother is still lying there. Now you're bullying his wife and children? How could he raise such a worthless son? What an unlucky family. Old Third Jiang was stunned. Was the old man blind? Didn't he see that it was their third family who was fighting the couple? You biased old fool. Can't you see it was the second family who hit us? That fool wanted to kill us. What kind of heartless monster have you raised? He wanted to kill the grandmother and the uncle. Such sins. He cried loudly, tears flowing freely. Jiang Chang'an didn't argue. She kept her eyes fixed on Old Third Jiang, afraid he might run away, because the evidence was still on him.
What?
What have you all done to commit such heinous acts, forcing my precious to fight? How dare you? The honest people were pushed to their limit. What kind of terrible deeds could cause such anger? Old Master Jiang's face turned red and his neck thickened. He wanted to go up and give them a good punch. Chang'an, what happened? Mr. Song and the students arrived shortly after Old Master Jiang. Jiang Chang'an was not in good shape. She looked like a wounded beast, with injuries all over her body, yet she stubbornly resisted. Her small body bore heavy burdens, which made people feel heartbroken. Constable Zhang accused my father of having an affair with his wife. The evidence was a piece of cloth torn from my father's clothes. But that day, Uncle Third borrowed and wore my father's clothes. The person truly having an affair with Constable Zhang's wife was Uncle Third. The evidence was with him, the handkerchief his wife gave him. I saw it with my own eyes. The handkerchief was embroidered with the characters Sun Wan Gong Qing. As for the characters, Jiang Chang'an certainly hadn't seen them herself. She had just opened the certificate system and scanned it. It was so convenient. Jiang Chang'an's words surprised Li Shushan. He wondered how Jiang Chang'an had gathered so much information in such a short time. Captain Zhang and his wife had been married for many years without children because Captain Zhang had an injury that prevented him from having kids. The young lady must have been unable to bear loneliness, so she secretly had an affair with Jiang Shursen. After all, I heard that Madame Jiang and Uncle Jiang were classmates. They had a strong emotional bond and even ran away together later, Li Shushen added casually. Everyone around was shocked. If that's true, old Jiang really isn't a good person. He not only betrayed his brother but also said nothing when his brother was beaten. Old Master Jiang was deeply shocked and staggered.
You. How dare he?
That was his older brother. Old Master Jiang quickly ran to grab Uncle Jiang and, without hesitation, reached into his pocket. Seeing the situation was hopeless, Uncle Jiang didn't dare resist, fearing to anger his father and lose his last protection. Soon, old Master Jiang pulled out an embroidered handkerchief from Uncle Jiang's pocket, with bold words saying Son 1 empathy. I've never seen anyone so stupid, cheating and not even wiping their mouth. That's bad enough, but to involve his brother and not even try to save their relationship. When Captain Jiang hit someone, if he had a shred of conscience, he would have stepped in to help his brother resist. That way, his second brother wouldn't have been so badly hurt, and there might still be hope for reconciliation between the families. But this heartless person just watched silently as his second brother was beaten. Old Master Jiang was furious and slapped Jiang Shursen hard. I thought your usual fights were just small quarrels among brothers. I didn't expect it to be this deep hatred. Old third is careless, but even the eldest brother has no conscience.
Good.
I will remember you all. Old Master Jiang pointed at Jiang uncle and Jiang the eldest, then turned away, not even glancing back at them. Linger, let's go. Grandpa has borrowed money. We'll take your father to the county for treatment. The doctors have already treated other injuries, but now only that head remains. Don't worry, Linger. Your father is lucky. He'll be fine, Grandpa Jiang comforted, gently patting Jiang Chang'an's small head. Jiang Chang'an nodded, but tears involuntarily fell. She must be okay. She really must. She doesn't want to lose her father right away. The two people walked over to old man Jiang. Before they could act, Mrs. Yao suddenly and easily lifted her husband horizontally, looking very untroubled. She then looked at Jiang Chang'an and the others with innocent eyes. A strong man. A woman with great strength. Everyone was once again stunned. Mrs. Yao, who was delicate and thin, had such powerful strength. No one had noticed this before. Jiang Chang'an finally understood where his unusual strength came from. It was inherited. The truth finally came out. The person having an affair was Jiang III, and Jiang II had suffered for someone else in vain. Even more ridiculous, Jiang III's wife was shouting and cursing at the second household, who had saved her life. It was laughable. Meanwhile, Jiang I and his family watched coldly from the side, showing no sense of responsibility as the older brother. Old Madam, he was not an ordinary fool. Even knowing the mistakes of the third household, she still supported them to the end. Today's incident made the villagers see clearly that the Jiang family was not united. They looked down on and despised the family, just a bunch of scattered, weak people with no real strength. There was nothing to fear. In the past, the Jiang family had 3 sons, 5 grandchildren, and old Master Jiang was a carpenter. Everyone looked up to them. All 3 sons had studied for a few years, and the grandchildren of the right age were also in school. With so many educated family members, who could say the Jiang family lacked strength? Now, old Master Jiang probably felt his efforts were wasted. The family's problems made all his hard work seem useless. No matter how much they studied, it was only for show. From now on, the Jiang family status in the village would likely decline. However, the second household was quite surprising. When old man Jiang fell ill, his foolish daughter became smarter, and his wife was no longer so weak and helpless. Old Master Jiang felt a little more at ease with the second household. He quickly arranged things. The ox cart is outside. Jiabao and Linger, it's bumpy on the road. Go home and get 2 quilts to put under your father. Yes, Grandpa. Since it was summer, the winter quilts were stored in a homemade bed chest. Jiabao knew this well, so he hurried back to their room. Jiang Chang'an also quickly followed. They needed 2 quilts, one for padding and one for covering, as his brother couldn't carry them all alone. Once everyone was ready, the only thing left was money. Patting the silver in his arms, old Master Jiang reached out to Mrs.
He.
Bring the family's money here. He had borrowed 10 taels of silver from Landlord Li, and there were a few taels of broken silver at home. He just hoped it would be enough. He sure opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words to argue. Anyway, the old man was determined to save the second son, so no matter how unwilling she was, she had no choice. Therefore, he sure took out all her family savings, only 2 taels of silver, which the old Jiang family had saved up over a long time. Old Master Jiang calmly accepted it and said nothing more. Old brother Jiang, here are also 14 taels from Chang'an. Take them all, said Teacher Song. Everyone around was surprised, but Teacher Song was always kind and generous. Teacher Song, did Chang'an borrow this money from you? I already borrowed 10 taels from Landlord Li. Old Master Jiang wanted to add, since it concerned his son's life. More money would give better security. But he was worried he couldn't pay it back soon, so taking it was tricky. No. This money was earned by Chang'an today. Didn't you teach her carpentry? She used her woodworking skills to help the Tiger Warlord Agency fix something, and the county magistrate's daughter's priceless dowry was also repaired. The agency gave her 11 taels as thanks. Chang'an also got first place in her exam and received a 3-tael reward. She's doing very well. You're right, younger brother. Your eye for talent is good. You've been carefully nurturing her, and now she can handle things on her own.
Take it.
First, send her father for treatment. If the money isn't enough, I still have some. Come back and get it later. Saving lives is the most important. As for the money earned from dealing with the hooligans and thugs, let's not talk about that now. She's just a young girl. Being too fierce might not be good either. Right now, the girl is worried and crying for her father. She even fell on the road. When she got home, she had to fight with her family to stay strong. Her spirit was really firm. If it had been other children, they would have broken down and cried long ago. Teacher Song's additional words made everyone around gasp in shock, their eyes wide open. What's going on? The little fool earned 14 taels in one day. Can she really memorize so well? Old Master Jiang actually wanted to say, isn't his granddaughter supposed to be simple-minded? But it turned out she could really read and memorize. As for woodworking, it was normal to know a little. Because little Chang'an grew up with her grandfather, and only she had the patience to sit and work with him all day long. Everyone says she's a bookworm, but Chang'an is just very focused. She memorizes everything with one mind and no distraction. It's normal for her to be a bit impressive. Your woodworking skills are also very good, aren't they? Teacher Song said calmly, explaining reasonably. Yes, Linger is very focused and patient when she works. She can watch you work all day, and if you don't pull her away, she won't leave on her own. So, she remembers everything? But his woodworking skills are only half good, and how did Chang'an manage to repair such precious dowry items? Old Master Jiang looked confused and full of doubt, but now wasn't the time to worry about these things. The quilt has arrived. Good, let's go. Mr. Song, there's an urgent matter now. I'll thank you properly later. Old Master Jiang took the money, feeling a bit more at ease. Dad, I want to help too. Big brother Jiang stepped forward, though he looked hesitant. But he felt uneasy inside because if old Master Jiang got angry, who knew how he would deal with them afterward? Also, the sudden change in the second branch made him jealous. You don't need you. Stay where you are. Old Master Jiang was disappointed in his eldest son. The second son was being watched, and since he was said to have made a mistake, just looking on coldly showed he didn't care for his younger brother. But when their father tried to help, he was pushed to the ground, and this son didn't even step forward to help him. He wasn't raising sons, he was raising enemies. Old Master Jiang knew he wasn't good at teaching children, so he sent all 3 sons to school early, hoping for the best. But the Jiang family had no talent for reading. None of them could finish school. Instead, they became wild in the academy, proud and arrogant, refusing to learn woodworking with him. They didn't care for the farm work at home, and their harvest was only about 80% of others. They were clever and calculating, unwilling to suffer losses or give in to anyone. Before anything happened, old Master Jiang didn't see any problem, thinking these were just small fights among brothers. Quarrels were normal. Every family went through this. But once something happened, the eldest son was indifferent, willing to die for anyone he loved or hated. Did he ever think about the future? Did he think he wouldn't need help if he fell into trouble? The third son was malicious. What kind of hatred could make him betray his brothers so badly? Watching his brother get beaten to death, he did nothing. And the second son was the most ruthless, who knew how he would repay the third son someday. Chang'an, this little girl, had learned her father's cunning perfectly. She fought so fiercely that her wife and the third son's family were crying out loud. Don't think the old man couldn't hear. Old Master Jiang just thought those troublemakers deserved the beating because they had truly gone too far. So, the eldest son is the oldest child in the family and will inherit the largest share when they split up. Usually, he does most of the work and helps his younger siblings. Is there a problem with that? The second son is lazy. He only does what he can push off from his second household, refuses to do extra work, and spends his days scheming for a small family, acting like a sneaky mouse. But he doesn't think about what good things there are in the family for him to take advantage of. The third son is clever in a tricky way, smooth-talking and slick. He spends his days flattering people instead of doing honest work, which eventually causes big trouble for himself and others. Did old man Jiang ever talk honestly with his sons about these faults and problems? Yes, he did, but they are all rebellious and stubborn. None of them really listen seriously to his words. Since that's the case, when the second son wakes up, he will be sent away with all these troubles. If he's so capable, he should go handle it himself. Old man Jiang quietly made up his mind. Old man Jiang, holding 26 taels of silver, took his second son's family onto the ox cart of Old Man Nyo. Old friend, please help us travel through the night. Old man Jiang and Old man Nyo are about the same age and are on good terms because Jiang often asks Nyo for help hauling wood. But now, the situation is special. Who knows if Jiang's second son can hold on? If he can't, who would want to pull a dead person? That's a taboo. It's hard for the old man to let them get on the cart, but he has no choice. Old man Nyo comforted Jiang, patting his shoulder. Don't worry, I've prepared my oil lamp. I'll make sure to get you into the city before the gate closes. Every family has its troubles. Even if you don't consider the good friendship between these two old men, Jiang Chang'an saved Nyo and his cart today. No matter what, he wants to repay him a little. The city gate closes at sunset during the Yu hour, but there's no curfew in the city. Now it's the Shun hour, just the right time. From the mountain village to the county seat, the ox cart takes about an hour. If they delay further, it could become a problem. Thanks for your great kindness. Let's go, Jiang old man said, covering his son and urging the cart to move. Meanwhile, Jiang's second son was carefully protected in Yao's arms. His family and Chang'an sat beside them, each watching over one side. Old man Nyo waved his whip, and the ox cart sped away. Behind them, Jiang's eldest and third families watched nervously, whispering and pointing at them. The people on the cart were all very quiet. Jiang Lao heir was exactly 30 years old this year, in his prime, nearly 1 meter 80 tall, with good features and a calm, mature charm. He was usually a very spirited man, overly cheerful but sharp-tongued. Anyone who dared say anything bad about his daughter would be quickly rebuffed, making others doubt themselves. So Jiang Chang'an was not used to the quiet Jiang Lao heir. He looked pale, with a very low body temperature, clothes covered in dust, messy hair, and bloodstains on his face. He looked fragile and disheveled. Yao was holding Jiang Lao heir's upper body with one arm, gently fixing his hair with her free hand. Jiang Chang'an's expression was cold. Is Captain Jiang really so reckless? Not caring at all about the Jiang family? Didn't father object? Did he just let them hit him? Her father was definitely not that foolish. The incident happened before Jiang Bao finished school. Jiang Bao was also confused and didn't know what had happened, only trying to protect his parents. At this moment, old Jiang sighed and glanced at Yao, whose hair was messy. She was unusually beautiful. Usually her hair covered half her face when she went out. When she came to the house, everyone saw her beauty. Chang'an, since you've pretended to be naive for so many years, you should know that Captain Zhang and his kind are more dangerous than thugs. They are powerful and run the local area. Before we have strength, we shouldn't provoke them. Your Uncle San, that fool, acted without thinking, bringing wolves and tigers into the house. Those people saw your mother's appearance and wanted to take her away to exchange for something. Even if we explain, no one would listen. Your father risked his life to protect your mother. It's only because we had a weakness in their hands that they had an excuse to attack. The neighbors wouldn't help, and your eldest uncle and third uncle are selfish. Even I, your grandfather, as an old man, couldn't help much. So your father had to endure this injury so the situation could be temporarily settled. After that, sigh. Old Jiang didn't know what to do. He had been a simple carpenter all his life. How could he compare to the officials under the county magistrate? That's why he fought to send his children to school. But none of them turned out promising. Only Chang'an, whether for good or bad, had gained some recognition. Actually, Jiang Chang'an looked a bit prettier than her mother, but in the past her foolishness was a shield, so no one paid much attention to her. Now, since she had ranked first in the exams and shown herself in front of the adults, those petty troublemakers probably wouldn't dare openly target the second branch anymore. However, the hidden dangers are even greater because she blocks others' paths. Those who want to climb higher will not give up easily. The road to fame and wealth will only become more brutal and bloody. Hearing this from grandfather, Jiang Chang'an finally realized that things are not as simple as they seem. Moreover, the large Jiang family on the mountain, rooted here for generations, has at least 100 members, including a clan leader. Yet, they still allow others to control their family. Jiang Chang'an clearly understands his situation now, and it doesn't look good. Next to him, Yao's body instinctively shrank back, worried about the future and feeling guilty for being a burden. Mom, don't be afraid. Your son will protect you. Zhang Jiabao held Yao's trembling hand, but he felt confused inside. He has no strength. His father has fallen ill. How can he protect his mother and sister? It's okay, grandfather, mother. I will study hard with the teacher, learn skills and martial arts, and protect our family, Jiang Chang'an promised confidently. Every era has its rules. She is skilled and smart. Jiang Chang'an doesn't believe he can't find a bright path forward. Yes, don't worry too much. Little Chang'an is talented in both literature and martial arts, and he even knows woodworking. He's amazing. You don't know, today was strange. On a clear day, suddenly thunder struck, scaring all the carriages and horses on the street. But Jiang Chang'an only threw a stone at the wheel, and the fast-moving carriage stopped. Later, a wealthy young lady's dowry worth thousands was broken, but she quickly repaired it herself. When faced with thugs and ruffians, she and a group of students drove them away. She scored first in the exam. At home, she saw through someone's plot against her father. Brother, even grown men might not be able to do all that. Your family's good luck has just begun, so don't worry too much. I've decided to send my child to study with Master Song. He's a great expert. Old Mr. Neo witnessed many miracles and felt the deepest emotions. Of course, he didn't tell the family about the dangers, especially about Jiang Chang'an falling from the ox cart, to avoid frightening them. Now is the time to encourage them. Sure enough, the Jiang family was surprised, didn't expect little Chang'an to not only pretend to be simple, but also to learn real skills. Yes, I am amazing. In the future, I will succeed in the imperial exams and bring honor to our Jiang family. No, Jiang Chang'an thought, it's all to stay alive. I, myself, have no right to protect my appearance. In modern times, a constable's status is a shield for everyone, but in ancient times, they were like fierce wolves and tigers. A woman's beauty, without support from power or background, is ultimately tragic. After all, this is ancient times with little regard for women's rights. Jiang Chang'an's guarantee isn't very convincing, but the atmosphere has become a bit livelier. Life moves forward, and the children are working hard. There will surely be a way. As the saying goes, things will work out when the time comes. At that moment, a carriage came rushing toward them.
It was the Shun family's carriage.
Old Nyo quickly moved his ox cart to the side of the road to let the carriage pass. Old Nyo, why are you out so late? Did something happen to old Jiang? The driver of the Shun carriage was a relative from their village, especially responsible for caring for the horses and driving the carriage. Everyone knew each other. Seeing Jiang Er's face covered in blood, he was immediately startled. Yes, the child was hurt by someone. We're rushing to the city to find a doctor, old Jiang said helplessly. Just then, the curtain of the carriage was pulled aside, revealing Shin Shikong and others' faces. Seeing the tragic state of Jiang's family, they were shocked. What had happened? Shin Shikong didn't know much about Jiang's family, but they needed help. Jiang Chang'an, maybe it would be safer if we used my family's carriage to go to the city, he suggested. The carriage was faster and less bumpy than the ox cart, which would be better for Jiang Er, who was injured and waiting for treatment. Brother? Shin Yujiao was startled. Jiang Chang'an only ranked first in exams, so did her brother need to curry favor? Jiang Chang'an finally looked up. The Shin family's carriage was indeed more stable, but Shin Shikong. Why worry so much? His father's health was the most important. All right, thank you. Grandpa, we'll change to that carriage. Things didn't go perfectly as planned. What if something went wrong? His father's health couldn't be delayed. Going to the city early would mean earlier treatment. Jiang Chang'an and her group got into the carriage, and the driver became Old Shin. He had taken care of this horse and carriage for many years, so he was the most familiar with them and could drive at the fastest speed. This was the young master's order. Since Jiang's family was from the same village, Old Shin didn't want to refuse. Once the Jiang family was seated, he immediately started driving. Old Nyo didn't follow. They couldn't help much anyway. It was better to rest for the night and see if Jiang's family needed his help tomorrow. Children, get in the car. I'll take you back, Old Nyo offered. The village was still a bit far from here. No, we don't want to. Without hesitation, Shen Yu Jiao refused. She didn't want to ride in a bullock cart. It's dirty and dusty. Worse, their family's luxurious carriage was soiled by that foolish Jiang Chang'an. She wondered what her brother was thinking. However, Shin Shikong didn't hesitate to get into the bullock cart. All right, thank you, Old Bull, he said, wanting to hear what had happened on the mountain today from Old Bull himself. This was about the private school on the mountain and the Jiang family. Brother, why did you lend out the carriage? Shin Yu Jiao muttered unhappily. Seeing everyone else get into the bullock cart, she reluctantly climbed aboard. Friends help each other. Isn't that right? Jiang Chang'an, the little fool, managed to get first place in the exam. Shouldn't her learning methods be worth copying? Shin Shikong didn't miss any chance to climb higher, even if it meant learning from a fool. Shen Yu Jiao clenched her teeth, clearly doubting her brother's kindness. She thought he was probably scheming against Jiang Chang'an, but she was happy to see it happen. In the cart, Old Jiang kept talking to Old Shun about what was happening in the Jiang family, sighing about their bad luck. This made Old Shin feel sympathetic. The officials are getting more and more unreasonable. My master has to give them gifts now and then, or simple tasks can't be done. Once, he saw the officials drag a young, pretty girl into an alley, claiming her father owed them money. The next day, he heard she had hanged herself. It's a tragedy. Heaven doesn't know when it will take these wicked people away. But before that, ordinary folks like us should stay low-key. Don't show off wealth, and women shouldn't dress too fancy. Otherwise, thieves might notice. Jiang San is foolish. While others avoid those officials, he still goes to bother young women. He's like a star hanging from a noose, living too impatiently. Who says otherwise? But this rebellious son just doesn't listen, Old Jiang said helplessly. Don't worry too much. Your child got first place in the exam today and showed himself to the officials from the capital. That Jiang guy probably won't dare to come knocking again. Old Shin knew about Jiang Chang'an's victory because the children in the cart, except when playing outside, mostly discussed Jiang Chang'an. Many were angry about his win, but felt helpless. Although the two people were chatting, the carriage was moving quite quickly. Since it was late, there were few pedestrians on the road. After about half an hour, the carriage arrived at the county town. As night fell, the carriage finally stopped in front of the Rinshin Hall Medical Clinic. The shop assistant was just closing the door. "Young sir, please wait. Is Dr. Bien here? My son has been seriously injured and needs urgent treatment." Old man Jiang quickly jumped down from the carriage and hurried toward the clinic. The clinic assistant did not answer directly, but looked inside. He saw an elderly doctor with a full head of white hair packing up his examination table, preparing to leave. Hearing the noise, the doctor paused and nodded at the shop assistant, appearing kind and gentle, which made old man Jiang feel at ease.
Go inside now.
"That's Dr. Bien," the assistant said patiently, with a kind-hearted look that was very comforting. "Second son, quickly bring the second son in," old man Jiang urged at the door. Mrs. Yao also got off the carriage, nodded at the request, and turned to carry Jiang's second son. Old Hedshin was surprised. It seemed Jiang's second daughter-in-law was quite strong, but her face was still unclear. Jiang Chang'an and Jiang Jiabao followed quickly. "Grandpa Shun, you should go back now. Thank you for your help. Once my father is settled, I will thank you properly," Jiang Chang'an said respectfully, looking serious, but with a slightly dazed expression. "All right, you go inside too. Take good care of your father. It will be fine," old Hedshin said, unable to stay longer. He needed to leave the town quickly before the gates closed, and tomorrow the Shun family still needed the carriage. It was late, but he was not worried because his carriage always had oil lamps, and he had traveled this road for decades. He could walk it blindfolded. The Rinshin Hall was small, with only one doctor and one assistant. There was only one row of medicine cabinets. It was old man Zhang's first time here. "Dr. Bien, my son was beaten badly and is unconscious. The other wounds have been treated by the village doctor, but his head is still injured. Shun doctor said only you can cure him. Please take a look at my son," old man Jiang said straightforwardly, not hiding anything. He was quite confident about his son's injury. "All right, put him on the bed. Let me check his pulse," Dr. Bien said simply. The patient looked very ill. Talking too much would only waste time and cause him to miss the best chance to save him. Yao placed her husband on the small bed, then hesitated and stepped back, clutching her clothes tightly, showing her unease. Jiang Chang'an stepped forward, holding his mother's hand to offer her some support. Jiang Jiabao also followed suit. The old doctor took nearly half an hour to check the pulse. Jiang Chang'an's family was almost unable to hold their breath, feeling anxious like ants on a hot pan. They had never seen such a long pulse check. Does this old doctor even know how to treat illnesses? If it weren't for Shin the doctor's previous guarantee, old Jiang would have interrupted the consultation. Just when everyone thought the old doctor was about to fall asleep, he finally opened his eyes slowly and said, "Indeed, there is a head injury, and the blood flow is blocked. Not only the head, but 2 ribs in the chest are also broken. In about an hour, his life will run out."
Ugh.
Yao staggered, almost fainting. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands, trying to hold back her tears. Jiang Chang'an and Jiang Jiabao also became anxious. They tightly hugged their mother. Such an important part of the body, in modern times, is hard to treat. What can be done in ancient times without medical equipment? Can acupuncture help? Can he be saved? "Doctor, we have money. Please save my son. He's so innocent, he absolutely can't die. He has a wife and children to care for." Old Second Zhang's external injury didn't seem serious, and Shin the doctor said a county doctor could treat it. Previously, old Jiang was worried about money, but it turned out his son's injuries were internal, and he only had an hour left to live. How could he accept this? "There's about a 70% chance to save him, but it will cost at least 30 taels of silver," the old doctor said flatly, with no emotion or fluctuation in tone.
What?
Old Jiang was greatly disappointed. They only had 26 taels of silver. What should they do? The county doctor didn't accept credit, and they couldn't pay later. "Our doctor never lies. We charge exactly what we earn." 30 tails shows your son's condition is very serious, the pharmacy assistant explained, unable to hold back. His master often gets misunderstood and doesn't explain, being called a scammer, but in fact, he's kind-hearted and never charges more than necessary. Seeing the family's shabby clothes, the master probably already deducted some of his fee. Jiang Chang'an steadied himself and knelt straight in front of the old doctor.
Please.
Save my father. We only have 26 taels of silver now. We will make up the rest as soon as possible. Jiang Chang'an bowed respectfully, and Jiang's family treasure saw this, and also knelt down. Please, doctor, save my father. I will do anything for you. Dr. Bien didn't expect that the youngest family member would be the first to step forward. The little girl looked somewhat dull, but her older brother followed her lead. Yes, yes, please save my son. I will go to the village tomorrow to borrow money. Old Jiang quickly took out the silver on him. As long as the person is saved, there is hope for the future. Otherwise, if the person passes away, everything is lost. Yao's wife cried with swollen eyes and knelt down with her 2 children, hoping her husband would recover. This was their family's hope. If it collapsed, the whole family would have no way out. All right, Sanchi will take the money. Close the shop. I need to use gold needles to unblock the blood. It will take at least 2 or 3 hours to finish, said the doctor. So, 30 taels of silver was not easy to earn. He also needed to use precious herbs to wake the mind. Otherwise, even if the person was saved, they might become mentally dull. The senior doctor agreed, without hesitation, to treat Jiang's second son. Seeing this, Jiang Chang'an finally relaxed a little. Jiang's second son was taken into the inner room for acupuncture. The summer night was already hot, but the staff carried in basins of charcoal fire and lit many lamps, making the room suddenly very bright. They prepared the herbs and tools needed. The staff hurried back and forth as Dr. Bien began to insert the needles. The door was not closed, so Jiang's family could watch from afar. Jiang's second son was undressed from the waist up, revealing bruises, redness, and swelling, which looked very painful. Dr. Bien took out 2 long bundles of gold needles, heated each one over the fire before starting to insert them, beginning with the chest area. The gold needles entered the flesh without a drop of blood. The doctor's skill looked very experienced and confident, giving a sense of high professionalism. Jiang Chang'an's anxious heart finally calmed a little. Just then, her stomach suddenly growled loudly, like a symphony. She was starving. She hadn't eaten a proper meal all day. As her stomach rumbled, a loud, bold sound suddenly joined in. Jiang's family treasure rubbed his stomach uncomfortably. He didn't do it on purpose. Old Jiang silently comforted the 2 little heads, who wasn't hungry, but they had left quickly and didn't bring any food, and they had just handed over all their money to the clinic. Now they could only endure. But such harsh words, as a grandfather, he truly couldn't bring himself to say them directly to the children, so he could only sigh helplessly. Jiang Chang'an certainly couldn't tolerate it. People need food to stay strong. Without eating, their bodies would weaken. Grandpa, I have a few coins left. I'll go buy food for everyone. They still had to stay awake all night, and without energy, they wouldn't last. Moreover, each of them had minor injuries. Jiang Chang'an fell from a bull cart. Grandpa was beaten by Zhang the officer and his men, and mother and brother were hit by grandma. The whole family was sick, which was very sad, but they still needed a doctor to check them. Who knew if anyone was hurt badly? Ignoring small illnesses could turn into bigger problems. But all of this cost money. Jiang Chang'an suddenly felt overwhelmed. Old Mr. Jiang was surprised again. Did the little girl know how to hide money? Impressive. All right then, let Jibao go with you. The county town was not like the village. It was dangerous for a child to go out alone at night. Having 2 people together meant they could help each other if anything happened. They could buy food now. Jiang Jibao's eyes lit up, and he started to feel a bit more energetic. Let's go, he said, taking his sister's hand and heading toward the door. The entrance of Renxin Hall led to the street, but it wasn't the main street, so it wasn't very busy. Even so, it was enough for children. Jiang Jibao pulled Jiang Chang'an, and they went straight to the steamed bun stall across the street. He often traveled to town for school, so he knew that most of the food sold on the street wasn't very good. But maybe, right now, the only thing they could afford was steamed buns. Little sister, shall we buy steamed buns? On the top layer of the basket, there were steaming hot buns, giving off a tempting smell of meat. They looked delicious. But his sister probably didn't have that much money, so Jiang Jibao suggested buying cheaper steamed buns. Each of them could eat enough with one bun. Grandpa and Mom only had two, but that would cost 4 coins. Really expensive. Still, there was a reason for the price. The buns were made from plain flour, which was good enough. Their family usually ate coarse grains like sorghum, millet, or corn mixed with sweet potatoes or potatoes, cooked into a thin porridge. This kind of mixed rice didn't satisfy hunger well and could cause bloating. It was really unappetizing. But from today on, Zhang's family would be burdened with heavy debt. They might not even have coarse rice to eat, only bran and vegetables. Jiang Jibao was worried and didn't want to look at the meat buns anymore. Since he couldn't eat them anyway, looking at them was pointless. Jiang Chang'an clearly saw that his older brother wanted to eat meat buns. Of course, he couldn't afford them. She, the proud holder of the 100 certificates, had assets worth over 100 billion in her past life. Now, being stumped by a simple bun was truly ironic. Jiang Chang'an nodded regretfully to Jiang Jiabao. Boss, 6 steamed buns. How much? The stall owner had been selling here since Jiang Chang'an's group arrived and had witnessed the main man of the family being carried into the clinic unconscious. The remaining family members, old and young, all had red eyes and looked worried. If not out of necessity, who would go to Renxin Hall for treatment? Dr. Bian was skilled, but his fees were twice that of ordinary doctors. This family didn't look wealthy. If they weren't starving, they probably wouldn't even be willing to buy buns. The stall owner, feeling sympathetic, offered 1 coin for a bun, but since you're buying a lot, 5 coins for 6 buns. This made not only Jiang Jiabao, but also Jiang Chang'an very happy. The boss was so kind, getting 6 buns for 5 coins was very generous. Thank you, boss. Wishing you all the best and prosperous business. She returned blessings after receiving the buns. No problem. There are still kind people in this world. It's not all villains like Detective Zhang. There are good people like Dr. Bian and the stall owner. Haha, good. The stall owner felt the happiest when giving out his goods. The little girl looked dazed but had a sweet smile. The bun seller quickly wrapped the buns, warm and white, with a rich aroma of flour that made one's mouth water. It seemed they were very hungry. Jiang Chang'an was salivating. Here, eat, the stall owner said happily, carefully dividing the 6 buns into 2 portions, 1 for each child, ready to eat immediately. Thank you, boss. The 2 siblings smiled foolishly and politely bowed to the boss. Oh, such well-mannered children, but they are suffering. After saying goodbye to the bun seller, they returned to the clinic. Jiang Chang'an paused at the door. Brother, you take the buns inside first, then come back. Let's go for a walk in the street. Isn't that bad? Father is seriously ill, her brother replied. Is it appropriate to go shopping now? Besides, the 2 children, in such an unfamiliar county town, Jiang Jiabao wouldn't dare to wander around alone. Buying a steamed bun from the stall across the street was already his limit. We can't help much staying here. Since we're in the county town, we might as well go out and look for ways to earn some money. Even if Dad's injury is healed, he needs to eat some meat to recover fully. Otherwise, his health will be hard to restore. Making money is very hard, but how can you know if it's possible without trying? Jiang Chang'an doesn't want to miss any opportunity. Zhang's family treasurer was convinced, even though he didn't know how the 2 children could earn money. Maybe they could beg for their father. Any method is worth a try. Then I'll go inside and tell Grandpa, Jiang Bao said, holding a steamed bun and running into the clinic. I'm not sure what he said, but he came out quickly. Grandpa told us to be careful. Let's go, he said. But inside, he was actually very scared, though he couldn't tell his sister. How could he let her worry? Let's go. Jiang Chang'an took Jiang Bao's hand and headed toward the main street. Today, they walked back and forth on the main street 3 times. Jiang Chang'an remembered the area well enough not to get lost. Still, at night, she was just a child. What could she do to earn money? No matter the era, the gap between the rich and poor is very wide. On the main street at night, lanterns hung on both sides, lighting up the street brightly. Many shops were still open, and small vendors were busy. Even beggars were still persistently asking for charity. Some well-off young women and ladies were leisurely shopping, while the young men and gentlemen gathered near the brightly lit riverbank, riding horses or riding in sedan chairs. Jiang Chang'an immediately knew this was a place of nighttime celebration, a place for men to enjoy themselves. It was also a place where money flowed quickly and freely. But she, a carpenter, didn't belong to that world. It seemed she couldn't get in either. Jiang Bao followed closely behind Jiang Chang'an, gripping her hand tightly, afraid she might get lost. There are so many beggars. We probably won't get any money, he said. Seeing how dedicated those beggars were, the siblings thought that not only would they not get money, but they might not even get food. Jiang Chang'an hesitated. Did her silly brother really think they were just out begging? She felt sorry for him. He had the courage to come out with her. We're not here to beg for money. If we want to earn, we need to use our brains, she said. Begging costs little, but also earns little. She wouldn't want to do such a tiring and profitable job.
Oh,
He said, feeling a bit embarrassed. His mind wasn't very sharp in unfamiliar places. Probably he had switched minds with his sister, acting a bit slow. Jiang Chang'an pulled her brother along to look for opportunities in the busiest places. Maybe not all of it was about brothels, right? And surprisingly, she found a different place. Gambling? Isn't this just a money trap? For those who suddenly become rich overnight, the casino is like paradise. For those who lose everything, it's a place where huge changes happen very quickly. It's a good place. And here, people gamble not only with money, but also with gemstones. Jiang Chang'an deliberately passed by the main entrance of the big casino, not just looking with her eyes, but also scanning with her certification system. After getting a clear idea of the scene inside, Jiang Chang'an smiled mischievously, took a deep breath, and finally found a way. She quickly pulled Jiang Jiabao past, thinking about how to sneak into the casino. It's definitely not good for two kids to go inside. If they lose, it's fine. If they win, they might never leave. Another problem was that she didn't have much money. The money in her pocket was given by Master Song, the prize for first place in the group exam. Each student received 20 coins, no more. Any extra had to be handed to their parents. She had just spent 5 coins on buns, leaving her with 15 coins. How could she turn the situation around? It seemed too difficult. Ahead was a fabric shop. Jiang Chang'an thought of a plan to sneak into the casino, of course, by disguising herself, and she had to pretend to be an adult. Jiang Chang'an pulled her brother inside. Sister, what are you going to do with the fabric now? Does she have money? Jiang Jiabao was confused. Just wait and see, she said. Of course, she was planning to disguise herself. Boss, I want a piece of coarse black cloth for a hooded cloak, about 5 feet long, she said. There were no customers in the fabric shop. The shopkeeper's wife looked at the brother and sister with some surprise, thinking they might be beggars. So they were here to buy fabric? That was quite rare. 5 feet of cloth for 15 coins, and I can sew it for you for free. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. She had spent all her money. Without any funds, how could she turn things around? Can you give me a discount? 5 feet of cloth. She could pretend she bought a lot, since the bun seller earlier said 5 buns counted as a big purchase and even gave them a free one. The shopkeeper's wife looked at the pitiful Jiang Chang'an and hesitated, thinking she probably didn't know the market price. Cloth usually starts at 5 coins per yard. But these 2 poor children came to buy rather than beg, so the shopkeeper's wife looked at them more kindly. All right, I'll give you a 1 or 2 coin discount. Seeing the girl about to cry, the shopkeeper's wife softened and gave her a 1 coin discount. Instantly, Jiang Chang'an's face lit up with happiness, as if she had received the whole world. Thank you, ma'am. Good people are rewarded. I wish you all the best and wealth flowing in. Your sweet smile is like a blooming lotus flower, though you look a bit silly. The shop owner smiled knowingly. All right, wait here. I'll cut and sew something for you. The owner was quick and efficient. Since there was no business at night, helping out was no loss. Soon, the owner sewed a cloak. Take it and be careful at night.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here's your payment. Jiang Chang'an took the cloak, draped it over Jiang Bao's shoulders, then poured out all the coins, pinched out 2 copper coins, and handed everything to the owner. Sigh, spending money is easy. Earning it is hard. The brothers quickly left the fabric shop. Sister, why did you buy a cloak? For farming families, anything beyond basic clothes was a luxury. Jiang Chang'an looked around and, when no one was watching, pulled Jiang Bao into a quiet alley. Brother, now that we're dressed like adults, let's sneak into a casino to make some money.
No.
We can't gamble. Sister, we must not gamble. Grandpa will break our legs if he finds out. Jiang Bao immediately refused. In their mountain village, 2 families had already been ruined by gambling. It was dangerous and harmful. Grandpa often warned them strictly. Anyone who gambled would be cut off and kicked out. It was simple and harsh, so they couldn't do it. Jiang Chang'an knew gambling was forbidden, but these are tough times. Gambling might be the fastest way to get money. Plus, she had a scanning system that could guarantee a win, but it could only be used once. Doing it repeatedly would cause big trouble. I learned a trick from an old beggar. We'll win this time, and just this once. After we get through this tough period, I promise I won't gamble again. Deal? Brother, think about Dad, Mom, and all our debts. Do you think the big family and the third family will still accept us after we go back? Now, we can only rely on ourselves. If we lose, it's just 2 coins. But if we win, we can protect our small home. Brother, this is our only chance. Don't you want to try? Jiang Chang'an told him everything, the good and the bad, hoping her brother would analyze their current situation. What should we do? Jiang Bao asked. If it had been before, he wouldn't believe that their uncle and family could be so cold and mean. But today's events had slapped him hard. All the family ties seemed fake. His real relatives were only Grandpa, and his closest family were his parents and sister. So, they can only rely on themselves. If they lose a little money, they can win back and turn things around. They only gamble once. The sister is confident she can win because she knows how hard it is to succeed in this game. She is smart and sure she can win. Carry me on your shoulders, then put on the cloak. That way, I'll look like an adult. Leave the rest to me. Just hold me steady, follow my instructions, and hold on for half an hour. An hour is enough for Jiang Chang'an to turn the gambling game around and continue betting on stones. This is easy. Not just half an hour, even a whole hour is fine. But he can only see the ground beneath his feet, not the road ahead, so moving around will be tricky. Therefore, let's practice a few times in the alley first. I'll leave a small gap so you can see the road. Usually, others won't look down much, and the casino isn't well lit, so don't worry. Even if they get caught, what does it matter? They don't steal or rob. Using this trick is just to avoid trouble later. At worst, they might get their faces painted, but no one would recognize them. Let's practice. Jiang Chang'an only weighs about 20 jin, and Jiang Baobao inherited some strength from the Yao family. Supporting Jiang Chang'an is easy, so he's very confident and eager to try. Gambling in a casino, just thinking about it is exciting. Boys rarely dislike risky games. In ancient times, whether casinos were legal is unknown. But they openly opened on the main street of Lichong County, and there were many people in the afternoon and evening. Even the street vendors outside the gambling houses made some money, showing how lively the casinos were and how wild the gamblers behaved. Tonight, at Wanda Casino, while the gamblers were having a great time, an old man with strange clothes suddenly appeared at the door. He hunched over, wrapped in a large black cloak, with his body shrouded in darkness. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and it looked like he was missing arms or legs. He moved unsteadily, very slowly. People couldn't see his face clearly, but from his appearance, it was obvious he was a half-dead old man. Was he here to block the door? Or to cause trouble? Usually, people like this, who like to pretend and play tricks, are the most difficult. They might have some real skills or be fearless of life and death, risking everything to cause chaos. Therefore, the guards at the casino entrance did not dare to stop anyone, but since the faces were unfamiliar, they still wanted to check if they were real or fake. A burly man then cupped his hands and asked, "Are you here to play, my friend?" In the next moment, a hoarse voice responded, "He, coming to the casino isn't for fun. Are you here to eat?" "I have no interest in that." The voice was old and genderless, like something crawling up from a deep abyss, which made people feel very uneasy. Before the speaker finished, his body suddenly shook. Then, as if exhausted, the figure swayed, but did not fall. He stood unsteadily, his long robe and cloak fluttering in the wind, creating a scene like a graveyard. The people around froze involuntarily, afraid to breathe loudly, watching as the hunched figure staggered toward the gambling stone area. TSK, these stones are really ordinary, far worse than those underground. Underground? Could it be the kind they're thinking of? The guard shivered, nearly scared stiff. What's going on? It's not even the 15th day of July yet. Why is this thing appearing early? Could it be something with very strong magic? Fortunately, the old man wandered around the gambling stone area for a while, then kept walking toward the dice game area. His footsteps never stopped, and people behind him could faintly hear him muttering, 100 years. The guards at the entrance were so frightened they collapsed. They knew they had to report it and probably needed a master to handle this supernatural presence. Ordinary guards couldn't deal with such a spirit. Inside the casino, the gamblers were so engrossed in their game they didn't notice the commotion at the entrance or near the gambling stones until someone was tapped on the shoulder. The force was so strong and the touch so cold that it almost pushed him to the ground. "Young man, let me play a few rounds too," a cackling voice said. The young gambler shivered and turned to see a dark, hunched figure. The face was hidden, only dark, shiny eyes visible, like a face without features, a ghost. Terrified, the young gambler shouted and quickly ran to the side. Everyone else paused their game and turned to look. They saw the black figure, somewhat blurry and strange-looking, but not a ghost because there was clearly a shadow on the ground. Very rude. Step aside, and don't disturb my mood. Otherwise, your parents won't be able to help you, and I might have to take action. The hoarse, unpleasant voice made the crowd instinctively step back, clearing a path straight to the dice table. Jiang Chang'an pushed Jiang Jiabao forward. Jiang Jiabao trembled, staggering every few steps, not because he lacked strength, but because he was frightened by his sister. That voice sounded like it was crawling out of a grave. He didn't know how his sister managed it. If she hadn't rehearsed beforehand, he might have fainted from shock by now. Still, he wasn't used to it. I love playing big or small. Let's begin, Jiang Chang'an urged the stunned dealer. It was just a skill, but if she could get a certificate, Jiang Chang'an would definitely earn a top-level speech skill certificate. She learned it from an old woman when she traveled to Yin province in her previous life. Oh. The dealer instinctively shook the dice, making a loud clattering sound. "All of you, go together. The more, the merrier," she said. More people meant more money, or else she'd be waiting forever. All in. This time, it's definitely small," someone shouted. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly lively. It was so exciting. Who cared if they were human or ghost? Gambling was all about madness and heartbeat. What would it feel like to win a ghost? Bet on big. Bet on small. This time, it's definitely small. "Brother, what are you betting on?" As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Chang'an. "Of course, I'm betting on big." Your money is just copper coins?" Everyone saw him nervously digging into his pocket, only to pull out a single copper coin. Turns out he was just a poor ghost, but no one dared to say it openly. "Big." The hoarse voice sounded again, and everyone heard a clear ding as a coin landed perfectly on the big side. It didn't wobble or roll. It seemed glued in place. Sharp-eyed people could tell that this old man's skill was definitely deep. The dealer looked at him carefully, then tapped the dice when opening the cover. Everyone saw the result. Big. Big again. Everyone exclaimed, "Really, it's big." Unfortunately, he bet on the wrong side this time. According to the rules, he should have bet small. I knew it would be big.
Ha! Winning the first round tonight. So satisfying.
The rules for betting big or small were very simple. The dealer rolled the dice. If you won, you got 10 times your bet. If you lost, your bet went to the dealer. There was also a rare case where all 3 dice showed the same number, called a triple, and the dealer would win automatically. This time, Jiang Chang'an naturally received 10 copper coins.
Continue.
She examined the best rough jade stone at the gambling stone market, priced at 1 or 2 silver coins. This was just the most inconspicuous corner piece. Jiang Chang'an decided to take a chance. Once the jade was cut open, it could be worth dozens of silver coins. But with just 1 or 2 silver coins, she could afford to gamble. After all, her actual cost was only a penny. After several rounds, the gamblers noticed one thing. Jiang Chang'an always won. So they decided to follow her lead. Of course, the casino owners weren't happy about this, but didn't dare to fight back because Jiang Chang'an looked like a tough old mountain climber, someone not to be messed with. Ha ha ha. Why not let me be the dealer?
She suggested. Winning would be faster that way.
Otherwise, if we drag it out, who knows when I might slip up? The dealer looked around as if getting approval from someone before replying fine. Then everyone saw the dice and lid covered with black cloth. There was a loud clattering underneath, and someone said, "Go ahead and open it." The black cloth was pulled back, revealing the dice covered by the lid. The casino dealer was surprised. This didn't sound like the work of a seasoned player. He hurriedly lifted the lid to check. A straight flush? It was a winning hand. In one round, Jiang Chang'an earned enough to buy a silver coin and more. TSK, it seems my skills are still good. This isn't fun anymore. Kids, your skills are too poor. I'm done playing. I'll look at some stones and pick a few to decorate with. Jiang Chang'an swept all the silver coins off the table, muttering to herself, then turned to leave. Her steps were unsteady, but no one dared stop her. Only their eyes showed some strange expression. The casino owner was the same. Since Jiang Chang'an didn't take much money, it looked like she was just playing for fun. If she was after money, she would have won at least a dozen or more silver coins. Less than 2 coins? That was nothing. Jiang Chang'an just wanted this light-hearted feeling. "Brother, give me this stone to open," she said, tossing a small bag of copper coins onto a rough stone in the corner of the gambling area. The copper coins were definitely more than 1 or 2 silver coins, just a little more, because Jiang Chang'an took out some of her winnings, though others didn't know. But the young shop assistant was afraid to agree. "Would you like to exchange it for another? The rough stone over there has better color and is more likely to produce jade." The manager pointed to another stone, genuinely worried that this dull gray rough stone wouldn't produce any jade. If Jiang Chang'an got angry, she might even take his head off and use it as a stool. He just secretly took a quick look at the casino. This guy keeps winning every round and finally makes a big kill on the last game. Luckily, he didn't win much money, or the casino might have caused trouble tonight. Jiang Chang'an didn't know what the shop assistant was thinking, but no one could change her choice. This rough piece of jade was scanned using her certificate system and was the best fit among all the stones in the shop. Because it was leftover material, it was cheap, only a few silver coins. But inside, there was a sizable piece of jade, of good quality, high ice-type jade. Even if it was only the size of an egg, it was quite valuable.
Ha ha ha, ilikistan.
It's full of spiritual energy. "Open it quickly so everyone can enjoy the sight," she said, planning to sell it on the spot for money. Jiang Chang'an eagerly set up her tools, waiting for curious fools around to be tricked. Spiritual energy?
Dream on.
It's just wishful thinking. But no matter how much she tried to dissuade them, the shop assistant anxiously looked back at their boss. The boss sighed. This customer might be blind. "That's just leftover from a big jade block. Looks pretty bad." It was a bit larger, so it was used as a display prop. If someone else wanted to buy it, fine. But fooling this old guy? What could they do? However, this old man looked quite capable. From the entrance to the inner hall, the big boss had greeted him. He was someone not to be trifled with. How could she dare sell fake goods to him? It's not like she was tired of living. The shop owner hurried over to smooth things out, saying, "Sir, why not take this rough piece for free? We can help you open it up." If they opened it and found no jade inside, they wouldn't have any excuse to call them liars. Giving it for free, what more could he ask? "How about this? You don't want to buy this stone? Or do you think I'm too poor to even charge you?" Even for free, it depends on who's getting it. The value of what's inside could be high, and who knows if the shop might cheat him later. So he had to pay. Only then would the item truly belong to him, and no one could deny it. This strange old man made the shopkeeper and assistant speechless. They wouldn't mind giving it for free or flattering him, but they still had to make a profit. "Of course, we don't look down on you. Since you insist on buying this poor quality stone, it's like helping our shop a lot. How about we give you another rough piece for free?" After many years in business, this was the first time the bedding stone shopkeeper begged someone to accept his goods, something even a county magistrate wouldn't have experienced. Jiang Chang'an watched as the shopkeeper brought out another piece of rough jade. Using the certification system, he scanned it. Wow, it contained a larger piece of jade inside. "Boss, are you sure you won't cry later? Is this really a free gift?" He felt a surge of emotion. Today's merchants are so kind-hearted. Humanity is still full of love. The roles they played suited them so well, he almost didn't want to see them leave the stage. All right, go ahead and cut it," Jiang Chang'an reluctantly agreed. The shopkeeper and assistant finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. As long as they accepted it, it was fine. The gifted rough jade had been appraised by a master, so it couldn't be fake. With the amount of jade there, the old man wouldn't bother them. People in the shop gathered around eagerly as someone started cutting the stone. Jiang Chang'an waited calmly, though his body occasionally trembled. To outsiders, it looked like he was anxious too. Actually, Jiang's younger brother, Jiang Bao, was the one nervous. He had invested all his money. Would they really find good jade? He didn't understand why his sister didn't just win enough at the casino and why they came to gamble on this jade. Soon he found out. Yes, high ice grade. The master cutter shouted excitedly, trembling with excitement. When was the last time he cut such high-quality jade? Because these rough pieces were leftovers, often discarded by merchants, it was rare to find good jade, especially top-tier high ice grade. What? Impossible. The master was cutting what looked like scrap, pieces that could be thrown away at any moment. How could they produce such high-grade jade? Oh my God! It's real jade. High-end high ice grade. Suddenly, the area around the cutting station was packed with curious onlookers. Everyone wanted to see how big the jade was. The master focused carefully, polishing the stone with great care. Soon, a whole piece of jade about the size of a duck egg was revealed. Wow! Was this old man lucky, or did he really have some skill? "Customer, please." The master handed the finished jade to Jiang Chang'an and hurried to cut the next piece of rough. He was so lucky he could even get such good jade from a seemingly insignificant piece. The other piece, which looked even better, must have had even more potential. "Hurry up and cut it." The crowd was more eager than Jiang Chang'an himself. The master worked skillfully, without hesitation. In no time, he announced, "It's out." Again. Wow. It looks even bigger than the last one. His luck was incredible. This was a free gift from the shop. What amazing luck! The shop owner and the assistant looked stunned and seemed worried. It seemed they had made a bad deal and might get scolded by their boss. As time went on, the jade was fully revealed. The piece was as big as a fist, but it was only a common type, not the rare high-quality ice variety. However, it was free, so people still wanted it. "Master, could you help me choose a piece? I'll give you 20% profit," someone offered. The people around were jealous and eager to get a good deal. The shop owner quickly became anxious. This couldn't be allowed. The shop would lose too much money. He interrupted immediately. "Customer, are you willing to sell the jade? We're willing to pay a high price." If they could buy back the jade, their loss would be minimized. Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up, waiting for this. "Oh, how much are you offering?" "This jade isn't as good as I expected, not even as nice as my cushion." "Wow." Could his cushion really be made of glass-like material? Who is this old man? But the shop owner didn't care about the customer's background. He only wanted to buy the jade back. 50 taels. That's the highest price. What do you think? He offered the highest price to prevent others from grabbing the deal. Humph. I don't like 50. How about 30 taels? The universe creates balance. The two principles produce 4 images. The 4 images give rise to all things. 3 doesn't end, and all things keep flowing, he said mysteriously, trying to appear wise and powerful to make others respect him and not cause trouble. Sure enough, the people around fell silent. Was this guy really a fool? He didn't want good jade, and even if paid more, he wouldn't take it. How stupid must he be to think like that? Yes, I'll go get the money, someone said happily. They didn't care about the deal. The jade shop still made a big profit, so the shop owner happily went to get the money. They received 30 taels, a perfect deal. Jiang Chang'an took the money and signaled Jiang Jiabao to head home. As they passed the gate, 2 guards at the casino bowed politely and showed respect. The old man was a bit strange, but he didn't cause trouble. He even helped the casino make money from the jade. If possible, they could have another chance. So, one of the guards specially warned, "Please be careful." The guard's words weren't finished, but Jiang Chang'an understood. He appreciated the kindness, but didn't respond. This was a place full of all kinds of people, including reckless gamblers and even dangerous criminals. 30 taels is not a lot, but also not little. The key is that it was given to an old man. Who knows if he really has skill, or is just pretending? You have to try first to find out. Only desperate people are brave enough to take big risks. So, Jiang Chang'an and his group were followed right after they left the casino. "Brother, we're being watched. Stay quiet, keep walking forward, and when we reach that alley we just stopped at, turn in," Jiang Chang'an whispered softly. Hearing Jiang Chang'an, Jiang Jiabao was suddenly terrified to death. His excitement about making money turned into worry. Being targeted by bad people could mean losing money, or even life. Jiang Jiabao understood this well. But leading them into the alley to rob them seemed easier for the bad guys. What if they had to fight? Jiang Jiabao forgot that his sister was skilled. Also, before entering the casino, they had dressed up to pretend to be someone else. Jiang Chang'an smirked and whispered, "Don't worry, we'll scare them."
Wow.
His sister was really good at this. Jiang Chang'an was still quite scared himself. It was late at night, and hearing those terrifying sounds was testing his heart. He didn't know how his sister managed to make those noises, which even scared the casino staff. Jiang Jiabao supported Jiang Chang'an, avoiding the crowd, and quietly slipped into the alley. Following their plan, Jiang Chang'an tapped him once, and he slowed down. Tapped twice, and he hurried up. There were 2 people following them. When they saw the hunched figure disappear into the dark alley, they were very happy. They had been waiting for a chance to attack, and now this old man was walking into danger himself. It seemed like fate was on their side. Just an old man. How much skill can he have? Look at those fools being scared. They even brag about it at the casino. If he's not paid to do this, then he's crazy. The 2 figures exchanged glances and quickly followed into the alley. They saw the hunched figure still walking slowly. But just as they thought about getting closer, the shadow suddenly darted forward so fast it was like it was flying, without making a sound. It seemed to melt into the darkness. The 2 followers were shocked. Had they been discovered? Was he trying to escape? Chase. Don't let him run away, they both shouted and hurried after him. When they reached the dark alley, they found it was a dead end with no other exits. But the figure was already gone. Where is he? He took the money and still wants to run? It's not that easy, but does he really have the ability to walk through walls? Or did he just run away over the wall? Suddenly, a cold, sinister voice rang out. "Hee, little ones, are you looking for me?" The hoarse, chilling voice suddenly came from behind them. Jiang Chang'an and the other person were actually pressed close to the dark base of the wall. Because of the high beam effect, that area became a blind spot. When they ran over, they quickly crawled up again. Jiang Chang'an activated the faint blue light from the system, shining it on her face. Her pale, Small face immediately turned purple and blue, with black mud smeared around her mouth and eyes, making her look like a patch of blue blood.
Ghost. Haha.
The two followers turned around and saw a terrifying baby spirit face, which instantly scared them out of their wits. One man couldn't breathe and fainted. The other man panicked and turned to run away.
Ghost.
Don't come closer. Don't come closer. The sound of an old person's coffin and a baby's face. What else could it be but a ghost? He couldn't believe he was trying to rob a ghost. Help. Hee, aren't you looking for me? Come play. Let's play a game together. The voice now changed to a childish tone, but he was clearly of adult height.
No. No.
Don't come closer. The man was so scared his hair was standing on end. He desperately ran forward, worried the ghost might catch him. When he looked back, he saw that the ghost in the backlight actually had 4 arms.
Ah!
Help! The man charged forward with all his might, but with a loud bang, he crashed into the blue brick wall of the alley, blood immediately pouring from his head, and he fainted as well.
Done.
Jiang Chang'an jumped down from Jiang Bao's shoulder. Quick, let's go collect the loot. The screams of the two men were truly terrifying. Surely someone would come to investigate soon.
Loot?
What loot? Isn't it better not to stay now? Jiang Bao's heart was still pounding wildly. Too exciting. Check if they have any money in their pockets. They couldn't have worked so hard for nothing. The brother and sister had been at it for a long time. Okay. Since these two definitely weren't good people, Jiang Bao felt no pressure at all. Each of them searched one of the unconscious men. Jiang Chang'an didn't need to look. She could tell where the money bag was just by scanning. But as soon as she grabbed the money bag, she heard sounds coming from afar. Someone's coming, let's go. Let's go. Jiang Bao also found his money bag, stuffed it into his clothes, wrapping his cloak into a bundle to carry, then pulled his sister and ran quickly away. As they stepped out of the dark alley, the brother and sister stopped and then slowly, playfully, and teasingly headed off, without anyone nearby noticing anything unusual about them. It wasn't until they had walked a good distance that they finally took a deep breath and relaxed. Then they were excited. Little sister, we have money now. Jiang Jiabao whispered happily, quietly whispering into Jiang Chang'an's ear. Even now, he still felt it was unbelievable, 30 taels of silver. His father had never seen so much money in his life, but now his sister had earned it, and he had a share too. The casino really is a place where you can get rich overnight. Jiang Jiabao finally believed it, but of course, only if his sister was skilled at gambling. Yes, we have money now. Finally, we can solve our family's problems, Jiang Chang'an said with relief. They used some of the medical fees from the clinic for taels and borrowed 10 taels from their grandfather. They still had 16 taels left. After paying back 2 taels to the government, they still had 14 taels. They also had 2 money bags from the robbery, but they could forget about those, as they were just paying off past school fees. Even so, that should be enough for their family to spend for a while, Jiang Chang'an happily calculated in his mind. But sister, why did you only take 30 taels when they clearly gave 50? Jiang Jiabao still felt upset about giving away 20 taels, so he asked his question directly. As the saying goes, take what you can when the opportunity comes. People should not be greedy. If 50 taels was the highest bid from the casino, then taking it all would make the other side unhappy and curious. Who took their biggest profit? Does that person really have the skill? Will they go to the casino again to cheat? The casino's managers definitely wouldn't like losing once, and probably wouldn't want to lose again, so they might send someone to investigate us. And our identities are not safe if they find out. If we get caught, bigger trouble will follow. But taking only 30 taels and letting go of the jade stone is different. The casino still makes money, and we become the ones helping them profit. In the end, you saw how respectful the whole casino was to us. When we left, the guards even warned us to be careful. They probably noticed some bad people had ill intentions toward us. So, in how we handle things, we must leave some room, both for others and for ourselves. Jiang Chang'an took the opportunity to teach his brother. Because their parents never talked like this, and the teachers at school only focused on studying, the boy was often silly and playful, not knowing how to adapt, and was frequently bullied.
Oh, I see. Sister, you know so much, he said.
Clearly, he is the older brother. He used to take care of his sister, but now that role has reversed, and he's a bit uncomfortable with it.
Our teacher taught us that.
I remembered it after just one reading. She has a good memory, but the lessons about how to behave and get along with others were learned through her own struggles in her past life. Old Master Jiang suddenly fell silent. Since they're from the same family, maybe he has already given all his cleverness to his sister. He can't learn anymore. The brother and sister chatted casually as they walked back to the medical clinic. Old Master Jiang's treatment was still ongoing. To avoid disturbing Dr. Bien, the siblings tiptoed into the clinic and approached Old Master Jiang. Mrs. Yao sat there straight and tall, like a stone watching over her husband, her eyes fixed on the inner room as if she was afraid she might miss something and her husband would disappear. Old Master Jiang was slumped in a rocking chair, looking very tired. He had been beaten up and was in pain, but he didn't complain. He was worried about delaying his son's rescue. Fortunately, they had eaten their buns, or their bodies might not have held up. You're back. Old Master Jiang wasn't worried about any accidents when the siblings went out because Jiang Baobao said they just went to the bookstore. He felt anxious inside but knew he couldn't help much. Children shouldn't bear so much responsibility. It might be better for them to go out and walk around. Yeah, Grandpa, we made money. Jiang Baobao was very excited and couldn't wait to share his happiness with Grandpa. He secretly showed 3 silver ingots. Old Master Jiang's already sleepy mind jolted when he saw the shiny silver ingots. He almost fell out of his chair in surprise. Quick as a flash, Jiang Chang'an caught the chair to prevent him from falling. Only then was the old man safe.
Where
did these come from? Did you steal from the bank? Old Master Jiang asked nervously, lowering his voice so no one could hear.
No, we.
They were too scared to say anything. Jiang Baobao looked at Jiang Chang'an, feeling like he might get scolded. Our teacher taught us a trick. During special times, we went to the gambling house to play big or small and stone gambling. Jade is usually elegant. I learned to identify it from my teacher, and I identified 30 taels of silver.
Of course, this is a secret, Grandpa.
I disguised myself as an adult to get in, Jiang Chang'an said confidently, as if she had done something very refined and not gambling. Old Master Jiang stared in shock. How could the 2 children disguise themselves as adults? However, Master Song knew about this. He usually teaches students some improper things, but I didn't expect him to teach gambling too. That's going beyond the limits. But why is this child so brave? She dared to take her brother to do such dangerous things alone. Didn't she think about the consequences? Why didn't you discuss this with an adult beforehand? It's not always lucky like this. That place is a ruthless casino where people lose everything without a fight. Old Man Jiang felt scared and broke out in a cold sweat. 2 young kids daring to sneak into a casino at night, and somehow they even made money. This story sounds very legendary. Opportunity only knocks once. When the timing is right, everything falls into place. The weather, the land, the people, nothing can be missing. I can't wait to report to the adults because the adults are too cautious. If she comes back and reports, wouldn't it be pointless if she's not allowed? Old Man Jiang was speechless. He felt that whatever he said, this child had a way to counter him with reason and evidence. Fine, be more careful in the future. It's better to discuss with an adult before doing anything risky. Adults have seen more and eaten more salt than children have rice. It's not for nothing. Yes, sir. Are you tired? Maybe go rest first. I'll stay on watch. Jiang Chang'an was also very tired. Today's events were overwhelming, and she found it especially exhausting to handle everything. Even though she had the mind of an adult, she was still in a child's body. Being able to hold on until now showed her strong will. Good child, go sleep with your brother. Grandpa is an adult. The children still need to grow strong. Overworking isn't good. Plus, he had an extra 30 taels of silver in his pocket, excited. He couldn't sleep either. His body hurt, but he felt happy. No debts, and he could take good care of his son's health. It felt like a blessing falling from the sky. Such good fortune was something he never dared to dream of before. 30 taels of silver, suddenly rich overnight. The little granddaughter was really capable. Jiang Chang'an didn't insist. She took her brother and lay down on the small bed in the medicine hall.
Sleep now.
When you wake up, Dad will be better. She comforted her brother and also reassured herself. Jiang Gubao felt truly at ease. Maybe earning money made him feel more secure. The siblings closed their eyes and soon fell asleep. Night quietly passed. Unknowingly, Old Man Jiang also fell asleep leaning against the wall. In the inner room, Dr. Bien closed his eyes to rest, but when the time came, he consciously opened them again. He gently tapped the gold needles on Jiang Chang'er's head, making them vibrate, repeating this process. There is also the Yao family. She gazes at her husband's face, as if looking into eternity. She can never get enough of it. That is her heaven. He is fighting illness, and she must stay strong with him through it all. Near dawn, Dr. Bien finally finished the acupuncture. After removing the needles, Old Man Jiang visibly regained some vitality, and his face became rosier. It's done. We've saved him. Mrs. Yao quickly stood up, her legs numb, almost falling. She was caught by her husband, who supported her. Can I go in to see him? Yes, go to the backyard first and get some water with Sanchi to wipe him down. Be gentle and avoid getting water on the acupuncture spots, Dr. Bien instructed. Thank you, doctor. Mrs. Yao bowed deeply to him before heading to the backyard. At that moment, Old Man Jiang also woke up. Dr. Bien, thank you so much. Old Man Jiang hadn't slept well and looked very tired. After staying up all night, Dr. Bien looked much better than him. People pay for treatment, but your condition isn't good. You could die at any moment, Dr. Bien said simply, glancing at Old Man Jiang and giving his conclusion. Old Man Jiang looked at him in a daze, not fully awake. What did the doctor just say? That he might die early in the morning? Is this doctor more like the Grim Reaper? I just feel a bit tired, he said. Could it be because of his age? Is this really a matter of life and death? Jiang Chang'an was very alert. When Mrs. Yao went to the backyard, he woke up. Doctor, can you also check my grandpa? Such a serious condition? He is such a kind old man, just like the old master from the mansion in his previous life. How could he die? Jiang Chang'an couldn't accept it. Of course, he must be treated. He needed to be cured, quickly and completely. All right, sit down, Dr. Bien said casually and kindly. Old Man Jiang sat there blankly, feeling defeated as Dr. Bien examined him. Severe dizziness caused by underlying issues from being hit and upset. It can be treated with acupuncture and medicine, 20 taels, including external injuries. Jiang Chang'an immediately recognized this as high blood pressure. If it can be treated, that's good. Otherwise, getting angry again could cause a... No wonder the doctor said he might die at any moment. Yes, doctor, please treat my grandpa, she begged. She was about to go into debt again. Sniff. Jiang Chang'an was about to cry. Dr. Bien purposely looked at Jiang Chang'an. This young girl was interesting, so young, yet she could make decisions for her family. Linger. That's 20 taels. Old Man Jiang hesitated a bit, feeling reluctant, even for his own body. But he currently felt fine, so why waste that unnecessary money? This was earned by the children risking their lives. Grandpa, I just want you to be healthy and live long, Jiang Chang'an said very seriously. Old Man Jiang was moved instantly. It was worth it to spend 20 taels on his grandson without hesitation. Who in the family could do that? Certainly no one. Not even his wife, who had been with him for a lifetime. He used to envy the close relationship of the second son and his wife, but now he didn't need to. He was an old man loved by his granddaughter. Good child. Old Man Jiang immediately smiled happily. If Dr. Bien isn't too difficult, please check the health of our whole family. A full family checkup to treat any illnesses quickly, just more debt. Pressure can motivate. She has a sharp mind and a certificate system. Earning a little money is easy for her. It's all within reach. Dr. Bien is highly skilled and takes good care of his health. Whether it's from herbal medicine or exercise, he looks energetic even after working all night. For Jiang Chang'an's health check, he only cares about money. As long as the payment is made, everything is fine. Very businesslike. It's probably because he's been hurt many times that he's become so cold. But that's just the surface. In reality, if Dr. Bien didn't have a kind heart, he wouldn't have given credit to the Jiang family from the start. After prescribing medicine for old man Jiang, Dr. Bien checked the health of Jiang Chang'an and the others one by one. The 3 women in the family didn't have serious illnesses, just some minor injuries. But because it was very hot, he prescribed some ointments to prevent infections and decay. That cost another 1 or 2 taels of silver. It's so hard. Jiang Chang'an wanted to cry. Another 25 taels. Do you want to pay in cash or sign a debt note? The clerk asked expressionlessly. He didn't know that Jiang Chang'an had just earned enough money to cover the expenses. So he felt helpless. The money owed for the person lying in the Jiang family hadn't been paid yet, and Dr. Bien was seeing other patients with expensive medicines. Now they couldn't even recover their costs. But this family looked genuinely pitiful. What exactly happened to your family? They asked. Such tragedy was rare. We were bullied by the village tyrant. What can we do? Sigh. It's because that person works in the government office. Old man Jiang sighed and handed 30 taels of silver to the clerk. The clerk paused. Didn't they say they had no money? Could it be that someone later delivered it to him without him noticing? But he was still very happy because there was money to be made. At the same time, he didn't have a good impression of the officials, so he couldn't help but speak up. You all are too careless. Kids are the hardest to deal with. Don't go provoking them if there's no reason. When heaven intends to ruin someone, it first makes them go mad. Don't worry, such people will be taken away by fate sooner or later. His words sounded quite cultured, but old man Jiang only understood the general meaning. Life is hard for common folks. Old man Jiang sighed, holding only 5 taels of silver, with 10 taels of debt still owed at home. Life is tough. Who isn't struggling? But as long as we're alive, there's hope.
I'll go find some medicine for you.
When Sanchi mentioned hope, the hope for the Jiang family was rekindled. Husband? Yao Shi had just wiped old man Jiang's second son's face when she saw him slowly open his eyes, and she couldn't help but cry out with joy. Madam, are you all right? The moment old man Jiang's second son woke up, his first concern was for his wife.
I'm fine. Brother Lin. Ugh. You scared me to death.
Do you know you almost died? She thought her world was falling apart. Yao Shi was so upset she burst into tears. If it weren't for old man Jiang's injury, she would have rushed to hug him. Since her birth, her mother had died in childbirth because of her. Her father blamed her for causing the death of his beloved wife and never looked at her properly. Her relatives also blamed her for causing the death of their daughter and sister, and they even took back her mother's dowry. Her life in the Yao family was worse than that of a servant. Later, her stepmother entered the Yao household and found her too insignificant and annoying, so she had someone poison her with rat poison and throw her into the river. Perhaps heaven took pity on her, and she didn't die. When she stumbled back home, she found the Yao family holding a grand funeral for her, praising the new wife for her wisdom and kindness. Her father, who rarely saw her during the year, was said to have fainted from grief over her death, but in reality, he had just gone to the backyard to drink. Since her mother died, her relatives never visited the Yao family again, but many people appeared at her funeral. Yao Shi's heart sank completely. She was never expected by anyone, nor did she hinder others' paths.
She was simply disliked.
The closest people all wished for her to die. It turned out that some people are mistakes from the moment they are born. But when others gave birth to her, they never asked for her opinion. Her grievances only ended when she met old man Jiang's second son. That year, when they were 18 at the most beautiful age, they met each other and then came together. She became his treasure, and he was the light in her heart. They had 2 adorable children. No matter how hard or tiring the days were, their hearts remained sweet. Mrs. Yao thought that the couple could live a simple, peaceful life together. But unexpectedly, someone was jealous of her beauty and wanted to harm her husband. At that moment, Mrs. Yao was desperate. If second brother Jiang really died, she would have taken her own life too. So, she didn't cry or make a fuss. She stayed silent until second brother Jiang woke up again. "I'm fine, dear. Don't cry. I feel sad seeing you upset. You're too naughty, trying to hurt me even more." Mrs. Yao's hot tears fell on second brother Jiang's hand, making him feel heartbroken. With such a gentle wife, he didn't dare to die. He completely forgot that his wife was strong enough to lift him with one hand.
Ugh.
Yes, I'm a troublemaker. I'm the worst and most annoying. But why don't you blame me? Her appearance wasn't something she could choose. She had hidden herself well enough. Even the Jiang family members who had known her for years rarely saw her true face. Not everyone was as clear-minded as second brother Jiang. Only he was willing to forgive her. Nonsense. The troublemaker is third brother Jiang. I'll deal with him when I go back. Second brother Jiang gritted his teeth. Of course, his biggest enemy was Officer Zhang, but he couldn't say it openly. He was weak, after all. But this grudge had to be avenged. Maybe not now, but a true gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. Just wait for him. Yes, we must teach him a lesson. Old Master Jiang, along with Jiang Chang'an and Jiang Jiabao, stepped forward. Seeing the lively second brother Jiang, they finally felt relieved. "Father, is this the medical clinic?" The unfamiliar surroundings and the strong smell of medicine made second brother Jiang realize his situation immediately. He had been beaten badly by those.
Yes.
"Son, next time don't act impulsively. If we face difficulties, we can find ways together," his father said. "Otherwise, next time, luck might not be on their side. Someone could really get hurt or worse." But second brother Jiang sneered coldly. "Father, only you, this old man, are helping me. Who else would be willing to join our second family?" His older brother watched coldly, and third brother was the culprit who caused trouble. The family had succumbed to evil forces. Second brother Jiang knew that in such a situation, he had to make a big fuss, so Officer Zhang wouldn't dare to attack openly. But he still underestimated how cruel those people could be. Old Master Jiang suddenly got angry and raised his hand to hit, but since the young girl was injured, he held back. "Your methods are extreme, and you think you're right? Do you know you still have a wife and children to take care of? Do you realize you spent 30 taels of silver just lying there? If your daughter weren't so capable, you'd be left to fend for yourself." Jiang Er looked at his father with suspicion. "My daughter is capable? Are you losing your mind? Linger, did I scare you?" Jiang Chang'an had been silent for a long time, so Jiang Er gave her a nickname, Lingha. That name had been used for years, and it seemed to be true. She didn't look so foolish anymore. Jiang Er watched his daughters change and was puzzled. "I was scared, Dad. Next time, don't act rashly when you're not sure. It's easy to get hurt. And brains are far better than fists," Jiang Chang'an urged.
Jiang Er war stund.
His silly daughter was giving him advice? It was a bit frightening. Was his awakening posture too perfect? Had his daughter's foolishness really been cured? Had he missed something important? "Linger, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I was struck by lightning, then fell off a cart, but Li Shushan saved me. Then I suddenly felt my head lighten, and I earned 11 taels, then 3 taels, and later 30 taels." Jiang Chang'an recounted everything that happened yesterday to her family. The Jiang family was stunned. Everyone's eyes widened. Even Dr. Bian and the 7-3 helpers were shocked. The little girl was amazing. Of course, they knew such miraculous things, but they couldn't just spread the news. When Jiang Chang'an finished speaking, the Jiang family finally realized they seemed to have awakened a little money god, earning over 40 taels of silver in one day. This was everyone's understanding and belief.
Ha ha ha.
Cough cough. Jiang Er proudly laughed to the sky, then suddenly felt sad, choked, his chest hurt, and he coughed up a face full of purple marks. Patients shouldn't be too excited. Rest quietly. Since you're awake, drink the medicine. Dr. Bian indicated for Sanchi to bring the prepared medicine for Jiang Er to drink. Father, such a big thing. Why are you so surprised? Jiang Chang'an stepped forward to help Jiang Er settle down. Old brother Jiang was speechless. You haven't seen how silly and clueless he used to be. Before age 3, Jiang Chang'an couldn't feed himself, and he only learned to call his parents after starting school, and he occasionally said a few words. Suddenly being struck by lightning and waking up, what a strange turn of events. Lightning can stimulate the mind. Such things do happen sometimes. According to historical records, the first empress was struck by lightning, which made her mind clear. She then learned skills from famous teachers. Dr. Bien stroked his long beard and explained calmly, so there's no need to be too surprised. This has happened before. But extreme intelligence can also cause harm. Your family is still too weak. You shouldn't show off, Dr. Bien advised again. Yes, you're right. We should stay low-key. Thank you, Dr. Bien. You're my lifesaver. When I get rich, I will repay you. First, he painted a grand picture to lure people into his camp. Surely he wouldn't spread this story around, right? Old brother Zhang's words were very sweet. Dr. Bien's serious face revealed a knowing smile. He only appreciated talented people. Many who were struck by lightning became clever, just like the legendary empress of old. But how far can this young girl go? It's quite exciting to think about. Old brother Jiang drank his medicine. The family tidied up at the clinic, and dawn had broken. At this moment, old man Niu came knocking, but only he was there. No one else from the Jiang family was in sight. How is it? Has second brother been cured? He asked with concern, caring for the patient more than family, sometimes. Old Mr. Jiang was in a good mood. With an old friend coming early to help, he felt very pleased. Yes, Dr. Bien worked miracles. His medical skills are amazing. He gave a thumbs up. Old man Yo blinked and said, Of course he's good, but his prices are high too. Is it expensive? Well, yes. Second brother spent 30 taels, and I spent 20. Old Mr. Jiang replied. Honestly, such an old man isn't worth that much, but his granddaughter is so filial. Old Mr. Jiang looked proud. Really? You also got seriously injured? Old man Yo was surprised. Thinking about it, almost 2 lives were at risk. It's terrifying. That's right. He was badly hurt and also developed a hidden illness. If not treated, he wouldn't live long, old Mr. Jiang sighed. He was just lucky to have his granddaughter, a little noble, helping him. Oh no! Misfortune struck again. First the house was leaking, then the head of the patrol was so evil. Such misfortune for the Jiang family. How will they get through this? Everyone was injured and in debt. Old man Niu felt deep sympathy. Jiang Chang'an's money-making activities must not be made public, or they might get caught. Also, they need to use this excuse to go back and deal with the 2 people at home. Don't think too much. Life will get better gradually. It's good that you all are safe. These days, there are many natural and man-made disasters. I went to the city early and heard stories everywhere. Last night, 2 men encountered a ghost and were so scared they went crazy. It was so frightening. What kind of ghost could scare 2 grown men into madness? Where did it happen? Old Jiang suddenly felt a chill behind him. They stayed in the county town yesterday. Maybe the danger was closer than they thought, just passing by. Because Jiang Chang'an didn't tell about being followed, she only said they disguised themselves to sneak into the casino, so no one linked the incident to the 2 kids. It was in a dark alley near Huajia, quite far from here. Huajia? The casino was there too, right? Was it those 2 villains from last night? But crazy? Surely not that serious? Guilt? Jiang Chang'an had none. Those people came to harm her family, but they were scared off and robbed instead. It was self-defense, just a bit over the line. People say those 2 kept calling it a ghost, claiming it came from the 18 levels of, with old voices, a childlike face, and 4 arms. If they weren't mentally disturbed, maybe there really were ghosts or monsters. Jiang Chang'an blinked and fell silent. She remembered what the ghost looked like, pretty clear, so she wasn't crazy, just confused. She should recover in a few days. She patted Jiang Jiabao's shoulder. Don't reveal anything, brother. Jiang Jiabao immediately calmed down. His sister wasn't afraid, so he couldn't be scared either. Yeah, if no one came to harm them, it would be fine.
They brought it on themselves.
Oh, the county town is also a place of trouble. Let's go back quickly. Dr. Bien is closing his clinic for the day. He was tired after a whole night. All right, I brought the ox cart to pick you up. Let's go home. Jiang still had many things to do. Old Man Nyo and Old Jiang led the way out of the clinic.
Behind them, Mrs.
Yao helped Old Jiang air out. Finally, Jiang Chang'an and her brother carried a blood-stained quilt and followed. On a sunny day, once everyone was in the cart, Jiang Chang'an went across the street to buy breakfast. This time, she was willing to spend money. Each person got 2 meat buns, and the adults got an extra steamed bun. Of course, Old Nyo also had his share. Everyone in the family is injured, but eating some good food to recover is fine. She still wants to buy meat, but now is not the right time. The ox cart was shaky and slow, and after more than an hour, it finally returned to the Jiang family home. At this moment, the Jiang family was very quiet. Even the chickens had stopped crowing. Jiang Chang'an finally had time to carefully observe the small piece of land belonging to the Jiang family. The yard was surrounded by a fence and was quite large. There were 4 thatched houses. On the left was the big house with 3 rooms. On the right was a 3-room house. In front, there were 2 smaller houses, each with 2 rooms, separated by a lower kitchen and storage room. The house on the front right was assigned to the second son, who was neither favored nor important. On the left lived Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, the old couple. In the backyard, there was a simple toilet and a pigsty, both old and dilapidated like the kitchen. This would be her home someday, though it was quite run down. At least it provided shelter from wind and rain. Having both parents was a harbor of love. Such a home was truly a complete family, a real home. Jiang Chang'an still felt curious and hopeful, though it would be even better if there were fewer difficult relatives. Pack your things, second son. Come straight to the main house. Brothers, come witness this. Old Mr. Jiang waved at Old Man Nyo, as if they were holding a public trial. Everyone come to the main house. I know you're all at home. Old Mr. Jiang shouted loudly. The 2 rooms immediately moved, and the first to open the door was Grandma Jiang. She looked into the yard and, seeing the second son standing there properly, she relaxed a little. But her face immediately darkened, as if someone owed her hundreds of silver taels. Oh, right, the Jiang family was now in debt because of the second son. The main hall of the Jiang family was quite large, divided into inner and outer rooms. The inner room had an altar for ancestors, and during the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month or festivals, they would burn incense and offer sacrifices. The outer room was where the family usually gathered. On the wall facing them hung an old portrait of an elderly man holding woodworking tools. Could he be the legendary Master Lu Ban? On both sides of the portrait were long couplets. The wise ancestors' virtues are admired through ages. The teachings of the master are revered for generations. It really was a portrait of Master Lu Ban. Old Mr. Jiang said he was a 101st generation descendant of Lu Ban. Maybe that was true, but over time, the lineage seemed to have shrunk. From the furniture made with patchwork and poor woodworking skills in the house, it is clear that Old Man Jiang's carpentry is only average. There is a tall set of table and chairs, with a square table and some uneven carved decorations on the sides. The chairs are high-backed, round chairs that are roughly flat, but even so, they are plain-looking. Such furniture is rare and valuable in a farming family. Usually, 2 elders sit there. At the lower end, there are 2 rows of stools on each side, but many legs are uneven, though they are mainly for sitting. In the middle, there are 2 large round tables, some with stones under the legs, used for daily meals. Nearby, there are small pieces of furniture or tools, made from wood, bamboo, or willow, but most are broken or incomplete. No wonder no one in the family wants to learn carpentry from Old Man Jiang. His skills are only half done, and it's hard to become a good apprentice. But for a farming family, such skills are enough. When you visit others' homes, there's nowhere to sit, and you can hardly see the shadow of a table. Mrs. He entered the house and naturally sat to the right of her seat, looking serious and not speaking. Old Man Jiang came in and sat on the left side, then pulled over a chair for Old Man Nyo to sit. Soon, the 4 people from the second household sat at the door on the left side. After a while, the family from the main household arrived. The eldest uncle Jiang Shermu, 32 years old, looked serious with his wife Li and his son Jiang Joan, who is 12 and did not go to the town school today. The main household also has 2 daughters, ranked 3rd and 6th among the second household, aged 10 and 7, named Jiang Xing and Jiang Tao, but they have never gone to school. The 3rd household arrived late. Jiang Shirsen looked disappointed, following his wife, Jiang Shi. His face had clear scratches, probably caused by Jiang Shi scratching him. The 3 sons of the 3rd household also came. 8-year-old Jiang Jiaxing, studying at the town school like Jiang Jiaqibo from the 2nd household, 7-year-old Jiang Jiwang, and 4-year-old Jiang Zherong. They are ranked 4, 5, and 8, while Jiang Jiaqibo and Jiang Chong'an are ranked 2 and 7. All the family members are here except for the married 4th Aunt Jiang Xiao. There are 16 people in total. Except for the simple-minded Jiang Chong'an earlier, everyone looks neat and healthy with no defects. They are a lucky family, and Old Man Jiang once took pride in this. Unlike other households in the village, many are missing arms or legs, have large birthmarks on their faces, or are simple-minded or crazy. But being good-looking doesn't help much if the heart isn't united. Everyone is like a broken dish, unable to work together. Moreover, there's already tension between them. If they keep stirring things up, they might end up destroying themselves through internal conflict. So, let's part ways. Live according to your own ability, and whatever happens, don't blame others. After the members of the 3rd household sat down, Old Man Jiang took out the medical bill from the clinic and handed 5 sheets of paper to the eldest Jiang Shermu, 1 for each person who received treatment. This is the pulse report and medication instructions from the clinic. The 2nd and 3rd have 32 taels left for follow-up medication. I have 20 taels, and the other 3 have 1 tael each. Total 51 taels. Why are you spending money for no reason? And what right do they have? Old Lady Jiang didn't let Old Man Jiang finish, and suddenly interrupted. Shut up. Do you think we need to spend money to beat their mother and sons? If you hadn't spoiled Jiang the 3rd, Old 2nd, and I wouldn't have been beaten half to death. How dare you talk nonsense? Unrepentant fool. Old Man Jiang, who had never hit his wife before, was furious, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Then, why don't you tell me why I had to hit them? It's that scoundrel's fault. I told you from the start not to marry such a strange woman. You and your son refused to listen. Now look, someone's coming to take her away, and you think we deserve it? At first, Old Lady Jiang didn't strongly oppose. After all, Yao Shi was married without a dowry, was diligent, and had already given birth to a son in the 1st year. But after they had a little fool named Jiang Chong'an, Old Lady Jiang found Yao Shi increasingly annoying. Still, Old 2nd protected her fiercely. Usually, they scolded Yao Shi and the little fool in private, but such opportunities were rare. Yao Shi often worked in the fields with Old 2nd, while Jiang Chong'an went to school at age 3. Why is Yao Shi bad? She's honest and hardworking, bore children for Old 2nd, and has been peaceful for years. If Jiang the 3rd hadn't provoked the bully's wife, would she have come knocking on the door? You muddle-headed wife, do you really want me and my son to die? That's just too much. In her youth, Old Lady Jiang wasn't like this, but people change. She became someone he couldn't control or listen to, eventually causing great trouble. It was Jiang the 3rd who provoked her. Why didn't she take Jiang the 3rd's wife to pay the debt? She had to involve the 2nd household. It's because she's beautiful and seductive. That's why this happened. Old Lady Jiang still blushed with anger. 3rd household Jiang's wife, Jiang Shi, looked grim. Her reputation was so bad that no one wanted her, not even to give as a gift. You don't understand the principles and keep causing trouble. I don't want to hear you speak anymore. If you say one more word, I will send you back to your parents' home today, said Old Man Jiang with his final decision. Old Lady Jiang hesitantly looked at Old Man Jiang. This old man had never spoken harshly to her in his life, yet now he wanted to send her back to her parents' house. Old Man Jiang was angry at her for no reason. Old Lady Jiang was heartbroken, like she had lost her soul, and finally quieted down. Old Man Jiang then turned to the younger generation and continued, "We brought 26 taels from home, 10 of which are borrowed. We owe 25 taels to the clinic, making a total debt of 35 taels. Eldest son, tell us your opinion." Eldest Jiang held 5 medical records, his eyes never leaving them. When his father asked, he opened his mouth but closed it again, then opened it once more, but in the end, he said nothing. What could he say? He was just a farmer with no special skills. What could he say? He had raised those 2 families for many years. Was that not enough? Seeing this, Old Man Jiang was disappointed with his eldest son again. "Eldest, do you only see the money spent? But you don't care at all about how your father and younger brother, who spent so much on medical bills, are doing now. Are they healthy? Have their illnesses been cured? If we die now, would you even blink? Why are you so cold and selfish? Sure, your family is mainly responsible for farm work, but the second family hasn't done anything? He's your own younger brother. You must be clear about this. You all blame the second family for sending Chang'an's daughter to school, but did you think about how much money was spent when the second brother married his wife? You complain that your mother favors the third child, and the third family does less work, but half of the dowry brought by the third son's wife was given to the clan. When you brothers got married one after another, the family had no money. It was the dowry from the third son's wife that helped us get through those tough times. Even the costs to educate the eldest son's family were paid by her. The 3 brothers are not many, but if you work together, you can overcome many difficulties. The villagers and neighbors will look up to you, and when you leave the mountain village, no one will dare to bully you. My wife and I worked hard to give birth to so many brothers for you, hoping you could unite and help each other reach great heights and not suffer from being only children and bullied. Like me, when I have problems, I have no one to support me. I haven't even inherited any land from our clan." Old Man Jiang cried bitterly, confused about why these children didn't understand his good intentions. Old Lady Jiang was the second oldest. She was a quiet person who was not favored by her parents. When the family split, they only gave her the barren land at their current home and 2 acres of water fields. After the old master fell ill and passed away, the clan forcibly took back the 2 acres of waterfield land, claiming it was because Jiang's mother was planning to remarry. If the land hadn't already been turned into a house by their family, it might have been stolen away entirely. But if old Jiang had 1 or 2 brothers, who would dare to take their land? This shows how being short of family members puts one at a disadvantage. Old Jiang didn't inherit any clan land, so he went to learn carpentry from others. Starting as an apprentice, he worked for over 10 years to learn a bit of skill. With that small skill and some of his own ideas, old Jiang became a mediocre carpenter. In the countryside, farmers don't demand much, mainly looking for cheap work, so his limited skills were enough. Over the years, old Jiang traveled around 10 miles in all directions, earning enough money with his carpentry to support his family, marry a wife, care for his mother, raise children, marry off his son, send his grandson to school, and even buy 12 acres of land and 10 acres of fields. Such achievements earned him praise for his ability and hard work. But who would have thought that his proudest moments would be ruined by his children and grandchildren? Old Jiang cried, very sadly, then pointed at Jiang's wife. "He's sure. I've been with you all my life. I've never hit or scolded you. When I was young, I even helped wash your clothes and cook. Who else's husband does that? I spent 20 taels of silver on medicine. Was it a small illness? Don't you care at all? The doctor said if I don't get treated, I won't last many days. So, I'm worth less than 20 taels in your eyes? Look at what you've done. You knew the third family was wrong, but still helped them. Are you helping them or pushing them further into despair? You're only making up for the second child's faults and ignoring the oldest. I've told you many times, but you don't listen. Now look at the mess we're in. our family might fall apart. Forget it. Since you all look down on each other, there's no need to be brothers anymore. Let's split up today, go our separate ways, and have nothing to do with each other. Old Jiang wiped his tears, hardened his heart, and spoke seriously. Old man? Father? Jiang's wife and the people from the third family were all shocked. They didn't expect old Jiang to make such a decision. There's a saying, if parents don't split the family, it's considered unfilial and will be looked down on or bullied, especially for families like theirs with educated people. Jiang's wife was panicked. This split meant she couldn't manage the household anymore. Without power, who would care for these two old men? It was like being abandoned by their children. Old Master Jiang was very surprised. He didn't expect his father to want to divide the family property now. For their main household, this was definitely the best choice because they could get most of the land and no longer have to support the second and third households, which were burdens. Living with their parents would be ideal because the old father earned some income from woodworking and the mother could still do household chores. If they didn't live with the main household, that would be even better. They were getting old and could only work for a few more years. Later, they wouldn't need to take care of the elders, which would be easier. Old Master Jiang ignored the debts between Old Man Jiang and the second household. He wasn't close to his brothers, and even without these two brothers, he still had relatives. Usually, the relatives treated him better than his own brothers. Young Master Jiang was busy and looked up. Dividing the family? He had never thought about it because he didn't have the ability to run a household. He couldn't even manage farm work alone. If the family was divided, who would do the work? Who would support the family? Father, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't abandon me, he begged. Even if they owed debts, it was a family matter. Their three households hadn't lost anything, but dividing the family was a different matter. Of course, young Master Jiang refused. He knelt down in front of his parents and patted his face, trying to hide his shame. Old Man Jiang waved his hand, stopping him from speaking further. When you went out flirting, did you think about causing trouble? Bringing disaster to the family? When others came knocking, you didn't step up to admit your mistakes, causing me and second brother to be nearly beaten to death. Who knows what other chain reactions might happen later? The enemies are already at the door, and you still haven't apologized to second brother. Do you think others are fools? Why do you think they will tolerate you? I worked hard to send you three to school, but you didn't even finish reading, and you lack basic principles and morals. Selfish and greedy, refusing to listen to your ignorant father, and deceiving your mother. Since you're so capable, go ahead on your own. You're adults now, and whether it's good or bad in the future depends on you. I'm old and can't take care of you forever. This matter is settled. No need to say more. Old Man Jiang closed his eyes and stopped speaking. He had gone from having nothing to owning a small family. He might not have great talent, but his decisive and clear nature was another kind of wisdom. Jiang family, Wen was silent. After being called by his grandfather, he immediately stood up, bowed politely to Old Man Jiang, and left quietly without saying a word. Jiang's eldest grandson seems healthy, but he's a bit dull in personality. He wasn't like this when he was a child, probably because his father often beat his mother. Also, this child doesn't have much understanding when studying. The difficulties of the main household are yet to come. Only Jiang the eldest is short-sighted and can't see the truth clearly. The second household's people haven't spoken a word since they arrived, probably eager to leave these difficult relatives behind. Especially Xiao Chang'an, who has become more capable now, but still can't support everything alone. Only Jiang III is unwilling to split the family. His three children don't understand much, and Jiang's wife is unusually quiet, likely because she feels supported by her family. But she also doesn't think about the fact that she is a married daughter, always trying to suppress her in-laws to feel superior, yet when her family can't support her, she is looked down upon when she returns to her maiden family. She is also a bit confused and rebellious, with some crooked thoughts, almost like Jiang III and the pot and lid. The village chief was quickly invited by Jiang's family to come. They heard that the family was splitting, and he also brought ink, paper, and the official seal. Brother, how did it come to this? The village chief's surname is Hong. He's about 40, and he is the village chief of 3 villages: the mountain village, the mountain top, and the mountain foot. Yesterday, when something happened to John's family, he just happened to be away. Luckily, he wasn't home, or it would have been hard for him to handle. Those people are officers from the government, and he can't speak well or offend anyone. It would be difficult to do official business in the future. Zhang's family had been stable for many years. If it weren't for this incident, no one would know how badly the relationship among the 3 brothers had become. Splitting the family isn't unreasonable, but old Jiang is still young. In the future, he will be talked about behind his back. It's just fate. If we can't get along, then let's split. Please hong the village chief, witness, and draft the document. Talking too much in front of outsiders won't help. It will only make others look down on us, sighed old Jiang helplessly. All right, how do you want to split it? Tell me, and I'll write it. All of Jiang's family property was earned by old Jiang himself, so it has nothing to do with the Jiang clan. Moreover, since his relationship with the clan is poor, for such a big matter as splitting the family, old Jiang didn't even invite a Jiang family member to witness. It was better to have an old ox, showing he doesn't care about the Jiang clan at all. Old man, I am useless. Jiang's family is very poor, and there's not much to split. 12 acres of land. The eldest has 5 acres, the second and third each have 3.5 acres. But the third owes the second half a life, so he uses 1.5 acres of land as compensation. 10 acres of land. The eldest has 4 acres, and the second and third each have 3 acres. There is nothing else left now. Each family owns their house and land, and the boundaries of the yard will be marked with stones later. The family has 5 chickens for each room, and the kitchen, outhouse, pigs, and vegetable garden in the backyard belong to us old folks. When we pass away, your brothers can divide everything equally. Other farming tools and furniture can be divided if possible. If not, they go to the elders. Grain will be shared equally. In the end, we will live on our own, but each of you brothers must send us 30 jin of grain and 50 coins for our retirement every month, and give some gifts during festivals and holidays. That's all. Wife, do you have anything to add? Old Mrs. Zhang's eyes were red, and she shook her head numbly. She dared not object. It was good enough that her husband kept her by his side. She couldn't rely on any of her sons, not even the beloved third son. Dad, this isn't right. No, Dad. I don't agree. Both voices opposed at the same time, one from the first house and one from the third. Mrs. Jiang from the third house didn't give others a chance to speak and hurriedly said, "We in the third house have 3 grandsons and 4 male heirs in total. We will inherit the Jiang family's legacy. We only have 2 acres of land. How are we supposed to survive?" The first and second houses each have only 2 male heirs. If they divide so much land, will they have to send their daughters-in-law to their in-laws' homes in the future? Even the government's taxes are based on the number of people. Your way of dividing the family is unfair. She didn't mention compensation for the second house. Mrs. Jiang insisted that the division should be based on the number of people, and old Jiang from the first house was unhappy. He hurriedly said, "Dividing the family is one thing, and paying taxes is another. They shouldn't be mixed. Our first house is the main branch, and we should at least get 70% of the family's assets. That way, the main lineage can stay strong. We've raised you all these years. Even if we have no merit, we've done hard work. Your 2 houses should give some return." After old Jiang finished speaking, Mrs. Jiang immediately sneered without hesitation. How funny. Dad and Mom are still here. What merit does your main house have? Aren't the fields ours? The ones who raised us are obviously Dad and Mom. What does that have to do with your main house? You keep flattering yourselves. I married out and supported your family with my dowry. What's wrong with working less? Did I say anything wrong? They argued over trivial matters, as everyone knows how to do. Mrs. Jiang looked at them with disdain, completely ignoring old Jiang. She considered herself superior and never regarded the Jiang family members as equals. In the past, I only coaxed Grandma Yen kindly to do less work. Now that the family is splitting up, who still cares about politeness? Jiang's marriage to the Jiang family was mainly because third brother Jiang looked good and was still studying. Maybe she could marry a talented scholar and enjoy a glamorous life like her aunt. But of course, she was wrong. Third brother Jiang was just handsome and useful, but after many years of studying, he didn't achieve anything. In the end, he was also involved with some mischievous girls from the school, which made her very angry. The family division made old Jiang's third son very nervous, but Jiang's wife was not afraid. Her family owned a general store and dozens of acres of land. Her dowry was 30 taels of silver. There are still about 17 or 18 taels left untouched. What is there to fear? At worst, she would take her husband and children back to her family. Jiang's wife thought this was very reasonable. But the division of property should be the same for their third family too. She had 3 sons and was a major contributor to the Jiang family. Why only get 2 acres of land? The 3 sons didn't even have 1 acre each. So stingy. Old Jiang's first son looked grim after being scolded by Jiang's wife. He lowered his gaze in disdain. Women are only meant to serve men, not sit on equal footing with them. Yet, his 2 younger brothers let their wives sit above them and boss them around. How embarrassing. Just like his father, he was a coward, unable to control his own mother, which ultimately harmed the entire Jiang family. He had lived a lifetime of frustration. Moreover, the 2 families were full of untrustworthy people who only looked down on them. So, old Jiang's first son didn't want to get involved with his 2 brothers anymore, especially now that the second family owed 35 taels of debt. Father, I am the eldest son, so I have the right. The Jiang family's assets are already limited. If you split everything equally, the third family will fall into poverty and lose their dignity. Give the eldest family 70%, and at least we can keep the main house standing. This is also the rule of the Jiang clan, old Jiang's first son said confidently, not caring if his words hurt his father. Back then, old Jiang was bullied by the Jiang clan in this way. Now, his eldest son was stabbing him in the back with the same method. Oh, so your eldest family can rise just by their own strength? Why should you step on the other 2 families to climb higher? Don't think that being the eldest means you're special. I spit on that.
Who spoiled you?
This kind of thinking is not just cold-hearted and ruthless, but downright crazy. They don't care if their brothers live or die, not even their own father's reputation. It's like being slapped in the face repeatedly, disloyal and unfilial. The Jiang family completely let loose, and their harsh words made old Jiang's face turn dark and grim, almost to the point of losing his temper and hitting someone. The noise from the 2 households made old Jiang's face grow paler. He was so angry that he looked at them with disappointment. This is his good junior? He had worked hard all his life to raise such a failure. Everyone was focused on the few acres of land, and no one mentioned the family debt. Old Jiang hadn't divided the debt earlier because it was only about 5 taels, and he could still work for a few more years to pay it off. But he didn't bring it up, so these troublemakers acted as if nothing had happened. When he mentioned dividing the family, only Jiang III, who was helpless and worried about starving, was reluctant. The others were eager to split, which truly hurt old Jiang's heart. Father, isn't the land Grandpa's? Jiang Chang'an asked innocently, just as old Jiang was about to get really angry. He quickly stepped in to help. Jiang II, who was secretly tugging at his sleeve and had a bandage around his head, was lounging lazily in a chair and sneered, Linger, there are people called bandits in this world, shameless, heartless, and reckless. They steal from others.
Oh.
Then let's report them to the officials and take the unfilial ones to court. We shouldn't let troublemakers bully others. The teacher said such people should be whipped 20 times. Teacher Song often used laws and regulations to teach his students right from wrong.
Ha.
No need. Your father is here. The old man's things can be given to whoever he wants, divided however he pleases.
Who dares to object?
Keep quiet, or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang II threatened boldly. He was a reckless, fearless person who would even risk his life, and most people wouldn't dare to provoke him. Even Jiang I was the same. The 3 Jiang brothers were only 2 years apart. When they were young, Jiang II often beat Jiang I, not to mention Jiang Third. Alright, I want to protect Grandpa too. I'm very good at fighting, Jiang Chang'an almost cheered. She knew how to fight. Jiang Shi and Jiang Third both knew this well, and old Jiang's mother also felt it. The three of them instinctively shivered. Jiang Chang'an was truly strange. She used to be dull and unresponsive, ignoring insults, but after her father fell ill, or maybe when she was tested in the county town, she seemed to change completely. That's why Jiang Shi said she was possessed by a ghost. Otherwise, how could a simple girl know how to protect her parents? And how could she score first in exams? But strangely, neither Master Song nor the second household thought there was anything wrong with Jiang Chang'an's changes. There are only two possibilities. Either this ghostly thing has great skills and has confused everyone around it, or she was pretending all along. After all, the young girl has been a beauty since birth, and if she didn't pretend, she would eventually cause trouble for her family, just like her mother. Now that Jiang Chang'an is no longer pretending, she must have learned self-protection skills from Master Song. For example, her ability to fight a few ordinary adults is no problem. Second Uncle Jiang immediately smiled happily. Good girl. You truly are my daughter. Just like your father, kind-hearted and able to fight. Haha. He laughed heartily. He wasn't sure if his daughter could fight him, but he knew she could make money, which was a blessing for him. The father and daughter joked and broke the tense atmosphere, which made it feel like a scholar facing a soldier. Size and strength mattered most. The people from the second household immediately dared not speak. Old Jiang suddenly felt lighter all over. Their situation was like being beaten by a flurry of random punches. Though it was rough, at least they could fight. Hong Lijing, just follow my instructions and make a written agreement, old Jiang said leisurely, stroking his beard as if he had gained confidence. All right, I'll write it now. Hong Lijing watched a good show but was quite efficient in handling the matter. Hong Lijing took a long time to write because he needed to prepare 4 copies, one for each of the 3 brothers and one for himself as a record. It was a formal document with legal effect. Of course, each document cost 2 coins, and he wasn't working for free. The people from the second household were very dissatisfied. Old Big Jiang endured patiently. Their main house only got 5 acres of land and 4 acres of fields. That was barely enough for a family of 5 to have enough food for a year, and no other benefits could be expected. Old Big Jiang's expression was so cold it seemed like frost had formed on his face. Meanwhile, Mrs. Jiang twisted Jiang Third's waist fat into a knot. It hurt so much that Jiang Third cried, but didn't dare to jump out. Now was not the time for him to stand out. Second uncle would definitely punish him. So, their 3-room household only had 2 acres of land and 3 acres of fields, less than a beggar. How could they support 3 sons? It seemed the old Jiang family couldn't stay here anymore. Father, we don't even have a kitchen, and we can't get a pot. Should we give some money to buy household items? Otherwise, how will we get by? Old Big Jiang couldn't bear it anymore and muttered directly. They don't care about us or our children anymore. Are we not part of the Jiang family? Only giving birth but not raising children? If that's the case, it's better not to have children at all. When children make mistakes, they are abandoned. When parents grow old, can we also refuse to care for them? We have to give 50 coins and 30 jin of grain every month. Our 3 households only have 2 acres of land and 3 acres of fields, which are not enough even for ourselves. Isn't this forcing us to die? Old Jiang Sanyu, you betrayed me and want to kill our family of 3. Why don't you just strangle us now? It would save us from starving to death and wasting more grain. Oh, heavens, why am I so unlucky to marry into this family? Mrs. Jiang cried loudly, but there were no tears in her eyes, just loud wails. Second brother Jiang sneered again, with disgust in his voice. Want to die?
Sure.
You who are so flirtatious. Shut up. Shut up. Or I will take you and the second household to die together. Mrs. Jiang suddenly interrupted him wildly, her face turning fierce. Just because of you, you think you can kill me? Do you really think you're something special? Second brother Jiang smiled contemptuously, showing no respect for her. Everyone, be quiet.
This is how the family divides.
There's nothing more. Why were you so unlucky to be born into our Jiang family? I also despise having such descendants. Today, this cursed relationship ends here. It's just because you don't want to care for us old folks. We don't insist. Without our food, I want to see how you will fly to the sky. Life passes as it will. I started with nothing, earned the family's wealth little by little with my own ability. Now I've given everything to you, just to pay off the debts from my past life. I've spoken sincerely, but you don't listen. I've tried my best, but you don't understand. Now I want to see how you, thinking you've grown wings or are crooked or leaning left, can survive after splitting up. What kind of person can you become? Old Jiang's heart was pounding with anger. He was truly furious. Jiang Chang'an couldn't sit still and hurried forward. Grandpa, I will support you. Don't be angry. You are my heart, my liver, my precious sweet treat. You are my ancestors whom I will always respect and support, never abandoning. Old Jiang truly cared for Jiang Chang'an, so these words came from his heart. Filial piety is the most important virtue. If someone has no filial heart, how can they stand with integrity in this world? Grandpa, I will also support you. Unexpectedly, the person who spoke was Jiang Wen from the main household. Under his father's stern pressure, he stepped forward to stand beside Grandpa Jiang, with Jiang Chang'an on the other side, both supporting him. I also want to support Grandpa and Grandma too. Only 7-year-old Sanfang Jiang Jiawang ran up and hugged Grandma Jiang's shoulders, nestling into her arms. Sniff, sniff. Turning a corner, it was clear these little ones had been loved well. Grandma Jiang, in her despair over her sons, finally felt a sweet relief flow into her exhausted heart.
Good, good.
Heaven is still watching over us. My Jiang family's descendants are rising. Old Mr. Jiang's eyes were moist. His sons might not be capable, but he had grandchildren.
Ha ha.
Jiang Wen was not afraid his father would punish him because he was the only son of the main household. If he was disobedient, who would take care of the family in old age? He had studied with the master for many years. He knew his father was wrong, but should he just tolerate it? If he did, his mother might be beaten to death. In the past, Jiang Wen dared not oppose old Jiang. He could only watch helplessly as his mother was beaten. But Chang'an could stand up to the third household for their parents. Why couldn't he? Was he less than a girl like Jiang Chang'an? He had to stand up, fix the harm, and save his family. As for Jiang Jiawang, although he was still unclear about caring for the elderly, he saw his usually loving grandma crying sadly. His heart felt sad too, so he stepped forward to comfort her. At this moment, Hongli cleared his throat and said, "All right, brother, take a look. If everything's fine, everyone can come and sign their names." After signing, they would stamp the official seal and the document would be valid. Okay, everyone come and sign. Old Mr. Jiang was the first to press his fingerprint on the document. Old Second Jiang was helped up by Jiang Bao and immediately signed without hesitation. It was just dividing the family. Did that mean he wasn't the old man's son? Humph.
So naive.
Old Third Jiang moved at a snail's pace, hoping his father would change his mind. Old First Jiang was still stunned by Jiang Wen's rebellion, sitting motionless. He couldn't understand. This stubborn son, who was usually terrified of him, suddenly dared to abandon him and join the old man's side right in front of him. At that moment, a voice came from the door, blocking the way. Wait a minute. Xinghuai, dividing the family is such a big matter. How can you not inform the clan? The head of the Jiang clan, leading a few people, entered the Jiang family's courtyard and stepped into the main hall. Xinghuai was old Jiang's name. Uncle, you've finally come. My father is confused. Old First Jiang hurried forward eagerly to greet the clan leader, showing a warm and familiar attitude. The head of the Jiang family is about 70 years old, the elder brother of old Jiang, so old Jiang called him uncle, which was appropriate. However, old Jiang rarely interacted with the family members. After all, he lost his land and had to curry favor with the main branch. What was his purpose? Was he seeking humiliation? Just like old Jiang. Old Jiang knew that old Big Jiang had dealings with the main branch, but he didn't expect them to be so close, closer than with his own father. Xinghuai, this is your mistake. Shermu is the eldest son of the main branch. How could you treat him poorly? It's really discouraging. The family had scolded old Jiang seriously, without even asking for the reason. Hong Lijing, I'm sorry for making you laugh. Since he's from a side branch, his ways are a bit unconventional. The family had greeted Hong Lijing with a subtle dig at old Jiang. His words sounded smooth, but they were somewhat off and awkward, making educated people laugh at the awkwardness. Hong Lijing genuinely smiled, secretly mocking, but on his face, he kept a polite smile, saying, haha, old Jiang is very fair. Hong Lijing favored old Jiang because his values were correct. They weren't about noble or common status. As farmers, they still valued the traditional family division of land, main branch keeping the legitimate line. But in reality, they all came from the same mother, and the division was just the main house greedily taking more. If they truly wanted to preserve the inheritance, they should pass on the best lineage. Otherwise, even if they gave a lot, it wouldn't be enough to support the family, let alone pass on the legacy. Looking at the current state of the Jiang family, it's clear that if old Third hadn't caused trouble, the main branch's situation wouldn't be better than old Jiang's. Old Big Jiang seemed to find support and helped the family head of Jiang into the house. Several others, roughly his age, followed behind, heads of other branches of the Jiang family. But at the main seat, neither old Jiang's wife, Hong Lijing, nor even old Niu got up to give seats or show hospitality. The Jiang family's attitude was obvious. They didn't welcome these visitors. Unfortunately, these people lacked self-awareness and didn't seem to understand the word courtesy. Perhaps it wasn't ignorance but arrogance, thinking they were the masters of old Jiang. Children are complaining, but he can't be fair.
He's just confused.
Hong Lijing, don't be fooled by appearances, the family head said with disapproval, glaring sharply at old Jiang. Hong Lijing Dun fell silent immediately, thinking there was no point arguing with such a stubborn old man. Isn't it better to just watch the show? Old man Jiang's gaze was fixed on Jiang Da, showing no reaction to the arrival of the family members. It seemed that Da had been misled by the older generation without his knowledge, causing him to be influenced by their schemes. The family wanted to divide their household and weaken their strength so they could control it better. Old man Jiang thought he had already been excluded from the Jiang family and never came to the family for help. Even when he married some of his children, no one from the family was there. The Jiang family secretly heard many rumors about him, but old man Jiang didn't care at all. He didn't expect that after so many years, the family still wanted to bother him, control his household, and take away the little property he had worked hard to earn. Humph. If he lacked the ability to create his own success, he only knew how to fight for what others had. Even a tiny bit, like a mosquito's leg, he wouldn't let go. With such a useless attitude, dreaming of becoming rich was just a foolish fantasy. Phew, he was too careless. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have divided so much land among the main household. Old man Jiang patted Jiang Wen's hand silently, hoping he would not follow his father's example and to keep an eye on him. But Jiang Wen was still young and might not understand his meaning. Of course, Jiang Wen understood. He was 12 years old, had studied for 6 or 7 years, and was already of age to take on responsibilities. But his father hadn't even managed to handle things alone, and now there were more difficult people coming. It was frustrating. Grandpa, are they bandits too? Jiang Chang'an's patience was reaching its limit. Their family had hurried back from the county town early, not just because of the long journey, but also because everyone was injured. Don't they need rest? And since they've divided the household, there are many more tasks waiting for each family to handle. These people, without any sense, keep coming to cause trouble. Why are they so annoying? Mrs. Jiang suddenly couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, she wisely stood on the side of the old man and the second household, because the main household was clearly involved in banditry. These scheming old folks really think everyone is fools. Used to be like that, but it's hard to say now. The intent to rob and cause trouble was obvious, but they hadn't made a move yet. Old man Jiang couldn't say it outright. I'm afraid we should report to the authorities. Jiang Chang'an said, already itching to take action. He was ready to sweep away the trouble like a gust of wind, clearing everything in his way. Don't be afraid. Hong Li is here. He's the biggest official in our mountain village. Cowards don't dare to act recklessly in front of him. Old Mr. Jiang looked calm and confident. In the past, he was not afraid to oppose the clan, and now he was still not afraid. They wouldn't think that controlling the eldest son could influence him, would they? Old Mr. Jiang sneered inwardly, thinking they had it all wrong. Ridiculous. Jiang Xinghuai, is this how you teach your children? Disrespecting elders is unfaithful and unfilial. The clan leader pointed directly at Jiang Chang'an, his face full of wrinkles, looking like a fierce old ghost. He scolded harshly. He completely ignored that such behavior might scare a young child. Jiang Chang'an was a scholar, and if a reputation for being unfilial weighed him down, what future did he have? Jiang Chang'an shivered and hid behind his grandfather, only showing his small, round head. His eyes were red, and he stammered, "Is he an elder? Aren't elders supposed to be kind? Why is he so mean?" Old Mr. Jiang's eyes were cold, but he spoke sincerely. "Child, you misunderstand elders too much. Some people are just older, but that doesn't mean they should be respected as elders. As for those who oppress us, they are just old and useless. We don't need to show them filial piety." He sneered. "Who do you think you are? Saying someone is unfilial just because they are? Do you think you're the law? Jiang Xinghuai, is this how you speak to your own uncle?" Hong Lijing, look at him. He's completely clueless, the clan leader shouted angrily. He almost wanted to rush forward and hit old Mr. Jiang, but he dared not. Old Mr. Jiang was fearless, and his second son had learned his reckless ways. He fought without hesitation, no matter who it was. Hong Lijing said nothing because he couldn't see that these people came with good intentions. Instead, they seemed hostile. Was he too shallow in his judgment? Old Mr. Jiang paid no mind. "You better not stick your out. It makes me sick," he said dismissively. "Ha! Cough, cough." Hong Lijing suddenly spat out, and the others also looked uncomfortable but dared not speak. You're just stubborn and foolish. I won't waste words with you. Today, I will decide on the division of the family. Otherwise, the clan can't tolerate your house and will remove you from the clan," the clan leader shouted fiercely. "Elder, tell me about the division. Today, the elder must stand up for you." In a fit of extreme anger, clan leader Jiang finally calmed down. Old Jiang didn't dare to disown the clan because doing so would ruin the reputation of the younger generation and make them ineligible for the imperial exams. At this moment, old Jiang was anxious and hesitant to speak out. If he relied on the clan publicly, their big family would completely break away from the other two branches. He also saw his son shaking his head, clearly disagreeing with his decision. Seeing his eldest son hesitate, old Jiang felt some compassion and finally stopped being angry. There was no point in arguing. We haven't committed any crimes, and disowning the clan isn't something you decide alone. Hong Lijing was right here. Disowning the clan was a serious matter that required approval from village officials and neighbors. Did he not understand that? Years ago, old Jiang had investigated thoroughly, or he wouldn't have dared to cause trouble with the clan. Moreover, yesterday, his son Chang'an had ranked first in the official assessment and had appeared before high officials. Who would dare openly bully their family now? They feared being investigated. Hadn't the attitude of the officials softened? Not true. Your third son stole a young woman from the police, bringing disaster to the clan. Your second daughter-in-law was caught seducing a man publicly, violating family morals. Disowning the clan is a light punishment. If they weren't punished by being dunked in pig cages, it's because of the clan's mercy, clan leader Jiang said maliciously. With a loud bang, second Jiang kicked the chair he was sitting on and hurriedly approached the clan leader. Old, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Did he think he was dead? Accusing his wife falsely, if he didn't beat this old man to death today, he wouldn't be second Jiang. Men, if they could a young woman, might even be praised for being charming and attractive. But for women, once their reputation for seduction is tarnished, it's a dead end. If there's real evidence, They could be taken to the officials and made to ride a wooden horse in public, an extremely frightening punishment. So, Chang'an also lost her composure. She thought the clan leader was just greedy, but she didn't realize his heart was so malicious. This is the truth. Detective Zhang can testify. You can't kill me now, or you won't live either, clan leader Jiang said confidently, clearly colluding with Detective Zhang. Then go ahead and die, second Jiang said. He grabbed the broken chair leg and aimed it at the clan leader's chest. Jiang Chang'an quickly rushed out and stopped second brother Jiang. Father, there's no need to dirty your hands. We should directly report to the officials, accuse him of slander and plotting to harm us for money. At yesterday's exam, not only did the two examiners from the capital praise and reward me, but the county magistrate also tested me and told me to keep working hard. I believe the magistrate definitely wants to be fair and just for us. Jiang Chang'an looked cold and a bit dazed, but his logical thinking was very clear and sharp. He cleverly brought up the county magistrate to strengthen their case. Jiang Chang'an's words surprised everyone. Even those protecting the Jiang clan quietly moved back a few steps, keeping some distance from the clan head. They didn't accuse anyone falsely. They only stopped second brother Jiang from attacking. They couldn't be blamed for that. The clan head's face also turned very grim. He had previously discussed with Officer Zhang to remove the old Jiang family's members from the Jiang clan and them of their family name, leaving them isolated. That way, they could continue to target the Jiang family. Officer Zhang hated old Jiang for cheating on his wife and also held a grudge against the second branch of the Yao family. The Jiang family and old Jiang had been at odds for many years. Of course, they didn't want the Jiang family to rise, or else they wouldn't have any good days ahead. If they gained power, they might seek revenge. The clan head remembered how over the top they had been back then. So, it was best if the Jiang family all died out, so old Jiang's 20 acres of land would become the property of the Jiang clan. But no matter how much they planned, they didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to be so formidable, cleverly using the county magistrate as a shield. Now, with Hong Liheng here, they couldn't forcibly accuse him. Sure enough, Hong Liheng finally stepped forward to smooth things over. Oh, there's no need for all this. Even if we're not family, we're neighbors and fellow villagers. Let's speak calmly and politely. Otherwise, a tragedy could happen, ruining the village's reputation. Then, Shangshan village wouldn't be able to accommodate the Jiang family. Hong Liheng held considerable authority. Li Sheng, you saw it too. This wasn't my family causing trouble first. He falsely accused with a crooked mouth and teeth, and many villagers saw it. My wife didn't even show her face, so how could she have seduced anyone? Such shameless accusations. Exactly. Our head went to Officer Zhang's house, but who can prove he stole someone? They are classmates. If that wife faced difficulties, would you help or not? They just falsely accuse with empty words. Their hearts are truly dark. Furthermore, our family division has nothing to do with you. We are not dividing the old Jiang family's belongings. We only divided my father-in-law's estate, and he can give it to whoever he wants. What does that have to do with you? Bumping into you suddenly, I wonder if you are trying to take a share of the good things? But if the main house gets all the land, how will you benefit? Could it be that you planned this early on? Zhang's wife is quick-tongued and a bit clever, always talking non-stop. The more she talks, the darker old Master Zhang's face becomes. Even Zhang's eldest son starts to look suspicious. What kind of trap could she be setting? Isn't the eldest uncle also from the main house, and perhaps wants to protect it? You're overthinking. Old Jiang is a respected man, and he wouldn't have any bad intentions. But Zhang's wife's words are rough but not wrong. This family division is really a matter within the Jiang family. Their estate has nothing to do with the Jiang clan. It was all earned by old Jiang himself. There are documents to prove it. Old Jiang, you haven't forgotten, right? It's also impossible to disown the clan. Chang'an has some talent in studying and has been registered with important people. If he is disqualified, higher authorities will come to investigate. This false story becomes an accusation, which is a crime. Surely no one can bear that, right? Old Jiang, what do you think? Hong Lijing is a very smooth person. He can make his own judgment, but still shows respect to Jiang clan leader, avoiding taking sides openly. The clan leader immediately looks helpless. Hong Lijing is right. I don't have any bad intentions. This is my younger brother's descendant. I just can't bear to see Xinghuai go astray. But no one appreciates my good intentions. Hong Lijing, you saw it too. They're used to causing trouble, even daring to clash with powerful figures like Detective Zhang. What kind of future do they have? And Chang'an is just a little girl, once naive and simple. Who knows if she will ever be that way again? Passing the political review is already hard enough. It's good if she can marry out someday. The third house is lazy, clueless, and their heart is black. How else could they frame their own brother? These two houses are beyond saving. Dividing so much land will only lead to ruin. Wasn't all that land earned through hard work? It would be better to give more to the main house. The eldest is reliable, and the main house is the core of the family, an important part of Zhang's legacy. Sigh. There's no point in saying more. If they don't appreciate it, so be it. You all should take care of yourselves. Elder Jiang turned away with his hands behind his back, looking helpless, leaving behind a lonely figure. In truth, his face was very dark, filled with resentment and malicious intent.
Bah!
What nonsense, he spat, stomping the two brothers' family members as he left, trying to sow discord. Elder Zhang's second son regretted not killing the old man just now. Looking at Elder Zhang's first son with a look of frustration and defiance, it was clear he believed the main family was superior and that his two younger brothers should bow to him. Is this brotherhood? Or just a master-servant relationship? Such twisted, perverted thoughts are disgusting. All right, everyone come and sign the handprint. If you don't, consider it a voluntary giving up of your inheritance, Hong Lijing urged. He couldn't understand why Elder Jiang was so dissatisfied. He had received the most inheritance, but was still not satisfied. Greed is endless. Elder Jiang's third son received the least because he had betrayed his brothers. Elder Jiang wanted him to learn a lesson, but it seemed more people in the third family held grudges and refused to change. Sigh, every family has its troubles. The Jiang family was chaotic, but weren't all families the same? Wherever there are people, there are disputes. Conflicts never end. Hong Lijing often traveled through 3 villages, witnessing many extreme situations, and had become used to it. The division of the Jiang family was now complete, with Jiang Chang'an playing a key role. Without her influence and interference, the family might have caused even bigger problems. All the male heads of the families signed the division documents, and now it was time to distribute the physical belongings. The land in the yard was marked and measured immediately, along with grain, farming tools, furniture, dishes, chickens, and ducks. Everything they received was moved back to their own houses and kept safely. The main house, once full of life, gradually became empty. Elder Jiang and his wife also felt their hearts grow emptier. They remembered the joy and warmth when their children were born, the pride when they grew up and started their own families. But how did it come to this? Old man, is all this my fault? Elder Jiang's wife murmured softly, her mind hazy. She was just a girl from the mountains turned into a village woman, not understanding deep principles. She rarely went to the county town and had never seen much of the world. Most families raised their children this way. Why was it different for her? She didn't know where she went wrong. Elder Jiang's wife looked lost and confused. No, it's my fault. Maybe I shouldn't have sent them to school in the first place. If that had not happened, people's hearts wouldn't have changed so much. They wouldn't have lofty dreams, and they could focus on farming steadily. People rely on food as their main need. Farmers depend entirely on their land for food. Farming is a long process that requires a safe place to live. Only then can people start planting and harvesting properly. The simple life of rising with the sun, working until sunset, digging wells for water, and farming for food is what many dream of, peaceful and lovely countryside life. But farmers themselves often don't find this life very charming or beautiful, especially those living in poverty. At this moment, Jiang Chang'an feels very helpless and close to tears. Their second household only has 2 thatched huts. Jiang's second brother and his wife sleep in one, separated by a high bamboo fence in the middle. The brother and sister each occupy one side, sharing a door. The space is very small with no windows, so the light is very dim. Jiang Chang'an sleeps in the inner room, which is less than 2 meters wide and just over 3 meters long, a tiny 5 square meter space. A wooden bed lies along the wall, with a patched pink mosquito net hanging over it. In the middle, there's a small, uneven wardrobe with loose-fitting wooden boards and big gaps. It holds winter quilts and all of Jiang Chang'an's clothes. Near the door, where the light is better, there's a worn-out desk with a few books and writing tools used for studying. One small brush and a little ink were given by Teacher Song, and the paper was also draft paper from Teacher Song's writings. Jiang Chang'an used to imitate him very well, so her handwriting now shows some of Teacher Song's style. All the books are old ones once used by Jiang's family treasure, saving some money. The whole house can be described in 2 words, poor and shabby. Add 2 more words, broken and falling apart, crumbling mud walls, and a leaking thatched roof. Now that the family is divided, some household tools have no place to stay and are pushed into Jiang Chang'an's room, making the small space even more crowded. The air inside is especially bad. Building infrastructure is urgent, she thinks. Such a difficult environment is only slightly better than sleeping outside in the wind and rain. Little sister, what are you saying? Jiang's second brother, passing by the door, heard Jiang Chang'an muttering and asked curiously. He seemed to hear chicken? Could it be that his sister wants to eat eggs? Do you want to eat eggs? But the eggs are reserved for Grandpa and Grandma. Our family was the last to catch the chickens. 2 hens, about 1.5 years old, were very thin and still didn't lay eggs. 3 young chickens couldn't lay eggs yet, and they were still small. It would be a shame to eat them now, so we plan to raise them until the new year when they get fat. Why does Jiang Jiabao know so much? Because after catching the 5 chickens, they are kept in his room at night. The chicken coop in the backyard belongs to the grandparents and is no longer usable. The good thing is that these 5 chickens are at least kept in a cage. Otherwise, it's hard to say if the chickens might run onto Jiang Jiabao's bed to do their business. Their parents' room is also crowded with grain, tools, and other things, so there's not much space. Talking about grain, Jiang Chang'an sighed again. They only have half a bag of sorghum and corn, plus half a bag of sweet potatoes and potatoes left from last year, a few pounds of green beans and soybeans. It's mostly coarse grains, not much in quantity, and they haven't seen any refined rice or flour. It's really a tough situation. There's more than half a month before the summer harvest, but even after harvesting, their family might not have rice to eat. In past years, after paying taxes on the rice, they sold all of it. The money from the harvest is used for daily expenses. This is how farmers save money. They grow rice but don't eat it. They prefer cheaper coarse grains. To eat rice, they need to earn money outside.
What?
Linga wants to eat chicken? Okay, then. Linger's mother will kill a chicken at noon to celebrate the division of the family and warm the house. Jiang Lair brought some things to Jiang Jiabao's room, making a big mistake. He thought they were talking about eating eggs, not chicken. Oh, but husband, we don't have a pot, Yaosher said, holding up a few broken bowls and damaged chopsticks, looking a bit embarrassed. If they don't buy a pot, it seems they can only eat roasted sweet potatoes. Jiang Chang'an also shook his head helplessly. They really lack everything, just like refugees. It's no big deal. Borrow a pot from your parents. Later, they can have chicken wings and legs, Jiang Lair planned carefully. At worst, he would go to the county town this afternoon to buy 2 pots. The old man still has about 5 taels of silver, so he could borrow a few hundred coins for now. Yaosher looked at Jiang Lair with a resentful gaze. Then you go, she said. She didn't dare to go herself. Killing a young chicken just to eat meat might get her into trouble. Fine, I'll go, Jiang Lair said, and headed to the main house. Meanwhile, Jiang's third son, Jiang San, and Jiang's wife, Jiang, packed their things quickly. Seeing there was no pot or stove to cook with, they hurriedly took their children and went straight to town to stay with her family. Jiang's eldest son also left to buy a pot in town. He usually does some odd jobs to earn money, which he doesn't have to share with the community. Now he has bought 2 pots without any pressure. The main wife, upon hearing old man Jiang say he wanted to kill chickens, immediately got angry. Eating, eating. All you do is eat. You can't even afford a pot and you still want to eat chicken? She wouldn't spare even the little chicks. It's no wonder you're so poor and hungry. Old man Jiang sneered. I'm not starving to death because I'm poor, but because I almost got beaten to death by my own mother. I really deserve it. Otherwise, how could he have such a mother? He mocked her openly. Don't think he was unconscious then. Maybe he was worried about Mrs. Yao, so his consciousness was intermittent. He knew his mother believed rumors and wanted to kill him. She even wanted to kill his wife. It's false to say he wasn't upset. Sometimes he would argue with the old lady, but he never thought of being unfilial or harmful to her. Grandma Jiang's eyes widened in shock, and she looked at old man Jiang speechless. Did she want to kill her son? For a moment, she did think about it. She had never seen such a big incident before. When she saw old man Jiang half dead and the old man hunched over, injured, running out to borrow, she felt like the sky was falling. All this trouble was caused by the second household. Grandma Jiang was terrified. Why did she give birth to such a troublemaker? It might have been better if she had died. She was so angry she fainted. Now, thinking back, she felt a wave of fear. She was worse than a pig or a dog. She had gone mad. She was possessed by evil spirits. She even wanted to kill her own son. Grandma Jiang couldn't stop her trembling body and couldn't say a word. So what? Your parents are like this and you can do nothing? Who asked you to be born into our Jiang family without good luck? Who asked you to be so stupid? If you get beaten to death, it's your fate. Your daughter even fought back for you. Do you also want to attack us, the husband and wife? Old man Jiang retorted boldly. He had such a foolish wife. Everything good or bad was his. He never thought of changing her in his life. Does his son want to change his mother? Dream on. Old man Jiang choked up. Your wife is foolish, and you're right. With such a wife, you're proud? What am I thinking? I just want to borrow a pot to cook. Will you give me a yes or no? If not, I'll buy one myself. The pot is right there. If you want to use it, why don't you go get it yourself? Do you want me, the old man, to beg you? All right, ancestors. I'll go cook now, and I'll include your portions too. He was afraid of this old man. He was shameless and brazen. Having such a father was truly shameful. As for me, like my father said, who made him marry such a confused wife? Anyway, it was the first time and he accepted it. We can move past this, but there won't be a next time. After second brother Jiang left, old lady Jiang's tears started to fall. I was crazy at the time. When you left, I heard what the third family said, and I just wanted to beat him to death to stop him from causing trouble for the whole family. Tell me, how could I be such a heartless person, wanting to kill my own son? Old man, those people are too scary. They came with knives, trying to take Yao's family away. I just wanted to kill the second house's people. What if they come back to cause trouble again? Old lady Jiang covered her mouth and cried quietly, overwhelmed with emotion. Old man Jiang stepped forward and patted her back gently. Who said it's not frightening? We're just honest farmers. How can we fight against powerful bullies? But those little brats are our hard-earned children. We help if we can, and if we can't, they can fend for themselves. The children are grown now. Whether they do well or badly, it's their own doing. Now, we just need to take care of ourselves. My wife, let's live well. I spent 20 taels of silver, and the doctor said I might live a few more years. I'll do carpentry work, and the money I earn will all go to you. I'll buy you meat, clothes, hairpins. When I was young, I lacked for you. Now I'm slowly making it up to you. What do you think? Old John's ideas were surprisingly modern. If the descendants are disobedient, then they should handle it themselves. He wouldn't serve them anymore. Okay. But I see you're quite kind to the second house. Why did you still let him kill a chicken? It's only been 6 months, and it's less than 3 jin of meat. Such a waste. Old lady Jiang, who had saved for a lifetime, still couldn't stand such things. Don't worry. The second house can make good money. No, actually, Chang'en is very capable. She'll find a way. In the future, once the second house is successful, we can rely on them and enjoy the good life. We don't need to worry about anything else. Since childhood, she knew how to pretend to be clueless, waiting for the right moment to shine. Enduring humiliation and hardship for years, she only faced a few taunts, yet she successfully avoided many traps and schemes. Otherwise, they might not have grown up safely. The eldest household was watching closely, with other rivals lurking in the shadows. TSK, just thinking about it is frightening. So, this kind of wisdom and courage the second house lacked. It was probably taught by her clever daughter-in-law who kept her cards close to her chest. Why do you always say she has talent? She's just a girl. But hitting someone hurt a bit. Old Lady Jiang had been beaten, and honestly, she couldn't really like Jiang Chang'en. You don't understand. Last night, she earned dozens of taels in the county town. Without hesitation, she paid me to treat my illness. In fact, we only truly owe 5 taels. Not many people are both capable and kind-hearted. If it were the main house or the third house, they wouldn't want to owe money to treat us. So, wife, don't bother her anymore, to avoid making the children lose hope. Old Mr. Jiang sincerely shared his secret with old Lady Jiang. She took a deep breath, almost unable to believe what she heard. Dozens of taels? How did she earn that? A 7-year-old girl, how could she make so much money? Could she have stolen it?
I can't tell you.
Anyway, she didn't steal or rob. She learned it from Mr. Song. Playing in the casino and doing such shocking things, she shouldn't know about it. Is Mr. Song really that powerful? He looked like he wasn't wealthy himself. That old man is always mysterious. His teaching methods are different from regular private schools, and he charges low fees. He's not making much money, but still running the place.
Who knows his background?
What does he want? Anyway, it's good for Chang'en. The 2 elders whispered inside the main house. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Chang'en's side, Mrs. Yao was already boiling water and preparing to kill a chicken. Mom, are we making potato stew chicken? Mrs. Yao, while boiling water, was peeling sweet potatoes and potatoes. No, later we'll steam sorghum sweet potato rice. Some potatoes will be steamed with salt as a side dish. But the chicken must be boiled for soup, or the meat will be too small to share. It's good to have more chicken soup. A perfect meal combination, showing how well she manages daily life. Haha, your mom is lying. Her cooking skills are just good at boiling and stewing. She doesn't know how to fry dishes, laughed Jiang second. Some people are born without a talent for cooking and never learn. Mrs. Yao was exactly like that. Over the years, she had made old Lady Jiang very angry. Even lazy Jiang's cooking was better than hers. Mrs. Yao's face instantly turned red when her husband said that. Mom really isn't good at cooking, but I can do embroidery. She knew how to embroider well enough to sell for money. But she never dared to show her embroidery skills in front of others, afraid it would cause trouble. Their ordinary status meant that anything too outstanding was not a good idea. I can't do it either, Jiang Chang'en said with a bitter face. She had earned several certificates in her previous life, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't learn to cook. She felt ashamed.
It's okay.
Linga should do what she is good at. In the future, finding a husband who can cook won't be difficult. Although he also can't cook. What should we do? Our second house doesn't have anyone who can cook. Will we have to eat pig food in the future? Oh, then I will go and do what I am good at right now. Our home is lacking in everything, and Jiang Chang'en can't just sit and wait. Little sister, what are you going to do? Let me help you. When Jiang Chang'en mentioned doing something, Jiang Jiabao's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly stopped what he was doing and ran over. Aren't there any bowls at home? I plan to make a few. Jiang Chang'en used to be a bit clumsy and often broke bowls, so only one bowl was given to each person in the second house. There were no plates for serving food, and the cups for drinking water were just bamboo tubes with a musty smell. There was no water jar. Farmers rarely boiled water. They usually drank cold water or rice water. So, Jiang Chang'an really wanted to make a water jar. Can you also make ceramics? Everyone was surprised. I saw it in a miscellaneous note by Mr. Song, but I've never made it before. I don't know if I can succeed, but I have to try. It will also save money. Their family currently has no money. Okay, then go ahead. We'll call you when it's time to eat. But remember to be discreet. Don't let others see. Keeping a low profile is important. They can't afford to show off or have eye-catching things at home. Yao Shi patiently reminded her. Got it, mother. Dad, we're leaving now. Jiang Chang'an went to her parents' room, took a chopping knife and a flint, then headed toward the backyard. Little sister, where are you going to do this? Jiang Jiabao looked confused. Can just 3 things make a bowl? We're going to the foot of the mountain to dig clay. Afterward, we'll make it in the backyard. The backyard of the Jiang family was just some wasteland with lots of sand and stones, even far from the mountain foot where no one lived. But there was a deep mountain spring flowing through, which was the main water source for the mountain village. After a quick look at the terrain, Jiang Chang'an thought it was suitable. When she got closer, she would scan the clay's composition with her system to see if it was suitable. What kind of soil do you need? Does she really have to go to the mountain foot? Isn't soil everywhere? I need the gray clay from the river. Brother, you can go into the water later and dig a bit more. I want to make bowls, plates, cups, teapots, medicine jars, basins, and clay pots. Counting all that, there are quite a few things she needs to make. But she can't make too many at once because she doesn't have a kiln or firewood. The hardware is not enough, and they really have no way to do it. Having too many things can easily cause trouble. Jiang Chang'an felt torn between options, but she didn't realize that a big surprise was waiting for her to discover. When Jiang Chang'an and Jiang Jiabao reached the foot of the mountain, they unexpectedly saw someone wandering there.
Li Shushen.
Why are you here? It was during class time at the school. Could Teacher Song be holding an extracurricular activity again? But only Li Shushen was there. What is this kid wandering around aimlessly for? He was dressed in a long black robe, with his hands behind his back, standing straight by the creek, looking like a gentle scholar. This was very different from his usual playful shorts and jumping around. He seemed lost in thought, but when he heard Jiang Chang'an's voice, he turned around. His eyes looked deep and serious, not at all like a child's. Seeing the Jiang siblings, Li Shushen was also surprised. They were holding tools. What were they doing? And her father should be safe now, right? People said Jiang Chang'an used to act silly on purpose, but Li Shushen doubted it. She thought this girl might be a little fairy from outside, but her attitude towards the Jiang family now seemed good. My father is better now. Our family just split up, and we don't even have bowls. We came here to make some. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. Jiang Chang'an was no longer naive, but straightforward. Jiang Jiabao tugged at her sleeve anxiously, worried. We agreed to keep it a secret. Why are you telling others? Li Shushen was even more surprised. The Jiang family split up? Could it be the girl's doing? Cutting off the harmful troublemakers so decisively. And after working with wood, does she also know how to make ceramics? If she wasn't like the talented former empress, Li Shushen would even doubt that this little fairy was a man. I'm here to find something important. You come too. Li Shushen beckoned Jiang Chang'an with a finger. He didn't want Jiang Jiabao to hear, but perhaps Jiang Chang'an really could help him find what he was looking for. Jiang Jiabao's eyes widened with anger. What was this kid trying to do? Getting so close to his sister and not letting him listen. This was going too far. Li Shushen pulled Jiang Chang'an aside and covered his mouth with his hand. I am looking for a token. Rumor has it that in the Northern Army, there is an invincible 100-man iron army called the 100 Ghosts, established by the first empress. They are a secret force scattered among the army, and only the token can command them to act. Those people are all highly skilled, capable of fighting 100 opponents at once. There is no task they cannot complete. Their stories have been passed down for generations, but no one has ever seen their true faces. The last time the 100 Ghosts went out was during the beheading operation of the Northern King 2 years ago. However, the Ghost Lord was badly injured and died. The token was lost, and there are rumors that it fell in the south. Do you remember the beggar we found 2 years ago, who was stabbed many times and died? I think he might have been the ghost lord. Where did his token go? Maybe we should look for it. Recently, more and more strangers have come to our village. Detective Zhang is guiding them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed the clothes your father was wearing or accidentally found your mother. Who knows what will happen next? So, we should act first, find the token, and turn it into our lucky charm. Do you understand what I mean? Li Shushan explained so clearly because Jiang Chang'an is smart, and she was the first witness. Who knows, maybe the token is just in her hands. She doesn't know what the token is for and might have used it as a paperweight. But that's impossible because many experts searched thoroughly back then. Even the Li family checked several times, not to mention Jiang Chang'an's family. Fortunately, this child is slow, so she managed to avoid trouble quietly. What Li Shushan said wasn't just gossip, it was inside information he learned in his past life, known only to those close to the royal court. Until his death in his previous life, the 100 Ghosts token never appeared again. Now that he's alive again, he doesn't want to miss any chance to use it because his hatred runs deep. Jiang Chang'an felt as if Li Shushan was telling her a legendary story. She didn't want to believe it, but when she scanned her system, she saw that a black pouch was hanging from the deep pool's cliff. She wiped her face and thought, is it really worth getting involved with such trouble? It will only bring more problems in the future. And with only one token, who would be the Ghost Lord? If she knew the secret, would Li Shushan turn against her? It's strange that Li Shushan, so young, knows so much about the secret army of the 100 Ghosts. Jiang Chang'an couldn't understand for a moment. Are you reading too many stories? Even if the storyteller is just making it all up, exaggerated legends, stories are full of doubts. Just one token can command an army? Isn't that ridiculous? Not everyone can be the Ghost Lord. Even at your young age, do you think the 100 Ghost Society would listen to a child's command if you got the token? Might they take the opportunity to kill you and steal the token? Even if they accept you as their leader, how can you support 100 experts? The Li family is the richest in Shanshang village, but supporting assassins is too risky. If this gets exposed, someone with bad intentions might target you. That could lead to disaster, losing everything and your family destroyed. Li Shushan is young but brave. Jiang Chang'an has to remind him. Li Shushan pursed his lips, looking serious. Getting the token means passing tests, literary and martial skills, mental strength, endurance, and also wealth. How about we work together? Just the two of us, unrelated to our families. We learn and grow wealth together, and after getting the token, we take the tests. No matter who becomes the Ghost Lord, we will help each other and be each other's support. We can form a blood alliance now. Don't ignore Jianglinger. If she ranks first in the test, she's already on a dangerous path. Even if she wants to back out, others will come after her. Either the Constable Zhang or County Magistrate Chen, who are related to her family. Since ancient times, tall trees attract the wind. The world is more dangerous than you think. Jianglinger, you must prepare in advance, gather strength, and be fully ready. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, who knows what you'll lose? This isn't just idle talk from Li Shushan, it's based on his own past experiences. His previous ending was a terrible defeat. Jiang Chang'an was truly convinced, but asked, how do you know all this? You're still just a kid, remember? Li Shushan's face stiffened. You also know carpentry and pottery? Did I say anything wrong? We were struck by lightning at the same time. There's no need to go into more detail. Jiang Chang'an stared in shock and suddenly said a secret code. The Lonely King. A path of mastery? What? She thought he was talking about a king? Like a real king? Not bad at all. Li Shushan envied her, but he didn't know how she died later. Oh, so she's not from the same hometown. She doesn't even know about building a beautiful china. Jiang Chang'an shrugged. I told you, the thing you're looking for is over there. Jiang Chang'an pointed to the deep pool and cliff face across the stream. Li Shushan looked where Jiang Chang'an pointed, but saw nothing. Did you throw it there? How else would she know? You're overthinking. I just have better eyesight than you. System scan with X-ray vision. Don't be too jealous. Even if you live 2 lifetimes, you won't learn it. Jiang Chang'an feels a bit proud. She is a certificate expert, a system created from her own strength. I just don't know what Li Shushan's background is, but he is definitely an adult. The two whisper to each other, but Jiang Jiaobao can't stand it anymore. He hurried over and separated them. What are you two doing? Li Shushan, don't try to bully my sister. Seeing how uncomfortable his sister looks, Jiang Jiaobao glares at Li Shushan with dissatisfaction.
Li Shushan pauses.
Which part of him looks like he's bullying anyone? He's practically begging Jiang Linger. We hid something across the water. We're about to go get it. Li Shushan points to the deep pond opposite. The mountain spring flows all year, making the water in front very wide. Beyond that, there are deep and long streams, but the streams are very deep and fast. Looking at the bottomless pond, Jiang Jiaobao immediately refuses. No, you go alone. That pond is dangerous. I don't remember the exact spot. Only Jiang Linger does. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask her, Li Shushan explains. Jiang Jiaobao hesitates. Sister, is it something very important? I'll go help you get it. I swim better than you. No need. Brother, you don't know the exact location, so it's hard to find. I'll go myself. Jiang Chang'an clearly understands Li Shushan's intention. The fewer people know, the safer it is. She doesn't want her family involved. I'll go with you, Jiang Jiaobao insists. The pond is indeed dangerous, and Li Shushan is worried about Jiang Chang'an going alone. Are you sure? Can you really swim well? Although she's young, Jiang Chang'an has some strength. But Li Shushan, he's just a little skinny guy. He might get swept away by the water. Maybe because he has a mature soul, Jiang Chang'an feels more relaxed around him. And this person is the first she saw when she opened her eyes in this world, her lifesaver. Naturally, she feels close and fond of him. Jiang Linger, do you know what happens if you say no to a man? Li Shushan narrows his dangerous eyes. She laughs.
Ha ha ha. A man?
You? Just you, a little short guy calling yourself a man?
Ha ha.
I think man might have some opinions, huh? Jiang Chang'an points to Li Shushan's height. He's 8. Definitely taller than her at 7, by more than 10 centimeters, but he's still miles away from being a real man.
Li Shushan instantly blushes deeply. You?
Get down there. He kicks Jiang Chang'an playfully on her. Jiang Chang'an was caught off guard and suddenly fell forward, plunging directly into the deep pool. Li Shushan you. With a splash, water sprayed everywhere, and Jiang Chang'an was quickly submerged. Little sister? You little rascal. A second splash responded to Jiang Jiaobao, the sound of Li Shushan jumping into the water. In the deep pool, Jiang Chang'an had already surfaced and was swimming toward the opposite cliff. The force of the water had no effect on her. Li Shushan also didn't fall behind. The two swam side by side comfortably. Seeing this, Jiang Jiaobao finally relaxed. Everyone on the mountain private school knew how to swim, and Jiang Chang'an had learned in her previous life. This level of swimming was easy for her. They quickly reached the other side, but didn't climb out immediately. It's about a zhang, about 3.3 meters deep here. Wait for me. I'll dive down and get it, Jiang Chang'an said before Li Shushan could speak. She held her breath and sank underwater. Li Shushan's heart pounded with worry. A zhang is quite deep, but the water in the pool hadn't dried up in years. How could Jiang Chang'an see so far? Jiang Chang'an moved like a fish in the water, swimming freely with a clear goal. She kicked a few times and reached the bottom quickly, retrieving something in no time. Soon, she surfaced and gasped, "Phew. That was a long hold. Are you okay?" Li Shushan asked anxiously, caring about Jiang Chang'an first, without realizing it.
I'm fine.
I got it. Let's go up, Jiang Chang'an said, holding a small black pouch. Li Shushan finally smiled. Let's go. The two swam to the shore, where Jiang Jiaobao pulled them up one by one. Why is this thing so precious? Worth hiding in such a place? The pool is deep, and no one usually played here, or else someone would have taken the items. Brother, you really can't see. It's our secret, Jiang Chang'an said, wringing water from her clothes. Before she finished, Li Shushan, eager, pulled her away. Jiang Jiabao watched their backs in confusion. Were they up to something bad? And since when did they become so close? Is this really what we're looking for? Li Shushan looked around, then opened the bag when no one was watching. Inside, he saw a small, square box about the size of a palm, made of a material that didn't rust despite being soaked in water for years. He wondered what it was made of. It looks like it has no lock. How do we open it? Li Shushan carefully examined it but couldn't see anything special. Unlocking this kind of thing still needs your master to do it. Because she has a scanning system, she can immediately understand the lock's mechanism and tricks, even scan the material. It's almost miraculous. Yes, Master Jiang, please kindly use your skilled fingers. Li Shushan handed the small box to Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an took the box and carefully examined the fine patterns. After a moment, she heard a click, and the lid popped open. Inside the box, a small, black token lay quietly. It had a carved, fierce ghost head with a blue face and sharp teeth. Quite terrifying. But Li Shushan was full of joy. Did we find it? She picked it up and saw a line of writing on the back, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, Clearing Injustice. She softly read it aloud. Hey, could this be the legendary silver note? Jiang Chang'an pinched a thin stack of paper. She was very interested. There were 5 sheets, ancient silver notes. It was her first time seeing such a thing. Oh, your token has a mechanism. Be careful, Jiang Chang'an casually added. Li Shushan's body stiffened. A mechanism? Could it be deadly? Why didn't she say so earlier? She seemed so calm, so mischievous. It probably won't be deadly. It's just a small trick. Jiang Chang'an took the token and flicked it with her finger. Suddenly, the token transformed into 2 connected leaves. Looks like a secret code inside. You can study it yourself. Can we use this money? How should we divide it? 2 notes of 1,000 taels, 2 of 500 taels, and 1 of 100 taels. It seems the ghost master isn't very rich. He only carries about 3,000 taels. Jiang Chang'an couldn't help but complain. Li Shushan carefully examined the silver notes and said, Are you not familiar with money? 3,000 taels is not much. A county official's monthly salary is only 50 taels. In a year, with other allowances, it's about 1,000 taels. These notes have no signature or unusual marks, so anyone can use them. 3,100 taels, Zhonglinger, we now have the starting capital for our business. Don't you agree? The implication was clear. The money couldn't be spent freely. It could only be used with caution. Jiang Chang'an, the boss, was unhappy. Just us 2 little kids, what kind of business can we do? Aren't you good at making ceramics? Write down the recipe, and I'll handle the rest. We'll share the profit each year.
How about that?
Li Shushan's eyes lit up. Jiang Chang'an was practically his lucky star. Whatever he wanted, he got. Li Shushan's large, beautiful pancake paintings are impressive, but doing business is never easy. Anyway, Jiang Chang'an isn't good at it. In her past life, Jiang Chang'an ran a publicly listed company and a design studio, but she only managed the technical side, hiring others to handle the business. So, she knows she needs reliable partners. Otherwise, 3,000 taels could be lost easily. Are you good at business? Making a profit isn't simple. It's not just about making and selling. There are many tricks involved. First, your product must meet market needs. Once you know the market and price, you can start making the product. You also need to figure out how to keep costs low and consider many other factors. Jiang Chang'an has seen a lot in her life, but she wouldn't say she's good at business. Plus, this is ancient times, and she doesn't understand the rules and taboos of the marketplace.
Li Shushan stared blankly.
He really doesn't understand. In his past life, he was busy with studies and court intrigue, so he's never done business. But then he suddenly thought of someone. I know someone who is very talented at business. Jiang Chang'an blinked silently. Why would a talented businessperson work for you? Isn't it better for them to be their own boss? Li Shushan confidently pounded his chest. I have my ways. Don't worry. Just give me the formula, and I'll handle it. Jiang Chang'an sighed helplessly. It's not as simple as you think. You want to open a workshop, right? You'll need a workshop building, maybe some kilns, tools, clay, and materials. You'll also need to hire workers. And don't forget, you'll need a shop to sell your products. All of this costs money. Do you understand? Have you estimated the costs? Don't think 3,000 taels is a lot. Jumping in recklessly will only lead to disaster, losing everything. Can't you do it? You talk confidently. Just write a plan for me. It shouldn't be that hard, right? You just need a few things and then go make pottery? So, setting up a workshop isn't difficult. Or, is it, are you reluctant to spend money? But without hens, how can you get eggs? Jiang Chong'an shouldn't be short-sighted. I can build kilns and make pottery, but I told you I don't understand the market. You should first learn about the current situation. Jiang Chong'an felt she couldn't communicate well with Li Shushan. Fine, here. Li Shushan handed Jiang Chong'an 100 taels. The boy's situation is really tough. He's struggling with food and clothing, heavily in debt. Seeing the silver note, his eyes lit up. Take this 100 taels for now. Don't worry about the money. I'll find a way if it's not enough. He doesn't know how to do business, but making money isn't only about business. He is now a prophet, and Li Shushan is very confident. Jiang Chong'an quickly pulled back her silver note and said, Okay, you go investigate the market first. Decide what kind of ceramics you want to make and then tell me. I'll come up with a plan. She doesn't need to pay. Investing in technology is enough. I want to see the ceramics you make first. Once she is confident, she will consider other options. Making ceramics isn't so quick. First, she plans to go into the pond to gather some materials. Her clothes will get wet, so she needs to go back and change. After lunch, she will come back. Jiang Chong'an took the money and ran to her brother. Brother, we have money now. Jiang Chong'an was very happy. 100 taels, enough for the Jiang family to get through their current difficulties.
Wow.
Where did so much money come from? Jiang Jiapao took the note and saw it was 100 taels of silver. He was so scared, he nearly tore the note in surprise. I found it. Don't ask about the rest, and don't tell anyone. Your clothes are dry, so you keep them. I'll go into the water to gather some mud to dry. He had never seen so much money before. Jiang Jiapao was very nervous, worried about outsiders seeing, so he quickly put the silver note into his inner pocket. He was stiff and suspicious. Meanwhile, Jiang Chong'an jumped into the water with a splash. This time, she only stayed in shallow water to find usable mud. After digging with she threw the mud onto the shore and laid it out in rows. Li Shushan took the token and jumped in to help. He used a knife, so he wasn't as fast as Jiang Chong'an. Soon, Jiang Liar's voice came from the Jiang family's direction, calling the siblings to come home for dinner. Let's go, let's go. We'll eat first, and then come back. Kids get very hungry and they also have chickens to eat. Before Li Shushan could say anything, Jiang Chong'an quickly jumped ashore, washed her hands and feet, and ran off dragging her straw sandals. Li Shushan, I won't invite you to my house for dinner. We only eat coarse grains. From afar, Jiang Chong'an's voice could be heard. Li Shushan smiled silently and shook his head. So even eating coarse grains can be so enjoyable? Then, Jiang Chong'an's voice drifted in the wind again. Brother, will Dad and Mom leave us chicken drumsticks? Jiang Jiapao carried his and chopping knife, walking a few steps behind Jiang Chong'an. They will. Mom and Dad love us the most. TSK, that little girl is clever. She wouldn't even share a chicken drumstick with him. When he fell from the ox cart, he had used her as a cushion. His back still hurt from the scrape. Li Shushan was speechless. But of course, he would also have meat to eat at home. He has never lacked money, even though his current parents are not his biological ones, and one is the daughter of an enemy. Thinking of the Li family, Li Shushan's eyes unconsciously turned cold. There's no rush. Revenge must be planned carefully. No one who owes him will escape. As soon as Jiang Chong'an returns home, she smells a strong chicken soup aroma, and her mouth waters involuntarily. In her past life, she loved eating meat too, but she was never short of it. Now, she feels like she hasn't eaten meat in many years, and she is very eager. Mom, is the food ready? Even before entering the door, Jiang Chang'an starts to call out. Yes, yes, it's ready. Wash your hands quickly and come to the main hall. Oh, Linger, why are your clothes all wet? Hurry and change into clean ones so you don't catch a cold. Mrs. Yao is holding a rice bucket, about to go to the main hall, and she exclaims when she sees Jiang Chang'an's messy state.
It's okay, Mom.
The weather is hot now, Jiang Chang'an replies, but she still goes to her room to change out of her wet clothes. When she arrives at the main hall, the family is already sitting around the table, including old Jiang and old Madame Jiang. Linger, what did you do at the foot of the mountain in the backyard? The pond water there is deep and muddy. Be careful not to get drowned. Old Jiang notices Jiang Chang'an's still wet hair and asks with concern. Grandpa, we don't have enough bowls at home, so I went there to burn a few bowls and basins to use, Jiang Chang'an answers casually.
What?
You can also make pottery? Old Jiang is surprised, and even old Madame Jiang can't help but glance at Jiang Chang'an. I saw it in my husband's books, so I wanted to try. Whether I succeed or not, it won't cost anything, and I learned a lot. Jiang Chang'an nods at Jiang Jiabao. Jiang Jiabao finally breathes a sigh of relief and pulls out a banknote from his pocket. 100 taels. He carefully places it in the middle of the table.
Clang.
The sound of bowls falling on the table rings out. Where did that come from? Even old second Jiang is unsettled. I dug it up from the pond, Jiang Chang'an says calmly, lying a little. Luck plus skill. That's how money is made. The Jiang family members are stunned. They can't believe that money can be found by digging mud, especially a large sum. They've been digging in the soil their whole lives and haven't found a single coin. Child, you didn't dig up someone's grave, did you? Old Jiang is worried. Money isn't that easy to find. Dad, you're overthinking. Our village doesn't have any wealthy families. Besides, even if it was an heirloom, they wouldn't leave a banknote, old second Jiang says without worry. Maybe the mountain stream washed it down recently. Many strangers have come to the village lately. Mrs. Yao habitually lowers her voice as she speaks. In short, this matter must remain secret. The money should be kept and not spent for now. Wait until the rumors die down before doing anything. Let's eat first. After eating, take a nap. When the sun is less hot later, we can go out. I also want to see Chang'an making pottery, old Jiang said, then picked up a big chicken leg and put it in Jiang Chang'an's bowl. Eat up, good kid. Going out will earn 100 taels. TSK, clearly a little wealth god.
Sir, you eat. I can eat other meats.
Eat what you like. Eating more will help you grow, and I'll be happy to see that. Jiang Chang'an grinned and laughed. Thank you, sir. The family was full of laughter and happiness, getting along very well. The two elders of the Jiang family and the second branch lived very harmoniously, with a warm and joyful atmosphere, which made the main house people very envious. The main house had 3 rooms, one for the parents, one for Jiang Wen, and one for Jiang Xing and Jiang Tao. The main house was closed, and the 3 children were in Li's room helping to organize the belongings from the division of the estate. Actually, they didn't have many things to divide. They had finished working on it long ago. Now Li was sewing on an old piece of clothing, Jiang Wen was reading a book, and the sisters were weaving, but everyone was distracted because of the smell of meat filling the yard. Mother, I'm hungry. Do we have any rice to eat? Jiang Tao, only 7 years old, hadn't gone to school. She knew a few characters, secretly taught by Jiang Wen, because old Jiang didn't like clever people. He believed that a woman's virtue was to be uneducated, thinking that if women were too smart, they wouldn't obey. So he deliberately chose Li, a timid girl from the mountain village, as his wife. During private discipline, he would hit or scold her, not treating her like a person. Old Jiang thought he had trained her well, and only when he was with Li did he feel proud, showing his manly dignity. At first, the 2 elders of the Jiang family scolded old Jiang when they saw Li being mistreated. But Li was useless and helped her husband instead. Her husband was a scholar, and many girls envied her for marrying a learned man. In her family, her mother and sister-in-law were often beaten. Li was used to being hit by her father and brother when she was young. Later, as the children were born, old Jiang's beatings became more secretive. It wasn't until Jiangwen grew up and intervened that old Jiang eased up a little. But the siblings still often heard noises. Sometimes it was Li being beaten, and other times, perhaps, they were doing something they shouldn't. Li initially didn't see anything wrong with how the couple interacted until she saw Jiang's second son and third son being gentle and soft with their wives. She finally felt upset, but her timid nature prevented her from protesting. Over time, she became numb. Sometimes she wouldn't speak all day, and no one knew what she was thinking. Jiang's family saw this and felt sad. He had already gathered all his courage to confront his father about it, but it didn't help much. The eldest son still acted aggressively when needed. He bullied Li, which was bad enough, but he also secretly got close to the village chief and was eager to split the family. To get the inheritance, he offended the other two households and hurt the feelings of the grandparents. The main family didn't know how they would get through the future. Lunch might even be cancelled, and they might only have 2 meals a day from now on. With only 5 acres of land, they couldn't support the family, let alone send children to school. Jiang went inside and gently stroked the book in his hand. When Li heard her youngest daughter's words, she paused briefly but then continued what she was doing, without replying. Jiang Xing comforted Jiang Tao by patting her head, but said nothing. She just hoped she could grow up quickly and leave this home. Actually, she just wanted to escape from her father. The other family members hadn't bullied her and her sisters, not even the mischievous third son, Jiang Wang. At this moment, the eldest son returned, carrying 2 large iron pots and some other household items, especially a few pounds of fatty meat. He hurried back from town feeling proud, thinking he could now take charge of the household. But as soon as he entered the yard, he smelled the aroma of meat, especially chicken. He looked up and saw the happy family eating in the main room. His pride was suddenly cooled like being poured with cold water, and it disappeared instantly. He went back to the main house, opened the door, and saw several children and his wife inside. He was furious and quickly stepped forward, kicking Li hard. "Why are you just sitting here like a wooden doll? Don't you know how to build a stove? Don't you need to eat? You might as well die of hunger." Li was knocked to the ground. Her needle, due to inertia, stabbed deeply into her index finger, and blood immediately seeped out, dripping onto the floor. It looked shocking, but she showed no reaction. The 2 girls were so frightened they started trembling as their father began to lose control again. "Father, what are you doing?" Jiang Zhaowen threw down his book and hurried to protect his mother. Elder brother Jiang was even angrier. He forcefully threw the things he had brought back onto the ground, not caring if they broke. "What am I doing? I want to beat you all to death. You're all useless. I work so hard and come home without even a hot meal. Aren't you supposed to be close to others? When they eat meat, why don't you get a bite? If there's nothing ready, can't you borrow a pot or stove?" He looked as foolish as a pig, hitting and kicking for no reason, despite having studied for many years. All his reading had only made him see others as ungrateful. He told him not to read anymore and to return the unused formal dress tomorrow. Jiang Zhaowen had always been made to study just to be fair, since other children in the family went to school and they couldn't afford to fall behind. But from now on, he would have to pay for his own formal dress. Elder brother Jiang definitely wouldn't agree. Jiang Zhaowen expected this, but he still felt very disappointed and sad. He also felt very resentful inside. He wondered if his father was calling him a white-eyed wolf. As a son, he couldn't even help his mother fight back, let alone resist. He was too weak to fight, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Elder brother Jiang grew more annoyed as he looked at the second branch children. They had courage. If anyone bullied their parents, those 2 boys would fight back. Even the children from the third branch were brave, because they were all boys. Only his own son was weak and useless, a white-eyed wolf. Everyone in his heart looked down on him, including his father. And the 2 useless, money-draining children, they were just a burden. Elder brother Jiang couldn't hold back his anger. When he passed by his 2 daughters, he didn't even look at them and kicked them again. The sisters fell to the ground immediately. They felt very hurt where they were kicked and tears started to fall, but they dared not cry out loud. because elder brother Jiang didn't want outsiders to know he had a habit of hitting people. If it got out, they would face even worse beatings. He usually hit carefully, choosing hidden places so no one would see. So, apart from the Jiang family adults, outsiders didn't know he was violent. Of course, in the countryside, it was common for men to hit their wives and children. Even if people knew, they would just say he was strict and not see it as a serious mistake. After venting his anger, elder brother Jiang went straight to the main house. When he reached the door, he started shouting loudly, as if afraid the neighbors next door wouldn't hear. "Father, didn't you say no one is allowed to use your kitchen? Now they are directly using the second brother's house. Isn't that too biased?" More than biased, it's excessive. They agreed to split up, but now they are living together again. "I'll kill a chicken for you, and you can use it too," Old Man Jiang said casually while sipping soup. Then he shoved a big piece of tender, fragrant meat into his mouth, so soft and tasty even an old man with poor teeth can eat easily. TSK, the second brother is not very polite, but he's quite reliable. Old Jiang opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. The main house only keeps hens for laying eggs. How could they eat them? Finally, he muttered in a muffled voice, "I bought some fatty meat. When I fry the oil, I'll share some with you. You can borrow the kitchen for now." It's his fault for only buying things and not eating in town first. Otherwise, they could have saved this meal. "All right, remember to refill the firewood when you use it," Old Man Jiang said, as if he was teasing Old Jiang. He took a big sip of chicken soup and looked content, still chewing with a satisfied expression. Old Jiang's face darkened. He said nothing more and turned to leave. After Old Jiang left, Jiang Chang'an didn't even want to eat. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Sir, I think something's wrong with what I heard from the main house," she said. Of course, she didn't just hear it. Her system detected Old Jiang hitting people, casually scolding his wife and children like trash. She was shocked. She didn't know her big uncle was such a person. He's really no good. Watching her brother and father being beaten by others was one thing, but treating the closest family members like enemies was a sign of a pervert.
It was terrifying.
Thinking carefully, Jiang Chang'an did see Li's wife being hit sometimes. But if this continued, she worried it might even lead to someone getting seriously hurt. That would ruin Jiang Wen's future, her eldest cousin. Old Man Jiang also couldn't finish his meal.
He put his bowl down, looking sad.
"Yes, he's just a beast who beats his wife and kids," he said. He felt ashamed of himself for not knowing why he raised such a child. No matter how much he scolded or hit him, nothing changed. He was just an old man, unable to help his children live better lives. Jiang Chang'an had nothing to say. She was lucky to have loving parents. Her second father, though difficult, loved his wife and children deeply. The relationship between the main house and the second house was like two different worlds. Sigh, children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. Grandpa shouldn't worry too much. Once Uncle hits a wall, he'll know to turn back. But in the meantime, we should watch over him more carefully so no one gets hurt. If that happens, the eldest cousin and the two older sisters would be so pitiful. Jiang Chang'an sighed. Thinking about it, she felt lucky. In her past life, even without parents, she did many things to honor the country and serve the people. That's why she has loving parents in this life. Is it really that serious? Not only old Jiang, but even old Madame Jiang looked at Jiang Chang'an. In the whole village, few men hit their wives. Why does this little girl say the eldest family is involved in something life-threatening? Haven't you seen how the eldest aunt looks like she's given up on life? Even rabbits can bite when they're cornered. Besides, someone injured for many years can't be in good shape.
She's not a steel giant.
All right, Linger, you don't need to worry about others' affairs. Just be nice to your cousin in private. Don't interfere in other things. Just care about your parents. Your mother gave birth to you, and your father raised you. From a tiny rabbit to a little grown-up now, it's been very hard. In summer, I worry you'll get hot. In winter, I worry you'll get cold. When you were 3, you couldn't even speak. Sometimes I spent the whole day teaching you to talk. It really broke my heart as an old father. Honestly, Raising Jiang Linger was much harder than raising Jiang Jiabao. Old second Jiang once thought this delicate girl wouldn't survive, but only today did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, yes, thank you, parents, for raising me. Thank you, grandparents, for not abandoning me. Now you can see the clear sky after the clouds and the moon after the clouds part. I will work hard for a bright future, having enough to eat and wear, a little wealth and peace, honor, wealth, and a comfortable life. Jiang Chang'an thought that if she said such inspiring words, her family would praise her for being ambitious and filial. But in reality, not only old Jiang but even Jiang Jiabao showed no reaction.
Ha, ha.
All right, Linger, eat your fill and go to sleep. In your dreams, everything you want can come true. This kind of big talk was almost old second Jiang's catchphrase, and everyone was used to it. Wealth and honor aren't that easy to get. It's not just about studying hard. A scholar spends 10 years studying in cold weather, and in the end, no one knows what kind of life they'll have. Although this child's luck is really good, plus a bit of skill, she earned over 100 taels in just 2 days. At this rate, it's not just wealth and honor, but even a small fortune and peace are possible. Don't believe me? No one believes me? Jiang Chang'an was shocked. She had always been a top expert, rushing through various tests and earning many certificates. For the first time, someone doubted her, and she felt proud and curious. Humph. Just wait and see. You'll be proven wrong soon. Jiang Chang'an went back to her small room for a nap. When it was time, Old Man Jiang's voice came from the second room door. Chang'an Linger, it's time to get up. She still needed to go make pottery. The little girl had just said she wanted to pursue wealth and fame. Now she was sleeping like a pig, completely forgetting the time and her responsibilities. Jiang Chang'an was indeed sleeping very soundly. Although the air in the small room wasn't very good, the temperature was comfortable. Lying on her small bed, she lowered the mosquito net, and the scent of soapberry filled the tiny space. It had to be said that Mrs. Yao was very clean. She often washed the bedding for her children. So, as soon as Jiang Chang'an lay down, she fell asleep deeply. She really didn't want to get up now. Chang'an, hurry up. Your classmate is here, Old Man Jiang called from outside.
Li Shushen.
Jiang Chang'an jumped up suddenly, as if she had promised to make pottery. She quickly got up, tied her hair into a simple bun with a hair tie, and ran out. I'm ready. Let's go. At the door, Jiang's son, Jiang Bao, and Li Shushen were talking. Old Man Jiang was waiting with his carving tools and other implements. Even Grandma Jiang wanted to come see the fun, which surprised Jiang Chang'an. Come on, good kid. Do you really know how to make pottery? Usually, clay cracks when fired. Do you need to add something special to the recipe? If she had the skill to make pottery, Jiang's family could earn extra income, just like with woodworking. Even rough pottery would be enough. Of course, fine pottery or ceramics were too precious for their family right now. They couldn't protect or afford them. If they tried to make such delicate items, it would bring trouble rather than good fortune. Old Man Jiang had his own judgment about this, so he would stay close to his granddaughter during the process, worried she might create something astonishing. No need for anything special, but different clays have different qualities. The key is the firing temperature. The process must be done carefully. You'll see soon enough. No rush. The mountain near Jiang's home wasn't far. Soon, they arrived, and everyone saw piles of clay drying by the stream. The clay was almost ready. Jiang Chang'an stepped forward, picked up a small piece, and examined it carefully. This kind of clay can only make pottery, not porcelain. First, break it into pieces, then filter it through a fine cloth, removing all sand, and use the finest, sand-free clay. If the clay isn't smooth enough, it can during firing. Therefore, it's necessary to dry the filtered clay and crush it repeatedly to make good pottery clay. You all go ahead, I will go over there, and dig a small kiln. Jiang Chang'an demonstrated and asked 2 elderly helpers to assist, then chose a spot to start digging the kiln. Wait, how long does it take to fire pottery? Li Shushen suddenly asked, as he knew it took quite a long time, right? About 4 hours, replied Jiang Chang'an. Firing pottery for 8 hours is quite difficult. Oh, dear. You can't dig the kiln here, or no one will watch it at night, and others might steal it. Once we finish making the clay, let's go back to our backyard to fire it. Old Jiang immediately saw the problem. No wonder elders are so experienced. Jiang Chang'an thought, yes, it's true. The firing wouldn't finish until dawn. She was too optimistic. All right, then let's start making the clay now. Today, the pottery must be fired because tomorrow she has to attend school. She didn't really want to go. She wanted to settle everything at home first so she could relax. But she also couldn't act too mature, or her family would worry even more. As a child, she needed to behave like one, and school was the best place for that. Currently, the pottery they made could only turn out uneven and rough. If it were too delicate, it might attract unnecessary trouble. Of course, Li Shushan couldn't be lied to because they still had work to do and money to make. Jiang Chang'an and the others moved several bags of processed clay from the creek to the backyard of Zhang's house. She also brought many tools from home: door panels from the main house, a thick chopping board from the kitchen, silk thread, carving knives, and even a cooked chicken egg. Not only old Jiang, but even the experienced Li Shushan was confused. Linger, roasted sweet potatoes are actually tastier, he said. Boiled eggs, when roasted, can explode, and he had learned this the hard way, so old Jiang had to remind her. Jiang Chang'an didn't want to be too rough or simple, but it was very difficult. Was it because they lacked proper pottery tools? Could she just find some makeshift tools? I won't roast eggs. I can't roast sweet potatoes either. The kiln needs very high temperatures. If you want roasted sweet potato char, then yes, that's possible. Jiang Chang'an fixed the door panel and spread some clay powder on the ground, then instructed everyone, come on, knead it like dough, and fold it many times. The way she was working looked just like children playing house, which made old Jiang feel like he had been tricked. The granddaughter is only 7 years old. Why does he believe she can make pottery? Grandma Jiang is also quite old and reluctant to work. She just used a door panel to bother with and also took a chopping board, which is a tool for making food. Once covered with mud, it can't be used anymore. However, Li Shushan and Zhang's family treasure had no objections. Making a little mud is nothing new, they had played with it before. But they asked, why does it have to be kneaded like dough? Pressing, squeezing, and pounding are needed to remove air bubbles from the clay. Once the bubbles are gone, the clay can be shaped. When fired, the pottery becomes stronger and less likely to, Jiang Chang'an patiently explained. The others looked worried, so if she didn't clarify, the two adults might refuse to let her work. Would they have to stay late working tonight? It makes sense. Dough gets more elastic the more you knead it, so clay probably does too. Old man Jiang thought he understood the idea and immediately started working. Grandma Jiang saw him start and didn't fall behind. Recently, she had been embarrassed many times by the little fool, so she decided to trust old man Jiang too. Seeing this, Jiang Chang'an finally picked up and went to dig at a nearby hilltop for the kiln. The Jiang family's backyard is very large, extending all the way to the foot of the mountain, about 10 acres in size. Old man Jiang bought it little by little. This move might seem foolish and expensive, and many villagers had laughed at him before, but old man Jiang didn't mind. What he bought was his own property. Most of this land is sandy with stones, not suitable for farming, but it's good for planting fruit trees, valuable wood, bamboo, and so on. What if the weather changed and others wanted to take it? Old man Jiang thought carefully and planned ahead. Grandma Jiang's vegetable garden was filled with soil carefully dug from the stream. Jiang Chang'an dug the kiln in the nearby sandy land, choosing a suitable spot based on system scans. He cleverly avoided underground stones, building a fire door like a stove. At the back, he built an upper-level boiler with holes for hot air, making the furnace larger. His old father said if the pottery turned out well, they could sell it cheaply to villagers, earning extra income for the family. Jiang Chang'an also thought this was a good idea. When digging the kiln, he put a lot of effort into designing it for long-term use, making it very sturdy. The recipe for firing pottery is even in Song Fuzi's book, though only simple. As long as he can find clues, he's not worried about others noticing anything unusual. Jiang Chang'an used her special tools for clear sight and invisibility, making digging the kiln very easy. She just imagined the structure in her mind, and soon a kiln cave was built. It could hold at least 100 items, though larger objects like water tanks could only be made 3 at a time. When Jiang Chang'an finished digging the kiln and returned, a few others were still working hard, pounding mud, and everyone was sweating heavily, their clothes soaked. Li Shushan and Jiang Jiabao's faces were muddy, making them look like 2 little cats. Old-fashioned handcrafting is not convenient without machines. Thanks, everyone. Now, let's start making the clay shapes. First, make 3 sets of bowls and spoons, 1 set per family, with 10 pieces in each set. Then, 10 plates, 5 soup bowls, 5 tea sets, and 5 pots. That's about it. Do you have any other suggestions? We can leave some space for firing the kiln. Jars for pickled vegetables, Grandma Jiang quickly added, no longer caring if it would succeed. All right, brother, help me turn the wheel. Jiang Chang'an finally used a thick, round wooden chopping board. Everyone saw her carve a circular hole in the middle of the board with a chisel. Grandma Jiang immediately tried to stop her. Will this damage the board? Can it still be used? Old Jiang gently held her hand and shook his head softly. It's just a board. If needed, I can make another one. It's easy for me. I'm a woodworker. Grandma Jiang opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She thought, let the silly girl spend her money. Then Jiang Chang'an turned the carved board upside down onto the wooden stand. It looked like a one-sided wheel. That's what she called a turntable. She tested it briefly, and the board started spinning smoothly with a gentle, even sound, covered by a smooth cloth. Jiang Chang'an then took a ball of well-kneaded clay from everyone, placed it in the middle of the turntable, and used water to wet the surface. All right, brother, you can turn it now. Keep the speed steady, don't stop. After she finished speaking, she demonstrated herself.
Got it.
But how does this help us make the shapes? Everyone had never seen how to make pottery shapes before and couldn't understand what Jiang Chang'an was doing. Isn't shaping clay usually done by hand? But in the next moment, Jiang Chang'an showed everyone a miracle. She pressed and pulled the wet clay ball while it was spinning, and it quickly formed into a smooth, even cylinder. Just 2 little fingers poked a hole in the middle of a cylinder, and the hole was made. Then, with a bit of magic-like skill, she slightly adjusted it, and the top of the clay lump formed the shape of a bowl. Oh wow! Is it really that simple? Old Man Jiang exclaimed, feeling itchy hands and eager to try. Yes, I didn't expect it to be so easy, Jiang Chang'an said. She only knew the theory, but it was her first time trying, and surprisingly, it turned out quite successful. She threaded silk through the bottom of the clay bowl, and a small, plain grayish-white bowl appeared before everyone.
Wow.
It's quite smooth, though one side is higher than the other, but it still looks like a bowl, said someone, noting it was a slightly flat bowl, a bit crooked. My sister is amazing. The next one will be even better. Keep it up, Jiang Jiabao encouraged, turning the wheel quickly and steadily. Jiang Chang'an was actually doing it on purpose. No one knew if they believed her, so she looked at Li Shushan. However, Li Shushan's mind was entirely on pottery, his eyes shining with enthusiasm, eager to try himself. Let me finish making the utensils first. Then I'll let you all try. There's still carving and glazing later, so we're in a hurry. She made one after another, and her hands were very skillful. But because her arms were still too short, she couldn't make large jars, though the pickled vegetables were enough. Jiang Chang'an became more and more skilled. When all the clay pieces were finished, it didn't take much time. She didn't even need to measure the lids for the teapots and cups. She could make matching fits just by eye, which was quite impressive. In fact, Jiang Chang'an was just using the convenience of the system. The sunlight was nice, and the temperature was just right. When she finished shaping the last piece of pottery, the first clay piece had already dried. Jiang Chang'an used Old Man Jiang's woodworking carving knife to carve her name, Jiang Qi, on the bottom of each piece in order. Is that your chosen name? Someone asked, noticing the wild cursive style, looking lively and free, and Li Shushan was amazed.
Ah?
Oh, I am Jiangqi, she replied. That was her artist name from her previous life, and her current rank was the 7th. What a coincidence. Carve it in. It must be carved. My granddaughter has good skills and will become someone important. Everyone who is someone has a name, said old man Jiang, envious of this. He had never chosen a name for himself in his life. Well, it's not really that. I just worry that if I lend out the bowl, it might get mixed up with others. Of course, that is impossible because Jiang Chang'an's pottery is unique, at least in color. Sir, I have finished carving. After you take them to the back for glazing, and once the glaze dries, they can be fired. Okay, but why do we need to glaze them? Jiang Laotu asked, looking at the half bucket of greenish clay slurry. He thought soaking the pottery in the slurry again might ruin it. This layer can actually be called a glaze. After firing, it will make the pottery shinier, stronger, and help prevent corrosion and weathering, as the book says. Seeing that Jiang Chang'an's explanation was very reasonable, Jiang Laotu didn't stop him. He dipped each piece of pottery into the muddy water, then took it out and set it aside to dry. While waiting for the pottery to dry, Li Shushan and Jiang Laotu each tried making a piece. But after a long time, they still couldn't make a decent bowl. They watched Jiang Chang'an work, thinking it looked very simple, but when it was their turn, they couldn't do it. It was a typical case of trying and failing. Even Grandma Jiang managed to make a rough, thick bowl, but she was very happy. Look at that, she had learned to make pottery too. Once all the pottery was dry and packed into the kiln for sealing, the sun was already setting. We can start firing now. Use a small fire for half an hour, then turn up the heat to the hour and open the lid tomorrow morning. Jiang Laotu, a carpenter, still had plenty of firewood at home. I'll do the firing. You all pack up and go home. Just send me some food later, Zhang Jiabao said confidently. The hour was only a short time. He could handle it. Let me fire it first, and later I'll come and help you, Jiang Laotu said, not wanting his grandson to work late into the night. He still had to go to school tomorrow, so he took over the task. Everyone packed up the area. Zhang Jiabao stayed to tend the fire, and the others went home. At the Jiang family house, it was time to cook, but Mrs. Yao was not home. Second brother Jiang was sleeping in his room, still not waking up since the afternoon because his injury needed time to heal. Jiang Chang'an looked into the room, saw nothing unusual, and then came out. The main house door was closed. Jiang Chang'an used a system to scan and found that Jiang Laodao's family was not at home. They had gone somewhere. Jiang Laotu was resting inside, and Grandma Jiang was cooking in the kitchen. At this moment, the family from the third house was returning with a lot of packages. However, everyone looked worried and anxious, with no sign of happiness or success. Could something have gone wrong again? Jiang Chang'an frowned slightly, feeling confused. But the 5 family members hurried into the third house, as if they hadn't seen Jiang Chang'an at the door. Once inside, they slammed the door shut loudly. Jiang Chang'an looked up and saw that the Jiang family member collapsed to the ground as soon as they entered, dropping everything in their hands. They looked extremely frightened. Curious, Jiang Chang'an decided to listen secretly. Who could be so powerful that even the fierce Jiang family woman was scared out of her wits? All your fault, you scoundrel. That little troublemaker is so bold now. Can't you resist temptation? You dared to provoke Zhang the bully's wife. You're completely blinded by. Now, she wants 10 taels of silver to settle everything, or she'll come knocking on your door every day.
What will you do then?
We have no money at home. My sister-in-law from my maiden family is so stingy. She only gave us some broken scraps and sent us away. It's a disaster. How will we survive from now on? Zhang's wife covered her face and cried bitterly. The thought of Zhang the bully pulling out a shiny knife almost scared her to death. Will she be threatened with that knife every day in the future? For the first time, Zhang's wife felt like the sky was falling. Don't cry, wife. I told you I didn't have any affair with that woman. I only went to Zhang's house because I felt sorry for her. Zhang beat her badly, and I helped her into the house. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, could I? We're old classmates. It's all because I was too soft-hearted at the time, Zhang Laosan hurriedly denied. He would never admit to anything. Surely, she wouldn't be foolish enough to confess that they really slept together without being caught in bed. No one could prove anything about them. Zhang Laosan later regretted it. That woman's face looked delicate, but her body had already been ruined by Zhang. She was hard to sleep with, and now this serious trouble had arisen. He truly regretted it. No matter what, she won't let go. What can you do? Zhang's wife was truly heartbroken and helpless, so she cried openly in front of the children. I think Zhang the bully is coming every day because he's after second sister-in-law, Yao's wife said. Zhang Laosan had only seen her once, but she was stunning. No wonder Zhang the bully was so bold. Hearing this, Zhang Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Where did the family from the third house meet Zhang the bully? And his mother still hadn't come home. She must have gone to the fields. Zhang Chang'an suddenly jumped up and quickly ran out of the house.
Lingia?
Where are you going? Old Zhang came out and saw Zhang Chang'an rushing away, his back turned. Curious, he asked but received no answer. Zhang's third wife, Zhang Shi, and old Zhang were surprised. They hurried to open the door and only saw Zhang Chang'an's distant figure. Is Yao or Yao's family going to the fields? Zhang Shi's heart was pounding, feeling that something big was about to happen. Old second should have gone too, right? Maybe just a fight? Should I go help? Maybe I can fix things? Humph, their knife is at your neck. If you're not afraid, go ahead. Anyway, Zhang Shi wouldn't dare to go. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Zhang's Wang rushed out, clearly following Zhang Chang'an's direction.
Wang.
Come back quickly, Zhang Shi shouted desperately, running after him to pull him back. Who knows what might happen if no one is around? If no one is there, what if Zhang Ba suddenly kills someone? But Zhang Shi was not as fast as Zhang's Wang. And Zhang's Wang was not as fast as Zhang Chang'an. Zhang Chang'an, clutching his heart, followed his memory and ran as fast as he could toward his own fields. On a summer evening, during the farming off-season, farmers' minds are always focused on the fields, worried about pests or weeds affecting the harvest. They must pay close attention to their crops, caring for them as carefully as their own children. Zhang's second family had just been allocated 5 acres of land, a connected piece. Because Zhang's second son was injured and needed rest until he recovered, these fields were Yao's responsibility. Only by taking good care of the crops could her husband and children avoid hunger. This 5-acre field was considered medium-sized. Its yield was about 20% less than the other 7 acres. In fact, the second family was at a loss. Old Zhang's first son hadn't valued this land much before, and he didn't tend it carefully. But now, this land was the main source of income for the second family, so Yao couldn't sit still. After Zhang Chang'an and the others left and Zhang's second son fell asleep, Yao picked up her and went to the fields. The second family's fields were on the other side of a mountain valley behind the mountain, and the village was out of sight. The rice was in the heading stage, and when Yao arrived, the fields were already somewhat dry, so she quickly turned on the water to irrigate. This took a long time. While Ms. Yao was watering the fields, she was also weeding. She worked all afternoon and was almost too tired to stand straight. As it was getting late, she needed to go home and cook dinner. Of course, the water in the field was already turned off. Ms. Yao washed her hands and feet and picked up her to head back home. But just as she left the field, she ran into 3 men coming down from the mountain, Zhang the constable and 2 others. Both sides were surprised. Before either could react, Ms. Yao ran away quickly. The mountain valley was far from the village, and there weren't many people around. Her situation was like a sheep entering a tiger's den. She was so unlucky. She hadn't checked the calendar before leaving and ended up meeting troublemakers.
Haha.
Brothers, look who we've caught. A rare beauty. Catch her. Zhang the constable was so excited he almost lost his mind. He couldn't believe his luck today. He was leading the authorities and got rewarded with silver. On the way back, he also saw the woman he couldn't forget. Yes, it was just a quick glimpse, but not only Zhang the constable was stunned by Ms. Yao's beauty. The other 2 constables were also amazed. That day, Second brother Jiang was suddenly beaten badly. During the fight, he was at a disadvantage. Ms. Yao, worried and unable to cover her face with mud, ran out to help her husband. During the fight, her face was exposed because her hair was in the way. Several men nearby saw her clearly. Her fair, smooth skin, beautiful features, and curvy figure made her look like a goddess, more attractive than the girls in the Red Chamber, and more noble than girls from wealthy families. Such a woman married a mountain man, what a waste. The constables were all tempted. Especially Zhang the constable, who was even more reckless because Zhang's family owed him a lawsuit. He was determined to catch her. If it weren't for Zhang's family messing things up and worrying about causing trouble, the constables wouldn't have stopped. Originally, Zhang planned to wait until the fuss died down and then meet Ms. Yao. But unexpectedly, they ran into her again so soon. Without hesitation, the three men eagerly ran toward Ms. Yao. Ms. Yao was used to hard work and had some strength. She was quick on her feet, but she was no match for the skilled constables. They caught up with her and surrounded her. "Little lady, don't run. Come play with us. We promise you'll be happy and comfortable. Want to try again?"
Haha, exactly.
What's so good about working hard for a dirt-poor family like Zhang's? Come with us, and you'll enjoy good food and drinks. Three men quickly drew their large knives, blocking Yao's way. Yao was waving her fiercely, showing her strength, so they didn't dare to get close.
Bah.
Trash. Get out of the way. My daughter scored first in the exam and showed her face in front of you all. If you don't want trouble, then leave now.
Who is Yao?
She was looked down upon since childhood, abandoned by her family, wandering from the capital to this place. It's no wonder she's not soft. She's also fearless and bold, just hiding her true nature after marriage. After years of wandering, she's seen all kinds of things. When some thugs tried to scare her, she scoffed, "Dream on. Unless I die, no one will take advantage of me." Oh, she's pretty fierce. That's more like it. Brothers, go ahead, take her down. Let's have a few rounds. No matter how much she showed her face, she was just a poor country girl. Until she earned her degree, her face meant nothing. Did they think she was naive?
Wrong.
She's been through a lot, knows the official's temper, and wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The men immediately lunged at Yao with their knives, without hesitation. Yao only had strength, no fighting skills. No matter how fierce she was, she couldn't match the men. Soon, she was overwhelmed. Her was blocked by the knives. Officer Zhang saw the opportunity. He quickly pushed the men down, and Yao's slipped from her hands. The two instantly started fighting. Yao's mind was blank, only filled with rage. She didn't care if she killed them. She was fighting like a madwoman. For a moment, Officer Zhang, a grown man, couldn't handle her. She was gradually losing ground. Two other officers saw this and threw down their knives, rushing to help. When Jiang Chang'an arrived, he saw Yao being pinned on the ground by three men. The middle one was tearing at her clothes, while Yao was stubbornly struggling and fighting back.
"Mom."
"Let go of my mom." Jiang Chang'an's anger exploded as he rushed forward, eyes wide with fury. These beasts. How dare they do such inhumane things in broad daylight? Why doesn't heaven strike them down? Well, let her do it. Jiang Chang'an picked up from the ground and charged at them. The three men on the ground turned around when they heard the noise. They saw only a young girl named Jiang Chang'an and didn't take her seriously. They also looked at her face with suspicion and seemed to think of something dirty. Trash. Go away. Jiang Chang'an swung her and hit the nearest man. The man didn't care and raised his hand to block her, but with a loud snap, his palm broke.
Ah!
He yelled in pain, and his hand quickly swelled red. He almost fainted from the pain. Stinky girl. Another officer drew his sword and fought Jiang Chang'an fiercely, showing no mercy. Linger, Mrs. Yao was anxious. Without the support of the other two men, she pushed hard and knocked Officer Zhang over. Mrs. Yao was worried Jiang Chang'an might get hurt, so she tried to help, but Officer Zhang refused to let go. She was helpless for a moment. But Jiang Chang'an was not afraid. In her past life, She was not only good at martial arts but also trained in military boxing and ancient martial techniques, including sword and staff skills. Because she learned so much, she was exhausted and died suddenly. Now, she could use those skills. Perfect for showing these scoundrels a lesson. Jiang Chang'an was small but not fragile. She was quite agile because Master Song often took his students to practice kung fu. Standing postures and stretching were common. Her expression was usually emotionless, which didn't match her lively skills. So, Jiang Chang'an fought confidently, knowing she had Master Song as a backup. She wasn't worried about others noticing her skills. A single officer wasn't her match. After a few moves, he was only getting hit. Jiang Chang'an was furious and made sure her punches hurt a lot. Help quickly. This girl is a bit strange. The man being beaten was surprised she knew kung fu. He was both scared and angry. The Jiang family was just ordinary farmers, so why did his wife look so stunning? Her beauty was extraordinary and hard to forget. But why could a girl only 7 or 8 years old fight so fiercely? It didn't make sense. Officer Zhang also noticed something was wrong. He no longer cared about Mrs. Yao and attacked with his sword. The man with the broken hand was angry too. He couldn't accept losing to a young girl and swung his sword at Jiang Chang'an. Yao Shi struggled to get up, ignoring her clothes, and quickly grabbed 2 large stones. She planned to smash anyone who was alone to kill those scoundrels. The 3 men also dropped their dismissive attitude and took out their true skills, fighting seriously with Jiang Chang'an. Everyone was determined to deal with this young girl, both for Yao Shi's beauty and for the dignity of the police officers. Even though Jiang Chang'an was a strong opponent, they refused to back down. But reality was harsh. After a short fight, all 3 men were defeated, each with injuries of varying severity. They didn't come out unscathed, but Jiang Chang'an was completely fine. Of course, this was because Jiang Chang'an had shown mercy. She could have killed them all if she wanted. But now wasn't the time, at least not in broad daylight. Stupid girl, do you know who you're fighting? Were police officers from the local office. They could still threaten with their status, a common trick to make others hesitate. Most people would be cautious. Before Zhang Bu could finish speaking, Yao Shi threw a big, rough stone at him. It hit with a loud bang, and a scream of pain. His back immediately swelled into a large lump. They didn't take Yao Shi and her daughter seriously. Yao Shi didn't see them as threats either. As long as she didn't get killed, it wasn't a big deal. Who cares about police officers? Are they really so impressive? Yao Shi was fearless and bold, barefoot and brave. She was tough. Who was afraid of whom? Jiang Chang'an also wanted to subdue the men, or else future trouble would never end. If she backed down now, these bullies would become even more arrogant. Only by making them afraid could she make them think twice before acting in the future. At least they wouldn't openly seek revenge. She, as a strong figure, had nothing to fear from sneaky attacks. Life must keep moving forward. If you're timid and cautious, you'll only stay stuck. What's the point if there's no future? Jiang Chang'an didn't say much. She just kept fighting. Soon, the 3 men were crying and begging for mercy, but they didn't plead for their lives. They were only looking for a chance to escape. After all, when Yao Shi was insulted before, did she beg for mercy?
No.
She chose to fight to the death. Luckily, Jiang Chang'an arrived just in time. What surprised her was that her daughter was even better at hiding than her and could fight well. The men tried to run, but Jiang Chang'an stopped them, ready to end it all right there. She was furious. Just like her extreme father and fiery mother, her family was full of wild spirits. I knew they would still come after the Yao family. People like second brother Jiang, who are so lowly, don't deserve to have such good things as the Yao family. In the end, even if they don't get what they want, they will destroy the whole family. That's the rule of the martial world. If your methods aren't harsh, your foundation won't be stable. Jiang Chang'an also thinks this way. She must become strong to protect her family, even if it means being seen as a villain. Jiang Chang'an was in the middle of fighting when a group of people suddenly ran from the village towards her. She also heard someone call out, "Chang'an." It was Song Fuzi, worried. Jiang Chang'an trembled and immediately rolled on the ground, then quickly got up, pulled Yao Shi, and dragged her with it towards the villagers. Sir, help. Human traffickers are after me. Jiang Chang'an shouted loudly, pretending to cry out for help. Yao Shi nearly fell over from a stumble. She was clever, but could they at least say hello first? Just now, Jiang Chang'an was a brave hero, but now she looked helpless and pitiful. Even Yao Shi, as her mother, found it hard to get used to. And the three men behind her, who were beaten badly, looked stunned.
What?
Human traffickers. How dare they? My best student almost got hurt. The world is going downhill. People's hearts are not pure anymore. Children, don't be afraid. The teacher is here. I will report to the court and seek justice for you. Fellow villagers, quickly catch the traffickers and bring them to the authorities. But as Song Fuzi got closer, he saw how badly the three men were beaten and felt strangely guilty. Song Fuzi was a bit older, but he wasn't blind. From afar, he saw Jiang Chang'an fighting smoothly, using techniques he had taught her. Of course, Jiang Chang'an added her own moves at the end because she expected people to come soon and wanted to make a show. Hong Lijing also arrived, pulled here by Song Fuzi, who was called by Jiang's family, along with some curious villagers. Jiang Lao San and Jiang Shi were also mixed in the crowd. Sir Song, these people seemed to be officials from the government? Although their faces were swollen and bruised, he could still recognize them. But the situation seemed to have turned around, right? Hong Lijing was confused. This was too hard to understand. Yes, we are constables from the government. These two attacked officials without reason. We will arrest them and bring them to justice, Constable Zhang said through gritted teeth, helping the others to stand because they couldn't stand steadily. He didn't know what trick the girl used to fight, but it was worse than torture from the court, painful and hard to endure, even if it didn't look obvious on the surface. All you big men are being attacked by a little girl and a woman? Are you joking? What exactly is he thinking? Chang'an, don't be afraid. Just tell the truth. There is a teacher here. Master Song knew that these people must have been the ones who first bothered Jiang Chang'an. They didn't look like good people. I don't know. I just came to find my mother and bring her home. These people suddenly rolled down from the mountain and tried to catch me. My mother pulled me, and we ran. I fell a few times. If the teacher hadn't taught me some skills, I might have been taken and sold. For Yao's reputation, Jiang Chang'an decided to risk attracting attention herself. After all, she was still young and not afraid. But Yao's mother's reputation would be damaged, which would make things harder for her. Hey, these aren't government officials. They're bandits, right? Or are they deceiving everyone? Such villains are scarier than bandits. Master Song disliked people who abuse their power to bully others. His eyes grew cold. Officer Zhang also didn't like Master Song. They all knew him, but Master Song never looked down on common people. Still, this old man seemed a bit mysterious. Even their elders didn't dare to offend him. Officer Zhang hesitated and took out his badge, waving it. We're just city guards. This is a personal matter between me and the Zhang family. You have no right to interfere. Today's events were complicated, and with Master Song involved, neither side would come out well. It was better to leave first. There would be more chances later. Let's go. Officer Zhang snorted and led his men away. Up on the mountain, two people in black masks watched everything closely. This young girl is quite interesting. Maybe she can join us. One of them chuckled softly, showing great interest in Jiang Chang'an. When the other masked man heard his companion mention Jiang Chang'an, he snorted coldly. Don't forget our goal. We haven't found the token, so the organization might be disbanded. What's the point of joining now? Besides, she has a famous teacher guiding her, skilled in both literature and martial arts. Her future is bright. Who would care about your shady organization? The famous teacher they referred to was, of course, Master Song. Others might not know, but those in power knew well about the renowned Mr.
Song.
They wondered whether Mr. Song had come here by chance to teach, or if he was also after the token. But now, the organization was no longer the same as during the Empress's reign. They were no longer the mighty, invincible heroes of the night. The current generation of organizations is not as good as the previous ones. They have skills but lack good leaders and have fallen so low that others dare to steal their tokens. The masked man in black also sounded sad, saying, "Look for them. You mentioned that the master was chased by several groups. Maybe the tokens have already been taken by others. Otherwise, we would have found them after searching for years based on the signs. Because they couldn't find the tokens, they let local constables lead the way to places they might have overlooked. These places are not obvious since more than just their group needs guides." Captain Zhang and his men left. This time, Zhang Chang'an didn't stop them. When Song Fuzi and the villagers arrived, she saw a chance to speak. But she worried that future trouble might never end. "Sir, why are you here?" Someone knew about Zhang Chang'an's trouble. It was probably just a small scene like last time with people watching coldly. It was a surprise that Song Fuzi came to help. "Of course I have to come, you are my student. I can't let others bully you for nothing. Luckily, Jiawang told me. Chang'an, remember, no matter what happens, you can come to me for help. No outsiders needed, understand?" As a teacher and student, Song Fuzi could handle what happened in this small village. He was happy to protect the children so they could grow strong and someday serve the great dynasty of Desong. "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, Brother Jiawang." "Thank you, Uncle Li Zheng." The others were just here to watch the show. Zhang Chang'an bowed to each of them. Uncle Li Zheng felt ashamed. He didn't help much, so he deserved this bow. It looks like those people won't give up easily. "Chang'an, you should be careful at home. Do you think Song Fuzi has a plan? Good people help each other." Uncle Li Zheng even dragged Song Fuzi into the mess. Well, he couldn't even deal with a small constable. But Song Fuzi seemed mysterious and might have a way. If Zhang Chang'an really studies hard and passes the imperial exam, it would be good for their mountain village. Uncle Li Zheng was happy to help Zhang Chang'an, even if it meant asking for favors. Song Fuzi smiled kindly and said, "No problem. I have some influence. I can write a letter to the county magistrate to report this matter. If Magistrate Chen doesn't control his subordinates, there will be people to teach those troublemakers a lesson." Song Fuzi looked confident, as if he already had a plan. If Master Song could really help, Zhang Chang'an would be very grateful. "Thank you, sir. Today, I used that all method recorded in your notes to fire a kiln of pottery. If it succeeds, I will bring some to show you tomorrow morning at school."
"Oh?"
"Bring some tomorrow and show me. Whether it succeeds or not, I want to see. Is it in that book?" Master Song was very curious about how skilled Zhang Chang'an had become. This child's hands-on ability is amazing. First woodworking, now pottery, just based on a few words from a book. She dares to try. Truly, she has youthful ambition, strong determination, and full of energy. "Yes, sir." The teacher and student walked back with Hong Lijing, chatting along the way. Mrs. Yao carried A, looking down silently behind them. Gradually, Master Song suddenly realized that this little student, once a bit silly, was truly remarkable. When he spoke, Zhang Chang'an could often follow and even surpass him. She was very knowledgeable, almost too much. The people around Zhang Chang'an were happy and harmonious, but the onlookers nearby grew restless. "Oh my! Look at Mrs. Yao. Her hair is messy, her clothes are torn. She might have been hurt?" An old woman exclaimed.
"Impossible.
"There are several men here. If she was hurt, would it be one after another or all at once?" The scene was too shocking to imagine. Probably not. The little fool is there too. How could those men possibly do anything to her? Surely, no one so perverted would let children watch. Besides, she and her daughter looked calm, not like they had been bullied. She's just a silly girl. Maybe she's even clapping and cheering for them. But weren't the constables saying the mother and daughter were beaten? A person with a swollen face and a limp looked quite miserable. You believe that? They're just a young girl and a woman. How could they fight 3 grown men? Maybe it's her fault. Yao ran out to flirt, and she's just a little naive. Those men kept coming back because of her. Perhaps Yao was the one who seduced others. Now Zhang Lauer is still lying there. Who knows if she'll recover? Maybe Yao is looking for her next target? Mrs. Yao always kept her head down, following Jiang Lauer like a shadow. Her hair covered most of her face and hands were often dark and dirty. She had been married into the Jiang family for many years, but outsiders hardly knew what she looked like. Usually, her clothes are loose, making her look tall and thin like a bamboo pole. Such a sloppy woman wouldn't attract any man's interest, except for second brother Jiang, who can't help but speak his mind. But now, Jiang's sleeve is torn, revealing her snow-white arm. With Jiang's beautiful appearance and a few rough police officers stubbornly refusing to back down, many people begin to realize that Yao might be pretending, that she could actually be a beauty. Suddenly, some women feel jealous. If she's from the same village, how beautiful must she be to be so unforgettable? This kind of unfaithful woman should be put in a pig cage, so she doesn't ruin the village's reputation. The village head even supports her. I don't know what he's thinking. That woman is clever, but you all better watch your men. The people talking are not far from Jiang Chang'an and her group. Yao overhears their harsh words, feeling angry inside. Her hands gripping the titan, muscles showing. She really wants to rush over and hit those rude women with her, but does she want her image to be ruined now? They are the weaker ones. If she suddenly fights back, people might believe she and her mother beat those rough officers. What if they turn around and blame her? At this moment, Jiang Chang'an stops walking and looks coldly at the women talking. Ladies, what do you mean? We are neighbors. When outsiders come to trouble us, you don't help us, and afterward, you speak evil words and kick us when we're down. What are you thinking? My mother is honest and proper. She does nothing wrong. She hasn't harmed anyone. Why are you forcing us into a corner? Are you trying to make enemies of our Jiang family? Jiang Chang'an, remember this. I hope you won't ask for help from the Jiang family in the future. She angrily flicks her sleeve, polite and refined, showing a scholar's dignity. Han Lijing secretly feels surprised. This young girl is impressive. She stops pretending to be naive and lets herself be bold, clearly quite intelligent. He then shouts behind her, "What nonsense are you talking? Your mouth is really foul, like a troublemaker. If you don't want to stay in Mountain Village, just say so. I'll kick you out right now." Jiang Chang'an isn't afraid of threatening those women, but Han Lijing's words are very effective. The women dare not speak recklessly anymore. Otherwise, if their family gets kicked out of Mountain Village because of a few idle words, they won't be forgiven. But what did that silly girl just say? Will they really beg the Jiang family's second branch? Do you really think you're someone important? However, a few women didn't know this and soon demanded to see the second wife of the Jiang family. What skills does the second wife of the Jiang family have? Of course, pottery making. These daily utensils, even if reluctant to replace old with new, who can guarantee they won't break? And the pottery from the Jiang family will soon be the cheapest, just like the furniture made by Old Man Jiang, sold in a way that exchanges goods like grains of equal value. Would you like to buy some? Old Man Jiang also makes furniture at the lowest prices in the area. Many villagers, especially for weddings and dowries, come to him. If he knew these people bullied Jiang Chang'an, do you think he would still make furniture for you? Remember, the Jiang family no longer lacks money. That 100 taels they found was enough for their family for a long time. Who would still accept this injustice? Worried about offending neighbors? That's impossible. Old Man Jiang wasn't afraid before, and now, he's even less so. After separating from Master Song, Jiang Chang'an and her mother walked home alone. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang had already been taken back by the third household's couple. Jiang Chang'an kept looking at Yao Shi, worried she might feel even worse after hearing what those people said. You should know, in ancient times, people's ideas were often very conservative and patriarchal. They valued chastity more than life. During an era when marriage was arranged, Yao Shi had been bullied by those men. Could she be thinking of ending her life? Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing her daughter's worried expression, Yao Shi felt soft-hearted and a little amused. Maybe she didn't understand her mother very well. "Mother, don't be sad. Jiang Chang'an didn't know how to comfort her mother at that moment. Those guards had bullied her parents repeatedly. Last time, they almost caused her father's death. If she had managed to get medicine later, and if she hadn't arrived in time this time, her mother might have really died. Jiang Chang'an would never forget the look of determination on her mother's face when she arrived, like she was ready to face death. But the current situation wasn't much better. That shame and hurt must have left a shadow in her mother's heart. Would she think she was dirty? And if her father knew what happened to her mother, would he feel uncomfortable and start to dislike her? Even if it hadn't really happened, Jiang Chang'an didn't understand the old-fashioned thinking of the ancients, so she was especially worried. Angry and sad, Jiang Chang'an decided, from now on, she would send those to prison and make them pay for their evil deeds. Who knows? Yao Shi mischievously winked at Jiang Chang'an.
Mother isn't sad.
We won. We beat those animals so badly they were defeated. My girl Linger is really amazing. It's just a bit of a pity. If only we could secretly get rid of them. They are the enemies who nearly killed your father. Yao Shi once thought her world was falling apart, believing she would live to see her husband avenge himself. Fortunately, her daughter is strong. Twice, she saved her parents from danger. Who could have such an extraordinary daughter? It's her, Yao Qin. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. His mother was really brave and seemed very broad-minded. Got it, mother. Next time, I will make sure to get rid of them. Anyway, those people originally wanted to kill their family. Jiang Chang'an realized his previous thoughts were too shallow. The mother and daughter returned home. Grandma Jiang had already prepared the meal, including food for their second family. While everyone was eating, Yao Shi quietly told them about how she was bullied by 3 constables. Second brother Jiang was furious. Those scoundrels. Next time, I will definitely get rid of them. Grandma Jiang opened her mouth, but didn't say much. The old man said, let everyone mind their own business. We should not interfere. Old Mr. Jiang's face looked serious. Such powerful bullies, ordinary people really can't do much. I hope Mr. Song's method works, he said. Otherwise, life will be hard in the future. It will definitely work. Telling you the truth is to help you understand, so no one with bad intentions can stir trouble. The villagers are really mean. That Zhang family. Father, we won't sell them anything anymore. They are ungrateful, taking advantage of us. Jiang Chang'an listed several women's names. It's impressive that she could recognize all of them. All right, don't sell them anything. Let them buy expensive things in town or the county. Not fighting over small things, but fighting for dignity. Old Mr. Jiang strongly supported Jiang Chang'an's idea. Otherwise, who would respect the Jiang family in the future? After dinner, old Mr. Jiang went to replace Jiang Bao to cook fire. Meanwhile, the eldest son took his family to the neighboring village to buy bricks and clay for building a stove and a small kitchen in the corner. They used an open-air stove to cook that day, which was efficient enough, but the family was very silent and gloomy. Regarding the third house, there are 3 mischievous children at home making a lot of noise and attracting attention. The Jiang family is also tough. They built a simple stove with just a few stones and placed the pot brought back from the mother's house on it. The meal was prepared quickly, including some meat, and the whole family was quite happy. Only old Jiang's third son, who was ordered to work, felt overwhelmed by the hardship. He is the youngest in the family, loved by his mother, and has never experienced such suffering. Moreover, this hardship will last for a long time. Still, he has some conscience. When the food was ready, old Jiang's third son took some meat and brought it to the upper room for the 2 elders. Mother, did father go out for a walk to enjoy the cool breeze? The only person in the room was old Jiang's mother. The third son couldn't help but admire how thick-skinned the old man was. After such a big incident in the Jiang family, everyone in the village was talking about them. The old man even had the courage to listen. What a brave man. The third son looked puzzled. Old Jiang's mother obviously knew what he was thinking and rolled her eyes. What walk? He went to help burn firewood. The second house is making pottery in the backyard. Hearing this, old Jiang's mother felt proud. She had also made a few bowls for future meals, imagining how nice it would be to use her own handmade bowls. But she hadn't considered what would happen if the pottery didn't turn out well. Burn pottery? When did the second house start making pottery? The third son looked suspicious. Just for bowls to eat from, old Zhang's mother replied, not wanting to say more. She used to dismiss her son as unimportant, but now she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Really? I'll go check, the third son said, and ran to the backyard. In the yard, old Zhang's eldest son heard everything and put down his bowl and chopsticks to follow. He didn't want the second house to take all the credit. He wanted something for himself. In the backyard, the kiln's fire was burning very brightly. The wood was thick, and only occasional additions were needed. Old Jiang was lying leisurely on a deck chair, far from the hot kiln, and it wasn't hot at all. Father, are you really making pottery? When did the second son learn to do that? The eldest son wondered how many bowls could come from this kiln and how much they could sell for. While he was out all afternoon, the second house had made a big leap, hiding their progress well. Only after the other two brothers were distracted did they start working alone. It was quite unfair. Not only old Zhang's third son but also the eldest son felt resentful. Old Zhang, holding a bamboo fan, was swatting at mosquitoes. When he saw his two sons arrive, he didn't even look up and sarcastically said, "They can give birth, raise, and teach daughters." That's a skill they learned from Song Fuzi's notes in Chang'an. This opportunity is so rare that even if you are presented with it, you wouldn't be able to learn from it. As scholars, you lack even half the intelligence of a fool. Moreover, older men are willing to spend a lot to raise their children, and even fools don't forget to nurture them. What about you? One only knows how to scold children, and the other only gives birth, but doesn't raise them. Such fathers can hardly raise children who won't starve, let alone make them successful. Why don't you aim higher? Now you only feel jealous. What's the use? Go back and think carefully. Seeing this is just painful to watch. The two brothers went to the backyard but gained nothing and were scolded harshly by their father, feeling very discouraged. The little fool is now very strange. Can a normal child be born like that? That night, old man Jiang stayed in the backyard, worried that no one would guard the kiln and that bad people might cause trouble. Their hard work would all be wasted if that happened. Luckily, it didn't rain, and no one came to trouble the Jiang family. Soon, the night passed, and early in the morning, just before dawn, everyone in the Jiang family was busy preparing to start the kiln and see how the pottery turned out. After a night of cooling, the kiln was opened, and the temperature inside was no longer hot. Near the kiln, the members of the main house and the third house eagerly stretched their necks, holding their breath and watching nervously, more anxious than the second house. The kiln was opened by old man Jiang, old lady Jiang, and Yao. Since second brother Jiang's injuries still prevented vigorous activity, he stood back with his hands behind his back, watching calmly. Don't panic. Think of it as a child's play. Their family has 100 taels of silver, enough to last a long time. Even if the firing failed, it wouldn't matter. They don't rely on this for a living. Of course, if it succeeds, it will be a good business, and their future life in the second house will be secure. Old man Jiang lifted the layers of straw above, finally seeing the contents inside. His eyes widened in surprise, and he took a deep breath. How is it, Dad? Is it successful? Jiang's second son eagerly asked, unable to wait.
Ha ha ha.
Of course, it's a success, old man Jiang said, then reached in and picked up a small bowl, feeling its temperature.
Huh?
Isn't this pottery? Why is it blue-green and shiny? Everyone gathered around to examine the bowl carefully. The shape was quite ordinary and a bit deformed, but the blue-gray color was very special, bright and attractive. Most importantly, the surface of the bowl was smooth and looked very high-end. The ceramic bowls bought on the market are either gray, black, or earthen-colored. They are not attractive, very rough, and can even scratch your hands. Wow, so smooth, just like the porcelain sold elsewhere. The color is especially beautiful. Dad, how many did you fire? Jiang asked eagerly, wishing she could start inspecting them herself because she immediately saw a business opportunity. Just take a look. old Jiang said as he moved to the kiln side, carefully pulling out each piece of pottery. Old Madame Jiang took some from the other side, handed them to Yao, and Yao gently placed the finished products into a basket. They didn't fire many pieces, so they finished quickly, including the cracked ones. Not bad. Only about 10% are broken, old Jiang said happily. Although 2 of the broken ones were made by him, he was proud. He didn't expect that the first firing would succeed 90%. Most old kills on the market probably can't do that. Father, let me handle it. I'll help sell them, Jiang said with a smile, eager to take the good items to her family shop for consignment, at least earning a 20% profit. This is for Chang'an to use for meals. Why sell it? Even if they wanted to sell, she wouldn't need to do it. Such good items would surely attract buyers without her effort. Old Jiang rolled his eyes immediately. Hee, there's plenty more. Don't worry, Chang'an, Andy will give you a good price, Jiang said, but she didn't give a quote, clearly trying to trick them. Some should be given as gifts. Chang'an already packed some into his basket. The items were divided into 3 parts. This is my family's, this is for grandparents, and these are for giving away. That's all. Then, shall we make another kiln today? Jiang asked, still hoping to earn money. Today I have school, no time, Chang'an replied, waiting for the pottery to become famous before firing more, especially custom-made ones. He planned to teach his parents later. Father, didn't you fire some yesterday? You must have learned it, the old man said. It's better if I do it myself. They'll definitely get more benefits. Haha, if you just look at it, you'll learn. That's what the books say. Do you want to try firing yourself? Old Jiang mocked. These fools, after years of woodworking, still couldn't learn pottery? It's just wishful thinking. In the end, the main household and the third household only watched in silence, getting nothing. Until this moment, the second household finally realized they had truly separated, but life didn't become easier. Looking at the second household, even if they are in debt, with their pottery skills, they believe they can soon live a good life. On the second day after the household split, the 2 brothers regretted their decision. Jiang Chang'an had a sweet potato for breakfast, then carried his small basket and headed up the mountain to the private school. The mountain school was at the foot of the village, and he was walking with Jiang Jiabao and others heading to the town school, so the siblings left the house together. It's getting late. Why hasn't Gage gone yet? After walking a long way, Jiang Chang'an noticed that their eldest brother was missing and wondered why. Last night, he overheard their uncle say that their big brother was too old to study and might as well go home to farm since they couldn't afford the tuition. 7-year-old Jiang Zhuang didn't understand worries like that. The third household was almost out of food, yet he still pitted others. Jiang Chang'an frowned. Jiangwen was only 12, and the first household had just 5 acres of land, less than what their mother and the others worked. Why was the big brother needed as a laborer? His uncle was short-sighted. We might not be able to go next year either. Our parents can't afford the tuition for us, Jiang Xing sighed regretfully. Although going to school seemed pointless, at least they could relax daily. Otherwise, the brothers, only 7 or 8, wouldn't know what to do at home. They wouldn't want to tire themselves out. Really? We might not have to go to school anymore? We won't have to wake up so early every day? Jiang Zhuang was happy because he didn't like studying at all. If he couldn't understand, it was fine, but he also got hit on the hand by the teacher. Jiang Xing was too lazy to look at his silly brother. Waking up early to study couldn't be worse than working in the fields, right? Such a fool. Even Jiang Jiabao sighed quietly. Studying was very tiring for him too, more exhausting than working. It was too brain-draining. Jiang Chang'an watched their reactions and said sincerely, in the long run, studying has a better future. Once you pass the county exam and become a scholar, your career will be broader and more respectable. How about I teach you how to practice exam questions? It's very simple and I guarantee you'll pass. The 3 turned around together. What is practicing exam questions? If you practice, can you pass? Can you become a scholar? Stand on the same level as the teacher? Go ahead and study hard. Come back at night, and I have a special remedy for you. Jiang Chang'an waved at them at the fork in the road. He headed alone to the mountain private school, no longer needing Jiang Jiabao to him. The The brothers looked at each other, feeling that the pressure of studying wasn't so heavy anymore. They even felt a little excited. The private school on the mountain is built on a small dirt hill with only 3 rooms. The middle room is the classroom, the left side is where Master Song lives and eats, and the right side is the kitchen and storage room. Besides Master Song, there is a mute servant who handles sweeping and cooking. The school has about a dozen students. The school is surrounded by a fence, and the courtyard is large enough for students to rest and play during breaks. Classes only start in the late morning. Usually, students arrive one after another around noon, but kids like Li Shuwen are exceptions. Today, Li Shuwen was already at the school gate early in the morning, which was quite a surprise. Li Shuwen, why have you changed? The top student is working so hard. Can you leave us some room? Shun Fugue was very annoyed, feeling that his future days would be dark and difficult, which I saw him studying, standing at the wind's edge, waiting for someone. Genius students don't need to work hard. They just need to play. Zhang Zhuzi was jealous. Since their mountain school achieved good exam results, parents became very excited. They saw hope and kept urging their children, eager for them to pass the imperial exam and become scholars. Waiting for whom? Jiang Chang'an? Well, she's here. When they mentioned Jiang Chang'an, she appeared. She was carrying a heavy basket but moved quickly, unlike her usual carefree and breezy way. This little girl used to be very quiet and distracted, often lost in her thoughts. But she was actually a quick learner, and a little genius. People thought she was slow, but in her eyes, others might be the real fools. Since the lockdown was lifted, she became very friendly and easygoing. They were not only classmates but also comrades. Jiang Chang'an, you're finally here, Shin Fugue happily called out. Without her, the classroom seemed less fun. Is your dad safe? What's in your basket, Jiang Chang'an? Classmates gathered at the door, calling out to each other and showing concern. The noise echoed across the hillside. Suddenly, someone rushed past them, flying down the mountain. When they turned to look, Li Shuwen was nowhere to be seen. He had personally come down the mountain to pick someone up. Wow, what a good relationship. Is this what they call people of the same kind gather together? Jiang Linger, how is she? Li Shuwen was very anxious. This was crucial for their future business. Only by making money could they support the Black Guard of Ghosts. Jiang Chang'an confidently smiled and said, "Why would you think I might fail?" Li Shushen's eyes lit up as he eagerly took Jiang Chang'an's basket. "Let me see it quickly." He flipped open Jiang Chang'an's old cloth bag and saw 2 sets of blue-gray pottery, which were tea sets. "Don't be in such a hurry. Wait until we get inside the main room to look. One set is a gift for the teacher, if you don't mind the unfortunate name, cup set." In their time, giving tea sets as gifts was no longer common, but serving dishes were still okay. Li Shushen raised his eyebrows. "So, I only have 1 tea set?" He had helped a lot yesterday and put in a lot of effort. "Limited quantity, please understand. I want to thank the teacher and Shin Shikong for lending the carriage. And are you sure you want to keep these defective items? Why not wait until we produce better quality ones in the future?" She clearly saw the disdain in Li Shushen's eyes. This guy probably doesn't like these mismatched pieces. But their future workshop couldn't be exposed yet, so they had to keep it a secret from Song Fuzi. They could make it up to him later with other things. "Then give me the set of bowls and spoons. He's already had enough misfortune. There's no need for more mishaps." This was Jiang Chang'an's first pottery work and has sentimental value. He wanted to keep it well hidden and use these oddly shaped bowls to tease Jiang Chang'an in the future. Just thinking about it was amusing. Li Shushen helped Jiang Chang'an carry the basket, and they whispered and laughed together as if they had endless secrets. This made Shin Yujiao behind them very jealous. "What are you doing? Kissing in public? How shameless. Jiang Chang'an, you fool, you keep pestering Li Shushen. Do you like him?" Shin Yujiao loudly questioned, confusing everyone around. "What? Jiang Chang'an likes Li Shushen? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? They are only 7 or 8 years old." Jiang Chang'an looked surprised and turned to ask Shin Shikong, "Is your sister too precocious?" Being unreasonable and bratty was one thing, but falling in love at such a young age? Do all kids these days behave like this?
Sorry.
She always talks without thinking, but she doesn't mean any harm. Shin Shikong was also tired of his brainless sister. He must have owed Shin Yujiao a lot in his past life.
Brother? Who is really his sister?
Shin Yujiao couldn't believe her ears. Her brother had changed. Jiang Chong'an was speechless. If her own brother called her brainless, could she still scold him? But she still added, Yujiao, you're a scholar. When you learn skills and start a career to make money, isn't that better? Why leave your fate in someone else's hands? We are still young. The most important thing is to learn. Why waste time on romantic affairs? Men only affect our progress in studies, our ability to earn money, and how quickly we can draw our swords. As the old saying goes, men are unreliable. Even pigs will climb trees. Also, husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest, but in times of trouble, they fly apart. Aren't you afraid? Putting your future in the hands of a stranger? That's foolish. Falling in love blindly is like having no sense at all. Anyway, Jiang Chong'an wouldn't do that because she is smart. But Shin Yujiao looked at Jiang Chong'an with a crazy look, as if she thought she was crazy. What was she saying? Crazy girl. The most important thing for a girl is to find a good home. All her efforts now are to improve her status, so she can marry well in the future. You're joking. Then why are you so close to Li Shushan? And she still talks about building a career. Women should focus on managing the household and raising children. That's the real truth. She's crazy about money. None of your business. We're leaving. The woman only affects his steps toward revenge. Li Shushan didn't see Jiang Chong'an as a woman because she was just a little girl. Come on, let's go. Shin Shikong, come too. I brought a thank you gift for borrowing the carriage. Jiang Chong'an was pulled along by Li Shushan, running quickly, waving goodbye to Shin Shikong. Pfft, what could she possibly have worth showing? Shen Yujiao, used to being scolded by Li Shushan, wasn't upset. Instead, she mocked Jiang Chong'an.
Okay.
Shin Shikong adjusted his sleeve, acting very gentle. Brother, are you crazy? Do you really believe her nonsense? Shin Yujiao kept following, eager to see what Jiang Chong'an was up to. She wanted to laugh at the silly girl later. Jiang Chong'an, what did you bring? Is it something tasty? Did everyone get a share? When they reached the school gate, classmates crowded around, eager to see what Jiang Chong'an had brought. Some pottery I made myself yesterday. I brought it to show the teacher.
Huh.
Aren't you good at woodworking? How come you can also make pottery?
Let me see. Wow.
Really, it looks better than the ones at home, though a bit misshapen. Everyone finally believed that Jiang Chong'an had made the pottery herself. Under the corridor, Teacher Song was already waiting. Seeing these lively students, he felt very happy and ate an extra bowl of sweet potato porridge. Teacher, look at this. Jiang Chong'an took out a teapot, smooth and delicate, with a fresh, natural bluish-gray color, though the spout was a bit crooked. However, it does not affect its use, and after brewing tea, it will look very beautiful. Not bad, not bad. Old Master stroked his beard, looking very pleased. Children, this is a record from a travel journal in the lieu of the 100 schools, carefully verified by Chong'an himself. The results are quite good. This shows that we should not only read more books but also think more. We need to apply the knowledge from books to our daily lives. Learning and using it will benefit us for life. Yes, sir. The students replied honestly, but they knew very well that not everyone was good at hands-on skills. Some could use what they learned from books, but they didn't like reading boring books, couldn't understand them, or couldn't do what was described. Only the slightly older students were curious about this travel journal, their eyes shining with hope. Especially Shin Shikong and Li Sanha, who wished they could see the journal now and maybe successfully make pottery themselves. Today, we will talk about this travel journal, pottery making. Later, Chong'an can share his successful experiences and key points. Most techniques and secret recipes are not shared publicly, and Master Song knew this. But not everyone could quickly learn and succeed after a few words. He just wanted to spark the children's curiosity and desire to conquer. In the end, Chang'an would not be allowed to reveal the detailed secret recipes.
Chang'an didn't mind. If others learned it, it was fine.
Handmade products are limited in quantity and unlikely to become famous. The workshop he planned to open would need advanced equipment and a continuous production line, with high capacity and value, far beyond ordinary people. Learning from Master Song's lessons was easy and fun, and the students still felt eager after class. Finally, class was over. They were very hungry, but they still had to go home and cook sweet potatoes. Chang'an sighed quietly. Eating only coarse grains every day without meat was not ideal. What's wrong? Are you worried those 3 constables will come again? Do you want to find a way to deal with it once and for all? Or should I help you? Li Shushan walked alongside Chang'an, caring deeply about his partner. How could he focus on his work feeling so tired? Chang'an looked weak and said, "No, I am just thinking about how to improve our family's meals." That's easy. Rely on the mountains. Go into the mountains this afternoon. How about that? Into the mountains? Hunting? What is in the mountains? Of course, it is about wild animals. In the natural world, the strong prey on the weak. Animals with low intelligence are the best food for humans. There is no need to feel sad. This is the harsh reality. In modern times, Jiang Chang'an also struggles to rise above difficult circumstances, competing fiercely and becoming tough and cold-hearted as a result. She has some compassion, but not much, especially for wild boars that come down the mountain to damage human crops. Jiang Chang'an is willing to fight fiercely against them. It is said that there are immortals living deep in the mountains. People haven't seen them with their own eyes, but they often see animals under the immortals' care. These animals are white, very smart, and full of spirit. Hunters usually don't dare to target them, fearing retribution. This is not just talk. The mountain village, called Shan'e Village, is where Jiang Chang'an's grandmother, He comes from. There are no fields, only land, and most villagers make a living by farming or hunting. Once, a hunter took a white wolf pup and skinned it to make gloves. The next day, the parents of the white wolf led their pack to attack that family and ate them. People say the white wolf is intelligent because it not only commands other wolves but also recognizes people. The wolf pack only attacks the family that harmed the white wolf. Even children who can't defend themselves are ignored by the wolf. The wolf shows gratitude and revenge, understanding right from wrong. Such animals are almost as wise as humans, which makes people think they might have been influenced by immortals. There are legendary stories about white wolves, white snakes, and white bears. Jiang Chang'an has heard her grandmother Jiang Lao tell these stories. So, nature is full of resources, and the 10,000 mountains are very mysterious. There are many spiritual animals, and perhaps rare herbs like lingzhi and ginseng. Jiang Chang'an has a high-tech system that acts like a radar to scan the area. Digging up some herbs is not difficult. If she finds valuable herbs, her family's wealth can grow quickly. Their second house can soon become financially free. Looking up at the deep, mysterious mountains, Jiang Chang'an's heart secretly yearns. Enter the mountains. Go hunting. With money and meat, life should be enjoyed to the fullest.
What?
You want to go into the mountains? It's dangerous there. My father said the crops are almost ripe, and wild boars are starting to come down from the deep mountains to damage the grain. You two are small and thin. You might be able to fight a few people, but you won't stand a chance against experienced prey. Be careful not to lose your lives. My dad said that animals coming out of the deep mountains are all strong fighters, with one side being very powerful and fierce. Now, experienced hunters go into the mountains only in groups, and they usually stay within the third mountain. Do you still go into the mountains? Are you not afraid? And do you skip classes again? While saying these words about danger, Zhang Zhuzi's hands were moving quickly, and his eyes looked very excited. Especially the last question, whispered softly, because he was afraid others might hear. Then he told the teacher that he couldn't go if that was the case. Jiang Chang'an was surprised. Are there really many wild boars? Wild boar meat is very tasty. Jiang Chang'an couldn't help but lick his lips. Of course there are, weighing about 200 to 300 jin, around 100 to 150 kilograms, as big as a small mountain with long tusks. They can overturn a big tree with a single charge. Zhang Zhuzi heard this from his father. He had never seen such a large wild boar himself. Then let's go quickly. What are we waiting for? Let's go home for dinner, grab our tools, and meet at the foot of the mountain, said Li Shushin as he caught up. Hey, aren't you afraid? Isn't it too dangerous? Zhang Zhuzi was afraid, but he wanted to go on an adventure even more. No fear. We're humans and we rely on our brains. Jiang Chang'an's goal wasn't the wild boars but herbs. Of course, if they encountered a lone wild boar, they could fight. If it's a herd, it's better to run away. Also, he had a system with powerful invisibility tools, so there was nothing to fear. Jiang Chang'an wasn't worried about Li Shushin either. The fact that he made such a suggestion showed he had a plan. Then I'll go too. I have a bow and arrow, and I can protect you. Zhang Zhuzi had already thought of a reason. His father wouldn't dare to argue or hit him, right? Okay, let's quietly plan to go into the mountains for something important. When Jiang Chang'an returned home, everyone was there except the children going to school in town. Yao sure didn't go to work today. She was at home cooking, sharing the meal with the old couple. They had a ceramic soup pot, so cooking was easy. Lunch was sweet potato rice again. Surprisingly, Jiang Chang'an's bowl had an egg in it. Mom, why don't you have eggs? We're not short of money now, and your health needs good nourishment. Everyone was so thin, looking like sticks. As an adult, eating alone was both awkward and stressful. Dad and Mom didn't like to eat eggs, so Jiang Chang'an ate it. When Dad's health improves, they will make pottery, and Linger can eat as many eggs as she wants then. Jiang Lao felt much better and looked forward to the future days. Dad, if you don't take good care of your health, you'll get better slowly. This afternoon, I arranged for Li Shushin and Zhang Zhuzi to go into the mountains. I'll find a way to bring back some wild game for you. This excuse is very convincing, and old Jiang was deeply moved. Good daughter, as long as you have this kind heart, that's enough. If you have time, you can also try making pottery. We won't go into the dangerous mountains, okay? Everyone knows there are many good things in the mountains. But besides hunters, most people wouldn't dare go into the mountains, even in groups. The mountains are huge, and the animals are fierce. If you provoke them, you'll either get hurt or worse. Hunters like Zhang usually only set traps in the second mountain, using food to lure small animals like chickens and rabbits. Dad, don't worry. We won't go deep into the mountains. If I'm lucky, I might find some good chances. Do you really want us to go? Or maybe I can go with you? Yao suggested. She is strong and can help when needed. No need, Mom. You keep busy with your own things. There's enough to do at home. Now that we've divided the family, Yao is anxious too. She's been embroidering all night, holding back her frustration. Don't worry, I will fight if I have to. If I can't win, I'll run. Bye, Mom and Dad. Jiang Chang'an rinsed his mouth, wiped his lips, and packed a small basket with a rope, a cloth bag, a bamboo tube of water, and only a hunting knife. She won't think wild rabbits can be found everywhere, right?
Hard to say.
My daughter is lucky. Don't worry. She fought off 3 thugs without using all her strength. Plus, it's in the shallow mountains, so she should be safe. Later, we will go pick her up together. Yao is very confident in Jiang Chang'an. When Jiang Chang'an reached the foot of the mountain, Li Shushin and Zhang Zhuzi were already waiting there. Looks like she's not the only one craving meat. Let's go. Zhang Zhuzi, which way should we go? We want to go somewhere less visited.
Huh?
But those remote places are hard to walk and more dangerous. Let's go to the area my dad often visits. Maybe we can find some of his hunted game. Zhang Zhuzi just wanted to go up the mountain. His dad usually didn't take him hunting, and he kept telling exciting stories. It was like a temptation. If Hunter Zhang knew what his son was thinking, he might be furious. He wanted his son to understand that hunting is dangerous and hard, so he should study hard. But it backfired. Now, he's even more eager to steal his own dad's territory. Li Shushin looked up at the sky, feeling sorry for Hunter Zhang for having such a son. That won't do. More people mean fewer game. We need to go somewhere less crowded to get more. She wants to find ginseng. Zhang Zhuzi was speechless for a moment. In places with few people, you might get nothing because there are no prey, so people don't go there. Listen to Jiang Linger, lead the way quickly. Li Shushan kicked Zhang Zhuzi. Husband, Zhang Zhuzi muttered softly. What did you say? Li Shushan really couldn't hear, and Jiang Chang'an wasn't listening at all because she was scanning the mountain with her system. In the end, Zhang Zhuzi couldn't argue with the two and led Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan toward a remote mountain area. Most of the land there was covered with low bushes, and the soil was poor. There were few tall plants, so herbivorous animals must be rare. Since herbivores were scarce, predators that eat herbivores would also be few. The three climbed to a high spot and didn't see a single wild chicken. I told you this place is a dead zone for birds, but you didn't believe me, Zhang Zhuzi complained as he climbed. But Jiang Chang'an smiled. Isn't the salt we eat very expensive? This answer was off topic, making Zhang Zhuzi stare blankly. This place had no birds or even bird droppings. Where would the salt come from? Had she gone crazy? Of course, it's expensive. Salt is controlled by the government, and only with a salt permit can it be sold. But private salt is cheaper. Usually, villagers buy private salt secretly, Li Shushan explained patiently, not bothered by such simple logic. Why didn't Jiang Chang'an understand? Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up. Good. Expensive salt was better. Selling private salt might be profitable, and at least they wouldn't have to pay for their own salt. Do you know why the plants here grow so few and are so bad? She asked. Li Shushan raised an eyebrow, wondering if she had found something important again. But after looking around, it was just a poor place with nothing unusual. Of course, it's because the soil is bad. This yellow clay is very compacted, so grass doesn't grow, let alone crops. The low bushes might have grown because of some mutation, Zhang Zhuzi explained confidently. Not exactly. This is alkali land. Because it's compacted, it's the best material for building bricks. Alkali land only supports alkaline plants, most of which have medicinal value. Most importantly, this alkali land can produce salt through brine, which is safe to eat, just properly processed, and there's no problem, Jiang Chang'an said confidently. Zhang Zhuzi was stunned. Was Jiang Chang'an talking nonsense? Li Shushan was also surprised. Boiling salt from yellow clay? She had never heard of that. Was she a fairy? Did you read that in some miscellaneous notes? Over 2 generations, he had seen many strange things, but he had never seen this method before. However, since Jiang Chang'an spoke confidently, it must be possible to brine the salt this way. It's not something from my books. I learned it from somewhere else. From a very distant place, it's better not to ask too much. Should we start brining now? Zhang Zhuzi was very scared. If he carried back 7 or 8 jean of salt from the mountain, he might scare his brave old father into fainting. The weather is just right. We can try a small experiment. Dig up this patch of soil, plant the salt first, then go into the mountains and come back tomorrow to try the next step. As soon as Jiang Chang'an finished speaking, Zhang Zhuzi relaxed greatly. It wasn't about turning stones into gold easily. Otherwise, it would be too frightening if it were magical. Forget about 7 or 8 jean of salt. Just brining a small amount in this tiny area is good enough. Let's do it. Even without we can dig with a knife. Zhang Zhuzi not only brought his small bow and arrow, but also a chopping knife. Li Shushan didn't hesitate. He took out his chopping knife. He didn't have a sword, and their family wasn't hunters, so no bow and arrow either. The chopping knife was the best tool he could find. Jiang Chang'an had system tools, so she seemed to do everything effortlessly. Others just thought she was strong, and that work was easy for her. Soon, they dug out a square meter of alkaline soil. Jiang Chang'an then took out her bamboo tube filled with water and added some salt. She had originally planned to have a barbecue outdoors, so she brought a lot of coarse salt. Now, since there was no barbecue, the salt was more useful. After the coarse salt dissolved, Jiang Chang'an poured the salty water over the dug-up soil in handfuls. This was really planting salt. Zhang Zhuzi suddenly felt his heart sink. He felt so foolish. Salt isn't alive like plants or animals. How could you plant it? Could salt grow more salt? He didn't believe it at all. Li Shushan's mind also became confused. He didn't understand the principle of brining salt, but Jiang Chang'an often had this magical ability to turn decay into wonder. Just wait, whether it works or not, there will be an outcome. After pouring the salty water, they waited for it to dry, then continued walking into the mountains. Are we still going the wrong way? Besides salt, could we find a gold mine? If there really was a gold mine, Zhang Zhuzi wouldn't be surprised. Who could say there isn't one? They just lack the eyes to find it. Jiang Chang'an found it amusing. There was no gold mine, but the system detected iron ore. However, the amount wasn't high, and secretly mining iron would probably be a serious crime. So, there's no need to talk about this openly. Let's go to a shady, damp place, Jiang Chang'an said purposefully, never forgetting her original reason for coming up the mountain. That way seems better, but is there anything good there? My dad said such shady, damp places usually have leeches and venomous snakes. If it's not very important, maybe we shouldn't go. Those soft, fragile things are what Zhang Zhuzi fears most. Hearing this, Jiang Chang'an's scalp tingled. She's afraid too. Should they just not go? Places like that often have ginseng and lingzhi mushrooms, she said. They are valuable, and she was torn. Yes, ginseng does grow there. Let's go. I brought plenty of insect and snake repellent powder, and I can spray it on us now, said Li Shushan, a wealthy man who always carried good stuff. That's a good idea. Quickly spray it on, and let's go dig for ginseng. Zhang Zhuzi got excited just thinking about it. If he could find a ginseng, he would become very rich. They had learned to identify rare herbs like ginseng and lingzhi from Teacher Song, who even showed them real, fresh samples to study. But how could he not think that ginseng and lingzhi might grow in the mountains? His mind was too simple, only chasing after prey. Jiang Chang'an was different. She not only knew about the treasures in the mountain, but also understood their habits. Truly a genius, she knew a lot. Let's go that way. My dad said few people go there, and it's a shady place, but it's also dangerous. There are even fairy mounts wandering around. Anyway, if you see those white animals, stay away and don't hurt them. All of them were villagers who had heard stories about the 10,000 mountains, but Zhang Zhuzi still warned carefully. Okay, we'll avoid the white animals, Jiang Chang'an agreed, without hesitation. She was here to find wealth, not trouble. They focused on their journey, walking farther and farther, forgetting their original plan to stay out of the deep mountains. But they did have some luck, until they reached a forest of towering trees. There's lingzhi over there. Hurry. Jiang Chang'an was so excited, she ran straight toward it. Li Shushan and Zhang Zhuzi looked in that direction but saw nothing. Did Jiang Chang'an have super sight? Did you see it? Zhang Zhuzi asked, puzzled. Maybe her nose is very sensitive, Li Shushan guessed. Relying on smell was probably enough. He suspected Jiang Chang'an might really have special abilities, but he couldn't say it aloud. On a decayed old log, 3 bright purple lingzhi mushrooms stood tall. One was as big as a palm, while the other 2 were only about a third of that size. But it was enough. Jiang Chang'an quickly took out a sack, checked around for danger, and then jogged forward. 1 mushroom each. She also planned to carry the lindenwood back to nurture, believing more lingzhi would grow in the future. Just thinking about it made her excited. Suddenly, a bright red thing shot down from the tree above toward Jiang Chang'an. It was a large, colorful snake. There's a snake above. Dodge quickly. Li Shushan's heart skipped a beat. He swung his chopping knife and rushed to help. Careful. Use a bow and arrow. Bow and arrow. The chopping knife was too short. She couldn't let the snake bite her. That would be terrible. Zhang Zhuzi's face turned pale with fear, but he still pulled out his bow to help. Jiang Chang'an reacted quickly. She rolled to the side, and then used her system to scan. Sure enough, it was a big, venomous snake. It was a large, colorful red-banded snake, thick and long. It was probably a guardian beast of the lingzhi. No one knew how many years it had lived or how many lingzhi it had eaten to grow so big. Seeing Jiang Chang'an threatening its treasure, The red-banded snake didn't hesitate. It lunged forward, biting first and asking questions later. But Lingji was not of the snake's kind. It's a gift from nature. The strong could claim it, and Jiang Chang'an wouldn't give it up easily, especially since the snake had attacked her first. Jiang Chang'an rolled aside to escape, avoiding the attack. But the red-banded snake kept chasing fiercely, determined not to let the human go. It had bitten many large animals that tried to steal Lingji before, and smaller animals had long been swallowed whole. Now, it saw Jiang Chang'an as no threat. Li Shushan saw this and raised his chopping knife, rushing toward the snake. But the snake, as if it had eyes on the back of its head, dodged skillfully. The knife missed by less than a centimeter.
Wow!
Is this snake a spirit? It managed to avoid the attack from behind. Zhang Zhuzi also shot his bow at the snake, but of course he missed. With such poor archery skills, the three of them dared to venture deep into the mountains. Zhang Zhuzi felt a wave of fear. Now what?
Run.
Jiang Chang'an run. Take a curve. This tactic was learned from Hunter Zhang, based on experience. I won't run. When faced with danger, the brave fight. Let's kill it, then the Lingji will be ours. Jiang Chang'an hunched over, fully focused on the system, gripping her chopping knife tightly. In fact, she had already activated her invisible electric saw for woodworking, waiting for the red chain snake to fall into her trap. The red chain snake seemed to understand Jiang Chang'an's words, roaring angrily and rushing toward her with its mouth wide open. Be careful. Li Shushan and Zhang Zuji saw this, and their hearts tightened, worried Jiang Chang'an might be caught off guard by the snake. But, in the next moment, there was a crisp sound as the red chain snake was sliced in half, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Chang'an's chopping knife accurately struck the snake's vital point, cutting through skin and bone neatly. Her stance was very tricky, something only a very flexible martial artist could do. Phew! With the dust settling, they finally escaped danger. Zhang Zuji sank to the ground heavily. Are you okay? Li Shushan came over and helped Jiang Chang'an to her feet. I think so, Jiang Chang'an replied. Her body still wasn't fully trained, so she hoped she hadn't pulled any tendons. Impressive. That snake. Actually, it was quite dangerous. Most people wouldn't be able to handle it. Li Shushan admired Jiang Chang'an, but he wondered, was her chopping knife really that sharp? It looked quite dull. It works. The snake can be used medicinally and is quite valuable. Take it back and sell it to Deshun's father, Zhang Zuji suggested eagerly, forgetting that magical creatures shouldn't be disturbed. Maybe because the snake wasn't white, he hesitated for a moment. All right, Jiang Chang'an agreed. She picked up the snake, wrapped it with large leaves, and placed it into a cloth bag, not even sparing the head. Come on, we're gathering Lingji mushrooms now. That was the real treasure. Jiang Chang'an used her knife to split the wood, giving one piece to Li Shushan and another to Zhang Zuji, both with Lingji attached. Ripe Lingji can be used. We should take good care of this wood. I think it can grow more, Jiang Chang'an advised, hoping neither of them would miss out on the treasure. Good person. I've decided. This friend of mine is a keeper, Zhang Zuji said happily, carefully placing the Lingji into his bag. Although the Lingji they got was only about the size of a child's fist, it was still very valuable. This Lingji is at least 7 or 8 years old. It can sell for dozens of silver coins. Longan, if yours isn't worth 100 taels, don't sell it. Zhang Zuji was worried Jiang Chang'an might not recognize its worth and reminded her carefully. Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up. Really? It's that valuable? That's great. My family can finally start building a house. The other 100 taels can also be used openly now, thank heavens. If we were in the capital city, 1,000 taels could sell for a good price, but in a small county, 500 or 600 taels wouldn't be enough. Li Shushan has experience from his past life and understands more about this. Oh my goodness. Jiang Chang'an, you're about to become rich. Not only could you afford 4 or 5 small blue brick houses, but even a courtyard with a garden wouldn't be a problem. However, wealth should be kept secret to avoid attracting unwanted attention. When we go back, We will only say we found a rare mushroom and not reveal its true value. Zhang Zhuzi looks chubby but very clever. After all, he's a student of Master Song. His main rule is to stay safe. At this moment, Li Shushen returns the linden wood to Jiang Chang'an, taking only the small mushroom on top. My family doesn't grow these, so taking it would be a waste. Li Shushen doesn't want to waste good things. Giving the mushroom to that family is already a kindness. If he didn't want to disturb others, he wouldn't even give the mushroom. All right, let's pack up. We'll look for ginseng next. Jiang Chang'an plans to finish everything at once so they can enjoy a relaxed life afterward. He now has a child's body and needs to rest and grow properly, not overexert himself. Ginseng is also a life-saving treasure. It's not easy to buy, even if you have money. Are you still going? Weren't you scared stiff? If another bigger red-banded snake appeared, our lives would really be at risk. Anyway, Zhang Zhuzi is afraid. Don't worry. The ginseng's fruit grows underground and doesn't attract with its scent. There shouldn't be any guardian beasts nearby. Zhang Zhuzi looks at the small cloth bag hanging at his waist, which only contains a tiny mushroom. They haven't even caught prey yet. Today, they should at least have some meat, or their trip would be pointless. Let's go, Jiang Chang'an says. Li Shushen doesn't mind. His family always has meat, and he doesn't need to worry about money. But if they do find ginseng, he might secretly hide it as his little savings. The three walk into the deep mountains. Along the way, they finally see some small animals. Zhang Zhuzi pulls his bow to shoot an arrow, but is stopped by Li Shushen. Don't scare them. Blood will attract big, fierce beasts. We can hunt on the way back. If a tiger or a leopard comes, their lives would be in real danger. Oh, right. I forgot the big mountain survival rule because I got so excited when I saw the prey. Zhang Zhuzi pats his forehead and watches helplessly as the prey runs away from them. However, there were too many little rabbits. They hadn't traveled far before encountering nests of rabbits and even wild chickens. Huh? Are there no large wild animals nearby? If there were, why would there still be so many rabbits, which are usually food for predators? There probably aren't any large carnivores here. Animals tend to defend their territory, and if you're strong enough, you can be the king. Herbivores have taken over this area, so there are naturally more small animals, at least more than the carnivores' territory. The rabbits were so numerous that some ran away in panic, and a few even ran into trees. Zhang Zhuzi laughed happily. Silly rabbits, what should we do? Should we pick them up? If there's no blood, we can take some. Taking a few won't hurt our strength, but too many might make it hard to run if we encounter danger. Also, if we meet a tiger or something similar, we can run while throwing the rabbits as bait to buy us some time to escape. Li Shushen, with his hands behind his back, made a good suggestion. Good idea. Truly a genius student. Those were meat, so Zhang Zhuzi eagerly ran over to pick up the stunned, fat rabbits. Meanwhile, Jiang Chang'an's system kept scanning without stopping. Even with overuse, she felt no discomfort, so it seemed she could use it endlessly. Suddenly, a bright red fruit caught Jiang Chang'an's attention. The system scanned the soil, and her eyes widened.
Look at that.
Found it. It was a humanoid-shaped fruit.
Wow.
Red fruit with green leaves, it's really ginseng. Zhang Zhuzi was stunned. Even Li Shushen was surprised. Could ginseng really be everywhere? No wonder Li Shushen, who was experienced, was so shocked. However, there were only 4 pieces of long red ginseng, one with 6 compound leaves and intricate scales, like ancient rune carvings. Very mysterious. Others might not recognize the age of the ginseng. Jiang Chang'an could see directly into the soil. The ginseng had become humanoid, at least 100 years old. The other 3 ginsengs also had 6 compound leaves, but they were probably only about 10 years old. The smaller ginsengs had just a few leaves, likely only 1 to 3 years old. Let's dig them up quickly. This was a big opportunity. Digging up this ginseng could let her relax for the next 10 years. Wait a minute. Zhang Zhuzi suddenly looked serious and grabbed Jiang Chang'an before she could move forward. Li Shushen's eyes flickered slightly. Was he planning to take it all for himself? While the Lingji mushroom was tempting, ginseng was extremely valuable. Who could resist? What's wrong? Don't you think it's better to quickly bring the treasure into your arms rather than letting it be a decoration for the new year? Jiang Chang'an looked suspicious. You don't understand yet, do you? That old Wang ginseng might be hundreds or even thousands of years old, already turned into a spirit. You can't rush up and disturb it, or it might run away. You should quietly approach, use a stick to lock it, and then dig. Zhang Zizi almost whispered to Jiang Chang'an, afraid of startling the ginseng and losing it. Of course, this was what the hunter's father said. He had encountered many ginsengs before, but they all ran away because they weren't locked with a stick. Stick, lock? Are you kidding me? In the real world, people grow ginseng just like carrots, and no one adds locks to dig them up. Can they lock up several acres of ginseng? It's using a red string to tie its branches and leaves. Then it can't run away. The red string has magic for spiritual plants. Zhang Zizi suddenly became mysterious, thinking Jiang Chang'an didn't understand the stick lock. I don't believe you, Jiang Chang'an thought helplessly, wiping her face. Where did she get the red string? When she gets home, who knows if she can find it again? The forest is so big.
And running?
Where could the ginseng possibly go? She has a system. She can scan anywhere. Besides, it's just a plant, not a fairy tale where it can grow legs and run. Seeing Jiang Chang'an's dilemma, Li Shushan chuckled, lock it. Then he pointed to her head.
Ah.
That's right, her red headband. Jiang Chang'an immediately took off her hairband. Li Shushan also took off his hairband, cut it into two, and handed one to Jiang Chang'an. That should be enough, right?
Thank you.
She tried to adapt to local customs. Lock it, then. After Jiang Chang'an tied her hair again, she was about to walk over. At this moment, Zhang Zizi pulled her back again. Li Shushan's eyes turned cold. What is he trying to do now? Zhang Zizi didn't understand Li Shushan's expression but spoke seriously. There is one more important thing about the ginseng. We can only sell it secretly. No one can leak the news. You probably don't know, but back then, the Honggizi family found ginseng and caused a big fuss. That night, their house was robbed, and 5 family members were killed. This matter caused a huge stir in the mountain village. Hunter Zhang had warned his family many times, so Zhang Zizi remembered it well and immediately realized how serious it was.
All right.
No one can leak the news, or they'll be struck by lightning and meet a bad end. Li Shushan quickly swore an oath, clearly guarding against Zhang Zizi. Well, serve you right. Jiang Chang'an didn't believe in such superstitions, but she had no intention of revealing anything. Fine, may lightning strike you. Serves you right. Now we can start digging. Chang'an, dig up the biggest one. Zhang Zizi wasn't jealous of Jiang Chang'an at all. He realized that Jiang Chang'an was a genius young expert, talented and lucky. People like her could only be respected and loved. If they got along well, following her and grabbing opportunities would be enough to support them for a lifetime. Jiang Chang'an nodded, quietly moved forward, and tied the ginseng's branches with a red hair tie before starting to dig. Dig up the others carefully. Be careful not to damage the roots. Those small ones. Jiang Chang'an was unsure how to handle them for a moment. Because they couldn't reveal themselves, they couldn't dig them up and replant them. But only a year or 2 old, digging them up felt a bit wasteful. Just dig up the big ones, leave the others. They're not very useful anyway. Too many might attract attention and cause trouble, which would be a loss, Li Shushan suggested. Shushan is right. We shouldn't be too greedy. The master often says, too much of anything is bad. We should listen to him. Though digging up ginseng was delicate work, they chatted while working, which eased some of their nervous excitement. Time passed quickly. Jiang Chang'an had a seeing-through system, so her digging was very fast. Soon, she unearthed a large ginseng, thick, long, and shaped like a human. It weighed over a jin about half a kilogram and was at least several hundred years old. Wow, it's so big. Li Shushan was almost jealous. The palace didn't have such large ginsengs. Jiang Chang'an was just lucky. Why was her luck so good while his was so ordinary? It's priceless. We shouldn't sell it, Jiang Chang'an said. She wasn't short of money, and with her skills, she could make a lot. But once sold, the ginseng would be gone. Understood. This ginseng couldn't be exposed to the light. Only the three of us know about it. I won't tell my parents either. The hidden location made Jiang Chang'an a bit uneasy. Suddenly, her system in her mind beeped loudly. This was the first time it had spoken automatically, aside from the day it was activated. Jiang Chang'an saw a line of text on the system interface. Detected a valuable item. You can activate the space. The reward is 1/3 of the item's value. Do you want to activate the space? Jiang Chang'an was startled to find a space appeared, but the fee was a bit high. Half of the priceless ginseng was at stake. She had thought the system was the result of her own efforts and could be used for free her whole life.
Ha!
How naive. There's no free lunch in the sky. Open. Jiang Chang'an gritted her teeth and agreed. Saving 2/3 of the ginseng was good enough. If they were caught, they might lose everything. Soon, a 1-meter square space appeared. Jiang Chang'an was a bit stunned. She had only exchanged priceless treasures for this small space? What a scam. As soon as she thought that, the space screen went black and disappeared. Oh, it has a temper too? Chang'an, don't just stand there. Hurry up and dig some more. Dig out a few more, then loosen the soil around and fill it back in. That way, others won't know how much ginseng we've dug. He used to do the same when stealing sweet potatoes from others, and no one ever noticed the theft. Zhang Zhuzi felt proud. Of course, he didn't steal much, and after Teacher Song taught him, he stopped stealing. Oh, okay. They really needed to dig more to make up for the loss. The soil here was loose, making digging easy. Soon, everyone had dug out several plants. But then, why do I feel it's suddenly so quiet? Like the calm before a storm, Li Shushan looked up in confusion, then sat down abruptly in shock. Jiang Chang'an and Zhang Zhuzi were startled. Following Li Shushan's stunned gaze, they exclaimed, "Wow." Zhang Zhuzi dared only to think privately, afraid of disturbing the nearby pigs. Yes, while they were digging for ginseng, a group of wild boars had quietly surrounded them, staring fiercely at the three. Are these wild boars? Or secret guards? They made no sound as they approached. Jiang Chang'an was also stunned. She had been careless, only focused on digging ginseng, ignoring the surroundings, which put them in danger. Quick, put the ginseng in bags and run. Climb that biggest tree. Zhang Zhuzi was so frightened he was spouting his father's usual warnings. Jiang Chang'an was at a loss too. She had thought there were no guardian beasts for the ginseng, but now there was a whole group. Looking roughly, there were at least a dozen wild boars. The leader probably weighed about 250 kilograms, like a small mountain. How could they fight this? Jiang Chang'an quickly cupped her hands and sincerely addressed the wild boars. Dear brothers, we did not mean to intrude on your sacred land. If we have offended you, please forgive us. The wild boar did not show gratitude. Instead, it moved closer to the three people in a synchronized manner. Li Shushan spat out, still believing in the existence of a wild boar spirit. That would be even more terrifying because, to the boars, the three are invaders. It's no wonder they wouldn't let the robbers go. The three quietly and slowly retreated, trying not to disturb the wild boars. Why are you talking to the pigs? They wondered, but the pigs obviously couldn't understand. As they backed away, the boars moved in without hesitation. Zhang Zhuzi's calves trembled desperately. Didn't you say that animals in the deep mountains can become spirits? We haven't killed or set fires. Maybe we can negotiate, Jiang Chang'an said, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. If a person is too nervous, they often can't do things well. In a critical moment when escaping, a small mistake could be deadly. Sure enough, Zhang Zhuzi's attention was immediately drawn to the boars. But their fur isn't white. They're definitely not riding celestial mounts. How can a celestial being raise pigs? The scene was too beautiful for Zhang Zhuzi to imagine. So, these wild boars probably couldn't understand human speech, leaving no room for negotiation. Plus, they had the advantage of size, making them very strong fighters. The only option was to run fast and steady. Coincidentally, just as Zhang Zhuzi finished speaking, The boars moved forward a few more steps silently, as if they understood the insult, testing, taunting, and waiting for an opportunity to attack.
Run.
Climb a tree. Jiang Chang'an saw a chance and urged the others, then started running himself. As the three moved, suddenly a loud oof sounded behind them. The leader of the boars gave an order. The small humans are scared. Charge.
Kill them.
Immediately, countless grunts and squeals erupted behind the trio. The wild boars chased wildly, their pounding footsteps echoing through the forest, almost shaking the ground and causing the earth to tremble. The momentum was as fierce as 1,000 armies. Jiang Chang'an and the others didn't lag behind. Their small bodies and agility made them very nimble. They moved as fast as arrows. With the momentum, climbing trees was as easy as walking on flat ground. In a few swift movements, like monkeys, they scrambled up the tree trunk and swung onto the branches. All three reached the same large tree, but by then, the boars behind them were already quite close. Watching humans climb the tree, the boars were furious. They snorted and squealed in anger, and without hesitation, they charged directly at the tree. They rammed the tree with force and precision, not just once but repeatedly, as if determined to knock it down. It's unclear whether they are driven by anger or if they see Jiang Chang'an and the others as food. Especially the biggest wild boar, whose power is immense, almost enough to topple the tree. Jiang Chang'an and the others on the tree trembled as the boar charged. Hold on. Jiang Chang'an's voice was drowned out by the loud noise. At this moment, Zhang Zhuzi accidentally fell from the tree. Oh no! The heavens are against me. Why did he have to grab that rotten branch? It broke when the boar pushed against it. Zhang Zhuzi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Zhang Zhuzi! Jiang Chang'an shouted urgently. It was a herd of wild boars. Biting, pushing, or trampling could happen at any moment. Fortunately, the tree wasn't tall. After falling, Zhang Zhuzi landed on his backside, but quickly got up again. However, all around him were wild boars.
Go.
Li Shushan jumped down without hesitation to help, trusting that Jiang Chang'an wouldn't back down either. Take down the big one. Capturing the leader might scare the other boars. Jiang Chang'an, holding a machete, leapt into the fight. Li Shushan twitched his mouth. He had a strange feeling. Did Jiang Linger seem eager? Was she just craving meat? Shushan? Chang'an.
Woo.
You guys are so loyal. From now on, you're like my brothers. But everyone be careful. If you can ride a boar, it's safe. Zhang Zhuzi was moved beyond words. Usually at school they just played around and he didn't realize how close they were. But in a critical moment, true friendship showed. He would protect this precious bond forever. These two brothers were his life. Of course, only if they survived to go back. Right? Everyone be careful. I'm going now. The boar leader had finished its charge and was heading toward them. Jiang Chang'an's expression turned icy. He swung his sword, ready to fight head-on, his figure heroic and tragic, like a hero departing into the wind, destined not to return. Meanwhile, Li Shushan and Zhang Zhuzi couldn't help Jiang Chang'an. They were surrounded, with many wild boars attacking them. Humans are highly intelligent animals, creating civilization and advancing beyond other species, dominating nature's highest achievements. And Jiang Chang'an, with her sharpest mind, even as a young cub, had incredible killing power, more than enough to threaten a simple-minded wild boar. It's clear that direct confrontation won't work. She's not a pig, after all. She needs to use her advantages. When they meet in a narrow space, both sides are very brave and fierce, and it looks like they will clash soon. Suddenly, Jiang Chang'an swayed his body to the side, avoiding the wild boar's strong charge. At the same time, he grabbed the boar's ear and jumped gracefully onto its back. During this quick leap, Jiang Chang'an showed how skillful and quick he was. The big wild boar didn't expect to miss and used all its strength. It couldn't stop in time and fell to the ground with a loud thud, almost throwing Jiang Chang'an off its back. Jiang Chang'an held tightly to the boar's ear, stabilized himself, and immediately swung his machete at the boar's head. He used the back of the blade to hit, aiming to break the skull, not worried about blood splattering everywhere. Next, the wild boar let out a loud, painful cry that almost hurt everyone's ears. The other pigs trembled and stopped watching. Then, they saw the leader of the wild boars being ridden by a small human child. Its head was being hit loudly, and it was in great pain, crying out and rushing wildly into the herd of pigs, not caring about friend or foe. For a moment, all the wild pigs ran away in fear. They didn't care about the two insignificant humans anymore. This was exactly what Jiang Chang'an wanted. However, the herd of wild boars was so scared that some ran blindly and accidentally hit a big tree. They got dizzy and couldn't stand up properly. Seeing this, Zhang Zhuzi's eyes lit up. He quickly ran forward and, just like Jiang Chang'an, used the heavy back of his machete to hit the boar's head. Because he learned from his father about the weak points of prey, he didn't need many hits to knock the boar out. Meanwhile, Li Shushan wanted to help Jiang Chang'an, but one big wild boar turned aggressive and kept chasing him. Seeing that Jiang Chang'an was safe, Li Shushan fought back. It's like they say, if you don't take the road to heaven, you'll find a way to. Does he look like someone easy to bully? Li Shushan snorted coldly, raised his machete, and charged forward. After days of training and meditation, his lightness skill wasn't quite at the level of walking on walls, but he could jump very lightly and quickly. He flipped onto the boar's back in one move, raised his blade, and stabbed it into the boar's skull. The blade went straight through. The big boar hadn't reacted yet, wobbled a few times, then fell to the ground with a loud crash. Meanwhile, the wild boar head that Jiang Chang'an sat beside was struck countless times and finally reached its limit. With a loud bang, it suddenly collapsed. After the loud crash, everything around suddenly fell silent. All the wild boars seemed surprised that their belief had been so easily destroyed by a few children. Roar! Run fast. Otherwise you'll get hurt. The boars scattered in all directions and quickly disappeared from sight. After the big wild boar fell, Jiang Chang'an finally jumped down from its body. Her heart gradually calmed down. It was so exciting. She had fought the pig and human for 300 rounds, and it was the first time in her life. The future Marshal Tianprung was thus defeated in her hands. She didn't do it on purpose, really. She had begged the wild boar for mercy, but it was too proud of its size and refused to back down. So, it wasn't her fault, no. It was her ruthless subordinates. Jiang Chang'an swallowed hard, and countless ways to cook pork flashed through her mind. She had never felt pork so tempting before.
Puff.
Li Shushan chuckled again. As Jiang Chang'an gradually stopped being stunned, her expression became more lively. It was clear to everyone now that she was craving pork. Don't celebrate too early. With such a big wild boar, we can't take it all home. If we ask someone to carry it, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. But after a night's delay, it's hard to say who will end up eating that boar. Li Shushan's words deflated Zhang Zuji's excitement. What should we do? The 3 wild boars, Jiang Chang'an's biggest one weighed about 500 or 600 jin, a lot of meat. The other 2 were also around 300 or 400 jin, very valuable. Of course, compared to ginseng, a few wild boars weren't much, but they were proud of their hunting skills, achievements, and glory. It was a proud accomplishment they could boast about for a long time. Otherwise, if they went back and told others, no one would believe that 3 kids could hunt wild boars. It was crazy. Jiang Chang'an remained calm and confident. Have you forgotten my specialty? As long as I follow the rules of the wheel craftsman, I can create wonders. Today, I will show you a miracle. She held a chopping knife and explained how to craft divine tools, like a giant wheel mech tank, made entirely of wood. She was confident she could bring all 3 boars back. Li Shushan and the others were surprised again. You're not just good at fixing beds. How can you also make tanks? You've been hiding your skills well. Last time, you said you only knew how to make mortise and tenon joints, but it turns out you were lying. Well, let's do it. How long will it take? The sky isn't getting any earlier. Zhang Zuji felt nervous. Staying overnight in the forest was very dangerous. Who knew if wolves, Jackals, tigers, or leopards might follow the blood scent. It's important to remember that leopards can climb trees and are much stronger than wild boars. Don't worry, Chang'an will handle it. Not only is her work fast, but it's also good quality. She has a system tool she can use. While others might spend a long time chopping wood back and forth, Jiang Chang'an only needs to make 3 cuts. This is just to hide her true speed. If no one is around, she can just wave her hand and do everything with her invisible tools. No need to swing a knife at all, saving a lot of effort. Luckily, there was a straight, dry cedar tree nearby. Jiang Chang'an jogged over. Without hesitation, swung her knife 5 times, and the big tree fell with a loud crash. Zhang Zuji was amazed. Is her chopping knife that sharp? It was quite impressive and made people jealous. Li Shushan's eyes flickered. No, she's just very strong. She can quietly kill a wild boar weighing 5 or 600 jin. Cutting a tree is nothing special. Why make a big fuss? And such a silly question. But maybe this little partner is too skilled. They are also competitors. If he doesn't work harder to improve, he might lose his position as the Lord of the 100 Ghosts. Jiang Chang'an moved smoothly, as if she had endless strength. But actually, she didn't use much force. The most effort went into fighting the wild boar and climbing mountains and crossing water. After cutting down the tree, she made wheels, big, thick ones. The tree trunk was about 1 meter in diameter. She cut 6 pieces, each 30 centimeters thick, then shaped and fitted the parts to make complete round wheels of the same size. Li Shushan and Zhang Zuji also helped, but there wasn't much they could do. They watched in amazement as Jiang Chang'an turned rough tree stumps into perfect circles by making holes and fitting joints at the uneven spots. Of course, the wheels wouldn't fall apart. They were glued together very securely. They admired her craftsmanship, praising her skill and feeling deeply impressed. After making 5 more wheels in the same way, she drilled holes in the center of each to create a mechanism so the wheels could turn. Once the wheels were ready, she made axles and then the carriage body. The carriage was small and long. She simply split a piece of wood to make it, since they needed to travel through the forest and didn't have wide roads. After Jiang Chang'an finished making the large cart, Li Shushan counted and realized it only used 10 big pieces of wood. He was surprised and thought, wow, this operation is really impressive. It turns out carpenters can be so admirable. Is it ready? Let me try, Jiang Chang'an said confidently after assembling the cart. Zhang Zuji couldn't wait and went to pull the handle. Just try it and see. Don't be fooled by how rough and simple it looks. This cart has good pulling power downhill and pushing power uphill. It's very easy to use. Even kids like us aged 7 or 8 can handle it, Jiang Chang'an proudly praised his work. Li Shushan smirked, thinking, you're just a kid, but your strength is probably several times that of an adult. Is it fair to include yourself? In the end, Zhang Zuji easily pushed the cart with a jingling sound. Huh. It's really useful. The weight of the cart itself is reduced, so pushing it is much easier. When a master shows their skills, you'll see if it works or not. That's how it should be. Li Shushan rubbed his forehead, realizing he had underestimated the little monster's ability again. He deserved to be proven wrong. Lift the wild boar onto the cart, and let's go out of the mountain. It's best to leave before dark because the mountain roads are difficult and dangerous, much more so than during the day. Let's go, 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 Zhang Zuji cheered happily. Today, as long as they leave the mountain, they will become famous for their bravery. They are hunting warriors, fearless and invincible. Who would dare to look down on or bully them? They had hunted wild boars before. Zhang Zuji pushed the cart forward, with Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan following behind. The 2 kids could lift and put a wild boar that weighed hundreds of pounds and was several times bigger than them onto the cart. It's unbelievable. Li Shushan hadn't even used his internal strength, yet Jiang Chang'an had already lifted the wild boar onto the cart. He only held the tail leg, just for show. Jiang Chang'an had tools from his system. Why should he strain himself? After loading the 3 wild boars onto the cart, Zhang Juzi could still pull it easily, and it didn't seem to take much effort.
He walked steadily.
Chang'an, I believe it now. Your cart is truly a masterpiece. It's so useful. Even bumpy mountain roads feel smooth. The only downside was its plain appearance, looking like a strange giant wheel cart, but that didn't matter as long as it worked well. Who in the world could build such an efficient cart with just a simple axe? Probably only Jiang Chang'an. Although they only operated in Lixiang County, Song Fuzi often talked about extraordinary people and strange talents. He had never heard of any carpenter with such remarkable skills in the current world. Of course, the big wild boars are worth risking everything for, he said confidently. Jiang Chang'an was very happy today because he could finally enjoy some meat freely. It's a pity that in hot weather, food doesn't last long. It would be great to have a refrigerator, so the pork could be stored for a few more days. Wait, that's not right. There's no refrigerator, but there is ice. Ice can keep things fresh just the same. And with saltpeter, they can make ice and fruit juice. This summer doesn't seem so bad after all. Jiang Chang'an made long-term plans, feeling more relaxed after understanding the situation. Hee, our harvest today is more than just wild boar. Zhang Zuji really wanted to laugh out loud, but for safety, they kept a low profile. Wow, they've become rich. A single lingji mushroom costs dozens of taels. Ginseng roots are worth a few taels each, and they kept the oldest one for safety. The rest they quietly let their father sell, plus a wild boar, which is worth at least a few taels of silver. They can finally build a house at home. Be careful not to reveal too much. If they get caught, these things could bring trouble instead of good fortune, Li Shushan said calmly, not very excited. He didn't care much about these items and didn't want to bring them back to that home. That goes without saying. I told you. The three took turns pushing the cart and headed out of the mountain. Early in the morning, Zhang Lao and his wife arrived at the foot of the mountain to wait. Actually, they weren't just standing around. They had gathered some small branches as firewood nearby. But even after tying up several bundles of firewood, they still didn't see Jiang Chang'an and the others coming down the mountain. They didn't even know which direction the children were in. As the sky grew darker, the couple became anxious. Why aren't they back yet? Where could they have gone? We don't see a single person. Didn't they say they wouldn't go deep into the mountain? From where they stood, they could see all the scenery on the mountain, including the people chopping wood, but there was no sign of Jiang Chang'an or Li Shushan. Yao Shi's heart tightened with worry. Although Jiang Chang'an was somewhat capable, she had no experience in the mountains. The mountain was full of fierce wild animals, venomous insects, and snakes. Could something have gone wrong? It's all my fault. The children are still young. They shouldn't have gone into the mountain to train. Linger is different from the kids in the countryside who often run up the mountain. They're tough and can handle it. But this is her first time in the mountain, Yao Shi said, full of guilt. Only when they were alone did Yao Shi talk a lot. Her words were full of self-blame and worry, and her heart was tangled. Old Jiang patted his wife's hand and comforted her repeatedly. Don't think too much. Linger has made up her mind. She won't listen to you. She must have a plan. So, wasn't it supposed that the three children went into the mountain? Why are we the only ones waiting for them? Do the others not know their children have gone into the mountain? This doesn't seem right. Li Shushan is the precious one of the Li family, and Zhang Juzi is the beloved youngest son of the Zhang Hunter family. Why are it only their parents coming to pick up their children? Yes, it's getting dark. Maybe we should go back and find the other two parents and go into the mountain together to look for the children. Now that Jiang Chang'an has appeared, Mrs. Yao can relax a little. Okay, but we don't need to go ourselves. Old Wang has come down from the mountain. Let's ask him to help notify the others. If we miss the children coming down, what then? Mrs. Yao suddenly fell silent. Matters like this are usually handled by Jiang Lao. When Jiang Lao mentions Old Wang, he means a man under 40, the son of the village matchmaker and a classmate of Jiang Chang'an, Wang Jiaping. At this moment, he is carrying 2 bundles of firewood down the mountain. Old Wang, my daughter went into the mountain with the eldest son of the Li landlord family and the youngest son of the Zhang Hunter family. They haven't come back yet. Since you're coming down the mountain, could you please tell those two families and see if they want to go into the mountain to look for the children? Jiang Lauer straightforwardly asks. What? Several children went into the mountain? I haven't seen them. I've been on the mountain all along, Old Wang replies. The children, around 7 or 8, are very playful at this age. It's normal for them to go into the mountain to catch birds or do mischief, but he really hasn't seen these children. Old Wang immediately starts to worry for the families. Recently, wild boars have been coming out of the mountain. Why are the children still going into the mountain? Such parents are really clueless. The children insisted on going, saying they wouldn't go deep into the mountain. I didn't pay much attention, Mrs. Yao says, and Jiang Lauer's heart also starts to tighten. All right, wait. I'll go back and call someone, Old Wang says, carrying his firewood and running back up the mountain. Perhaps because he's worried, Old Wang is eager to find the children quickly. As he heads down the mountain, he tells everyone that the children haven't come back yet. He asks others to notify the families quickly because the dark mountain forest is very dangerous. He can't throw down the firewood he's carrying, so he plans to do so after returning home and setting down his burden. Soon, the news spreads quickly, but it gradually becomes distorted. Eventually, many people hear that Zhang's, Li's, and Zhang's children went into the mountain and were eaten by wild boars. The parents of those children nearly faint from shock. But finding the children is urgent. As parents, they won't give up until the very last moment. Meanwhile, villagers come running to the mountain base to see what's happening.
Actually, it's not like that.
They came to check the situation. When it comes to children, people are still willing to lend a helping hand. Even Master Song ran to the foot of the mountain with a worried heart. Those 3 are all good kids. It would be such a shame if they just got lost. Anyway, he didn't believe they were in real danger. So, at dusk, the foot of the mountain became crowded with people. The orange sunset light flickered on everyone's faces. Mrs. Sun, the wife of landlord Li, also known as Li Shushan's stepmother, was crying her eyes out, supported by a maid, looking as sad as if she had lost her own child. At the same time, landlord Li, the head of the household, and the household guards arrived. Hunter Zhang also brought his whole family. His face was very serious. Old Jiang, what exactly happened? Wasn't the child supposed to go to school today? Why did he run into the mountain? He had told his family several times that wild boars might come out of the mountain. Why wouldn't the little bear listen? He also skipped school. Did he know he had to pay a fee for school? Zhang was angry, but mostly worried about his son. I don't know either. The kid suddenly said he wanted to go into the mountain with his classmates, but he wouldn't go far. He left around noon and hasn't come back yet. I'm just worried something might have happened, so I asked Lao Wang to notify your families to discuss whether we should go into the mountain to look for him. Unexpectedly, many onlookers had gathered, which made old Jiang stare in surprise. Some might think something serious had happened, but he refused to believe his daughter was in trouble. Mrs. Sun's body stiffened when she heard this. Didn't they say she was eaten by a wild boar? Turns out she wasn't dead? Or maybe she was about to die. Why hadn't she come down the mountain yet? Could it be that she was eaten by a beast? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go into the mountain to find her. Maybe our little girl is waiting for us, Mrs. Sun urged quickly. Let's go find her now. This wasn't her fault. Li Shushan had brought this on himself. Which way did they go? They couldn't just search blindly. The mountain was huge, with more than one trail. Where should they look? I don't know, someone said. If I knew, I would have gone to find her already. Why would I call all of you here for fuss? Old Jiang was getting impatient. While everyone was worried and confused, a beautiful song drifted from another mountain trail, growing closer and closer.
It's Linger.
I hear Linger's voice. Yao Shi exclaimed excitedly. Before anyone could react, she ran toward the sound.
Huh?
Didn't they say she was eaten by a wild boar? But this is actually good. Everyone immediately looked toward the direction where Yao's group was running. They saw a huge dark shape moving at the mountain pass. Oh no! What is that? Since it was too far away, no one could tell what the large creature was, so they hurried over to investigate. String instruments sound like heavy rain, small strings whisper like secrets. The sounds mix and clash, like beads falling on a jade plate. This poem was taught by Master Drunken Chant a few days ago. He also told the children earnestly not to worry about temporary gains or losses. Even a powerful person like Master Drunken Chant experiences ups and downs. As long as you stay strong and brave, you can reach the heights you desire. Most students seem to understand, having only recited the poem once. But who knew that Jiang Chang'an could memorize the entire poem and even compose a tune for it? Truly impressive. Li Shushan, yes, she is a little fairy. Jiang Chang'an, feeling ashamed, admitted she had copied the tune. She still lacked skill in music. If the deep mountain at dusk hadn't been so quiet, Zhangzhu might have been afraid. She wouldn't have dared to sing out loud with her off-key voice. Luckily, the children's voices weren't too unpleasant. Following her, Li Shushan sang much better than her. Both were captivated by the novel melody of the poem, and they hurried to learn it. They forgot their fatigue, and time passed quickly. Before long, they safely descended the mountain. Meanwhile, the wild boar on their cart scared all the villagers.
Oh.
From afar, it looks like a wild boar. Where are the 3 children? The mountain climbers were so frightened that their hair stood on end. At the top of the mountain, several wild boars were moving, but they saw no sign of Jiang Chang'an and the children. How could there be children's voices? Could the wild boars have gained human abilities after eating children?
It was terrifying.
The people at the foot of the mountain hesitated to go up. Look carefully. That wild boar is dead. Its head is drooping to one side. It might be moving because someone was carrying or pushing it down the mountain. But the wild boar looks quite big, and there's more than one. How could 3 children lift them? Jiang Chang'an was strong, and many people had seen her, but surely she couldn't lift 3 wild boars at once.
Let's go see for ourselves.
After all, a dead boar isn't dangerous. Hearing this, everyone snapped out of their surprise. Yes, dead pigs wouldn't charge at people. They quickly went to check out the situation. Of course, the families of the 3 children never stopped trying to get closer to the kids, including Mr. Song, who was actually the fastest runner. He heard his student singing a poem by Mr. Drunken, and although he didn't hear it all, the tune was very fresh and catchy, with some elements of opera, making it quite unique and wonderful. But it didn't quite match what they were doing. Seeing that simple, strange cart and the dead pig hanging weakly on the cart, bouncing along bouncily, was a bit the eyes. A few mischievous kids managed to push the pig while singing poetic songs. They probably never asked if the song was appropriate, right? Cold spring, icy and sharp. The strings are broken. The sound fades away. Jiang Chang'an's voice was especially loud, but she wasn't singing very well. Chang'an, Mr. Song shouted. Stop singing. Let's go back to our school and practice there.
Huh?
Why do I hear the teacher sounding so angry? Am I hallucinating from exhaustion? It was Zhang Zhuzi's turn to pull the cart. He stopped and appeared behind the cart, only to see Mr. Song just a few yards away from them. Zhang Zhuzi shivered and quickly looked for an excuse. Teacher, we didn't skip class on purpose. We heard the wild boar might cause trouble in the fields, so we're just trying to help.
Right?
Chang'an Shenshu. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't the only one making mistakes. 2 top students were leading the way, so the teacher wouldn't punish them. Mr. Song suddenly felt a bit powerless. Was he worried about the students skipping class? No, he was actually concerned about their safety. And he called her Jiang Chang'an. Why did Zhang Zhuzi step forward first and admit everything? He was just being naive, revealing himself. Still heroes? You've scared your family. It's so late, and you don't even know how to get home, she said. If it gets any later, villagers might come up the mountain to look for you. Then it wouldn't just be kids in trouble. Adults looking for them would be in danger too. The mountain at night is very dangerous. Jiang Chang'an looked down and saw that maybe everyone in the village was here. Teacher, each of us caught a wild boar. My family isn't short of money, so I want to give mine to the village to thank everyone for caring and helping out. Li Shushan suddenly became more sensible. It was obvious most people were just here for the excitement, but they also wanted to take some advantage. In the end, they wouldn't be jealous or cause trouble. Li Shushen had already made the decision before Lord Li and Mrs. Sun arrived. Anyway, he didn't want to bring these things home to save that disgusting woman. Of course, to avoid revealing anything, Lingji still had to be shared, but he decided to hide the ginseng himself. They had agreed not to tell others about it. All right, as long as your parents agree. By the way, how did you get 3 wild boars? Are you all right? Teacher Song finally reached the children and looked them over carefully. None of us are hurt, don't worry, sir, Zhang Juzi said, spinning around twice and jumping a few times to prove it. But, in fact, their bodies still ached a lot. They had walked a long mountain path, fought a wild boar, and pushed a heavy boar down the mountain. Thorny bushes scratched their skin, and they were exhausted. Still, they had to keep going out of the mountain. Otherwise, not only would their hard work be lost, but their lives might also be in danger. Finally out of the mountain and seeing their family come to pick them up, Zhang Zhuo relaxed a little. After jumping a few times, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, unable to get up. Zhuozi? Now, not only Teacher Song, but also Hunter Zhang and Mrs. Zhang, who had just arrived, were shocked. Child, where are you hurt? At this moment, Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushen also sat down heavily on the ground. No injuries, just tired, they said. Their legs were weak, and they were trembling. If they hadn't held their breath, they wouldn't have been able to leave the mountain today. Hearing Li Shushen say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Yao quickly stepped forward and hugged Jiang Chang'an tightly, finally feeling at ease. It's good you're okay. It's good you're okay. Don't go into the mountains again in the future. They had promised not to go deep into the mountains, but they had still managed to bring out 3 wild boars. Wild boars are not easy to hunt, and the children had no idea what hardships they endured to reach this point. You little brat. I clearly told you that wild boars would come down the mountain soon, but you still ran into the mountains. Going in alone is one thing, but bringing your classmates along, I'll beat you to death. Hunter Zhang was about to strike, his heavy palm ready to land on him, but he didn't bother explaining. His father usually didn't need to hear explanations. He just wanted to hit him when he felt like it. Even if it was the 2 top students who suggested going into the mountains. Hey, easy now. The child is exhausted. Don't hurt him further. Teacher Song quickly stopped Hunter Zhang's hand, preventing him from hitting. Hey, Teacher Song, you know how stubborn this kid is. Not hitting him just means he's not listening. Farmer Zhang didn't dare to embarrass Master Song, nor did he want to truly hit his own children. Kids grow up and have their own ideas, which is normal. As long as they have a plan, that's enough. As teachers and elders, we can only guide and advise from the side. Too much interference might hurt their future. Master Song loved to teach whenever he had the chance and enjoyed giving advice. Yes, you're right. But these children are really lucky. Those wild boars fought among themselves and killed each other, so you guys got a good chance, right? Zhang Farmer didn't believe the children could have hunted the wild boars. Ha, Dad, who do you look down on? These 3 are all ours. We even encountered a whole group of wild boars, more than 10 big ones attacking us. We fought our way out. Look, this one was knocked out by Jiang Chang'an's to the head, the king of boars. This one was killed by Li Shushen stabbing its skull. And as for me, it ran into a tree in a panic, and I finished it off afterward. Is that a good hunt or not? Zhang Juzi was very proud. Usually adults would be scared stiff if they saw wild boars, but these 3 kids? They fought bravely. Zhang Juzi completely forgot that they had originally climbed up a tree to escape. If he hadn't fallen and been surrounded by boars, they might not have provoked those wild animals. Also, Jiang Chang'an had politely begged the boars for mercy. Such strange stories shouldn't be told to others, as it might damage their brave image. Everyone else was stunned. Could these children really have hunted those wild boars? That's too fierce. How did you do it? Farmer Zhang couldn't manage it himself. If he encountered a wild boar as big as a mountain in the forest, he would definitely try to escape first. It's a long story. You often say that jumping onto a wild boar's back makes it easy to kill, right? We did that plus the skills you taught us. It was a piece of cake. Master Song was once again praised by the villagers. Turns out he was a good teacher. How did you pull out those 1,000-pound wild boars from the mountain? The villagers eagerly asked. When they got closer, everyone saw that the 3 boars were really as big as small mountains. The big cart was heavy itself, plus the weight of the boars. How did the children push it? And on the uneven mountain roads, uphill and downhill, it was like a miracle. Only gods could do such a thing. Of course, the car is very useful and saves effort. This was a temporary tree cutting by Jiang Chang'an, made on the spot. You all can try pushing it down the mountain. It's not tiring at all. I'll try. A grown-up person can usually carry about 100 to 200 jin of weight. If using human strength, a wild boar would require at least 2 to 4 people to carry. The big wheel cart not only needs to hold 1,000 jin, but also has to move on steep, narrow mountain paths. Is this simple, strange wooden cart really so amazing? According to everyone's test, this odd-looking cart is very easy to use. As long as you control the direction, you can pull it downhill and push it uphill, making it easy to move heavy loads.
Wow.
The villagers were amazed and eager to get one. This kind of cart can easily travel on small farm roads and uneven ground, perfect for transporting grain and fertilizer. It's very practical. Old Jiang, your family's Chang'an is really talented. Instead of passing down children, you pass down grandchildren, which is quite happy. Old Jiang, does your family sell these big wheel carts? Please make a few for the villagers. They are very useful. We can discuss the price. Whether paid with money or goods, it's fine. Farmers rely on the weather for farming. When the weather is bad, it can rain heavily during harvest season. But with this convenient wooden cart, they can harvest more grain quickly. That's very cost-effective. Old Jiang, smiling foolishly, didn't know that his daughter could also make carts. He was jealous of his father-in-law because he had never been able to make a wheel in his life. Round objects are very hard to make. Old Jiang, being unskilled, couldn't even make a square one. He looked at Jiang Chang'an on Yao's back, seeking his daughter's opinion. I can make one, but I don't have wood. Jiang Chang'an didn't want to go into the mountains to find wood. It would be too tiring. Everyone can form teams to go into the mountains and bring back wood, and of course, they can borrow Chang'an's big wheel cart, someone suggested. This would save wood and make everyone happier. Hong Lijing spoke up at this moment. He supported such a benefit for the country and the people. His family had many fields, and after each harvest, transporting grain home was tiring and took a long time. Sometimes, they couldn't harvest everything in time, and rain would spoil some of the grain. At least 10% would mold or sprout. That's no problem. As long as my cart is free, and with Lijing's guarantee, my Jiang family can lend the cart anytime. Old Jiang second agreed, but kept a cautious mind. The big cart was his daughter's hard work. It could be borrowed, but he had to protect it well. If any jealous troublemaker deliberately damaged it, he would ask for compensation. Most villagers were serious about planning for the future and naturally agreed with old Jiang Second's ideas. Most villagers from the mountain village gathered here. The scene was lively, with everyone talking and laughing. Soon, they pushed the wild boar down the mountain. Then, hearing that Li Shushan gave a pig to the village, the excitement reached its peak. Only Li Shushan's stepmother, Sun, looked unhappy. Husband, Bauer just gave away a pig for free. Isn't that? Sun's heart ached. A wild boar weighing hundreds of jin was worth at least 5 or 6 taels of silver. Giving it away to the villagers for free seemed wasteful. Sun also didn't think about how Li Shushan's wastefulness was actually caused by her own bad influence, and he still gained a good reputation. At this moment, Landlord Li was already praised by villagers as generous, wealthy, insightful, and good at teaching children. As long as the praise was nice, villagers used it on him. He was even more popular than Chang and Jiang. It's fine. Our family isn't short of money. Li's family had a small weaving workshop and wasn't lacking funds. They employed villagers, and many were happy to support Landlord Li. His son was just as generous. What a wonderful thing. Sun almost clenched her silver teeth in anger. Usually, she spoiled Li Shushan, letting this little troublemaker do whatever he wanted, hoping he would ruin himself someday. But he didn't, and instead, he made some contributions to the family. Now, he had just handed everything away for nothing, which made her furious. Li Shushan, carried by a servant, saw Sun's frustrated look and felt strangely relieved, even though Sun was the most insignificant and humble person among his enemies. Since Li Shushan had contributed the wild boar, Jiang Chang'an's and Jiang Zhuzi's boars naturally stayed still. Old Jiang II had already entrusted Jiang Chang'an's boar to Hunter Zhang. He planned to take them to the county tomorrow to sell, using the big cart. This was a simple job. Especially Jiang Zhuzi, who carried the boar without hesitation, had already agreed to his father's plan. Zhang also promised happily. On the way, his son shared his experiences in the mountain, saying he had received much help from Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan and calling them lifesavers. Because they were surrounded by wild boars and never gave up on their son, they immediately jumped down from the tree to fight alongside him. Such character traits are rare, even among adults. In short, Mount Shan village has not been this lively and joyful in a long time. Behind the crowd, Master Li muttered, "The stars are moving, the momentum is rising. From the mountain, it emerges, turning the world upside down. The talent has already begun to sprout, but are there only these 3 people? There could be more. Sanha, do you want to become a top person? You must get along well with Jiang Chang'an, Li Shushan, and Zhang Zuji. Building good relationships now will help you catch this opportunity."
Oh.
Li Sanha looked up at the sky. He's a 12-year-old, and he's playing with some 7 or 8-year-olds. Is that appropriate?
But he can still learn from them.
Li Shushan is very clever. Jiang Chang'an is really good at learning. Even if it costs face, he wants to stick close to these 2 kids. His father always said he had a chance for officialdom, so Li Sanha wants to study hard and take the imperial exams. If he can't become an official, he hopes his father will stop practicing fortune-telling. Because he can't predict accurately, and people in that line often face hardships and setbacks in life. Master Shen also happened to come by to join in the fun. He wasn't paying attention to Jiang Chang'an's 3 little kids, but was focused on Master Li. Surprisingly, he gained some insights. So, what are you hesitating for? Follow the trend. His son is a bit proud and looks down on his classmates, especially Mr. Song. That reckless kid, his eyesight is really narrow. He must teach that mischievous boy a good lesson when he gets back. But Master Shin usually doesn't socialize with villagers, so he tends to lead by example. Jiang Chang'an returned home not long after, and Li Sanha helped bring her 10 jin of wild boar meat. The main house and the second house each received 2 jin.
Huh.
That's quite a lot. Others got 2 jin, but she got 10? Jiang Chang'an was puzzled. Xu Xin asked me to bring you more, and Zhang Zuji also has 10 jin. But the wild boar was hunted by Zhang, so more is justified. As for Jiang Chang'an, Li Shushan just saw that she was craving meat, or she wouldn't have been so fierce with the wild boar, which helped their team win smoothly. Thank you very much. Sorry to trouble Sanha. Jiang Chang'an lay on old Zhang's recliner and bowed to Li Sanha. She was barely moving now because her whole body was in pain, feeling like she might fall apart, her face pale. All because of the wild boar incident, but there's no other way. At least she has meat to eat now, and she looked very satisfied. No trouble. Running an errand earns you 2 jin of meat. Of course, this treatment is only for classmates from the mountain school.
Don't take it lightly.
2 jin of pork is a special treat for ordinary families, only during the new year. Li San, with a gloomy face, hung the meat on a chair. I'm going back. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he suspiciously glanced at Jiang Chang'an. With that look of total boredom, can he really go to school tomorrow? His body might not handle it. Yes, Mom, there's meat. Quickly fry it. Li San's mouth twitched. How did this greedy child end up playing with her? His father really had a hard time. We already have rabbit meat. Do we need to fry wild boar meat too? We might not finish eating it. Yao sighed. If she had known the Li family would send pork, she wouldn't have killed the rabbit. Rabbits are stunned when hit. They're alive, but wild boar meat can't be kept. It's summer now. Even if fried and stored for a few days, it would spoil. If only we had some salt, she thought. Sadly, since they just divided the household, they lacked many supplies.
Salt?
I'll go and bring some back tomorrow, Jiang Chang'an said confidently, unaware that his words had frightened his family. For dinner, the main dish was already prepared by old Jiang and his wife. They didn't expect that in just one afternoon, Jiang Chang'an would venture deep into the mountains and cause such a big fuss, more thrilling than anything they had experienced in their lives. The two elders spent the day either working in the backyard vegetable garden or searching the fields for pigweed. They still needed to raise pigs, so they never stopped working. Until old Jiang ran to the backyard and sarcastically said Jiang Chang'an had been eaten by a wild boar. He lamented that they had bet on the wrong thing and mocked that second son would teach the children. Look at that. The more lively he was, the faster he would get into trouble. Old Jiang almost fainted from shock. He and his wife hurried to the foot of the mountain and ran into a team pushing a large wheelbarrow with a wild boar heading toward the village. Their clever granddaughter was safe and sound, and she had even made a giant wheelbarrow and hunted a huge wild boar. The two elders were stunned. After caring for Jiang Chang'an, they followed the team to the hunter's house because the wild boar needed to be processed there. Old Jiang was very interested in the giant wheelbarrow. He had never been able to make a wheel in his life and wanted to study it carefully. He didn't want to wait even a moment. Meanwhile, old Jiang's wife was focused on the wild boar. They had lived for over 50 years and had never seen such a big pig. It must be very fat. How much money did her little granddaughter earn? Watching Jiang Chang'an, safe and sound, old Jiang's expression became dreamy. How could that simple-minded child still be alive? And he had hunted such a huge wild boar. Was that even possible for a person? But there are still 3 people, which only shows that they are quite capable. In the end, old man Jiang led his family to watch the fun. Just as they reached the gate, they heard Jiang Chang'an say she was going to boil salt tomorrow. The old man almost jumped 3 feet high. Although salt is usually produced by official salt merchants, given how many surprises Jiang Chang'an brought, they often doubted her but were proven wrong each time. So when Jiang Chang'an said she would boil salt, they truly believed she could do it. If she really managed to produce salt, even if they couldn't sell it, it would be very useful for the family. They could also make some salted vegetables to sell, which would be a good business. Girl, are you serious? Second brother Jiang also went to see the wild boar being slaughtered. When he heard about boiling salt tomorrow, he got very excited. What? Are you really going to cook something? Jiang Chang'an looked confused, not understanding what her father was talking about. Yes, where are you going to boil salt tomorrow? Dad will go with you. Since they were about to witness a miracle, how could the head of the family be absent? That probably won't work. Dad, you should go to the county town with Hunter Zhang. Not only do we need to sell the wild boar, but also ginseng and lingji. Jiang Chang'an finished speaking. She carried over a large sack. Wow! Several gasps of surprise sounded at once. The family hurriedly ran toward Jiang Chang'an. What? Lingji and ginseng? Second brother Jiang was still puzzled. Why was it that earlier? The girl could leave the wild rabbit in the cart, but this big bag she had to carry herself. Not only Jiang Chang'an, but also Zhang Zhuzi and Li Shushan did the same. Could it be that there are even more valuable medicinal herbs inside? Luckily, the villagers' attention was on the wild boar and the wooden carts at the time. Wild lingji, just 1 mushroom. I also brought back its birch wood. Maybe we can try growing lingji. As for the ginseng, it wasn't very big, but there were a few plants. The largest one was kept in Jiang Chang'an's space. What are you still regretful about? Do you think you're talking about mushrooms and radishes? Small size and still regret? Such precious treasures. If you ever get one, it's like a blessing from the ancestors. Oh, it's happening. Dad, why don't you go with me tomorrow? The tiny lingji made second brother Jiang hesitant. He needed his father to support him. The ginseng wasn't small either, probably about 10 or so. Such a big deal. Second brother Jiang was unsure if he could handle it well. If he messed up, Wouldn't that be a shame for his daughter's efforts? All right, we'll go tomorrow. Chang'an, do you want to keep a ginseng for your own use? Anyway, with the Ganoderma, the second household no longer lacks money. That 100 taels can be used as an excuse to borrow. It's better to keep one for saving lives. After all, life is much more important than money. All right, we'll keep one. The other ginseng can be given to the grandparents to help them stay healthy. Okay, good child. Old Mr. Jiang was so moved, he almost cried. He never thought they wouldn't enjoy the blessings of children, but they could enjoy their grandchildren's filial piety. He felt he had no regrets in life. The main household and the third household could only watch with envy. The little fool was so capable of causing trouble that even jealousy couldn't catch up. Not to mention children, how many adults could compare to her? Time to eat. At this moment, Mrs. Yao called out, and everyone from the second household moved to the main house to eat. Li's family sent 10 pounds of meat, 2 pounds of which was braised, and they killed a rabbit. The remaining meat was cooked and seasoned with apparent salt, which will be replenished tomorrow when Linger burns more salt. But don't put too much pressure on the children. The head of the household can also buy some when he goes to the county tomorrow. Mrs. Yao explained how to handle the ingredients so the old lady wouldn't be upset if the salt ran low. Use it. Grandma Zhang's lips were always raised in a smile. Compared to ginseng, salt was much less valuable. Now she was pleased with the second household everywhere and no longer angry about Jiang Chang'an hitting her before. If they had more ginseng, she wouldn't mind being hit a few more times. Dad, you and Grandpa should be careful when you go to the county. Lock up the valuables at home. Money can tempt people, and Jiang Chang'an added a few words. Okay, don't worry. When we have money, we should build a new house. A brick and tile house with a garden. We don't need to buy main materials. I think bricks and pottery are similar when fired. We can try firing them slowly. We'll go to the mountains to find wood and just need to buy some adhesive. I'll ask the teacher when I have time how to build a garden. Grandpa, the house's structure is up to you. We'll build one for the grandparents too, connected to the yard. Later, everyone will work together happily, living a peaceful farm life from sunrise to sunset. It would be so wonderful. It would be even better if those bullies who bully us didn't come knocking. Jiang Chang'an still liked this kind of life very much. The Jiang family was silent, surprised by her tone, which sounded even more seasoned than the old master. She's just a child. All right, we'll all listen to Chang'an. The child's ideas were always spontaneous, but she quickly changed her mind. But the house still needs to be built. The villagers, especially those in the countryside, mostly build their own homes, including the materials, except for those with brick and tile houses. Since pottery can be fired, bricks and tiles can also be fired multiple times, so there is hope for them. The family suddenly feels hopeful, hard work brings rewards, and such days are worth looking forward to. The next day, Jiang Chang'an slept until after 9 o'clock before waking up. Jiang Lao heir and Jiang Lao too had already gone to the county town, likely to team up with the hunter Zhang, as both families had the same goal. Zhang's treasure had also gone to school early, leaving only Mrs. Yao at home. Even Grandma Zhang had gone out to gather pig grass. However, many people had gathered in the yard. Were they classmates from the mountain school or someone else? Jiang Chang'an blushed. Why didn't anyone wake her up? Maybe all these people were waiting for her. Teacher, is today's lesson a trip to Zhang's house followed by writing a travel journal? Otherwise, why would everyone from the school be here? Luckily, Jiang Chang'an was dressed neatly, and she quickly saluted and greeted Teacher Song. No rush. You can eat something first. We just arrived a short while ago, said Teacher Song. It was only about 15 minutes. Mrs. Yao wanted to wake Jiang Chang'an, but Teacher Song didn't allow it and told the students to make as little noise as possible while moving around. Jiang Chang'an was now their teacher because Teacher Song also didn't know how to make salt. The news came from Teacher Song asking Zhang Zhu, who had learned from the salt-making official government. The government didn't allow salt production, but they could make salt for their own use to reduce household costs. It might not be beneficial for the country, but it was very good for the people. Teacher Song was not so stubborn. If Jiang Chang'an mastered the salt-making method, It would be better for everyone to learn it together, and the government wouldn't target her anymore. These small details seem fine now, but if Jiang Chang'an becomes a scholar in the future, it could become an excuse for attacks against her. Also, the secret salt recipe shouldn't be used for personal profit. It might be better to go along with the situation and help Jiang Chang'an gain favor. When Teacher Song heard about this, he brought a group of students to Jiang's house. Jiang Chang'an couldn't let so many people wait for her alone, especially with Teacher Song, an elder. She shouldn't mistake politeness for good fortune. She must stay alert and see the situation clearly. Jiang Chang'an only took a baked flatbread, specifically a sweet potato flatbread, soft and chewy, clearly made by Grandma Jiang, because her mother didn't have such good skills. He also brought a pot of water and some tools, mainly old lady Jiang's large iron pot, water buckets, and so on. Then he led a group of people out of the Jiang family home. The mischievous students kept looking at the villagers with curiosity. Today, was Teacher Song going to take the students to catch fish in the river or to gather bird eggs in the mountains? They weren't focused on studying. Since they had never seen such a relaxed teacher, only a few children from the mountain village studied with Teacher Song, while most prefer to spend more money traveling to the town or county for school. Jiang Chang'an was not idle either. He explained his ideas confidently to everyone, saying most alkaline substances can be used to make salt, seawater, lake water, alkaline soil, wood ash, and so on. Different methods take different times. Teachers' notes don't record detailed methods, but they do mention it, and even include poems about it. My idea after reading is that many things, once their water content decreases, become concentrated into essence. Salt probably works the same way. I've researched many old books, pieced things together, and come up with a rough plan. But I haven't tested it, so I don't know if it will work. The students helping to lift the pot also remained doubtful. Could this dark, black iron pot really produce salt? It looked so untrustworthy. That's why they wondered why teacher wanted to take them to make salt. They didn't really want to do it. Shouldn't students focus on studying? Especially Shin Shirkong, who had been told all night by his father that he must get along well with Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan. The reason was clear this time, because of Li Shungun's prophecy and Teacher Song's mysterious identity. But Shin Shirkong suspected his father might have misheard or misunderstood. He wasn't good at studying. Why bother making salt? Can making salt help him become an official? Or is studying the way to become an official? Besides, the Li family didn't lack salt, nor did they do this kind of business. Feeling hopeless, Shin Shirkong carried a wooden bucket and followed at the back of the group. At this moment, Teacher Song responded to Jiang Chang'an, saying, Chang'an makes a good point, and his ideas are clear. He looks up old texts, combines them with real life, and then tries. If one attempt fails, try again and again 2-3 times. The more you try, the more experience you gain. Success often comes from countless failures. This is the right way and attitude for doing things. There's no instant success or quick fix. Only persistent effort. Don't just see others' success and ignore their hard work. Teacher Song took the opportunity to give a lesson. Yes, teacher, everyone replied politely. But whether they truly understood or took it to heart, no one knew. Zhang Zhuzi pulled Li Shushan to the front of the line. They are the leaders, like heroes of the founding, because they participated in salt-making yesterday. At that time, he thought they looked like fools playing in the mud. But now, even Master Song believes that dirt and ash can be turned into salt. Is there any fake about that? Oh, after wild boars, lingji mushrooms, and ginseng, they've now made salt. All valuable treasures. Is Jiang Chang'an actually a little money god? Why are you pulling me? I want to listen to the master's lesson, Li Shushan said irritably. Master Song's teachings are simple, but very useful. He doesn't truly respect his elders. In his past life, he was awkward and naive in dealing with people, often laughed at and looked down upon. Now, given a second chance, Li Shushan wants to learn from Master Song and improve himself. Huh. The teacher isn't giving a lesson? What kind of lesson? Zhang Zhuzi looked confused. At this moment, Shen Yu Jiao ran over happily, holding a bunch of bright wildflowers. Shu Shun looked such beautiful wildflowers. Do you like them? Xinyu Jiao was very happy to go out and play because she doesn't like studying. Her father also told her to spend more time with Li Shushan, which was like indirectly agreeing to their relationship. Xinyu Jiao ignored Jiang Chang'an. Her father clearly wanted the two talented children to get along well. Did the wildflower offend you? Why did you pull it all out? That shows your cruelty. Using your selfishness to harm the innocent. You're still a girl. Li Shushan almost spat at her. Usually, he's sharp-tongued, but today he was especially harsh because he didn't want Xinyu Jiao to get close. However, Xinyu Jiao surprisingly wasn't angry. Instead, she cheerfully hung behind Li Shushan. What's wrong? Yesterday, you killed a wild boar and I just picked a few flowers. The wildflowers bloom to make me happy, right? Otherwise, what's their value? Li Shushan was suddenly speechless. He's seen narcissists before, but never one so self-absorbed. She might as well be soaring to the sun. Forget it if he continued. He'd just look childish. Anyway, this silly girl wouldn't listen or understand. The students giggled happily as they finally reached the place where Jiang Chang'an and others had dried the alkaline soil yesterday. The soil they turned over had already been sun-dried and turned white. This is what we dug out yesterday and dried. We poured a layer of salt water on it. Now we can wash it with water, soak, and filter it. The filtered water can be poured into the pot to boil until dry. It should work. This will take a long time, so while waiting for the filtration, we can try burning some ash salt first. For example, reeds are quite clean. Jiang Chang'an said this while asking his young classmates to help. With many hands, they soon washed out 4 buckets of salt water and waited for it to settle. Then, everyone went to cut a few bundles of dry reeds and burn them into ash. Jiang Chang'an filtered the ash with spring water, using the filtered water instead of the ash itself. When everyone saw this, they finally relaxed because that ash wasn't very clean. The clean water after filtering was the best. Of course, ash is much cleaner than mud, and most of them were muddy-footed, but they didn't usually eat mud. Jiang Chang'an poured the ash water into a large pot, ready to boil. It was a full pot of water, which would take a long time to evaporate. Luckily, they could gather firewood nearby, so there was plenty of fuel. During this time, Teacher Song was giving a lesson outdoors, not from a book, but sharing real knowledge. Teacher Song could teach confidently without needing the book. Outdoor lessons felt very modern, and students found it easier to understand and remember the content. Because the weather was cloudy today, it wasn't too hot, just perfect. After a while, Shin Das-hun suddenly shouted, "Teacher, crystals are forming. Salt is coming out." Could ash really produce salt? That was amazing. Everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around to watch. Wow, it's really salt. And it's fine salt, they said. Usually their family could only afford coarse salt, and fine salt was very expensive. The color is a bit yellow and gray, better looking than the cloudy coarse salt we eat. When it's fully dried, it should be grayish-white. Finally, as Jiang Chang'an predicted, the salt was grayish-white and very fine. From a big pot of ash water, they managed to produce over a pound of salt. "Teacher, here you go," they said, offering the first batch to the elders. Teacher Song became the first guinea pig. Hee good. Teacher Song was happy. He took a bit of the white salt and tried it. It tastes salty and strong, but very pure. No bitter aftertaste either. Very good.